Mm. Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got a lot to do. If you're watching on YouTube today or X or wherever you watch on, you won't see Lance today. He's at home doing the show from home, which is just fine. We don't want him infecting us with whatever thing he's got going on, pink eye or whatever he's got going on, or some kind of disease which he could transmit to the rest of the station. So we're fine with that. And we are one big happy family here as we head to the holidays. We start tomorrow at Republic Boot Company. We want y'all there. And then Nick's Place on Monday. And it's the holiday season, people. It's the holiday season. And we're gonna party it up here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But Lance is back at home. How you feeling today?
Not great, but a little better than last night. Wife and I were going to take a trip today, but that's kind of in a holding pattern right now. So we'll see what happens.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
So yeah, I got
guys are
my
going.
eye. I've got like a virus, I think, and so my left eye. Every once in a while, like over the years, I'll have like a swelling in the tear duct, and I've got one today. I call it my cyborg. It makes me look like a cyborg.
Uh-huh.
And so there's no way I'd be on video today.
Well, we got to put you got it on the video on on your laptop. You can
No,
you can do that.
nope.
We could. Dell seems to think it has to do with you washing your hands or something
No, that's not it.
after going potty.
No, that's not it. Although I would like to wear I have decided just for fun, I'm going to start doing some different stuff on camera. I'll wear, just different types of clothes, and I'll wear sunglasses and beanies and eye patches and this stuff to have a little fun on camera, just to throw people off. I may wear one of those shiesty ski masks that you wear whenever you're going to commit a robbery.
Yeah.
Things like that on. But yeah, today, no chance that I'd have any kind of video clips with my eyes, with my tear ducts swollen and me looking like a cyborg.
Well, maybe Dell, you could put up the picture of Lance that remember when he was laying in bed and
that's sick? Way better than this.
Really? That one's better than this one.
Well, yeah, I just felt miserable because I ate painkillers on an empty stomach. This is a full on cyborg.
Oh, okay. I like that. But the people want to see it. The people, I mean,
I don't care.
Be so
the people
vain.
Can suck my A because they're not gonna see it.
Wow.
Yeah. So the people don't get anything.
Wow. That was.
I'm saying this now because, he's not listening. I wanted her to hear it, but I ran into Lenny Ambrose, our friends over at restaurant Elro, is going to close at the end of the month. Just neighborhood restaurant, good food, great people, great drink specials, and unfortunately, that's just the business of restaurants, and the place is packed. Everyone's rushing in now. I wanted to say, where are you losers beforehand? But the place, well, although it's mostly not losers, it's people who go there all the time. So the place is packed. It's hard to even, it's hard to get in. But we went in last night. The wife and I wanted to, go before they close and support Terrence, and I saw Lenny Ambrose, who runs St. Arnold Brewery, and Lenny's been a long time listener.
Yeah,
long time.
Yep,
great guy,
really
phenomenal family. Yep. I love Lenny and St. Arnold, and I think the world of all of them. And he was in there with his family, and he told me I came over and went and talked to him before I went over, and we had a drink with LaShane and had some food, and then and he said, hey, and I can't remember his daughter's name. She's 15. He said, this is Lance. And I knew that meant something. She goes, oh, that's Lance. He said, yeah, we listen on the way to school. She wants to hear you guys. So I turn it there. He said, I don't know if she's listening for the sports so much as you guys interplay with Dell and the relationship the show has.
Mm-mm.
It's just the, general tomfoolery. So I said, well, whatever it takes, that's fine.
That's it.
And then his other daughter listens too. So, this is a family affair. This is really a family show, and it was proven yesterday. So if you've got kids and you've got a family, listen to the show on the way to school. Listen with your daughters, your sons, from anywhere from age 2 to age 20. We help people learn things.
Listen with your heart is what I think.
People, yeah, and and
Yeah.
you're going as a family. We draw you closer together
Yeah.
as a family.
That's
That's
what we
pretty
do.
much why we're in the
Oh,
Hall
yeah,
of
we
Fame.
have. Dell's got a
Mommy?
face going on over there.
Mommy, why did that bad man say suck my A?
Well, but this is the thing.
What
Most of
is-
these
what
families
does
are not
the
in the
A
car
mean?
yet. They're mostly not in the car yet.
Oh, yeah. No, they're in the car now.
Yeah.
they're in the car now.
What are you talking
I've got
about?
kids at home right now.
Well,
I'm
your
doing the
kids,
show
your
for
baby.
kids. Yeah.
my kids are. You don't go to school at 7:15. What are you
when
talking
you
about?
go to school?
Yeah.
I was on the bus by 7:15.
You
Yeah.
go to school. Oh, well, that's true. But my kids don't. They go to school in Houston, and they'll leave here at I don't know what time, like 7:45, I think.
Well, if
Yeah.
they listen to the podcast, they'll still have that question to answer.
Well, kids don't listen to us on podcasts only when they have to with their moms or dads.
Oh man.
Yeah. Snacks.
They're not like, oh, I've got to download my John Lance Dell podcast. I mean, if you're doing that as a kid,
You
I
love
don't-
sports.
yeah, I guess.
What's the name of the restaurant that is closing again?
Elro,
Elro?
ELRO.
ELRO.
Yeah, it's not part of a major restaurant conglomerate that's
Oh, yeah.
sort of crappy.
I never
deal.
heard of it. I don't. That's a shame.
Yeah,
I like people to succeed. This is something that I don't know is successful. Snacks farted on Lance's pillow, hence the pink eye.
No,
Is that
that's
something
from
that
a
happened?
movie. That didn't happen.
Snacks did not fart.
Well,
on
we
him.
don't know that.
You don't know
Snacks
that. You
didn't
don't know.
do that, but we don't believe that it caused whatever he's dealing with.
Well,
I mean,
it
his
could
kids,
I don't have pink eye.
his
could've.
kids may just like farting on his pillow. I don't know if
could've.
he's got pink eye from it though.
Yeah, I mean, there's been stories about
Like when you lay your head down at night, does your pillowcase smell of cheese quesadilla?
No, that's Alec. That's one specific kid, and he eats chicken in it now. Alex got most of them
Alex
out.
has expanded the chicken in his cheese quesadilla now.
Yeah, you'd actually be surprised, John. He drinks protein drinks. He lifts every day.
Oh
Like
yeah.
Alec has put on about 25 pounds in college.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He
Being around
lifts.
football players, he's like, oh, I gotta
He's
put
got
some
the
work
true.
in.
He's got the Jesus body now with abs and back muscles, and he's cut up with. Oh yeah, like he's lean. He's lean and long. Like I call him Jesus body.
Mm.
Them
got
Tuscaloosa
that.
girls.
Yeah.
Them Tuscaloosa girls got him in the gym.
Yeah, well, that and his friends. You kind of, if your friends lift, you have to lift.
Yeah, you gotta. No question.
And he works in the football department. Like you gotta fill out the
When you're
the
running
Alabama. Yeah, the win shirt's a little better.
Yeah, when you're I'm part of the football program, and the girls looking at you.
Yeah, we're sure you are.
What part?
He's
Sure
got
you
a
are.
he's.
And that's why you're the mascot.
Yeah, what do you mean you're part of the
You
program?
can't wear a sweater, a little wind sweater that says Juice Squad with an elephant and two hammers and be 135 pounds.
No.
Like that can't happen.
Well, and he's tall, so he's got to put on some. He got to put on some pounds.
Yeah, he's 6'2". Mason's
Yeah,
6'3".
Yeah, so he doesn't look like Joe Burrow's girlfriend anymore.
You're way too hard on her. There are petite girls too, John. You know that.
Yeah.
Not everyone's running around trying to throw as much ass at everyone as possible.
Wow. Did the bad man say throwing ass at people again, mommy?
I mean, not everyone has to have BBLs.
Okay.
Go to have BBL surgeries and walk around where they can barely get indoors. It's okay for somebody to have a petite body type.
Okay.
And for somebody else to
just
love that
saying.
person. Because Joe loves
Alex's
her.
body and her body.
Wow. We are comparing a legit model to Lance's kid and saying they have the same body.
Yeah,
you think Joe
body fat?
Body fat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, body fat. That's what that.
Well, your boy likes him thin. That's all.
So I think what we said yesterday worked. Maybe worked with Nolan Arenado.
What did we say?
We said don't come here. Okay. I hope you hate Houston. I hope you nix the trade. I hope you don't want to come here. And sure enough, he did not want to come here. You know what? We spoiled Bagwell Analytics. We destroyed it right here on the show. Okay. And exactly what we said. Well, what I said anyway yesterday. I mean, did you say what I said? I hate Houston. Remember that, Del? That's when I said that. And,
I didn't.
And you
well,
didn't
that's
capture
right. Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah,
and that was in reference to Nolan. I was being Nolan Arenado. He hates Houston, and I'm glad. I'm here for it. Good. One guy I don't want to like Houston is Nolan Arenado because I don't want him to bring his 719 OPS here. Thank you, Nolan Arenado. I know you have 10 Gold Gloves. That's fine. That's great. But we got Shea Whitcomb. He might win a.
I mean, he might. I wouldn't suspect it would happen this upcoming season.
And then there was a story after this, is that will the Astros now reopen talks? Will there be now more talks between Bregman and the Astros? Listen, Nolan Arenado was going to cost $60 million for 3 years. 60 to the Astros. That's what they were going to have to pay, because the Cardinals were picking up some and the Rockies are already picking up some. So they were going to have to pay $60 million over 3 years. Alex Bregman is going to be $200 million. So no, that is not going to open up talks.
I don't know, man. I see the Twitter Astro engagers talking about how they're deep in it. They're still in it. Don't close the door on Bregman coming back.
I'm not closing the door on it. I just don't see the correlation between the two. Just because the Nolan Arenado didn't happen.
The Astros didn't turn down Arenado. Arenado turned them down.
Yeah, so. And if you think Bregman's sitting there going, oh, yeah, they really want me. They're trying to go get Nolan Arenado, who doesn't even want to be there. And I've been there for 7 years, busting my hump.
So I'll ask you two. Would the Astros and their still interest in Bregman, as I put that in quotes, all about waiting him out to see if he doesn't get the deal he's looking for, and they just hope he comes back to them? Because will they be aggressively pursuing him or just waiting to see?
It doesn't look like they're aggressively.
Yeah. So when people say they're still in it, is that just simply because he's still free?
Yeah, because he's
and they're just going to wait?
Everybody's still in it.
Not
Everybody's
real.
still in it.
Yeah, they're just waiting to see if the number.
They got an offer at least. I mean, they're still in it from the standpoint of they're his fallbacks. They're his fallback school.
Yeah.
They're his fallback organization.
Safety.
They're his safety organization. But honestly, I really do feel like we've seen enough to believe that Alex Bregman would not mind a change of scenery. And if you go back to Houston, Tuck's not there. You already know Alex Bregman has watched. He already knows, look, the MO for this team is anybody good is gone if they get to free agency. If I'm Alex Bregman, I know that there's a decent chance the Astros, as I knew it, are already leaving. They're already gone. Altuve will be gone at some point in the future. He may not want to stay for the second phase of this. He was here for the great stuff. He may not want to be here for the not as great stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there is that. My sources tell me he does want to be back here, but he doesn't. The Astros are playing that exact game that Del just said. Well, we offered $156 million. Now we'll wait and see if that does it. That does it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Oh well. You know what? That's what we're going to offer. Maybe they up it. I don't know, but we certainly haven't seen any indications of it, and we have never seen them pay more than $151 million. $151 million is the tops they've ever gone. So 156 would top that. Whoop! We did it. We topped it. Yay us! And actually, they offered more to Carlos, but that's all we're doing. And I don't think they changed their philosophy. They're just not. And it's been pretty successful. So now, but. That's been successful because Jeff Luhnow created a tremendous machine that had, and oh, by the way, was an unbelievable evaluator of talent. And also guys like, what's his name? The guy that signed all the Hispanic pitchers that, what's his name?
Yeah.
Mo. It wasn't Mo. Yeah. Whatever his name was. He's gone now.
Cheeks.
Not Mo Cheeks. That
Mo
was the guard for the 76ers.
Not Mo Sislak.
No.
That guy's a great. That guy is a blitz. He is a blitzing linebacker. Mo Sislak.
Yeah. No, not him either. No. Anyway, they've lost a lot of talent. They've lost Sid, and they've lost a lot of people out of their front office that had great eyes for talent. And you know what? And that made this organization great all the way down. I mean, that the Astros had one of the worst minor league systems yet. Guy after guy after guy, when guys left, guy after guy after guy came up here and continued to contribute to a winner every year. So those days might be gone though. We'll see.
Ocampo.
Ocampo. That's his name. He was.
Luckily, we were able to get rid of him along with everybody else that helped build this organization.
Well, I don't know. Get rid of. Maybe they just left. Maybe they wanted out. Maybe it wasn't the greatest.
The Astros were still in it with Oz too. They're in it with him. They're still in it. They
No, Oz is gone.
no, okay.
Oz is gone. So is Sid. He left. He
I
went
don't
to
know, man.
Yeah.
Reports still in it.
Yeah. Well, we're still in it. Well, it's relative. Everybody's still in it for Oz. I mean,
Hey, we're
he
still
could
in it
come
with.
back if they go, "Hey, Oz, you want a boatload of money here?"
If somebody told you right now that you could get rid of Dana Brown and bring back Jeff Luhnow, but you had to tell Dana Brown he was leaving, like you had to go in and do it.
Yes,
Would
I
you
do it.
I think
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm
would too.
sorry. There's nothing wrong with Dana
Okay,
Brown
you
either.
had to do.
But he's
You
no
had
one is
to
as accomplished as
hold on. You had to gather him and his entire family, and first tell his kids. I don't know if he has kids, but first tell his kids that you were getting rid of their dad.
Yeah.
Would you do it?
Well, but guess what, honey? We're going to leave you with a lot of money. Okay.
Well, I don't know that. How much longer is his contract?
I don't know.
And I don't even know what they pay him.
We're going to rush all that money right to today.
In what situation are the kids brought in when they're dead?
Yeah. When does that happen?
Well, I'm making a situation to check
90s
John's resilience and to check his.
What 80 Sylvester Stallone military movie are you referencing where the kids are involved in some situation where
I just wanted to gauge his.
Sorry, your dad's got to go.
some action movie from the 80s where the kids are really involved in their dad's problems.
And look, I feel bad for Dana because I'm not sure. Look, it's way easier to build than sustain through departure and age. It's way ask Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey was able to build up a Rocket team. He got a hold of James Harden. He grabbed some pieces here and there. All of a sudden, they were a Western Conference finalists all the time. You know the hard part? The hard part is how do you click the tumblers so you open up a championship vault? It's really hard. And then as guys get older, it's extraordinarily hard to be that GM. And Dana Brown right now is faced with that, and that is not an easy task.
The expectations. What Jeff Luhnow got to lose, and Dana Brown doesn't.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And he had
all
all
right, we
those
got to break
picks,
it. We're way behind. Maestro Dobell is what we're talking about now. Anybody wants to get in? 713-780-3776.
The king of all tequilas, Maestro Dobell. That's what I just invented, and you can put it on a T-shirt if you want. But I trademarked it, and you owe me money for licensing agreement. But Maestro Dobell is a tequila that is made in Tequila, Mexico. It's made with the very best ingredients. They don't take shortcuts with their distilling process or their aging, and the result is a very smooth tequila. It's a tequila that never burns, no impurities. It's made the right way by people who know how to make tequila. Reposado, Añejo, the silver, the smoke silver called Humito. By the way, I never talk about the Humito, but that's a smoke silver that's awesome. If you like a little smokiness in your cocktails, this is a great, instead of mezcal, why don't you have a smoke silver? It's a really nice tequila for the smoky cocktails that you like. And they also have the Cristalino called the Diamante. The Cristalino is a category that Maestro Dobell created. Other people copy it. No one has duplicated it. They're the best at the Cristalino, and that's the Diamante. And a lot of people use this for their sipping tequila. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find Maestro Dobell. If you don't see it, or if there's a type of tequila you want, ask your liquor provider for them to order that and get that on the shelf for you. It's Maestro Dobell.
GiveMeTheVin.com. That's what we're talking about here. Hey, it's the end of the year. You might want to get rid of that car. Are you trading it in? Do you want to get something new? Do you want to buy something new? But if you're going to trade it in, know when you go to the dealership how much you can get for that vehicle. Because the price that you're going to get for that vehicle is at GiveMeTheVin.com. And if you've got a classic, this is the place to go. GMTVCC.com. GMTV, Give Me the VIN, classic or collectible. If you're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle, I keep saying it. Okay, you're going to sell a car, you want to trade it in, you want to get a new car, whatever it is that you want to do, one place you have to go is GiveMeTheVin.com. Find out what it's worth. Because if you don't, you don't know. You don't want to walk in and go, well, I'm not sure what it's worth. I'll take whatever. Nope. Know what the value is. And then when you go, wow, you're offering a lot less than Give Me the VIN is, sell it to Give Me the VIN, and you can do all the paperwork through them. So when you're buying the new car. So no problem whatsoever. And John Clay Wolf, he'll pick up, deliver, and he will deliver the check. Okay. Not personally, but he'll have somebody do it. GiveMeTheVin.com, the place to sell your car. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm looking at a question and answer with Jonathan Alexander on the Chronicle. And now that they won the AFC South, pretty much you're going to be locked. You're pretty much locked in here to the 4 seed, although you can get to the 3rd seed. And Jonathan said, well, the 2 seed is also possible. You find out this weekend where you are. You find out whether or not the last 2 games you're going to do anything. But you still have something to play for.
Well, mathematically, the 2 seed is possible, but they just flashed up the Bills' schedule. It's Patriots, Jets, and I think Patriots again.
Patriots, Jets, Patriots. Well, the Patriots have. Well,
what's that?
Yeah. Well,
what are you saying?
Well, you beat the Chiefs, and then they lose their next 2 games. Okay, and then you both end up. Well, they still end up with fewer losses. So there's that. Yeah, it's not really possible, but you could possibly get the 3 seed. That would be nice. Although I'm not sure that it matters much. You get the Bills. In the second round, you get the Bills in Buffalo. Not sure that'd be great. Not sure that's what you're looking for. Would you rather play the Chiefs or the Bills right now in the postseason?
Chiefs.
So
it's not even close.
So the 4 seed is more more desirable.
Well, so the Chiefs, I saw this graphic yesterday. I think KJ sent it to us. There are 5 teams in the NFL who haven't scored 30 points this year. And I think it's like the Panthers, the Jets. It's teams that have only won 2 or 3 games, and then the Chiefs. The Chiefs are one of 5 teams in the NFL who haven't hit 30 points yet. The rest of them are all fighting, like the Giants. They're all fighting for the top 5 spots in the draft. And then you have the team with the most wins in football.
Yeah.
This should speak to, A, how good their defense is, and B, how freaking lucky this team has been. I mean, they've been lucky too. Now, if you haven't lost, you can't just the offense is ineffective like we've never seen from the Chiefs. It's just very disconcerting to live in a world where the Chiefs aren't. Now, I don't dislike it, but it's just disconcerting to see a Chiefs offense that is this ineffective. Like, to see Travis Kelce age this quickly right before our eyes. It's just always a weird thing in sports. But with that said, they're not losing. Why? Because their defense is good. Because they've got good players. They've drafted well up front. Karlaftis and Chris Jones, and they've got Nick Bolton, and they've got good defensive backs, and their defense coordinator is really good. Look, it's going to be hard for the Texans to score touchdowns against the Chiefs. It's going to be very hard. Everyone takes away the explosive play, and CJ and this offense and Bobby Slowick and the offensive line have shown very little ability to have a 75-yard drive. They can drive at 50 and then kick. They get a lot of field goal attempts from 45 and beyond, but there's just too many penalties and sacks for them to extend drives. So, if you want to beat the Chiefs, you're going to have to take their relatively ineffective offense and stuff them in a locker. I mean, you're going to have to bully them and stuff Patrick Mahomes in a locker with their pass rush.
Well, the good news is playing this game is you don't have to score a lot of points to win.
No, you don't. And it actually lines up with Houston.
It lines up perfectly.
Daniel Jeremiah picked the Houston Texans to win this week.
Perfectly. It lines up perfectly for you this week.
I mean, it actually gives you a chance because look, the Chiefs have been ineffective. We know that they're not the best team in the AFC. A team with 3 losses is, and the second most dangerous team is probably Lamar Jackson's team, and they've got like 5 losses right now.
Ideally,
4 or 5. So.
Ideally, Pittsburgh loses out on the division. The Ravens move into the 3 seed. The Steelers move into the 5 seed, and you are the 4 seed. You play the Steelers and Chiefs. That's ideally is the best road to get to an AFC championship game. Am I right? Or them or the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, anything involving the Broncos is probably better. But once you get past the first round, you got to, I mean, you're on the road. It's cold.
I guess it is. The Broncos have a great pass rush.
How about this, John? You and Dell will you'll appreciate this. I talked to the strength coach from the Chargers yesterday, a guy named Ben Herbert who had been at Michigan. This guy's probably the best strength coach, definitely in all of football, college or pro. He's unbelievable. Every Michigan player he has, they test out of Dell probably knows this. I don't know how much you keep up with Combine, Dell, but their testing numbers are off the charts. Everybody, short area quickness, explosiveness. This guy is a phenomenal strength coach. And I was talking to him yesterday about it. I was asking some questions about Mason Graham and some of the Michigan guys that are in the draft. And we were talking, and this guy's strength coaches are they're built a little different as you guys both know. Herbert and he comes from Wisconsin, right? So cold weather. He was at Michigan, cold weather. And I said, Herb, how's it going with you out in San Diego? Oh, let me tell you something. And I ship you not. But he didn't say ship. But he said this about 7. He said, ship you not about 7 times. He said, I can see how if you ain't built right mentally, you can get real soft real quick living out here on the West Coast, which speaks to you, John. But he said it's like 70, it's 65 to 85 all the time. He said the weather's great. It rains about 12 days a year. You've got beaches all over the place, great looking girls. It's always sunny. He said he goes, you know what? Taking players who grow up in this stuff or who only live here and throwing them in a 26-degree day, he goes, let me tell you something. If you ain't built right, you will crumble. And that really hit home to me with like how many teams from the South in general, geographically, it's always been the thing you can't, like Miami can't play in cold weather. It makes sense though when you think about how we act and respond. What about when it gets into the 50s and everyone has coats and beanies on and their shawls on here in Houston with gloves when it's in its 50s? Can you imagine being a football player and it's in the 20s and you're not used to this weather at all? You're an indoor team. I can absolutely see where that would be a big problem going to Buffalo or Pittsburgh late in the year.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, we're going to break. 7:30 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Did you see where Quick Assist, Lance, has been named a new title sponsor of the Bayou Bowl?
I did see that.
How about that?
And we had the owners of Quick Assist. They live here in Houston. One of them, the dad, worked for the Braves for years and years in the front office. And the dad and the son, and then he owns a company called Energy Ogre that uses dynamic.
Well, wait a minute. Why don't I do champion? You fix that, reload, and we will get that fixed up. You're breaking up here. So I'm going to talk about Champion Energy right here. I've got the energy to talk about Champion Energy. I've been with Champion Energy for 17 years now. It's so good. I love Champion Energy. It's one of the first things that we did here when we got the station. We got Champion Energy because we found that it was the best, and that's 17 years ago. And we're still with Champion, and I'm still with Champion, and we love Champion. You will love Champion too. I'm telling you. My buddy moved over to Champion. He was like, "Well, these savings are real." He said, "You ain't lying about Champion now. What I was paying and what I'm paying from month to month was ridiculously better." So I'm telling you, if you're looking for a great place to, if you're looking at your electricity bill going, man, what the hell is going on here? Go to champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
Hey, so as I was telling you before, Quick Assist is the official bowl sponsor, one of the bowl sponsors of the Bayou Bowl here in Houston, and it makes some sense because Quick Assist deals in the ticket world. Now they don't sell tickets. They don't sell tickets for you to buy. They sell your tickets. If you have tickets that you can't use, let's say you have something comes up last minute, or you're going out of town, or whatever the case may be, you need to sell your tickets. They sell the tickets for you. You simply sign up with them. You download. When I say sign up, there's no obligation. You simply download the app at Quick Assist, ASYST. You download the app. You upload your tickets to them. You describe where they are, what section, and all that. They will then list them with 12 to 15 ticket sites, the biggest ones around the country. So now you have millions and millions and even maybe billions of eyes on your tickets. So you have the best chance to sell them. They have dynamic pricing where they move the tickets up and down in price relative to what the marketplace is doing. And you have the best chance of selling your tickets at the highest price with Quick Assist. There's no way around it. Quick Assist is your company when it comes to selling your tickets. It's Quick Assist. Download the app today. Quick ASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket anywhere.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did y'all happen, Del, I put it in there, the JJ. Did you happen to see what
Yes.
JJ said yesterday on Pat McAfee's
Yes.
show?
You're talking about the Jack Easterby
Jack
stuff.
Easterby. Yeah. So
he actually tried to avoid most of it.
He did, but he couldn't because the guys were giving him so much grief. And it gets pretty funny too, because if I'm not mistaken, we were the first ones to report the rift between him and Bill O'Brien. And
No, 100% we were.
Yeah, right. I had got a tip from an assistant coach that was at the practice, and nobody would talk about it. But I think people knew what had happened, but nobody would say anything about it. And brought it up on the show one time, and now it's turned into JJ and Bill O'Brien were punching each other in the face. So that's kind of funny.
Yeah, that did not happen.
No, that didn't happen. But
JJ said there was no physical.
McAfee goes at him, and it's kind of funny. So they're in the AJ Hawk, JJ's in the middle, and McAfee is in to the left in the box, and they're talking, and they bring up prayer at Wisconsin before the games, and here's where it went.
JJ was with the Easterby, we forgot.
Oh, yeah. Jack Easterby was running that thing.
Mm-hmm. He was doing the redfish, bluefish, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which also might play another day.
That's what Jesus was doing. Maybe one fish, two fish.
Speaking of team meetings, got up and spoke in front of the team before a divisional playoff game the night before the game.
Who?
Easterby?
Jack Easterby?
Did they ask him to? Who'd you lose to?
Nobody asked him to. What are you talking about?
You can just pop up.
Jack, listen. Not his fault. He was promoted from FCA guy to president, coach, general manager of an NFL team in 2 years.
No.
Not his fault. Obviously, he's going to take the opportunity. What was his message? Was it because we saw him speak? And he was.
Were you guys receptive? You guys were receptive?
I don't want to go too deep into that.
Is that what started you and Bill O'Brien's fist fight?
No, I didn't fist fight Bill O'Brien.
Wow.
Okay. Happy holidays. All right. We won't talk about that right the NFL holiday remix time. That's off-season conversation. What'd you do? You picked him up off the ground, his little feet for doing like this? Mm-hmm. You're like, yeah, this could be your life right now if that's what you want.
Stop.
Is that right?
I don't even remember how this started. I love that it's rolled, but I don't even remember how this all began.
It was a news.
You did it.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You tell us.
I think there's footage somewhere, yeah.
No. We've gotten some good battles before, but
no physical confrontations.
He's great. Yeah.
Nothing like the basement.
Billy O is a dog. He's not everybody that's
not
played
like
for him.
Yeah, he'd mix it up.
So, that got started. They did. They had a shouting match on the field, and that was.
Oh, Billy will definitely mix it up. So here's a story I may have told before. I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard it. This has been verified by multiple people, including Willie McGinnis, who heard it from somebody who was literally right there at the door. Billy was getting after Brock Osweiler about something. It was at Jacksonville. It was when Texans played Jacksonville. And he was getting after him. He wanted him to stay. Osweiler. Everyone had left at halftime, and Osweiler was and O'Brien was trying to talk to Brock Osweiler, and Osweiler tried to be dismissive and walk past him, and O'Brien grabbed him and slammed him up against the wall with his pads, and Osweiler tried to kind of started, going back at him a little bit, and there was a person guarding the door so no one could get in, and O'Brien, kind of manhandled Osweiler a little bit, and he's like O'Brien is really not to be trifled with. He's gotten into it with people on his staff before. It's got really, really heated. I heard he got really heated with Larry Izzo one time, special teams coach.
Yeah.
Extremely heated. So he's a short. I think Bill O'Brien outside of football is actually. You won't hear many bad stories. People with he had a kid who played Little League, and his people really got along. The other dads got along with Bill O'Brien. I've had some good conversations with him outside of the football, but once he's in the building, total tyrant and very short fused. And I think working for the Texans, he was probably the worst version of himself. I'm sure it got really nasty with J.J. Watt, who he thought did too much freestyling. It didn't play inside the structure of the defense. I'm sure O'Brien probably thought that J.J. did some selfish things as well, and probably told J.J. that. So I'm sure it got a little nasty. But that Brock Osweiler story is 100%.
That wasn't the why, though. I think Bill O'Brien was screaming and carrying on at one of the practices, and and JJ
it was before the Steeler game, I thought,
and JJ had enough of him bullying.
Right, it was before the Steeler game.
Yeah, somebody was hurt or somebody couldn't or whatever, and Bill O'Brien was getting on him, and JJ would have none of it. And I'll tell you this: he might have pinned Brock Osweiler against the wall, he wasn't putting hands on JJ.
No. He
No.
wouldn't have done that.
No.
I don't think Bill O'Brien backs down from anything, just so you know. But apparently Jack Easterby had turned on Bill. They had already there was something going on in the background where they didn't trust each other anymore. And then I guess, the story is JJ kind of reached out and to Jack and said, and Jack goes, well, tell the owner. As a matter of fact, get all the players to tell the owner. And before you knew it, the next game, O'Brien was already gone. Right before, was it right after the Minnesota loss or before the Minnesota loss?
Well, but getting away from the lead here, Jack Easterby addressing a team before a playoff game.
Oh, well,
what a disastrous organization it was.
How did we? What did we? We knew all this stuff was going on. Why were we so despondent on the radio at those times? Because we knew what an absolute joke this organization was at the time. How would you like it if you knew what a joke your organization was with somebody like Jack Easterby, who literally was a team chaplain with the Kansas City Chiefs and becomes a general manager because they knifed a guy like Brian Gain in the back, a guy who was a longtime football guy who had built his way up, climbed the ladder the right way, and had an opportunity to be a GM, and he got knifed in the back so that Jack Easterby could be the sycophant for Bill O'Brien. It was just the worst setup that I've lived through in the city of Houston. I've never seen anything worse. And I lived during the Jimmy Williams era. You did too.
The Jimmy.
There's Hugh Campbell with the Houston Oilers. Like, I can't think of Steven Silas was really, really bad that era, but it wasn't as bad as having talent on a football team and literally having Jack Easterby have a hand in it. A slimy, two-faced guy with no respect in the locker room, who had no business making any decisions at all. Negotiating contracts with Laramie Tunsil. Are you kidding me? Or who did he do? Was he Laramie or was he Deshaun? I can't remember which did which. But you're the one that told me that he bullied. He was the one that bullied the Texans when Chris Olsen tried to bring up his concerns about the contract, trading for Laramie without a contract because Texans wouldn't have any leverage. What did Jack do?
Jack was screaming, "We can't be weak here. We gotta do this deal, and this will help the team, and don't worry about the future."
And then Laramie had all the
leverage.
You gave Laramie.
You gave up 2 first-rounders, and then Laramie's got his contract is expiring, and now he's like, he won't even answer your calls. I mean, what a disaster!
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Apparently, that's what McAfee was referencing when he was talking about, hey, Jack Easterby's doing this. Oh my God, that was the organization. Well, I do have to thank Hannah for that. I do have to thank Hannah for bringing
what? Ruining a great time.
All right, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? 744. What a joke! Oh my God, that makes me puke just thinking about that era. You just want to make the Stephen Coutinho era.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
The Easterby era.
The Silas KPJ era.
Oh. Just the worst. And then the non-existent,
wait a minute.
The non-existent era, three non-existent years for the Astros.
Oh yeah, the Easterby era spans into Lovey and Cully, so that does carry a lot.
Yeah. And then the 3 lost years the Astros had, where they lost 100 a year, and with no TV deal. With no TV deal.
Is that we can't really? I can't put it on Bo.
No, that wasn't Bo's fault.
God, you call him Bo Cully. Now I can't even remember his real last name. Bo
Porter.
It's not. That wasn't Bo Porter's fault, and I'm not even sure.
No.
Who was the GM? Was it still
Luno?
Was Ed Wade still the GM at the back? He was at the back end of that. It went directly from Ed Wade to Jeff Luno, right?
I forget. Well, as soon as Crane bought him, they just went into the tank and they said, "We're tanking and then we're going to be great."
And he immediately hired.
They had a plan and it worked.
Yeah, Luno had to oversee some of the filthy years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that was on his watch. But you know what? It was a great plan, and it worked. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Zadok is what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a company that has a designer trunk sale going on tomorrow. It's tomorrow and Saturday, and they've got some of the biggest designers in the country who are going to have their wares on display for you. If you're looking to do some last minute gifting, or if you're looking to find that special gift, this is going to be a huge opportunity for you. Okay, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow and on Saturday. Do not miss out. This is a chance for you to hit it big at Zadig Jewelers. They have the best selection, the best jewelry, the most impressive collection of jewelry. How could the most unique pieces, and how could they not, with 28,000 square feet and 2 levels to shop at? So whether you're getting a diamond engagement ring, whether you're getting a kick-ass watch for yourself, they buy, sell, and trade luxury watches, or whether you're looking for that perfect piece right now, make sure that you head up by Zadig Jewelers. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, over 4 decades of greatness right there off of Post Oak, and now in their new location at 1801 Post Oak, it is Zadig Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we just did Pat McAfee with J.J. Watt. Aaron Rodgers and Ryan Clark are throwing some haymakers at each other, and it got to a point yesterday. Ryan Clark did almost 5-minute piece just sitting there talking about this Aaron Rodgers situation. Now, how is McAfee involved in this, Del? Do you know? It just because it's done it on McAfee's show, or is McAfee chiming in on Ryan Clark as well?
I'm sure he's guffawing and laughing, but I think it's mostly the platform, and Aaron Rodgers said what he said about Ryan Clark, and of course, ESPN does a great job of making the story about things that happen on their network. So it's no longer about, hey, let's break down the game. We will break down what happened on our network when someone's talking about us. So it's just a cycle.
So Ryan Clark called Aaron Rodgers a hypocrite for talking about guys not what did Aaron Rodgers?
Well, it's so many things.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the fact that it's no longer what it used to be, where they would talk about the games. It's personalities talking about what people say and things like that. Of course, he is one of the people who takes advantage of being a personality and getting paid to do it. So he was being called a hypocrite. And of course, Aaron Rodgers had things to say about Ryan Clark. And as you said, Ryan Clark, who will name check his own podcast in this, talks about Aaron Rodgers in multiple ways.
Right. Well, we'll break down some. I mean, Ryan Clark started throwing some pretty good ones yesterday at Aaron Rodgers. Here's a piece of it.
But let me be very, very clear. My job is to analyze you. You've decided to analyze me. And in analyzing you, what I know is your QBR is 21st. I also know that you're the quarterback of a 4-10 team who has to win the last 3 games of the season to even be equal to what last year's team was without you. Now, I get it. You get on the show and you talk about my brooch and you curse and all this tough talk. I just need you to know, don't none of that scare me. I'm going to do my job the way I'm supposed to do it. I feel no way about not being able to talk about what the film says because of what my career was. And if you continue to be arrogant or smug or hypocritical, and it pertains to my job, I'm going to do it. And I want to remind you again, I'm Ryan Clark. 13 years, Emmy winner, host of an Emmy-nominated podcast. And speaking of that jealousy and guest stuff, The Rock, Kevin Hart, Mike Tomlin, Devontae Adams, Joe Burrow, Shaq, just to name a few. No money, just relationships, conversations, and respect. It's what I tried to give you. And we'll keep it that way as long as you want it like that. Appreciate you.
He's right in a way. I mean, Aaron Rodgers beating people up on. I mean, I don't know. The players doing podcasts while they're playing is incredible to me, because all of that stuff that you're talking about in the locker room, you're talking about other players while you're playing against them. All of that was taboo. All of it. You left. I'm serious. The locker room was a sacred place, and the media invading it really affected the locker room. They hated it. But now that the locker room is open up, that players are exposing everything, it's a different world.
I do think it's a product of them being told for years, you need to prepare for life after football.
Yeah.
And this is an easy way to become someone who's now a personality, even when your career is over. Like Steven Nelson had a podcast, and now I think he might be with the Chiefs. I'm not sure if he signed with the team this year, but it's all about, hey, I ain't gonna be a football player forever. I got to find another way to be relevant. And if podcast is the easiest way, I got a name, I got a mic, give me a microphone, people will want to hear me. And maybe after I'm done playing, a major network will want me, or I'll just continue to be independent and make money that way.
Yeah. Well, but at the expense of your teammates and the team. Because I mean, we've already seen it with Michael Parsons. We're seeing it with Aaron Rodgers. there is so many. Ryan Clark talks about Aaron Rodgers' arrogance in it, and how the locker room is, it views him, and he views Aaron Rodgers, and oh, by the way, he's right in this, is that Aaron Rodgers gets paid to go there every week. Would Aaron Rodgers do it without the pay? I mean, Ryan Clark got people onto his podcast with no pay.
Well, he's out of football. I mean, Ryan Clark is out of football now. He is a legitimate media member. And some of the stuff that Aaron Rodgers said is, in general, had some validity. Mina Kimes admitted as much. She said, I think there are some people who are speaking on Aaron Rodgers, and look, everyone has a voice now. Everyone, you have to have some thick skin, but you also have to have thick skin as a player. But you know what? Some of the same people who poke the bear have to have thick skin when someone says you don't know what you're talking about. It's a two-way street, because there are plenty of people who really aren't qualified to be speaking on it. But because everyone has a platform now, then there's not really there's no real process of vetting who has the biggest voices anymore. That's over with, and that's fine. It's kind of it's a democracy in that way. But at the same time, there's been a lowering of standards and a lowering of quality of conversation. And obviously, we know facts and information has been vastly distorted across the board. But Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers was a pain in the ass in Green Bay behind the scenes for people in the front office. He's been a pain in the ass for the front office with the Jets. That's who he is. That's part of his legacy. His other part of his legacy is one of the three most talented quarterbacks to ever play the game. But Ryan Clark, this is what Aaron Rodgers should have said. Ryan Clark, you're bought and paid for by David Mulligetta. If you really want to go there, the same thing that Deshaun Watson did. I found a clip. Deshaun Watson goes on one of his little things where he was, posting future lyrics to be very ominous about his future with the Texans, and the way he was kind of sending these cryptic tweets. And I've got a video of him laughing and saying, "This is hilarious. I love it. I love it." And where he's holding the Texans hostage before all the stuff went down. Baker Mayfield did something where he on social media, and Ryan Clark had his furrowed brow, and this is when Baker was with Cleveland. You're a leader of a team. You don't do stuff like this on social media. You've got to show, I don't like this at all. You've got to show a lot more fortitude, and you've got to be the leader of the team, and you don't put things like this out in social media. They did the exact same things, but Deshaun Watson is a Mulligetta client. And you'll notice that he's back, that Mulligetta represents Ryan Clark. So, there's also a conflict of interest in media that is rarely talked about as well. And it's usually with these athletes who avoid criticizing certain people and go after other people. And sometimes it's related directly to agencies.
Yeah. No question. And speaking of, did you see the piece in The Athletic about the New York Jets and Woody Johnson?
Oh my! Save it for next break.
My God.
Oh my God! This is the perfect Woody Johnson story.
Oh my God!
I had to double check. It's in The Athletic. It's not in Ballsack.
No.
It's not in The Onion. It's not in
It's in The
Sports
Athletic.
Not. It's The Athletic with 3 different reporters on this article. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Don't tell him anything.
I don't even know what is worse, the
You're dead.
Texans era with Easterby or this Woody Johnson era with the Jets.
Way worse having an owner like this.
I don't know.
Way worse.
I don't know. Time to talk about, how about an owner like Jim Fiume over 40 years? 40 years selling windows here in the city of Houston and beyond. Jim Fiume, Pinnacle Award winner from the Better Business Bureau. That'll tell you something. No, go ahead. You want to put in a cheap window? That's fine. You know what? That's smart, because the heat will come in, the air conditioning will escape, the bad guys are going to be able to get through easily. You're going to have noise on the street. That's great. Yeah. No. Put in a cheap window. That's what you want. Get out of here with that. You're going to replace windows, or you're going to build a home. Make sure you do it with the best window that you can. This doesn't make any sense. Let's save a little bit of money here building this house, but then over 20 years, we're going to waste money on electricity because it's escaping. We're going to hear everything that's going on in the streets. We're not going to be secure. There's no privacy. I mean, honestly, if you're going to put windows in your home, get the best, and that's Gulf Coast Windows. When you see this showroom, you're going to be like, oh, my goodness, what? They're incomparable. So you're looking for the best window, period, exclamation point. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com. #803 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, you're more than welcome to do that on the eve of our intern Alan's last day. The eve of Alan's last day.
And we won't even be here for it.
No, we won't be here for his last day. We're going to be out tomorrow. We are going to be at Republic Boot Company, and we want y'all to stop on by in the Heights, Studewood, 11th Street and Studewood. We want you to come by and hang out with us tomorrow morning. We'll be there from 7 till noon. And then Nick's place on Monday for the Christmas party. Everybody has to be there. You have to be there. If you listen to the show, you have to be there, period. Okay? So that's all there is to it. And is Alan going to come to the Christmas show?
I don't know that. He may not want to spend Christmas Eve at Nick's. I'm not sure.
Everybody wants to spend Christmas Eve.
I know a lot of
Eve
people do, but maybe Alan doesn't.
Alan needs to.
We're going to be there. Every show's going to be there. We're going to have the promo team there.
Yeah.
We're going to have the social media team there.
Games, prizes, great prizes.
If you happen to be
the best prizes.
A viewer of our streams, you may see people that you don't normally see, but you want to see. Because our promo team will be there. I'm not going to mention names, but
Sam and Abigail. Okay. So stop already.
For some people, that is the biggest prize.
Yeah, right. That's the attraction. Okay.
I would suggest apparently they're there early. That's all I'll say.
Right.
They're going to be there for this show.
Okay. All right. All right. So this story here, it came out of The Athletic. A story by Zach Rosenblatt, Michael Silver, and Diana Rossini. Okay. The Jets own in this story. This is one of the stories in there. The Jets owner nixed a trade for Jerry Jeudy last offseason because the receiver's EA Sports rating was too low. And it's not the only time the video game ratings have factored into personnel decisions either. Apparently, his sons are big Madden fans, and they're like, Dad, you can't do that. Because look how low his Madden rating is. Oh, my God.
I fail to see the issue.
If you're a Jets fan and you're being run as an organization by the Madden ratings.
Well, not the Madden ratings, the stylings of his two teenage sons.
Well, and Woody is old. Why
are you surprised that a old man with a lot of money may have married someone much younger than had kids?
This is ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard out of an owner yet.
We all should have known Woody was on one when we found out he named one of his kids Brick.
One of his kids.
One of the kids advising him was named Brick Johnson.
Well, wait a minute. Woody Johnson on a mobile is here.
Well, he heard your slander and decided, I'm not going to let this slide.
Okay, so wait a minute. Woody Johnson on a mobile is joining us here. The owner of the Jets on a mobile here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Woody Johnson on a mobile. How are you?
I'm good, gentlemen. I'm on a brisk walk, keeping myself fit as a fiddle. And I've got a friend there who told me about some of the things that were being said, and I wanted to call in and correct some of it. Number one, Brick and Jack give you an idea about how sharp these two are, my teenage sons. If you haven't seen the movie Rushmore, they're a lot like the twin boys of Bill Murray in that movie. Just real sharp kids that have a lot of edge and grit and fire to them. And no one pays more attention to pro football than Brick and Jack. And they, kids today know more about football than anyone because of all the John Madden football, video football that's being played. And so all the information is now available to everyone. It's like open source. It's open source information. So the days of the general manager with their nefarious doings behind closed doors is over. The general public has information to this. And when you put that type of information and power into the hands of young people, great things happen.
Yeah, some great things happen. Well, but Jerry Jeudy, you don't trade for somebody because of this Madden rating?
Well, that's, that was, at that time, that was a big concern for him. Was his Madden rating was a huge concern for him. And, I think you go with the information you have, and that's the kind of information that sometimes will hit and sometimes won't. I can't speak to why Jerry Jeudy all of a sudden learned how to play football when he got to Cleveland, but boy, they're winning a lot of games over there in Cleveland, aren't they, with Jerry Jeudy? So I'm glad for your fantasy football team, but they're just stacking losses like crazy.
Well, that's what is happening with the Jets as well.
Well, due to unforeseen circumstances.
But what about you letting Aaron Rodgers run your team as opposed to and John Madden? John Madden and Aaron Rodgers have basically taken over Jets
Brick
personnel.
And Brick and
let's not leave out Brick and Jack.
Brick and Jack. I'm sorry. I left out Brick and Jack running the team.
I believe that children are future. Teach them well and let them pick your team. I'm just kidding, guys. Well, when I'm out on a walk in this cool air.
Wait, what? Well, what was Alan Lazard's Madden rating and Randall Cobb's Madden rating?
That's when we used to let Aaron run the team before Brick and Jack got a hold to the Madden ratings. There was a time in there where Joe Douglas was doing a lot of foolishness. Like I said, nefarious general managers get behind closed doors and make decisions that are selfish. And, I never wanted Aaron Rodgers, truth be told, but, Joe convinced me and then Aaron convinced him not to get a booster shot. And then also Aaron then convinced him about taking these peyote buttons or whatever. And then Aaron convinced him, let me get Cobb, let me get Lazard, bring in my friend to be offensive coordinator, that numbskull out of Denver. And And then Brick and Jack kind of got in there and got things set. I got rid of Woody. Brick and Jack and me started fixing things. And, we're on the road to recovery. And I think things have never looked better. We're going to have a high draft pick. And this is the great thing. EA, Madden, electronic sports, and college football videos now have a 25 version where they give me all the statistics and the ratings on everything. I don't know if you spin move rating, juke rating, tackle power, toughness, and it's all there. And so the scouting process has never been easier for us now is to just take this information from the video football, college Madden, player football, and all the NIL stuff, and just what we're going to do is bring it into one open source information and take a lot of algorithms that my kids are doing on the Excel. They're going to put it into ChatGPT. All these ratings go into ChatGPT, and we'll see how the NFL likes it now that we have the greatest intellectual power ever, ChatGPT, making picks.
Well,
the computers never lose.
I just appreciate that, Woody Johnson on the mobile. So now that your son is called the de facto GM by multiple reports, that's fine. Whatever.
Brick?
Yeah, Brick. Let's talk about how the name Brick.
Jack's up there too as director of college scouting.
Okay, I didn't want to leave out Jack. That's on me. That's my fault. I want to get to Brick's name in journal. So you named him Robert Wood Johnson V, but he has the nickname Brick because of your love of DeBrickashaw Ferguson. That's where that name comes from. So why isn't Jack's nickname Santonio? You didn't like Santonio Holmes enough to name Jack Santonio?
It's a little too how do I say this? Santonio's just a little too it's a little too
community oriented.
Yeah. It doesn't seem
spreads it around.
I mean,
it's just got a lot of words in it, a lot of letters in it. It's got a lot of IOs at the end, and there's just a lot of it doesn't flow as easy. Look, I prefer one syllable. Brick.
Okay.
Jack.
Yeah. I will say Jack, if you had named him Santonio, would have a lot to live up to if you've seen a picture or two.
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah, well,
Santonio left the legacy. Santonio left the legacy.
Did he? Well,
a third legacy.
Exactly. Thank you, Woody Johnson on the mobile.
Woody. Thank you for bringing that up.
When I'm out in this cool breeze,
yeah,
boy, my mind's never quicker.
So,
and say, I heard you make a comment about having teenage children with a younger woman who's beautiful. I saw a movie where they said, "Get busy living or get busy dying." And I decided to get busy living.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah. I think Dufresne wasn't all bad. And honestly, I wish I had Red on my staff. I don't think we ever would have ended up with Salah or that nefarious Joe Douglas trying to run roughshod over this great organization. Had Red been here to warn me about stuff. Not the one guy that hung himself. Red was Morgan Freeman is who that was.
Yeah, no, right. One last question. Did you not give enough to the Trump campaign this year to become ambassador to the UK? What the hell? What happened there?
Sticky situation. I wanted to get back over there, and I don't know. I think President Trump, what he was doing was basically allowing me to do the right thing, which is build up a great American institution. When I left last time during the Trump administration, a lot of stuff kind of went haywire on us, and a lot of weird things started happening. So now I think Mr. Trump, President Trump, is basically saying, Woody, I want you and Brick and Jack. Remember, Brick and Jack were young back then. And then we didn't have open source AI like ChatGPT. And so now he's like, Woody, take the power of the internet. Take the power of AI, artificial intelligence. Take that and take high school kids named Brick and Jack and go out and rebuild the Jets. It's more important than what's going on in England. And I said, well, that's the way I read it.
No, okay. It's more important than what's going on. I know a lot of people in the organization. I heard a lot of people in the organization would really love to see you become going back to England.
And that's true because they know that Jack and Brick
Yeah.
are the future. I believe that Brick is the future.
Thank you, Woody Johnson on a mobile right here
hey,
on ESPN.
Good luck with your team there in Houston.
Yeah, playoffs.
You got your hands full with Patrick Mahomes, but his rating, his mobility rating has dropped a lot. You guys better check in on the John Madden because some of the CJ's rating has really fallen off. Have you seen CJ's rating? Accuracy is down at 82. It had been at 89. It's 82.
Somehow Woody Johnson has morphed into Carol Cox.
Well,
have you seen?
My name's Woody, son. That's where we've got some seasoning in our flavor.
We got to go. We got to break. Thank you, Woody Johnson on a mobile. Thank you for what I'd see. Apparently the Texans aren't in on all this information that's out there for you. They're not taking advantage.
I really hope they get in on the front lines of what should be the future of analyzing players.
Right. It is the future.
Yeah, I don't know
Brick and Jack.
I don't know where that accent came from when you were born in New Jersey.
Yeah, right. Have you seen? All right, Game Day Men's Health is what we're talking about now. I'm going over there today, as a matter of fact. I'm going to go see. I'm going to get my numbers because I've been with them for, 6-7 weeks now, and it's time for me to go back, get my numbers, and you will do that too. And they want to make sure that everything is on the right track, and I'm pretty sure that it is. I love the way that Game Day goes about it. First of all, I didn't pay anything to get a consultation, okay, because nobody does. You don't pay for a consultation. That's ridiculous that these other places are charging you just to find out whether or not you can be a client of theirs, okay? That's crazy. So don't do that. Secondly, they got a lab right there. And so when I do take my labs, when they do draw blood, they find out right away in 15 minutes. I know what's going on with my body, as opposed to the other places where you have to. I've done this for years and years and years. You go back the next week and you find out because it takes them that much time to get the numbers back. Not at Game Day. So there's that. There's a huge advantage there. And then all of the information that they have. They're not using Madden ratings. What they're using is really, really intelligent people that are going to break down exactly what you're looking for, help you do better in the gym, help you recover better from any injury or illness that you've had, whatever it is that you're looking for, bigger, you're looking for stronger, you're looking for thinner, whatever it is you're looking for, they've got a plan for you. All at Game Day Men's Health. It's different. It's just better. So find the Game Day Men's Health nearest you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Could you believe Woody Johnson on a mobile, Lance? I can't believe
No, that
it.
guy's – they're not going anywhere with that guy's owner.
No. And actually, it's not really a joke. I mean, it's true. And the people in the Jets organization were like hoping that he would get it was such a different place to work when he wasn't around, and the idiocy that goes on. He is taking. I thought Cal was the worst for a while, but then the Hannah kind of weathered the storm and kind of took him by the hand and was able to lead him out of that. Don't. What are you doing?
I don't know where you stand with Hannah. It goes back and forth.
Well, no, but she did. But now it's time to just let's take a step back.
You are still blaming her for the Tennessee loss?
Yes.
No, he's mad at that the Houston Texans account wished her a happy birthday.
No, I'm not mad about it. It's just I don't see a lot of wives being wished happy birthday by an organization, but that's okay. It's fine.
Most owners, I bet you other owners' wives get wished happy birthday.
Maybe.
And I bet you they're not as front and center as Hannah is.
And that's his problem, I think.
Yeah, it's time to take a step back.
I like when you get rid of Jack Easterby and make Cal do the good stuff, but I don't like it when you get credit.
No, that's fine.
Classic misogyny.
Yeah.
Classic.
No, it's classic. Anyway, so that was Woody Johnson. As long as he's the owner, or Brick and Jack are running the team with Madden, it's gonna be a tough road to hoe. It's gonna be a tough road for you Jets fans.
It's a real missed opportunity.
How embarrassing is that for them, though? How embarrassing is this for a Jet fan to be seeing this?
That two teenage
that you're being run by Madden ratings
are helping to run your team. Well, I guess they should have known way back when they drafted Zach Wilson, when Brick was in the war room calling Zach Wilson after he was drafted. There's a clip of there's an image of that out there where he's in the war room. Hey, Zach, welcome to the Jets. Oh, okay, we got a problem here.
Oh my gosh. What were his college football ratings? Probably high.
I'm sure Brick saw him do that Aaron Rodgers thing in the pro day. Was like, that's our guy. When he did that little spin away and throw off balance against air that everyone was so excited about back then.
That's our guy. You see what's going on between Doug Gottlieb and Adam Schefter?
No,
you haven't seen this?
Doug Gottlieb, the college basketball coach who has his own radio show?
Wisconsin Green Bay.
Or the college football coach Deion Sanders, who does his own podcast and TV show.
Right. Well, but Doug does it on a daily basis. He was able to keep and coach the Green Bay, University of Wisconsin Green Bay, who I covered for years while I was up in Green Bay. Tony Bennett. Well, it was a hell of a program when Tony Bennett ran it. With Dick Bennett ran it, and Tony Bennett was his player. And anyway, Adam Schefter tweeted out, Sacramento State is in discussions to hire former Pro Bowl quarterback Mike Vick as its new head coach, per sources. Sacramento State plans to move up to FBS, is building a new stadium, and has over $50 million for NIL. Well, Doug Gottlieb retweeted it and says, Jesus, Jeezus. Jesus, Shefty. Edit what agents tell you. 0.0% chance Sac State has $50 million in NIL. And then Adam Schefter said, the Sac-12 leading the school's NIL efforts already announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school's case for invitation to the Pac-12 or Mountain West Conference. And Jesus, Doug, and spelled the same way, a 7-game losing streak and last place in the Horizon League, less time on social media and more time in the gym.
Hey, I couldn't agree more with Adam Schefter. If you're going to, how in the world are you legitimately running a team, which is very difficult to do full time ever for anyone at any level? How in the world are you doing that and staying on social media and having a radio show and then you're losing? Whoever hired him this is going to be one and done for Gottlieb. There's no chance that Gottlieb is fully committed, because if you were, this would get all your attention. and he's just not. I mean, he's just not fully committed.
No.
Now, I got to say, $50 million for Sacramento State sounds
fishy.
To me, that sounds like there's one or two guys with a ton of money.
Ball Sack might have put that out.
Well, no, it just feels like there's maybe one or two guys with a ton of money who are pledging that, and so it's more one of those on paper. There's $50 million committed.
Well, apparently it wasn't enough for Mike because Mike went to Norfolk State. So Mike said, "Nah, Sac State. I'm not sure about that $50 million in NIL. I'm going to Norfolk State." But regardless, he did. Man, talk about Adam Schefter really clapping back. That was nice. That should have been. We should have saved that for Ship Talk, right? Though for next week. Next week, Ship Talk.
We're not gonna be here next week.
Oh, Monday.
I'm not going to be able to do that. You want to put that strain
Ship
on
Talk.
someone else?
Ship Talk.
You want Abigail to cultivate Ship Talk?
Ship Talk. Let's go.
Or
yes.
Actually, no. Who is going to be here? I don't even know who's going to be back here for that.
I don't know who's on that. But apparently Doug Gottlieb, after was it another loss by Wisconsin Green Bay?
Well, it was a loss after he made fun of the school he was playing. He forgot the school, but.
Apparently, Doug Gottlieb, I forgot that part of the story. He said that smaller schools ain't worth nothing.
He called them Nobody U, a D2 school who just beat them. They beat them after he said that.
He called them Nobody U, and then they beat him. Oh my God, Doug Gottlieb, you're the ship you're running there. Holy crap! He said, who are the two teams that Doug Gottlieb beat?
Yeah.
This is the full quote. Part of the reason I want to play better teams is like it's two degrees outside. It's snowing. I don't really like the idea of Nobody U coming in here. What do we learn playing a game where we win by 20? There's a methodology to it, and I'm going to have to adjust moving forward. Well, you lost by 2.
He lost the game. And he lost the game after he talked about Nobody U coming in here. Holy crap. That is bad. I got to look up I got to look up the University of Wisconsin Green Bay, see who they beat, and then bet against that team, those two teams all year long because they suck. So now afterwards, does Gottlieb have anything good to say in his post-game press conference about Shefty?
Well, we'll hear it. Here's Doug Gottlieb on the back and forth between he and Shefty.
Part of the energy towards Shefty was this. When people put out that a program has $50 million in NIL, it makes programs at this level, which is the same level basketball-wise, look like what are we doing? Because we're nowhere near that. Neither are they. Like my brother coached at Sacramento State. So there's no one who's more familiar with the Cal State system, with Sacramento State, than I am, outside of my brother because he coached there. So again, part of my energy towards it was like there's just so much BS out there about what's really happening in the NIL world. And here we are, we're asking our donors to help us in any way possible financially. And how does that make them feel? Like, okay, we're nickel and diming. But like the reality is they're nowhere near that. I texted with Shefty, he texted me back. We're good. Obviously, I end up looking on social media the worse for it. Point remains that there's nothing about his tweet in terms of the facts which were accurate. And again, I don't necessarily blame him. I blame the people that just tell blatant lies to reporters and they go with the biggest number possible. Not my finest moment, but I think one thing you guys will learn, and it will work eventually in the positive, is whatever I do is going to draw a ton of attention. And I have a certain tone sometimes to the way I speak, and especially to the way I tweet, which can upset people. But I promise you that even though it's in the negative now, it'll be in the positive soon.
So Michigan Tech was the nobody that came in and beat them. And
that sounds like a made-up school.
Michigan Tech, a Division II school.
That sounds like something that would be on an 80s movie where like, well, we're playing the guys from Michigan Tech this week, and we're not going to lose to Michigan Tech. And like, but that's a real school?
Apparently it is. And apparently Doug Gottlieb earlier this year, a couple of games ago, benched Anthony Roy, his leading scorer, because he didn't feel like he was working hard enough or something. And everybody was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I don't have a problem if you don't feel like the kid is trying hard enough.
Culture. We got to establish a culture.
That's right. I don't mind that. But Doug Gottlieb has been a disaster ever since he took the shot. He said, and I will keep my radio show every day. What? How do you keep your radio show Now he did take less money. So he said, I want to keep my money. I want to make sure I can still, feed the family. He did take less money as the head coach. He wanted to be a head coach really bad. I know a guy, he went to Oklahoma State, and Doug Gottlieb went to Oklahoma State. And I know a guy that he's been calling and saying, hey, help me get this head coaching job here, head coaching job there. And he finally got one, but he wouldn't give up his radio gig to do it.
God almighty. You want to talk about only having a half, you want to talk about half measures and a foot barely in the door. Like, he's worried this won't work out or he won't like it, so he wants to keep the other thing going. That's, man, you want to talk about the ultimate safety net.
Right. Right. I don't know how safe he is with the radio. I have no idea. I don't know.
Guys, if you'd like to hear my post-game press conference, one thing you're going to learn about me is that I'm going to do my press conferences on Spaces on Twitter. We're going to do it on Spaces. So make sure you go to my social media account, follow me, and then my content creating site on YouTube. I want you to hit pound that like button, and pound subscribe to make sure that you get all the best content from the Doug Gottlieb channel. Like, dude, are you a coach or not?
Yeah, right.
Jeff Van Gundy would never tell you to hit like.
No, he never did. You know who I like? I like Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We're going to see Billy on Monday, as a matter of fact.
What does Billy Brown do, John? What does Aqueduct do?
Aqueduct
makes the.
What does Brown do for you?
No, makes the brown go down.
Oh, that's right. It does make the brown go down. It makes the brown go down. I'm not sure, Billy. You know what? We need to have that in Billy's office. It makes the brown go down. Okay. But Billy is the brown. Billy goes, I don't know. I don't know about that whole thing, Lance. I mean, there's a lot of double entendres there. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. That
only
that
for
one.
you.
No.
Only your mind.
So here's the deal is I know this. Browns guys will come out to your house and they will give you a fare. They will give you a quote. They will give you an estimate of what the work is going to cost absolutely free. While other plumbers don't do that. Other plumbers come and charge you just to show up to give you a consultation. That ain't happening. Not at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I know this. And Brown goes down at my house because of Billy Brown. Okay. At my house. It does, Dell. It does. And it's because of how many times has he been to my house? How many times has he been to Lance's house? Lance, how many times has Billy's been and his people been at your house?
Oh, like 5, and 4 or 5, and the last time was just this weekend. They were there on Saturday and resealed a loose toilet. They got one of them. They changed a mistake that I had made, and then they cleaned out the hot water heater.
No. Dell wants to know, when? What are you guys doing at your house?
5 times. How much brown is going down?
A lot of brown. At Lance's house with all those kids? Oh, my God. And I had kids, too. I've got kids at the house right now. I'm sure brown's going down. And it's because of Billy Brown at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. You should see what's going on. It's crazy what's going on in my bookie. My bookie has a lot going on right now. And if you, whether or not you're a returning customer to the website or you have been, or you're brand new. Okay. So here's the deal. They've got the 12 days of Christmas. This is going on through December 31st. Day one is today, NFL risk-free boost. So you get a risk-free play, a free play. And day two, a cash reload. And day three, NCAA bet and get. Day four, NFL Super Boost. Day five, Christmas Fortune Fest. 6 is Christmas Guest, NBA bet and get, NFL risk free boost. They're giving away stuff every day on the 12 days of Christmas. How about that? And remember, there are a ton of games going on. Christmas Day, 5 NBA games, an NFL doubleheader with the Texans included. My bookie is your home for sports betting and a casino too. 50,000 monthly giveaways, $50,000 in monthly giveaways with 250 winners per week on BetSoft casino games. All customers need to do to enter is spin a 50-cent wager. This is going on at MyBookie. This is happening, and you need to be a part of it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Oh, my God. Lance, what are you doing with Jackie and your brother right now? I mean, what are you doing? While you're
those Dana Brown fanboys?
Yeah.
Those Jeff Luneau haters?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't stand
this is
for
not
that.
even arguable. Jeff Luneau was the greatest general manager in this city's history and one of the best all time. Now, there were some flaws. Yes, he missed some picks. Everybody misses picks. Yes, they did have the scandal during it. Yes. But Jeff Luneau had such a great look at his soccer team now. It moves up. His soccer team, Leganes, moves up in class in Serie A, and they beat Barcelona. Okay, with a fraction of the resources that Barcelona has. I mean, Jeff Luneau is he is a sports genius, and nothing against Jackie and your brother, okay, but let's stop.
Geniuses in their own right. They're Twitter geniuses.
Well, but no, listen. Jeff Luneau is, and then there's nothing wrong. They're not getting rid of Dana Brown. He's got a tough situation. It's true. He's got a hands-on owner now, where Jeff Luneau had free reign. He did, and he was able to. But Jeff Luneau had a much bigger job. Jeff Luneau had to rebuild an entire organization from bottom to top in minor league system, all of it. He had to rebuild it all. And he took 3 years, and he did it. And then all of a sudden, you're on the greatest run that this city has ever seen any pro sports franchise. Period. It's not even arguable. So, and it's all because of what Jeff Luneau did. So, I mean, obviously, had his flaws, and there was a tough time. There's a tough time now with the scandal and everything else that went on. I don't know what Jeff Luneau knew or didn't know, but I do know that we have witnessed, we have been part of, we have been enjoying the greatest run ever, in large part because of Jeff Luneau, not because of Dana. But Dana does have a tough job. Listen, this is what Daryl Morey had to do as well, right? You know what? You got to build a championship organization, but you can't lose in the meantime. And that's what Dana Brown is got going on right now. Can't lose right now. Can't lose. You want to, you just traded away Kyle Tucker, but you know what? You still got to win. So that's why, I mean, I hear a lot of people saying, hey, you know what? What are you doing with Fromber? Just trade him too. I don't think that's happening. I don't think so. I think they're going to try to still win. They still own the division. They're still the best team in the division. And bring home another division title and see what happens in the postseason with a depleted offense, but you're still pretty damn good. With your pitching is still pretty damn good.
Look, I'm not here to tell you that Dana Brown has an easy job. He doesn't. I said earlier in the show, the hardest job in the world for a general manager is stepping into a good situation and trying to keep the water level even on the boat. I mean, it's really hard to navigate around free agency issues. It's really hard to navigate around um, um, issues beyond your control, like poor signings of Abreu and Montero. They didn't sink you though. Like, it's not like Montero and Abreu. Boy, you were gonna re-sign Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman if you hadn't done those deals. If Reggie and Jeff hadn't done those deals, that wasn't going to happen. It's something for us to talk about. It's a pain in the ass for Jim, Crane to have to pay that money to guys who aren't playing, but it's not really preventing Dana Brown from doing his job. I didn't say Dana Brown has an easy job. He still has a job that we're going to talk about, and we're going to judge his effectiveness. And more than likely, it's never going. Like, how many GMs are going to match up with a guy who was responsible for putting together the core of a dynasty run in baseball? Not many GMs in any sport are going to be able to do what the Astros were able to do. It's not, and he was the guy that built that up. Did Luhnow have it easier? Not really. I mean, Jeff Luhnow had more opportunities to succeed, but it's never. If it's so easy to rebuild bad teams, then why are there organizations that stay in the tank forever? It's not. Just because you're bad and get high draft picks doesn't mean you're automatically going to be good. You got to do something with them. Jim, we don't talk about Luhnow was very smart. You can make whatever joke you want about Lance McCullers, but Lance McCullers was effective for different World Series runs and ALC championship runs. And he's had his issues with arm, and we already know about that. But how did they get Lance McCullers? Because they were shrewd with Carlos Correa, and they were able, by being shrewd with Correa, they were able to shift more money to the second round pick to get their hands on Lance McCullers. That's a shrewd move early on that he did. Alex Bregman was a shrewd move. Having people like Ocampo in and having him do the thing. Now, I don't know how much Jeff Luhnow had to do with that or not. I don't know how instrumental Jeff Luhnow was with that, was with Ocampo's, spot in the organization. But I know that Ocampo and the Latin pitching he got was essential for the run. And some of that obviously happened while Jeff was gone, Luis Garcia, things like that. So, although he was signed before then, Fromber was a Jeff Luhnow signing. So I don't know. I'm not going to relitigate Jeff Luhnow versus the world. Luhnow wins, in my opinion. Did he have flaws, mistakes? Absolutely. But Dana Brown right now has his hands full. But guess what? It's the job at hand. And so he's going to get judged based on how he does his job. And we can all say it's a hard job. I totally agree with it. But he still has a job to do. And if he doesn't do it to completion, if he doesn't show the progress, he'll be gone. That's the nature of this business.
Yep. All right, 845 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got people that want to get in here, and we'll get you in on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you've got anything that you want to talk about. I want to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I want to talk about the greatness that is Chastang. I want to talk about a deal that's going to be ending here on January 2nd, so you got to get in a hurry. 1.9% APR for 60 months on the brand new F-150, Explorer, or Escape. 1.9% APR for 60 months with $1,000 holiday cash and no payments for 90 days. So if you're looking for a vehicle, you don't want to pay a lot on interest. I mean, listen, the interest rate at some interest rates 6-7%, and this is 1.9%. Are you kidding me? You know how much you're going to be saving over the life of this thing? It's incredible. So you're looking for the best way to get into that F-150, Explorer, or Escape. Chastang Ford is the way to go. Bronco Raptor, they have in stock $12,000 off. You're looking for a great way to get that car this holiday season? Now is the time. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. No add-ons, no markups, no hidden fees, just honest deals and top-notch service every single time. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. Said we had a bunch of guys that wanted to get in here. So we got callers. We got John Chill at the top of the hour. We got Beat the Warehouse live guy at 9:30. So we got a busy morning as we head to the eve of the eve of Alan's last day as intern here on the show. So maybe we'll bring him in here one last time and say goodbye.
And tell him not to rat.
And not to rat you out for you.
No. Any of us for the things that
I don't do anything that I'm worried about.
Well,
you're the only one that appears to be worried about this.
No. Also it's called what is it called? You get corporate knowledge. Like you kind of have it's in a lot of non-competes where you get proprietary knowledge. He has proprietary knowledge now that he's not allowed to pass on.
What?
It opens him to lawsuits. Honestly, he opens him to lawsuits.
It's really not anything anyone would ever want.
Have learned that he's going to pass on.
Yeah. What? How you like to immediately rush in when and forget the show whenever someone brings food?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You cut off any thought you might have had to go get some food. What's he learning?
Yeah, right.
That he's going to pass.
That he's learned from
what are we worried about?
Proprietary.
Listen, guys, one of the things that we're going to have to do with this Texans game, tamales! He learned that.
Chris in the Woodlands is here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys, love the show. Listen every day. Hey, you guys talked about NIL earlier, and Lance made me think of, did you guys see this Micah kid, the 5-star that transferred from Tech to A&M? Did you guys see the deal he got?
Okay. Before you're going to say this, but I don't know has that been verified? That showed up in a post? This is so outrageous that I just want to make sure, because I could not get any of that verified, Chris, just so you know.
Yeah, and I couldn't either, but I looked it up again just now. I was waiting on hold, and I saw the same post again. So, but my question is, and even if it's not true, does this kind of crap go on? And if so, guys like Mike Elko, Stark, Dabo, I know they're not into giving guys a Cadillac that drives them to school every day and making sure mama, daddy, and uncle, whoever get a new car. Like, who's negotiating? Because I know you have some insights with Alabama and other schools. Who's negotiating, like, with the agent behind the scenes? It ain't the head coach who's an old white guy that draws up, the plays. Like, do they have a staff? Can you, walk me through real quick, high level? I know you guys got other stuff. Like, how does that work where they get all the little BS that's involved in some of these? I thought it was just, hey, dude, here's this check for $500,000 this year. We'll see you next year. But
no, it's changing. John can tell you this. First of all, it's not a bunch of old white guys that head coach anymore. There's plenty of white guys, but they're not all old anymore. And the second thing is, because the old ones are going to get out because they're going to hate this. Secondly, it used to be the NIL would do that because they were actual NIL deals. But when that obviously was a joke, no one was signing things for name, image, and likeness. That was never going to be the case where some punter from UCF was finally going to get paid for his YouTube. That was the big joke. Basically, it's a combination. Head coaches actually, and it's not legal. It's supposed to go through the NIL, but a lot of head coaches are the ones who are making decisions on how much. Sometimes and it can be different from team to team. Sometimes it's the recruiting coordinator through the head coach and through whoever the quote unquote general manager is for each of these teams. But one thing that's going to happen, John, is that you're going to start seeing former Cap, I wouldn't be surprised if Cliff Stein, who used to be with the Bears, gets contacted. You're going to see Cap guys start getting contacted by college teams because college teams don't know how to run this. They don't know how to run a large scale salary. I mean, these are way more players than you have in pro football. So NFL executives and NFL cap guys are going to start getting hired on the collegiate level to start making these offers so that they set standards. One prominent team that I know has already created, every position, there's a certain amount, a percentage that they're willing to pay that they're willing to pay that. I know that there's the same team says, okay, we're going to pay this player this much, but players who are marketable, we're going to use the NIL to add more money to what we pay them because they have to draw money from donors, from player, from revenue share now, and then from NIL. So they siphon those three elements of cash together to make one offer. But John, I don't think there's one static way. Different teams operate in different ways.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Micah Hudson put out this. Apparently, this is what Micah Hudson was getting: $700,000 minimum wire upfront for 1-year deal to sign immediately. Separate NIL deal for 3 cars for family members. Personal driver with Cadillac SUV for Micah and spring practice through end of season.
I don't think that's true.
Family, hotel, and travel arrangements paid each game with up to 10 members to have travel tickets and costs paid for. Medical injury time off and playing after injury determined only by Micah and his family.
Does that sound like
that
something?
Does not sound like it. And there's websites, of course, there are A&M websites that say it's total buffoonery, but I don't know. All I know is
that's so outlandish. I get a driver of an Escalade for my spring practices. I decide when I'm hurt. That's clearly fake. It's clearly fake. Right. And look how that turns into real life stuff. Somebody can put anything and it becomes a real thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's get Eric in here quickly. We got John Chill at the top of the hour. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Double Rod fellas. Hey, I'll make it quick. Just to go back to Lance's point about Luno, it's just I agree with him 100%. Greatest, one of the greatest GMs of all time. Somebody on one of the shows this week said that he was, maybe it was a caller calling, they were talking about it, and said that he was so good at finding that one little guy or the one A-ball guy or the one nobody, and then getting the other team to include him in a trade, just kind of throw it in there, and he'd stand tight on that. And I read more about him later on. He had the things in Mexico and Central America and all the camps down there. How common is that for a GM to have that many ties into such a talent, dense area like that in Central America? I don't know if he's the only one or if that's just become more common. And again, if that's not common, I think we were experiencing one of the greatest of all time, and I'm going to miss him forever until we get another one. But love the show, guys. Thank y'all. Happy holidays. Can't wait for the party.
All right, come on. I love that. Coming to the party. Let's go. You don't have to RSVP. Just show up at Nick's place on Monday. All right. That is.
And be ready to give it all for the show.
Give it all.
Let's not just show up.
No,
and
don't just show up.
Expect something.
No, you gotta. Yeah, no, you gotta participate and you gotta add to the show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you ain't getting.
Consider
nothing.
what these two have done.
Leave with nothing.
Consider what these two have done for you all year. Time for you guys to give back on Monday.
That's all we do is give and give and give.
Yeah.
And you're gonna just sit there and take. Okay. No, you're gonna have to
sit there.
Don't just sit there and take.
And I do believe. I think the last few shows, everybody walks out with something.
Yeah,
everybody gets
for
something.
Barely doing anything.
Yeah. So
you talk about the listen. You guys talk about the listeners gone soft. You guys have gone soft. Just handing stuff out,
gift cards, and no, we ain't giving nothing out.
You just give stuff away.
No,
like raffles and drawings.
I know what I'll be giving away. I know this. I'll be giving away Coors Lights.
I knew that was coming.
Yep, I'm giving away Coors Lights. That's for sure because I do it. I do it every year. We got some Coors Lights to give away. I just talked to Todd yesterday. Coors Lights will be flowing at the Christmas party.
Yeah, sorry, Eric. What did you ask about? Is Jeff Luno the only one
how common it is for an organization to have those kind of deep roots in like Latin American countries? It's not that uncommon. I mean, well, I think it is uncommon. I don't think there's a huge percentage, but you have different academies. Like the Astros famously had, what was it, a Venezuelan academy? Or was it a Dominican academy?
Other teams do too, but Jeff Luno has roots. He was raised in Mexico, and
but that doesn't mean he has roots.
No, but it makes him a lot more accessible. You don't think that he had access that other general managers who don't speak Spanish do? He absolutely did.
I don't think some Wedo speaking Spanish is going to. I think you need to have somebody who's down on the street level. Who I think the Azacampos probably are more important, But from an organizational standpoint, I would say the Astros clearly had an advantage.
The Astros, well, and one of the things that Jeff Luno did too was this was in the book was whenever everybody was spending their big money at the beginning, and you have a limited amount of money that you can spend on Latin American players. Jeff Luno said, "Wait, hold," and then he went in and got bargain guys like Fromber and other guys that just fell through the cracks, and he got them at a better price, and he was able to spend more money, get more guys at lesser money, and then they worked out. And then through the organization of the development system, they became really good players. And Jeff Luhnow did it smarter than other guys did. Jeff Luhnow was really, really good, really, really good at everything. So all this slander by Jackie and your brother has just got to stop.
Horrific.
It is.
Let the man live in peace.
Okay, and I'm going to talk
Let
about.
him build a soccer juggernaut out of just sticks and stones.
Yeah. So I've got to talk right now about Coors Light. And I've been talking about Coors Light. I love me some Coors Light. And I'm going to love me some Coors Light this holiday season. I'm going to love me some Coors Light probably today and probably tomorrow and this weekend and then Monday. And then we'll go from there. But I'm pretty sure the Coors Light love will continue, okay, after that. So here's my deal. Did we drink Coors Light and play golf yesterday? The answer is yes. Okay. Did we drink Coors Light the day before? Yes. The answer, and go to Glenn Davis's thing, yes. The answer is yes all the time. For me, open up your heart. Open up your Coors Light. Say yes. Say yes to Coors Light. Be a better person. That's what I'm saying. If you're looking to be a better person, John Chill is coming up. You know what we're doing? We're keeping Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Yeah. Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill. We call it the Chill right here with John Chill. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Well, telling us trends, okay? And I know, John, this has been a trying year. I was talking to somebody yesterday in the business. He's like, man, Sunday night games, that's the most, that's the biggest activity we got, and every favorite is coming in. Monday night game, like just that game on Monday night, the Vikings and the Bears just quit. I mean, and so that's so easy for the people, and they're taking advantage this year. So it's been a tough year for that. I feel bad for the books because they usually don't, you guys have a rough road right now going on. So I feel bad for you guys.
Yeah, we felt the pain Monday with the Vikings. I think that was probably one of the easiest picks of the year there. And, yeah, I mean, the big marquee games is, they're easier than what they should be as far as a book standpoint. And, I've talked about a little bit this year is, a lot of them are, these parlaying with the prop bets as well, and so we're seeing the effects of those and, in some of these games. And, you're also seeing, I think teams are giving up a lot quicker than they used to, and you're seeing it on the field a little bit. But yeah, Vikings was definitely a beatdown for us in the book last week.
Yeah, but you guys will be okay. I'm pretty sure you'll be.
Yeah, we'll rebound. There's that's why there's always tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely these marquee games have hit us. But it's gonna be a good weekend. First year for college playoffs. Got one tomorrow night, 3 Saturday, and got some NFL games Saturday. So if you like football, Saturday's the day. I'm already told the family I'm shutting it down at 11, and the family, a couple of my parents are in town, and we're going to watch some football and see what happens. And you start tomorrow night with Indiana and Notre Dame, and it's going to be weather. I think it's going to be a factor all weekend, except I think for the Texas game. I was just looking at some of the weather this morning, and you look at that Notre Dame game. You got winds at 15 miles an hour. It's possible snow. It'll be interesting to see what goes on there.
What are we looking at with unders there?
And it's weird. It actually went up a point overnight. It was at 51.5. It's up to 52.5. So that was interesting. I thought it would go down. I kind of liked it. We talked a little bit last week about this potentially being the highest scoring game of the playoffs this week. I still like it. I mean, you got Indiana's averaging 43 points. Notre Dame's over 40 points if you take out that Northern Illinois loss. So, I mean, combine those are 84 points right there. So, kind of still like that. As long as the wind, that's one of those ones you probably got to see till game day and see if that, if that wind picks up or slows down. As far as them, I think they're just going to have to shorten up the routes and, maybe play a little bit more running game than they're used to. But I think it'll still be a high scoring game, as far as that one. I think we'll see what Notre Dame. I mean, like I said, they've been scoring, and we'll see what happens. But I think weather will be a little bit of a factor, and that's kind of
obviously the bettors or somebody likes the over, so that it doesn't go up a point for nothing. That's for sure.
And it's definitely two. I think we talked. It was 3-1 to be the highest scoring game. It's getting bet down about plus 265. So
what do you make of the Texans being a 2.5 point, 3 point favorite at Kansas City without knowing what's going on with Mahomes?
I one of my picks this week was the Texans. I think with the bye week, and I think with Kansas City getting through these games, at the end, I think it's time. I think the Texans got to prove something here. Weather is a little bit of a factor there as well, but I kind of like the Texans there, even if Mahomes starts. I think, with the offensive line struggles Kansas City has, I think the mobility of definitely if Mahomes plays will be limited, and I think they'll be able to get to him, and I think the Texans will at least cover.
It's a crazy line, though. How are the Texans, if not knowing if Mahomes is playing or not, how are the Texans a favorite at Kansas City? That's why I think I like the Texans, is because that's just so crazy.
Yeah, and that's one of those ones. And we're seeing a lot of action on the money line as well as the Texans.
Really,
which is interesting. Yeah, I saw that this morning. So,
well, you think that's because a lot of your people are Houston based, or do you think is that going on nationally?
I think nationally, I just listen to some of the stations. I think a lot of people are leaning towards the Texans a little bit in this game. I think that's more a national number. We're probably higher just because of the local, the regional aspect of it. So, but yeah, there's some love for the Texans.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, and the interesting one, that same day is the Steelers Ravens. I just looked at a stat. Any divisional or North divisional favorite that's more than 3 points they're 2-18 against the spread in the last 20 games. So Steelers are getting 6.5. It's going to be interesting. We'll see what Pittsburgh can do and rebound after last week. The Eagles just throttled the Steelers last week, and I think we had 2 possessions in the second half. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, it was an interesting stat that it was 2-18 in divisional no more than 3 points. So,
More than 3 points.
yep. So that'll be interesting. Back to college Saturday, SMU Penn State. That's going to be interesting. The weather's definitely, I was just looking there, I think there's going to be 30-mile-an-hour gusts. I think it's going down in the low teens, maybe single digits with the wind chill. It's cold when tickets are selling for only 150 on the lower section in Happy Valley. So definitely be an interesting game. But I like Penn State. I think the combo of Singleton and Allen is running the ball will take over. I'm not a over-under player, but a 54. We're still seeing action over 54 now, but I think that'll be a low-scoring game with 54 points. So it'll be interesting. But weather will be a factor. We'll see what happens there Saturday morning.
Whether or not SMU's ready for that.
Yeah. If that was a whiteout game at night, I'd be all over Penn State. But since that's in the afternoon, it'll be interesting to see. Clemson, Texas, leaning towards Clemson, getting to 12. Texas hasn't really been an offensive juggernaut here the last few weeks. And, I don't know the status of yours and Manning. And, I'm just worried about Manning gets more reps, and there'll be some packages for him, and that could potentially have them covered. So that one's at 51.5. So that's interesting. We're seeing a lot of over on that as well. So it's interesting to see in these playoff games, we're seeing a lot more action on over-unders. Maybe it's because of the weather for that. And then you get Tennessee, Ohio State. I think for Ohio State is the big over to Michigan loss, and I think that'll determine what happens with Ohio State there. Saturday night, and it'll be another one. I think it's going to be in the teens, but the win won't be a factor. So weather shouldn't play a huge part in that game. But I think for the Buckeyes, it's all about do they get over that hump with the Michigan loss, and they're either going to play really good or really bad. I think that'll definitely determine. You'll know in the first half what happens. So that might be one to look at for a live bet.
We'll know if they like Ryan Day or not. If they don't play for him.
Or we might see Vrabel with the headset for the second half. You never know. That's what Rumor Mill is in Buckeye Nation. So,
yep.
Yeah, you never know. So, but anyway, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a fun Saturday here at the book. We got a bunch of reservations and just a good time. It starts at 11 and it'll go to 11 at night. So,
if I decide right now I want to go, will I be able to get into the sports book and watch?
You can. We could drink some Coors Lights again, and I'll definitely you can pick your seat. We'll definitely have a good time in there. So, but yeah, we got tables, we got different areas with the different games, and so we'll have it all sectioned out. Whatever team you want to watch, you just sit in that section and we'll have a good time.
Well, let's go. Get to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com. I don't know that there's a better place to watch all these games, pro and college, Saturday and Sunday. And let's go. The holiday season is here, and it's time to go party at goldennuggetlc.com. As always, John Chill, we appreciate you, man.
All right, you too. You guys have a good holiday.
All right, John Chill right here every week telling us trends on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 about the Golden Nugget. I want to continue that. I love that place. I do. I mean, it's just a great casino. I don't care what game it is that you like to play, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is going to have that game for you, okay? And then the sports book is tremendous, as good as any sports book you're going to find with the TVs. It's over. I mean, it's a sensation overload with all of the televisions and all the different games that you're going to be able to watch. Now, there's only a couple of games at a time now as we get to the playoffs in the college and we get to the pros. So there's now on Sunday, you're going to have a bunch of games going on at once. But Saturday, you're going to have the best seat in the house, and you're going to love that sports book. And you got all the gambling that you could have right there at your fingertips. So that's awesome. And you've got a pool, you've got a golf course, you've got a great hotel, you've got all the restaurants, you've got a nightclub, everything you could possibly want. And it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. It's the place to go this weekend or any weekend. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Hey guys, John Daspit is your personal injury lawyer. He's the personal injury lawyer of Houston. I know you've seen his NIL commercials with University of Houston and University of Texas over the years. Bun B is on it, and Bun is somebody who's established here in the city, and he put his name on John Daspit. I put my name on John Daspit. I've been around here for a long time doing this because I think John's the best at what he does. I like the way he operates. I like the fact that he has more lawyers than anyone else so that everyone gets fair treatment, so that they get the attention they deserve for their injury case. If you've been hurt in an accident, no matter, and if it's not been, through someone else's negligence, can you imagine the toll it takes on you psychologically, physically, and financially? And there's a tremendous amount of stress that's incorporated all into that one item, into that one occurrence. And what John Daspit does is he goes to battle for you against the insurance company if he needs to, so that you get paid what you're supposed to for all your bills, all the work that you're missing, all the hospital stuff, all your physical therapy, everything that is causing you that stress. John will take it out of your hands. He'll get you a very good pain and settlement payment as well, so that you are taken care of, because this didn't happen through your fault. It's due to someone else's negligence. And John's going to make sure the insurance company pays their fair share. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. I don't know why, but Sydney Sweeney has her NFL MVP pick. It's easily Derek Stingley Jr. I know it's not usually a defensive player, but
she's made her pick.
Huh?
She's made the pick.
Sydney Sweeney's making this pick.
You found that on her official account?
No, I found this on some account on Twitter. And it's a picture of her in a Derek Stingley jersey.
So someone put her in a Stingley jersey.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen? He's an island, has hands like glue. He's also leagues ahead of Sauce Gardner. I can't believe this was ever a debate. I'm with her on this.
Who are you looking at? What account are you looking at?
I don't know. He's got a blue check mark. James Roy NFL.
So one of the Texans engagement guys got you to look at that because Sydney Sweeney was in the picture.
Yeah. Okay, believe it. Okay, you don't know.
Look at this shiny object over
Sydney
here.
Sweeney wants for NFL MVP.
I don't know. I don't know what she's into in regards to sports. I'm gonna guess that it's not at the top of her concern about the NFL MVP.
No,
I'm gonna guess
that you say that.
Yeah, I know. I said. Well, you know what? She might be a giant fan of Josh Allen because she's in some ways in the Marvel universe. Haley Steinfeld's in the Marvel universe. Maybe she's voting and rooting for someone who's part of or close to the Marvel universe. She's going Josh Allen.
No,
MVP.
she said Derek Stingley.
That's someone who's a Texan fan said that.
No, Derek Stingley. She knows her game. She knows ball. She and Timothy whatever his name is. Chalamet.
Who's going to be Bob Dylan?
Who is Bob Dylan? He already is. And then Fox Sports put out their top 10 NFL wide receivers of all time. Jerry Rice, 1. Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, Larry Fitzgerald, Calvin Johnson, Marvin Harrison is 6. Chris Carter, Isaac Bruce, Tim Brown, Andre Johnson, 10th.
Dang.
Racist.
Who do you want there in place?
Where's Steve Largent?
Where's Steve Largent? Don Hudson. Where's Fred Biletnikoff?
Now I
Cooper Kupp.
I understand your complaints. Who are you taking out to put one of those guys?
I'll be the first one to say it. Chris Carter out. Julian Edelman in.
Not Julian Edelman. Don Hudson. Don Hudson is maybe the greatest wide receiver of all time.
Don Hudson.
Who's Bambi? John Lance
Allworth.
Lance Allworth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you making food?
Steve Largent.
In your kitchen?
Shh, Marty, be quiet.
Marty,
my daughter is.
My plates in the
I
background.
heard the pot banging on the pot. What are you doing?
You can hear all that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shh, be quiet, Marty.
News. Did you see? Apparently, this is catching Caleb Williams. New Bears punter Troy Taylor said he got this text from Caleb Williams. Hey, you're not going to punt too much here. You know who Caleb Williams, 2,535 passing yards. Torrey Taylor, 2,722 punting yards.
Do you know that that's the second? All he ever did was he had more punt yardage than I think Iowa had total yardage last year on offense. It's the same kind of thing as he gets to the Bears, same issue.
Same thing. Dude just punts. That's all he does.
Iowa Bears.
The Iowa Bears. Yeah. The Bears have not won a game since Jay Cutler was arrested.
I did see that.
61 days. Bears haven't won in 66 days. Is there a coincidence?
Probably. It's probably just a coincidence.
I think not. Jeremy Branham put out the pass that John Mechie dropped, and he said on a scale of 1 to 10 catchability, I would think that's a 7-ish, right? Out of 10.
I thought he was just not fast enough to get the meat of his hands on the catch.
He had both hands on it. You got to catch that.
Yeah, but I mean, he was extending, trying to catch it in space. Like, it's not like it was thrown to his frame. He was trying to run under the catch.
Yeah, I know, but you got to catch that.
I mean,
that would have added 45 more yards to their totals.
And it would have made it really good on offense.
And then everybody would have said, "Wow, what a great offense!" Right?
It would have been one more touchdown for CJ.
Yeah,
that would have been. No, well, because they faked the punt. No, it would have been the same amount because they faked the punt on the same drive and scored anyway. So it would have just been more yards for CJ.
Yeah. And then everybody would have said, "Oh, how great he and Bobby Slowick are," instead of your guys.
I don't know. I think they still would have said, "Hey, your total yards of what?" It would have been 8 extra yards or so.
Have you guys seen? Do you know what his numbers are? Kirk Cousins' last 10 touchdown to interception ratio is, and his last 10.
Terrible. He hasn't thrown. He was 1-1 this last game in a win. That's his first touchdown in 6 games. It's awful.
It's 1-9 in his last 10. 1 touchdown, 9 interceptions.
Wait, how's that possible? Because
that's it. That's the truth.
He hadn't thrown a touchdown in 5 straight games, but he had before then. So I would think he has more than that.
It's 1. He's 1 and 9
in
his last 10.
Maybe it's 2 total and 18 total. It's a 1-9 ratio, right?
1-9 ratio. He's got 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions. His last 10 such passes.
Del, I'm going to need you to fact check that.
Okay.
No, I'm still thinking about how great the Texans' offense would have been if Mechie would have caught
45 more yards. 40. Yeah. Then you couldn't have had those little numbers. 188.
Yeah.
Minus 33.
I was doing my math wrong. You take away the Dare, which is still total yards, but it isn't actual yards on offense. So they would have gained up over 200 yards of offense. Which would have been great.
Something. That's not nothing.
That would have been great.
I like how we're throwing stones at the Bears offense. Stupid Bears. Can't even get any yards. Dumb, stupid Bears. And we lead the world in field goal attempts.
Kirk Cousins this year is 18 and 16.
God, 18 touchdowns, 16 interceptions.
16 interceptions. Yeah.
Golly, that's so bad. In today's NFL and this economy.
I know, right?
18-16 guy. I mean, I never thought I'd say it, but wow, were they smart drafting Penix? Of course, that's on the heels of also signing Kirk Cousins.
Yep. 1 and 9 his last.
Who could have foreseen
3, 7, 9. In his last 5 games, 0-1, 0-1, 0-4, 0-2, 1-1.
Del, was that you or was it a caller yesterday who talked about a player who's on his 3rd team?
It was me. Who could have foreseen the quarterback who is now on his 3rd team coming off an Achilles not working out?
Okay, let's name all the quarterbacks that go to their 3rd team.
I did that. Tried to do it on my show yesterday. Warren Moon was good.
Does Canada count?
He was with the Tennessee. He was with Seattle. He was with Minnesota. He was good in all 3 places. Or he was at Houston, but they call it Tennessee.
Brett Favre.
He had 1 year, and he was okay with the Jets, not great. And then he had a really good year with Minnesota, and then it fell apart the next year. But Warren Moon had multiple years, obviously, with the Oilers, multiple years with the Vikings, and multiple years with the Seahawks where he was good. So Warren Moon is one of those guys who
he was good
played
with the Seahawks?
Yes, I think they made the playoffs with him.
Peyton was only a one-team guy. Stafford a one-team guy. Drew Brees a two-team.
Yeah, well, Stafford's a two-team guy. Peyton's a two-team
Peyton's
guy.
a two-team. I meant two-team. Yeah. Drew Brees.
Yeah, if you go to
Matt Ryan was crapped out. There's plenty of guys who crap out on the second team.
Yeah, you go to Warren Moon stats all that time with the Oilers, but if you go to ESPN, it's listed as Tennessee, which is a bit of a shock when you look at it.
Here's the key. How many of these guys got contracts that were in the upper half of quarterbacks by that time, or in the top 10? Like Kirk Cousins got a legit quarterback contract on his third stint.
That rarely happens, if at all. Like
rarely.
Kurt Warner was bad for the Giants his second year. I mean, he only spent a year with the Giants. He was a placeholder for Eli. He was bad. And he was good with the Cardinals. And I think I've done this on the show before. If you start to look at Kurt Warner's year-by-year numbers, you're like, oh, that guy's a Hall of Famer. He's got like 4 seasons when he's a good quarterback. But it was good enough to get him in the Hall of Fame. So Kurt Warner, you might want to give it to, except he wasn't good with the Giants. It's rare. So the Falcons were trying to buck history, and they didn't even get through year 1.
Yeah. No, they didn't even get all the way through it. 18-16 is just terrible. I mean, 1 touchdown pass in his last 5 games.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no signs of this happening because early in his, he's been pretty much the same guy for most of his career. So there's not like you could see this coming. Kirk Cousins started the season off, and you're like, yeah, Atlanta's going to win this division. Kirk Cousins is a pretty good pickup for them. Why did they sign Penix? I mean, why did they draft Penix? By the midpoint, it's like, uh-oh. And now you realize, holy crap, they're going to have to eat 2 years of Kirk Cousins' contract.
Well, you know what? Maybe you like Penix this week, or maybe our contestant does, because we have Beat the Warehouse Live guy coming next.
Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Beat the Warehouse Live guy. But first, I'm talking about Doc Linville, and I'm talking about having your hair look as good as it possibly can. And you're starting to get mangy. You're starting to see some holes. You're starting to see receding. You're starting to see a bald spot growing. What? No, stop. Do not let it go. Don't just say, oh, no, oh, well, or, oh, I'll wait, or, yeah, no. Now's the time to act. Not when it's too late, when you got so many hairs that you got to move up top that just doesn't make any sense. It's just too much. It's that you need Doc Linville now. Don't wait. He might just do the PRP, which stimulates the growth, or he might do the neografting, which is awesome, and it moves the hair from the side and back to the top of the head. Whatever the case, Doc Linville is the best, okay? I'm telling you, here and now. This is the best process. I did the other one, and it was awful, awful, awful. This one was so easy. You're looking for the best way to get that hair stimulated or to moved. That's easy. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to play. Now, this is normally a Friday deal, but because we're going to be live tomorrow at Republic Boot, we have got Justin on early to take care of business to make sure that he gives the people what they want, and that's a trip to a game with tickets for 4 and the limo ride there and back, courtesy of Warehouse Live. Justin joining us this morning. What up?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Doing great, man. How about you? Let's go. What's going on at Warehouse Live now? We slowing down for the holidays?
We got a fairly busy weekend. Tonight we got a burlesque show, the strip before Christmas. Tomorrow night we got emo night. And then Saturday and Sunday we got free shows as a little Christmas present to everybody. Saturday night we got Victim, which is a cover band and tributes to Black Sabbath and a tribute to Motorhead. And then Sunday also free, big tribute to Fleetwood Mac and the Kaleidoscope Project, which is also a cover band. So nothing too exciting, but still a little bit of activity, and cost you nothing to come out and hang out with us this weekend.
Sunday fun day. It's a Sunday fun day. Those always are. Fleetwood Mac, huh? That's cool. And Black Sabbath, nice. Okay, that's right in my wheelhouse. Both right in my wheelhouse, right there. WarehouseLive.com is where you can find all the shows. WarehouseLive.com. You won again last week. You're on a roll. It's impossible to beat the Warehouse Live guy lately. So maybe, just maybe, today's contestant can do it. Del, who we got today?
We have Dave.
Dave? All right, Dave. Dave, we're counting on you, man. It's been a while since Justin has been taken down by a listener. We have total faith in you. What do you do for a living, Dave?
I actually work at the post office.
Nice.
And let me tell you, Justin, he was going to get lucky today because I left my sheet in my wife's car. It's make a long story short, we switched cars. It's crazy. We switched cars. I forgot about this, but I'm relying on my memory for the picks that I left in the other car, right?
Right.
So he almost got lucky, but I have a good memory.
Okay. Well.
And now what I don't remember is who the Cowboys and Bears are playing, but I want them to for sure because they suck no matter what the spread is.
Okay. All right. So you want the opposite of whoever the Cowboys and Bears are playing with. Well, let's see if Justin will allow that. We'll see. We've never had this situation before. They've forgotten the paper in the wife's car. Okay. But we'll see. We also have a situation with the Texans game +3. They started at -3, and now they're +3 because Pat Mahomes is going to play a switch of 6 points. So just a little warning, Dave, if you don't remember, if you've got the Chiefs or the Texans, it switched from -3 to +3 in just a couple of days. So we got that going on. All right. So, Dave, thank you for your service in delivering us our mail through whatever issues that we have weather-wise in this city. You take care of us, and we really appreciate you for that, Dave.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So we got Justin. What are we playing for today?
I've been trying to give this game away for over a month, but nobody wants it. We'll do 12-29, Rockets versus Heat.
Rockets in the Heat. Nobody really wants to see the Heat, but okay.
Maybe Jimmy Butler is a Rocket.
Maybe he'll switch uniforms right there on the court.
Maybe the trade happens in the middle of the game. Who knows?
You don't know.
I'll take them. I will take them.
You'll take those tickets December 29th to the Rockets and Heat game at Toyota Center with the limo ride there and back. So let's play our game. We beat the Warehouse Live guy, and good luck, Dave. All right, Justin.
Okay, who goes first?
Justin always goes first. His priority, his game, he goes first. So, Justin, who you got?
I don't know, but I actually would have felt better if Dave had his sheet there. I think I'm going to get pummeled him just flying by the seat of his pants.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who you got?
Let's start out with actually, I'm going to take your Texans +3.
You got the Texans +3 at Kansas City. Texans +3. Dave, The Bears are playing the Lions this week, and that's a 6-point spread and a 6.5-point spread. That's 6.5. And the Cowboys this week are playing Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay is minus 3.5. So I know you want those two games. You want to start there?
Yes. We'll start. So I'm taking the Lions over the Bears.
Lions minus 6.5 at the Bears. Lions minus 6.5. Justin?
Got it. All right, I'm going to go with the Jets +3 to stop the Rams Express.
The Jets are +3 at home against the Los Angeles Rams. Dave?
Okay. My question is, because he just picked the Jets, and can I pick the Rams?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but that would be a very, very, very special time for this show.
I'd do it.
Okay? Are you going to take the Rams, Dave?
I'd do it. Yeah, because he chose the Jets. I just didn't know if I could pick the same game. This is my first time playing.
Oh, well, that's called a double banger!
One fish, two fish, one fish, two fish. You know what I'm saying? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. You know what I'm saying? Ben Simmons, you crumb bum. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what just happened?
That's what we call a double banger. Then
let me explain it to you, Dave.
If you pick one side of a game and he picks the other, that's a double banger, Dave.
Because it means so much.
It does. That game now means so much to so many people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you got you a double banger. Your first experience with a double banger, Dave. Okay.
Dave, we're wishing you luck.
Yes. Best of luck, Dave. Go Rams.
Okay, good.
All right, Justin.
I believe we just popped Dave's banger cherry there.
With a double banger. He wasn't ready for it, that's for sure.
He was definitely not prepared. Let's take the ugliest game on the board, the Giants and the Falcons, and go over 42.
Over 42, Giants and Falcons. Yeah, that is a horrible game. Over 42. Michael Penix's first start. You like a lot of points. All right, Dave?
Okay. We're on that again because that was one of my picks. I'm picking the Falcons to win because I think everyone's going to be excited, and he's going to have a big game.
All right, that's minus 8.5. Minus 8.5. That's not a double banger. If you pick the other side of the under/over, that would have been a double banger. This is just Falcons minus 8.5. All right, Justin?
All right, let's go back to Kansas City and Houston, and let's play the over there, over 41.5, I believe.
Over 41.5 Texans, and over 41.5 Texans.
Weather's cold, two ineffective offenses. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, right. That's great. What logic? What great logic there. Dave?
I'd almost play the other side if I were Dave, but that's just me.
That's just you.
Stop trying to bait a double
going back
banger.
to the Cowboys.
All right, go back to the Cowboys game.
I'm taking whoever they're playing.
You're taking Tampa Bay minus 3.5 against the Dallas Cowboys. Tampa Bay minus 3.5 against the Dallas Football Cowboys. All right.
I got it.
All right. And Justin?
I would like to go on record and say that I have absolutely no chance of winning this week against Dave. I will take the Ravens minus 6.5.
The Ravens, in this football time of our lives, are minus 6.5 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ravens minus 6.5. And Dave, your final pick?
Yeah, and this might be a double banger. This Steelers is my squad. So we're taking the Steelers. Every game they play is close.
In a double
puts an ocean on its skin and dances whenever it's told.
Just send the runner! Send the runner!
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is like you.
There it is. Our second double banger of the day. Del, give us the picks.
Okay, we'll start with Justin. Justin has Texans +3 in KC, has the Jets +3, has Giants Falcons over 42, has Texans Chiefs over 41.5, and has the Ravens -6.5 in an AFC North battle. Dave has the Lions -6.5 because the Bears suck. He has the Rams -3, Falcons -8.5. Did he Tampa? Did he take the Cowboys?
He took Tampa.
No,
He
I
took
got
Tampa. Yeah, he took Tampa -3.5 because the Cowboys suck,
Right.
and then he took Steelers because he picks the Steelers in close games. +6.5. That was our double banger. One of our two double bangers.
Two double bangers. Wow, that was an exciting. So, Dave, you got to keep on listening for double bangers in the future.
And Dave, if you do win,
well, you know what, man? I listen to you guys every morning. By the time you guys play a lot of them games, I'm at work.
Yeah, he actually has a job.
9:30.
Yeah, he's probably working.
Trying to get the people their mail.
So, Dave, if you win, Justin will reach out, and hopefully you'll be able to go check out maybe Jimmy Butler on the Heat against the Rockets.
Right.
Sound like a win. Appreciate you guys.
We're rooting for you, Dave. We're rooting for you.
Good luck, Dave.
All right. That's Dave. Works for the Postal Service and just can't be better. Making our community better.
And I do like the Cowboys suck, so I'm picking against them.
No, I love that theory. I'm picking against the Cowboys because they suck. I love that. And that's Justin, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com, with no chance to win this week, Justin. None.
Zero
chance. All right, man. We appreciate you as always, and we will talk to you. Well, no, this is our final of the year, huh?
Well, we might have one more game, right? Because we're back.
I think there'll be one more.
We're back January 2nd.
January 2nd, we're back. So we'll be in about January 5th or so. Maybe back. We'll have one more with Justin and Warehouse Live. All right, man. As always, we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again then.
All right. Have a great holidays, guys.
All right. There is Justin from Warehouse Live. Trying to get him out to the show. To the
Christmas party?
To the Christmas party. I don't know that he's going to get up and wants to battle that traffic. We'll see.
I do it. You can do it, Justin.
I know. You can do it, Justin. Let's go. Houston Powder Coaters, they can do it. I'm telling you here, and I'm telling you now. Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. Houston Powder Coaters is going to change whatever it is that you have that's metal, that's not really doing all that well. Maybe it's rusty. Maybe you got some patio furniture that's broken. They repair, they fix, they slat, they do everything to make that patio furniture look great. Now, there are some patio furniture that they can't fix, they can't help. It's over. But Robin will tell you. Robin will let you know it's not worth it. What it would take to redo it, to fix it all up, or just buy some new stuff. But for the most part, she's like, nah, you don't want to buy new stuff because that old stuff is much better steel. And you know what? You're going to you have a much better product if you fix the old stuff as opposed to buying the new stuff, because the steel just isn't the same. So if you're looking to save, and maybe it's the sentimental value that you have to those car parts, to the boat parts, to the patio furniture, whatever it is that you have that's metal, that's fine. Whatever it is, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Time to tell you about Monument Chevrolet and why you should go out there. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website, but when you go out to the actual dealership itself, you're going to maybe meet William. He's the salesperson of the week. And I mention the people by name because they want to be on a first name basis with you. They want to be family. They are a company that's family owned, and they want you to know that because that's how they treat everyone who shows up out there, whether you work there or whether you're trying to buy a car. Monument Chevrolet is going to treat you like family, and family gets deals. No hidden fees, no upcharges. You take a look on the website and you see a car you want. Maybe it's a Blaze or a Silverado or a Colorado. Once you see that price, you're gonna find that price on the car that you fall in love with when you take yourself out there off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. So the salespeople aren't pushy. They're friendly. They're going to welcome you in. And whether you need a new car or pre-owned one or something for your business, they're the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So if you need something to add to your business fleet or you're just getting started with one, they'll take care of you there. And because they've been in business for 50 years, they've got deals to celebrate this anniversary. And of course, if you're looking for something specific like a Silverado, they have 1.9% financing on a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with the 5.3 liter engine. So they have it all for you out there. Great Chevrolets, new, pre-owned, anything you might want. Just check them out at monumentchevrolet.com and head on out there to see the cars in person. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right. Just, you know what's weird? Lance not being here for the tacos that Kent Jones brought in from Dream Rate Mortgage.
There's
How
no
about that?
tacos. There's
No,
no
they're tacos. Kent
It's a
brought them
lie.
in.
Yeah.
It's a lie. I don't see him.
Oh, well, look.
John raised the taco.
I don't see him.
Oh, right here. Oh,
I can't see anything.
That's because they're in John's mouth right now.
Delicious tacos.
Doesn't sound like
that you don't have. Oh, because you got pink eye or fecal matter in your eye or something, whatever.
Whoa.
I don't know what
Marty's
happened.
here.
I don't know what happened to you. I just don't. No one knows. So apparently, a man is admitting that he's running a secret Chinese police station in New York City. Do you think that there should be secret Chinese police in New York City?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Let's crack down on Chinese crime in the city, and that's what we're doing here. All right. Apparently,
Wait a minute.
Google Street View catches a suspected killer putting body parts in a trunk.
Can we go back to the first story?
Okay.
Is it a station for Chinese police officers or is it a specific police station for Chinese crime?
It's opened in 2022 on behalf of the China's Ministry of Public Security. Okay.
I still don't know what that means.
It's on behalf of the Chinese government. It's a Chinese-run police station in New York City.
So they are getting after all crime then.
They've been reported 100 such stations have been reported worldwide across 53 countries.
Don't feel like that's legal.
I don't think so either. But what else? China can do whatever it wants, can't it?
We found that out,
It's
yes.
got a giant balloon that it flies in here and everything. How about Google Street View? Actually, see, you can't. Here's the problem with today's crooks. You can't commit a crime anymore without there being a camera somewhere. Google Street View is caught in the town of Tehueco, Spain. They caught a killer putting body parts in a trunk with their Google Street Maps. How about that? That's terrible for criminals. But you can't do anything.
Or maybe we don't look at it from their point of view and go, that's great. Less ability to get away with murder.
Yeah. I mean, I know, but it used to be you could do a lot of stuff.
This year's Chicago roots.
Yeah.
You're always siding with the criminals.
I know, right? I mean, what happened to the old time?
Who sides with criminals and bookmakers more than John Granado?
Nobody. Interpol wants everyone to stop saying pig butchering. You know what pig butchering is?
Killing police?
No.
No idea what it is.
Killing police.
They call
it's
police
Interpol.
pigs. I don't know.
It's Interpol, and you're saying butchering pigs.
Well,
why would I not
actually,
think that?
It's fraudsters. They gradually fatten up their victims, okay, before they lure them into a fake romance or business deal, and then they butcher them. So what they're saying, Interpol is saying, is we got to stop calling pig butchering because victims don't want to come forward and be thought of as pigs that are butchered.
So this is a inner office memo.
This is
the people who are in Interpol have to stop calling that.
Yes, it has to stop being called pig butchering. Yes. Yep. So I mean, even we're hurting.
So you're in
feelings.
favor of calling victims pigs?
If you're an idiot and you get taken by somebody, by a fraud, you should get some kind of name.
What name would you
idiot.
prefer?
Okay, idiot butchering.
Okay,
we'll call it that. Okay. Apparently, there's a scandal in a Russia military town, Pechenga. The new school there is decorated in Russia with pictures of U.S. fighter jets. Do you think Russia's putting up with U.S. fighter jets in their schools?
Well, when I grew up in California, there was a picture of Chairman Mao in every classroom. So
there was?
Yeah.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
And so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can certainly see that. What we got? Oh my God, we're lost. I can't do this one. I cannot do this one.
You're showing some restraint.
I am showing some restraint. Apparently, scientists. Well, maybe not. Scientists thought that snakes had a female part which causes great sensation and pleasure.
Oh my gosh!
But they were found to not have. Snakes don't have those. Just so you know.
So male snakes for years have been saying, "I can't find it."
That's
right. And they've been justified in their issues. Hey, it doesn't exist. You can't blame me for not being able to find it.
Hey, I tried. Okay,
It's
tried my best.
It's just not there.
I was being a considerate lover.
Unselfish.
I'm
the
not
snakes,
selfish.
the male snakes were.
Snake?
What's that?
You're being a considerate snake lover?
Right. Exactly. And finally, a man gets a lifetime ban from all Wingstops in Indianapolis after shootout with employees. Do you feel like that's maybe a little too harsh? He can't go to Wingstops anymore?
I feel like it's the right call.
You think so?
I mean, do we know who was at fault? I can't get my
the wings not cooked.
I can't get my honey rub
did they get
because
the wrong sauce?
I can't get my honey rub because some employee was incompetent.
And I'm the one that suffers. I don't get to go to Wingstop anymore. Feels like it's I don't know. I don't know if the punishment fits the crime. If you want to know the truth, we're done tomorrow. Republic Boot Company. We want you there. Please show up. That'll be fun. It's in the Heights, 11th Street in Studewood. And then next place on Monday for our Christmas party. So please come hang with us at some time, either tomorrow or on Monday. Right now, though, HR&P. We hang with HR&P every day. It's what we do. We love HR&P. We've loved HR&P for years and years and years. We did start with a different payroll company, and we decided, nope, that's no good. You know why that's no good? It's because that payroll company wouldn't grow with us. See, some companies think it's just cookie cutter. This is what we charge, and we will not change that. And you know what? We were like, no, we've grown. We're 3 times the company that we were before, and you should grow with us. And HR&P agreed wholeheartedly. So HR&P came on board, and we love them. We love everything that they do for us, and you'll love everything. If you haven't heard all the testimonials here by all the different people that use HR&P, there's a reason that they'll come in here and they'll give a testimonials because they believe in what HR&P does. You will too. If you've got a company and you are not completely satisfied with your payroll company, if you're not completely satisfied doing it yourself, then call HR&P. Tell them you heard it right here. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Welcome into the show. And to be honest, if I went with my first instinct, this would just be a 2-hour Superman teaser trailer reaction show. James Gunn is at it again. I don't even care about Superman, but he's got me. I gotta admit, if I'm picking DC superheroes, Superman would not even be at the top of my list. But that trailer, after the teaser to the teaser trailer premiered yesterday, they had the actual trailer today, and Superman's back. Crypto's in it. That is Superman's pet dog. So there that is. But I got to get away from my natural instincts and talk about nerd stuff to talk about being told no. The Astros were told no by Nolan Arenado, and it was met with resounding relief and pretty much thank you, Nolan Arenado, for not wanting to play here. The declining nature of his stats played a part. The Jose Abreu PTSD is playing a part as well. But beyond not adding a player who could help or maybe even hurt your roster, I'm interested in how this broke down, because how do baseball trades work, or attempted ones work, where the guy has a no trade clause, you do all this work to come to an agreement on the deal, and then there's that final step of, actually convincing the player to want to play for you. So how did this go? Did the Astros work with the thought that at some point they'd be able to convince Nolan Arenado? Because that seems backwards. That seems like you actually reach out to the player first. At least I would do this. Reach out to the player first, see if he wants to play here. And if he doesn't, then don't waste your time making a deal. Like, who's the most likely person on the Astros, or at least in their front office, to convince Nolan Arenado to play, to waive his no trade? We know the Verlander thing, the first trade, was something that they needed to convince him to leave Detroit, and Jim Crane got involved and others, and eventually he acquiesced at the last moment and became an Astro, and the rest is history. Did Craig Biggio call Nolan Arenado? Did Jeff Bagwell? Who got on the phone, or did it never get to that point because the agent was like, nah, not going to happen? It feels like a giant waste of time that everyone's happy didn't come to fruition. I need logistical answers. Like the McTaggart breakdown, the national breakdown of Arenado saying no. I don't care about that. Explain to me how you can get so far down the rabbit hole of making a trade happen and then realize, oh, yeah, the most important aspect of it, the guy doesn't want to play here. How does that work? Baseball's weird. Like in basketball, if a player has a no trade, we find out Bradley Beal has waived his no trade for these teams. We found that out with Nolan Arenado, but with Bradley Beal, when he put teams on his list, the other teams who weren't on his list didn't get through the process of trying to make a deal. So why are the Astros involved in a deal for a guy who had no intention of playing for you? Sean, you're a bigger baseball guy than me. Can you explain to me why they got this far down the road without actually convincing the guy they needed to convince to change his mind?
I get that you do some of the work on the front. Like, you can't just hey, was Nolan Arenado? Think, okay, never mind. But this was described as like the deal was on the 1 yard line. I'd say once you hit the red zone, you should probably,
at some point,
just like, by the way, is this all for nothing? Unless they're just trying to get like billable hours. Are they hourly? Maybe
the negotiators hourly.
Yeah.
I hope they're on salary.
Maybe, or one of the interns, Dana Brown's like, hey, listen, Christmas is coming up. I'll get you some hours. Just crunch all these numbers for me. Take as much time as you need, and boom, $8 an hour. You're good. Because I imagine they pay guys $8 an hour.
Yeah, of course. Did they spend the better part of 3 weeks, a month, trying to work this thing out without actually how long did this take to them to get to the 1 yard line and then come up short, get stopped on 4th and goal? Actually, you know what? It's not even a stop on 4th and goal. They're Jonathan Taylor. They fumble the ball right before they cross the goal line, because the most important thing is to get across the goal line with the football. The most important thing is to get the player to say he wants to play here.
Yeah, I from what it sounds like is that this negotiations really kind of picked up steam, or were, maybe even started it during the winter meetings between Dana Brown and the Cardinals GM. So I can see that, where it just starts as conversations. Would this work? Would that work? Yada yada yada. But for it to get like so far down, and maybe some of this is just like the reporting of it, of like there actually isn't a 1 yard line for negotiating
No,
deals.
it's either done or not done.
Like maybe they just got to a point where they felt good about, this is how much money we're comfortable, for the Cardinals, this is how much money we're comfortable eating, or how much cash we're willing to send with Arenado, because that's probably going to be the biggest part of any Arenado deal, is how much of his, not cap number, but how much of his salary is St. Louis willing to pay. And a lot of that has really nothing to do with Nolan Arenado. And I wonder if it was more of a Cardinals negotiation tactic with the teams that Nolan Arenado wants to go to, where they said, hey, listen, we were basically accepting a trade from the Astros where we were going to take X amount of money. That's all the money we're going to take. So maybe it's more of a Cardinals using the Astros as like a negotiating tool here, but also like Dana Brown, can you have some better things to do than to basically be doing a hypothetical trade? Because basically what he did is what we did the day Jimmy Butler list of preferred destinations came out and the Rockets were on it, where we just were on the trade machine. That's kind of what it felt like Dana Brown was doing in real life, was just kind of tinkering around the trade machine, trying to get the Cardinals to accept. And then, oh yeah, by the way, this won't happen. So nice talking to John Mozeliak, or whatever the Cardinals GM's name is.
That's where we stand. They tried to make a move to address some issues, and the guy and the main component of it said, actually, I'd rather not play there. Now, Katie Woo said that a decision isn't final, and the Cardinals and Astros will continue conversations.
Oh,
but
my God.
that comes from, I know, that comes from The Athletic. But if you look at what MLB.com has out there, Brian McTaggart, among others, reporting, they're not actually close to a deal, and the Astros aren't optimistic that they'll get Nolan Arenado to change his mind.
Not optimistic.
Not optimistic. So we've heard Dana Brown be optimistic about a lot of things. Guys coming back from injury, getting a deal done with certain players.
Yeah.
This one, not optimistic, which if we go by Dana Brown's recent history would suggest that Arenado's an Astro by Friday.
It is interesting that the Cardinals side of it, like the Cardinals beat reporter is saying how close the deal was, and Brian McTaggart's like, the deal wasn't that close.
No, not that close.
So I do wonder if it is like a Cardinals like leak job of
try to get someone else motivated.
Job, but like a Cardinals floating it out there, trying to make the market seem hotter than it is.
Yeah. So were the Astros being used? If we're going by what feels like the Astros side of the equation, they're saying a deal wasn't imminent. They were talking, but they weren't anywhere near getting that job done. And maybe that's just based on the fact that the main component of it was not going to happen, getting the player to want to come here. So he says, no, it's not the end of the world. As I started the show with, after the Superman stuff, a lot of people didn't want that to happen. They didn't want Arenado here. They didn't want an older player here. And it gives people some hope, right or wrong, if you're talking about logically, that now that Arenado appears to be off the table, the Astros can place more of their focus on bringing back Alex Bregman, because the Astro people online are telling us, according to people they know, that they're still in it. And this is one of those things where you need context from the people in their engagement farming. What do you mean still in it? Does still in it mean the Astros have a number, and if Bregman never gets close to that number anywhere else, they're certainly willing to give it to him? Or are they actively negotiating and trying to meet Bregman's number? Because still in it can simply mean he's still available. They have an offer out there. He hasn't taken another one. So technically, he could always take theirs. He could always take it.
Yeah. No one else has like knocked him over with an offer. So they're all in the same ballpark. That is effectively meaningless to me.
To me as well.
Also, like, so they were varying degrees of close to trading for a third baseman. And you mean to tell me that, okay, you know what? never mind. Now we're gonna re-sign Alex Bregman. Like, never mind. Okay, that didn't
work out for us, but we'll go right.
We'll spend the extra $10 million a year for 4 more years to sign this guy.
Yeah, we appeared to do anything in our power not to give the guy the deal he wanted, and we're certainly serious about finding another option. In fact, we've already traded for someone who could play third base.
Yeah, I was going to say that. We already traded for a guy who is at least theoretically a third baseman. He couldn't play first, but yeah, it's a very funny, like, okay, now back to plan A.
Yes.
Like, all right, dude.
Okay, all right, guys, we'll see. So that's where we stand.
I do have a question about the Arenado part of it.
For the Astros or just for this show?
For the Astros.
What's your question for the
Or
Astros?
for, I guess, Astros fans and Astros. Astros fans celebrating the fact that a guy exercises no trade clause to block a trade to his team, to their team is very funny. It also is interesting because Nolan Arenado, it's been framed as he wants to play for a contender. Okay, sure. But then shouldn't that be bad that he looked at the Astros and were like, not a contender?
Hey,
thanks.
Don't say the quiet part out loud.
But then I was curious because I remember he did have a list out there.
He did. Was his list full of contenders or teams who were obviously better than the Astros? I don't think it was. Was it?
Dodgers, Padres, Angels, and he's from Southern California.
So the Angel thing,
yeah, but I think
would make some sense.
I think it's a I'm from Southern California thing. So because it's in addition to having the Dodgers, Padres, Angels on his wish list, Arenado is also willing to accept a trade to the Phillies, Mets, or Red Sox.
All teams who you would say, now the Red Sox have some work to do, but you would say are willing to be really, really competitive this year, are trying to be really, really competitive. The Angels is the one which one of these things is not like the other. Of course, we've talked about the Southern California thing. So the Astros, he doesn't consider the Astros amongst those teams?
I think it's just he doesn't want to play for the Astros.
I think that's true.
I think his bar for what a contender is
can vary.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Sox are like below 500.
Yeah, they weren't good.
The Mets were varying degrees of sorry throughout the year, and then got hot, and they signed Juan Soto.
Yeah, they're making moves to be better.
So. Is that no? Because he's getting his money either way. It's just how much. I was gonna say, is that hey, these guys are gonna pay me like crazy.
He's under contract.
Give me to the Mets.
It'll just be multiple teams handling the bulk of his deal. No matter who trades for him, that team is going to get help from the Cardinals to make that deal work. The Astros certainly are going to get that if they could have convinced Arenado. So I don't know if the contender stuff flies. Like you said, it could just be, I have no interest in playing for any, maybe not the city doesn't bother him so much, but the team itself, he doesn't want to play for the Astros. And we could guess what that might be about. But no matter what, right now, Arenado doesn't want to be here. The Astros wanted him here, and they have to adjust.
Or it's like, I'd prefer to play for these 6 teams, and I would rather just play out I would rather have them like actually turn me down or actually have a third base option, because the Mets and Red Sox are 2 teams that are rumored to be in it for Alex Bregman as well. So if obviously they can't both sign Alex Bregman, but if one of them signs Alex Bregman, another one trades for a different third base. Like if the third base spots start filling up, is he really going to be like, nope, still no to the Astros. I'd rather be on this sorry Cardinals team.
Well, the Cardinals, part of it is they want to make a trade.
Yes, they want him out.
They want him out. So I don't think he's going to end up a Cardinal no matter what. Now, with that trade clause, with that no trade clause, he could keep them from sending him to Siberia, baseball Siberia.
The Angels? Well, actually, he would be like, bring on Siberia.
Yeah, he'd welcome Siberia.
I grew up around Siberia.
Because it'd be closer to home. So he does have the ability to protect themselves from the Cardinals just dumping him someplace. But it came back to bite the Astros, at least the organization. The fans aren't bothered by it, but the team itself wanted him in a uniform.
Are the Dodgers going to trade for this?
You just throw the Dodgers on the list because they'll pay anyone. Let's say, who knows what they'll do?
That's why I think the Dodgers and Mets are on there, because it's like they have a lot of money. So it's not like they'll turn me down on its face by how much money I make. Like he's not going to put like the Rays on there, where it's like the Rays are just as good as most of these teams on the list. He's just like, they will not pay me. So
he doesn't want to
play
waste
waste my time.
70-something games in a minor league stadium in 2025.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
that's bad. But yeah, and also the the Padres have Manny Machado? Like, what? Why would they trade for you, dude?
I don't know. No, maybe he doesn't mind being a backup someplace. I don't know what his deal is. He just one of the teams.
It's just a funny list, and then to go like, I want to play for a contender. Also, the Angels.
Contenders, some contenders who don't really have a spot for me, some contenders who are in on a
Different
big money
guy.
third baseman.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just keep me out of Houston, and we'll go from there.
Keep me out of St. Louis and keep me out of Houston.
Yeah, yes, those are the two no-goes for Nolan Arenado so far. So we'll see. Let's also, you want to talk about the Warehouse Live guy. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone want to get in on what we just discussed? You can, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Titus Howard. Sean and I discuss the odd positioning of, now that he's a left guard, he never had any problems playing guard. We'll hear from the man himself on that subject matter. But as I said, 713-780-3776 is the number. Also, we have not talked really much about the CFP. We got a game tomorrow, so Sean and I will kind of go through, beyond the obvious Texas bias that Sean has. We'll go through the best matchups, the things that we think are most compelling, a little bit later in the show. So we're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to La Salsa here. He has thoughts on the Warehouse Live guy. That's Justin, formerly the Black Horse Limo guy. Now, if you're looking for a good time with good music, cover band or regular band, you can go check out what Justin provides at Warehouse Live. But La Salsa, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Deli Belly.
Not my name.
What does the Warehouse Live guy get if he wins? Also, I had the little Mijo in the car, and he wants to know what a double bang is.
Justin gets mentions. His business gets mentioned over and over again every week during the football season. That's what he gets. And if he doesn't win, which he has done a lot of, actually, he's won a lot, he gives a listener a free ride, as long as they're not like in Beaumont or something. He gives them a free ride and tickets to a Rockets game. Justin has tickets to Texans and Rockets right now. He's trying to give away Heat Rockets tickets. I think it's December 29th or something like that. But that's how it works, La Salsa.
Can I play? And then I can take you to the game. We can.
No.
I wear my Rocket stuff. You wear your Heat
No,
stuff.
I don't need a show outing to the game. No, that'll be slap dab in middle of vacation time. I'm not. No.
Yeah, you don't want to watch a late December game?
Nah.
Maybe Jimmy Butler plays.
Who knows who he's playing for at that point? Who knows? Is it the second of a back-to-back? There's a chance he's not available. You never know.
Is there a tennis tournament in town?
At that time of the year, probably not. Dude, I
just wanted to get the tennis joke.
Understood.
The Miami Open.
Understood. I don't think Jimmy's looking to go to some random
F1
tournament.
race.
I mean, we don't have I don't think we have a great. I wouldn't say tennis community. I'm sure the people who play are great people or whatever, but we don't bring like a lot of pros here and have tournaments. Not that I'm aware of. So Jimmy's not going to be interested.
Okay.
So no.
So they might play.
But to answer your question is no, you cannot play. It's for listeners only.
I know.
And
it's against the bylaws
that have not been written. It's just accepted that
unwritten rules.
Yes, unwritten rule. Employees cannot be involved in giveaways that listeners have a chance.
That
to
actually
win.
Might be a written rule. Somewhere
Yeah, because
employee handbook.
Guys like go to jail for that stuff.
Yes, yes.
So it might be written somewhere. I just know there have been several radio guys who found their way to jail for screwing up a contest so they can win it. So we're not going to do that here. The most involvement I have is making sure you haven't played the game before this year. I try to dip my hand in that to make sure everyone gets a shot. But other than that, kind of free run for anyone who wants to try to play. So there, I think I've explained the business side of it for Justin. And John and he are friends. I'm sure it's just a fun time to pick games and whatever, so on and so forth. As far as that other thing, you didn't have anyone in your car. So I'm not going to explain double banger to you.
Well, it just means that they have two sides of the same pick.
Yes, that's all it means. It's not anything salacious, although it turns into that at some point. But what it is the game means more. Like every game in the SEC. Two sides, head to head, it could determine the outcome of the entire contest. That's why we give it so much attention. There, explain.
I don't think that's the full reason. I think it's also they like to yell and go. Arr!
You know how often I am now just dropping their mics to a level that doesn't kill the people who are listening. I'm like, all right, it doesn't really have that much effect because they're still yelling, but I try.
And it's also long enough to where it's like worth like, okay, like this is going to be the next 15 seconds straight.
Sure.
Let me just knock it down a peg.
So for people who are in your cars going, oh no, not another double banger. It's not nearly as fun as those guys think it is. I'm trying. I'm trying to make sure your speakers aren't blown out by their unwillingness to understand the listening audience might not think it's as fun. Started with Raheel of all people, surprisingly enough. He's the one who kind of brought it to the table.
Not that surprising. The name isn't surprising.
Yeah, that was implied in my surprisingly enough. Yes. Not surprising at all. Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast. Haven't heard from him in a little bit. He may be out at the Christmas party. Another reason to go. The Christmas party is on Monday out at Nick's place. You're going to get a chance to win prizes, see all the shows in person if you're out there. And maybe you have to win a contest. Maybe it's just a raffle. It'll probably depend on the value of the prize, but we're going to do that. Our yearly Christmas party, once again, out at Nick's place. Come out there and join us. The festivities start officially at 7, but we'll be in the building by like 6, at least 6:30, because we got to set up everything. So get there early. John will probably buy some of it. Of course, Light, that's his bag. So maybe you'll be able to enjoy that too. So looking forward to that on Monday. Speaking of all the holiday festivities, Sean, I am a person who doesn't have to buy a lot of Christmas gifts. I've already got it done. Are you done? Are you good, or is the weekend going to be something that you're going to have to use to get everything out of the way?
Probably the weekend. It's probably what I'm looking at, or maybe today or tomorrow. It's been I'll do it today or tomorrow thing for like a week.
Of course, it always is. Yeah, that's my thought all the time. Until I eventually do it, it's always, do it. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah,
tomorrow, the weekend. It's always that.
And then Christmas Eve.
I was like, Then
I
started looking at things. Oh, if I don't order it today,
it
won't get there in time. So
that really gets deadline of like 3 days ago.
That really gets me in action, because I had to order something for my mom, and I'm like, oh, this won't get here. This won't get there on time unless I do it right now. Yeah. So then I did it last night. So there it is. So it's easy for me. I'm buying a couple things for all of you out there who got to buy like a treasure trove of gifts. Good luck. If you've got like 20 people you got to make happy.
Yeah, or even like more than 2 kids.
Yeah,
because you have to buy like several things.
Yeah, you're not buying just one thing for a kid. That's a terrible Christmas if you only get one gift for your kid.
That's bad on you
for having the kids in the first place.
Well, for only the one gift. Come on.
Yeah, you can't just you can't do the single gift for the kid, because even if you're sure they're gonna like it, they're always gonna want something else.
Because it is fun to open presents like that. That is just what one of our ancestors figured out hundreds of years ago. Is it's fun putting something in a box and unwrapping it.
It's very true. Being surprised by it, or not even that surprised, but just getting the chance to open it and see it. We are all kids. We're all looking under the tree, maybe scratching a piece off of the wrapping paper to try to check what you're actually going to get. It's part of our DNA. And good luck to everyone out there. It's a big weekend. Hopefully you get everything done quickly so you can be in your homes, because there's a lot of college football. Like, plan it out. You guys should be, honestly, sports fans should be done by now. Do you really want to be out on Saturday?
That is true.
The games start at 11. We're going to have the games here starting at 11 on ESPN 97.5. We got the game tomorrow night starting at 6:30. Indiana versus Notre Dame.
So if I do need to drive around, I can just listen to it.
Yes, if you have not done the proper preparations and have to drive around because you got to get gifts, you can listen to all the games here starting on Friday night, starting tomorrow night. Indiana and Notre Dame. And that one really has a NCAA tournament. Hey, these two teams never play each other. Let's put them together. I know that's not how it came about, but that's what it feels like. Like, they never play. Let's make sure they play.
Yeah, they never play, and they are in the same state, which is an interesting setup for them. Because Notre Dame, like, it's not like they're like Indiana, not good enough to play.
Yeah, Notre Dame will play Purdue.
Like, they'll play
another in-state school that's not good in the Big Ten. Indiana's having a big year this year, a surprising one. But so it has never been of any value for Notre Dame to play Indiana when they have, in their history, have always played the bigger name Big Ten schools, and then you'll throw in a Purdue from time to time, and it's mostly been Michigan, and they would throw in Michigan State, Penn State. If you know the history, you know what Notre Dame does. But Indiana's not really been on the list, but you'll get to see them, and maybe Indiana. Maybe there's no maybe about it. Indiana's best team since I've been alive. I mean, I love the Antoine Randall L teams at 9 a.m. on the West Coast when I was in California when he was playing quarterback. But this is modern Indiana's best team ever, and they get to go see Notre Dame. I don't think Notre Dame's going to run away with it if Indiana can. If their defense showed up like they did early against Ohio State, I think they got a shot to keep it close. I just don't know if they're going to be able to score enough.
Yeah, that's where I would land. Where I think it should be if they, like you said, hold up on defense, take care of the ball. They should be able to at least make it a game at halftime. And then I think third, fourth quarter, you might see some pull away of just that's where like the depth of these two rosters come into play, where the the Indiana or Notre Dame can just rotate defensive linemen more. They can rotate just their defense, their even the offense if they ever want to let Riley Leonard throw the ball, which maybe not. I don't know, but they can kind of outlast Indiana. I can see a kind of dam breaking situation late in the game, but yeah, I would imagine if I'm Indiana, I'm trying to run the ball and play good defense and just stick around. Hope Riley Leonard gives you 2 turnovers and you're in a good spot.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get more into the CFP later in the show because that one, I just think it's fun because of all the things surrounding it. But the games themselves, I feel like the Tennessee Ohio State one is the most compelling. And then we have James Franklin complaining, kind of, about what the environment might be for SMU Penn State. So we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll hear from Titus Howard when we come back, though. Titus Howard now at guard. I know he doesn't want to play guard. He talks about it in the clip that he still is a tackle, but he is accepting the move because what it might mean for the team this year. So we'll hear from Titus Howard when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
During the break, I'm sitting here in the studio, and I can hear Joe lamenting picking, I guess, Boise State to play with. Joe is now one of us. He's now all in on EA College Football 25. He was always going to get the game. It just took him more time than he was. Not the crazy person that we were, where we're spending the extra bucks to have it early. But he's now playing it, and I could hear him comparing it to Madden. And by the way, the news is it the highest selling sports game of all time? Best selling sports game of all time?
I think it's like US highest. It's something where it beat out like a random NBA 2K game from like 4 years ago. I'm like, that's weird. I would think that just in my head, and this may be just me being a kid when it came out, but like 2K11 when they had Jordan, when they brought Jordan into the game, I would have said that's the highest selling one, but I was also 15 or 14.
This is the headline. EA Sports College Football 25 is the best-selling sports game of all time in the U.S. The random 2K game you're referencing is 2K21.
Yeah.
November. Was it 2K21, considering the release cycle, was that middle pandemic? Like 2020?
It normally comes out in like September of the year previous.
So maybe that played a part in it selling so much.
Yeah, that probably helps.
Yeah. But these numbers aren't juiced by a pandemic. It's juiced by
real ball.
It's juiced by a decade of not being available.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
And real ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Joe bought the game last week. And a PS5. He had to actually get a PS5 as well. And just today or earlier this week, probably Monday, he, myself, Josh Beard, and someone else, one of Joe's friends, started a online dynasty, and he chose Boise State, and he regrets it because the blue
icons
turf
he can't see.
It's hard to see.
Yeah.
It's hard to see like the icons on the blue turf.
Now he's got to deal with it for the entirety of your dynasty.
Yeah.
These are the decisions you have to take into account. Yeah. You can change anything about your program for the most part, except, where they play and what it looks like. So screwed. We'll see if that changes in 26, whether you'll be able to edit the stadiums and the field.
That'd be very funny. If you're Greenfield.
Just because he can't take it anymore. Boise's the thing they've been known for close to 30 years. He doesn't want it anymore because it hurts. It hurts his eyes.
Yeah. So he dropped the first game of the season.
Who did he play?
Utah State.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, hot seat already for Joe George.
I know. They have high expectations over there.
Well, they're in the playoff. They should. We move from Joe as already a mistake by the AD at Boise State to Titus Howard. Titus Howard played guard in a move that didn't come down. At least we didn't hear about it until Friday afternoon before the game against the Dolphins. A lot of thought was it'd be Zachary Taylor or Kenyon Green back playing guard. Did not happen. They decided to move Blake Fisher to right tackle, move Titus Howard to left guard. And Titus Howard, a known tackle. He wants you to know he's a tackle, and he also wants you to know he's willing to do it for the betterment of the team.
How was it to go back to guard? Because it was kind of a popular talking point before. D'Amico's brought it up. Bobby brought it up today. What was it like when the idea was first thrown out there, and what made you open to it?
Just trying to do what I can do so we can win. Got a couple of guys down now. Got guys down. We had Blake who can come in at tackle, so I was open to moving, to help the team so we can get some more wins, clinch the division. Just trying to do what I can do to help win. I feel like last week was pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie, pretty good game. A couple plays, here and there. Just got to get back used to being inside. But I thought it was a good game. So you're trying to build off of it.
You're enjoying it a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm a tackler. I like playing tackle, but if I can play guard and help us win, I'm gonna do that. We all got a goal is winning a Super Bowl and going deep in the playoffs. So that's what I'm trying to do. And if I can being a guard right now, if that's the way for us to do that, I'm going to have to do that.
Consummate team player Titus Howard. The narrative around him is changing, maybe. We've talked about it a couple times. The right tackle only thing was about an evaluation that he was given before his NFL career started. Not any statement about what position he wants to play, according to people who say they know. The timing was odd when the right tackle thing in his Twitter profile became noticeable. But hey, we'll take unnamed sources at their word, I guess. But he's going to be a guard for now. What that means going forward, Blake Fisher was drafted to start at some point, and it comes late in his rookie year. So if Blake Fisher plays well enough where the Texans don't have any concerns about his future at right tackle, then Titus Howard is either a guard for the Texans or he's getting traded. I don't know what other conclusion there could be. You don't draft Blake Fisher in the second round, play him late in the year, in his rookie year, and then say, oh, you know what, that was just a temporary thing. Unless he's a complete disaster. If he's a complete disaster, you make whatever move you have to make. But did what happened on Sunday kind of signal the end for Titus Howard, unless he's very willing to stay at left guard? I think it does. Unless what he said there about helping the team and we got goals is a thing he will take on in the offseason and going into next year and say, you know what, best for the team if I play left guard. I don't feel like that's a long-term solution for him or a long-term thought for him. So I think as long as Blake Fisher continues to play, serviceable, and he's serviceable, I think Titus Howard is going to be someone you can potentially look at being traded in the offseason.
Yeah, and it's something that Sunday made it, I guess, more apparent, or kind of was the day the bill came due almost, or started becoming due, and that we're getting an extension on it for the next 4 or 5 weeks. But I mean, when they drafted Blake Fisher, when they drafted a tackle in the second round, given the interior offensive line questions that we thought,
and it played out that way this year.
Yeah, and they drafted a guy who plays on the outside. That's when you're like, oh, this probably doesn't mean great things for Titus Howard long term in Houston. And yeah, I think Sunday's game against the Dolphins really kind of, I guess, was the dress rehearsal almost, or was they first crack at it. I wonder how much of it is like the Falcons going to Penix now, where you're playing your rookie that you invested a decent amount of draft capital in, and you're getting their feet wet the last 3 games of the season, 4 games this season for Blake Fisher's case.
And Blake Fisher is in a slightly different scenario beyond not being a quarterback, but also you've got a team who will definitely be in the playoffs.
Yes.
Now, Michael Penix has to try to rescue the Falcons to make the playoffs, but this audition is at a minimum, as long as he stays healthy, 5 games. Yeah. There'll be a playoff game as well. And of course, you want a longer run, but it's an interesting time to make the move. And I do think it signals that if Titus Howard still feels like he's the right tackle in this league, as you heard, he's going to be someone you're hoping for a second-day pick, and probably more like a third-day pick when you try to trade him.
It's also a case for the Texans' perspective of, do you want to pay Titus Howard right tackle money to play left guard for you?
Feels like a bad way to dispense resources.
Yeah, especially because he's a serviceable left guard, but he's not, you know, you would still think you can do better, and you can do about the same for cheaper.
Yes, that is a thing. He is not going to be great at guard. You hope he holds up enough so you can make it through this year. But you're not paying him right tackle money to play left guard. That doesn't make any sense. He's not a good enough left guard to command that type of salary. Like if he said, you know what, I'm a left guard going forward, and he was entering free agency, he's not getting what he's getting right now to play right tackle. So that's another thing they have to consider. How are they going to distribute resources across an offensive line that they put a lot into and are still making changes deep into the 2024 season? So Thank you for your service, Titus Howard. But maybe don't buy a home if you haven't already.
He probably already bought a home.
Well,
he's played here for 5 years.
Find a realtor.
Okay. Or
maybe you love Houston, you want to stay.
Yeah,
that's possible.
home.
That's possible too. But
during the summers, probably.
Yeah, it's not. Is it a great place to be during the summer if you don't have to be? We live here.
You heard the Stephon Diggs? Did you play it on the morning show?
No.
We played it yesterday on Gallant
What
George.
did he say?
Where he was talking about how much he was on Good Morning Football, talking about his future and stuff, and he said yeah, I feel like it could be Houston. Like there's a lot of stuff to figure it out. I enjoyed my time there. He was like, although if you are moving to Houston, get ready because it gets hot in the summer. He's like, it gets really hot. I knew it was going to be hot. It's way hotter. He takes a total aside on the question of hey, so what do you think your future holds in Houston? To go, man, it's hot in July in Houston.
Yeah, if he's gonna have to, if he wants to return, he will be taking the weather into consideration, and rightfully so. We all know. I mean, he ain't telling us anything we don't know. It can be brutal, and we don't even play football.
No, we don't.
Like Stephon Diggs begging for the bubble. Hey, can we
get
a
couple clouds? Can we,
That's right. Yeah, a short rainstorm. Let's go inside. And this man played in Buffalo. He hasn't exactly had mild temperatures in the different parts of the football year.
Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston. That's about as extreme as you can get.
At least in Minnesota, I know they recently built a practice facility, a nice one, but I think he always at least got to practice inside during the winter and play inside, except for those years where they were at the Gophers Stadium because they were building the new one. Was he with Minnesota?
I think that was before his time. I can double check.
It might have been. So he hasn't exactly had mild temperatures. He's played in very cold weather, and then Buffalo, we know snow is always a thing late, and now practicing in the summers of Houston. So we'll see if Stephon Diggs is back. He's doing the tours right now because what else is he going to do? And he said he's been saying a lot of positive things. What that means for his future, probably not much. That'll be a business decision by him and the Texans. So we'll see. We are what we always are, behind schedule, but not really. So Sean, I'm going to put you on the spot here because of a story that's happening with Paul Pogba. Paul Pogba is an international soccer star. At least he was. He's currently serving a ban for doping. It was going to be 4 years, but the courts, the Italian soccer courts decided, you know what, we're only going to give you 18 months because we don't think you did it on purpose. You got duped by a Florida doctor. Cut to Alex Rodriguez. Sean, his brother tried to extort Paul Pogba. His brother, along with others, it's very much out of a movie.
Wait, Paul Pogba's brother tried to extort him, or the Miami doctor? Or
no.
Florida doctor.
Okay, let me clear it up.
Not Miami.
It probably was a Miami doctor, but it did say Florida doctor, I think. His brother is trying to extort Paul Pogba.
Okay.
Along with the help of a group of the brother's friends. They got together and said, you know what we're going to do? Let's extort your very famous rich brother.
Okay. Okay.
It's very much a movie plot.
But like C movie plot.
Or a Netflix streaming show plot, whatever. So, I'm putting you on the spot. Think about your family.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you who would you most likely extort. Because I don't want to paint you in a bad light. Maybe this question won't lead you to be very public about it because, saying someone in your family would extort you can cause some issues. But think about the people, let's say the people in your life then. Okay. Maybe you don't want to limit it to your family. Think about the people in your life and say, and right now, answer. Who's most likely to extort you? Would it be someone as close as someone you grew up with, like in your own home, like a brother? Or are you talking about a cousin you barely ever see? Can you think of someone in your life that if you came up, say you, like we've done this thing before, say you became the producer or a radio host for Spotify and the Ringer Network or whatever made you more valuable.
Yeah.
Where they know you got a bag. Ain't a Paul Pogba bag, but you got a bag and you're doing what you want to do. Is there anyone in your life who would be like, you know what? Let's see if I can get some money out of Sean. Because then of course you would have to actually do something to get extorted. Paul Pogba's brother was going to extort Pogba and Kylian Mbappe for whatever he thought they did. So anyone come to mind?
I think it's hard, and this is where I can sympathize with Paul Pogba, because I don't think if you ask Paul Pogba this question, he'd say
That's
probably
true.
my brother.
That's
so
true.
It
It's
would
true.
be someone
Yeah.
you don't expect.
It's not a bad point.
Everyone is Mufasa with a scar in their life, where you're like, I mean, his name is Scar. He's
Well,
clearly
I mean,
evil.
If you go by what they're doing with this prequel, apparently Mufasa was the orphan, and Scar brought him into the family.
I don't buy this.
Okay, I'm just telling you what Disney's putting out there. That's all.
It's not canon.
It is. It actually is.
It goes against the established.
The original,
canon.
yes, the established canon does go against that.
Yeah, probably. I could see. I could see. Some
You could see a couple
doing it.
people,
Yeah.
or at least some friends, but you won't mention the names because why?
No.
Why would
Why
you
would
wanna
I
start
do
that?
it?
Yeah. How does that help you? Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah. Oh, and especially because the next 2 days I'm gonna be out in public doing the show. You know, they
Yeah,
might run up on me at the listener party.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Please don't.
To
Please don't.
extort. Please don't extort me at the listener.
I'm
party.
asking you one thing this holiday season. Please don't extort me. So, Paul Pogba's brother decided, you know, it's got to hurt. You're the lesser Pogba. You play soccer too professionally, but even in the article, it's mentioned he never got past the lower leagues in Europe, and he thought to himself, "Let me try to take money from my brother."
I need to know their relationship, like an explanation on this, because like why wouldn't he, like, even if you are just like a, you know, you're the Thanasis to his Giannis.
Yeah, the Thanasis would never.
No,
because there's a meal ticket there.
Yeah, maybe Costas.
Yeah, who knows what he's up to?
But like even then, like wouldn't you just be like, hey, can I just be like your manager and you pay me whatever $75,000?
Yeah, is Pogba one of those brothers who's like, you got to go earn it on your own, and that pissed off Matthias, and you go, oh, okay, I got to earn it on my own.
I'll get it on my own.
Okay,
I'll get it the way I know how.
Yeah, you're just not gonna like it. So Pogba did pay the group that his brother was a part of like £100,000, which is equal to $104,000. So they did get some money out of him. Probably not the extent of which they wanted.
No,
but they got some money, and now Matthias is in court. Damn, man, extorting your own brother.
It's like actually it's more like a TV show plot.
Yeah, I think so. Like Law and Order. That's a Law and Order one. I think it wouldn't even get like prestige TV. It wouldn't get like an 8-episode arc. It'd be a 1 episode,
or it's like or if it is like technically prestige, it's like on Stars. You know?
Yeah, but would it get
it's
the season?
Actually, this is a power plot.
Yeah, but would it get the season long arc, or would it be like a one?
No. It'd be like the half season or like a B plot in the.
And we find out at the end, or at least the character finds out at the end, that his brother was behind the whole thing.
Yeah, that's why he was on the phone all the time or something.
Like,
you know,
like we get the sense we're ahead of the character. We get the sense the brothers. Bad news.
We just something's up with Matthias.
Yeah,
right?
we're just waiting for Paul to
He has a
figure out.
giant scar over his eye. Come on.
And he runs with like these laughing guys who never stop.
He's the only guy who hangs out with the hyenas.
Yeah, you might want to take a little notice that the
most
hyenas
evil
are
of all the animals.
Yeah, what are we doing? Of course, I like. There's a guy named Kevin Richardson who like an animals activist. Goes, actually, hyenas, despite the cartoons, not bad.
Actually, I know there's no animal that's inherently evil.
Yes, but we've seen enough TV and cartoons to have our own opinions, and stay away from the hyenas if you're a main character in a highly anticipated Disney movie.
Stay away from the wildebeest. Too.
Yeah, well, I could do without Timon if we're being
honest.
honest.
Whoa. Pumbaa, you're all right with?
Yeah.
Pumbaa kept his head down.
Just kept grinding.
He was just trying to get some bugs.
Timon
always had a wisecrack.
Yeah, Timon out there making moves, trying to get his name
he
out
is
there.
a hustler.
Yeah, I
Timon's
see you.
A hustler.
I see you, Timon. I know what you're about. Too bad Paul Pogba didn't know Matthias was about that life until it was too late. So there it is. Sean won't mention names, and I respect it. Who's looking for that type of trouble?
Yeah, I have people local that actually listen to this. So I have to be very careful.
I don't have anyone local. I will offend anyone. It wouldn't matter. And then say, hey, I'm just doing it for the show. We're just doing a show here.
I haven't had to use that, but trust me, I will at some point.
It's in the
I'm playing a character.
Yeah, this isn't Sean, the guy who shows up at Thanksgiving. This is Sean who's doing the radio show. This is Sean A. Mapes, not just Sean.
Exactly.
All right. Understood. 713-780-3776. If you want to tell us who would extort you in your life, you certainly can call us. Or you can just listen to Sean talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Maybe that's why people are trying to get my hands on this money. I've been winning so much on Prize Picks during Pickmas, where you can win up to 1,000 times your money. They have discounts going on all month long to help you win some money, including Nikola Jokic to score more than half a point on Christmas Day. I think Nikola Jokic has it in him to score at least 1 point on Christmas Day. So, uh, during December, we got so much going on. We've been talking about the Texans. We're going to talk about the college football playoff games coming up, even the bowl games. If you want to get in on the bowl games and you want to say, hey, I know I'm going to watch Cal, UNLV. I don't have much to watch for. Maybe I want to see Jade Knott go for more than 53.5 rushing yards. Then you can do that on Prize Picks. You download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you place your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
the NFL recognized Derek Stingley for what he did on Sunday. We'll get to that. And the Chiefs are going to activate someone else for Derek Stingley to cover, someone who hasn't played all year. So some Texans Chiefs notes to get to. But first, let's get to Pena. He's got a question about a movie. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Hey, real quick, to that last topic you were talking about, my sister would definitely take me to court, man. She's something else, man. She helped me get a car one time when I was like 20, 21 years old when I moved into my first apartment. She made me sign a contract and everything. She said no one could be in the car. I was like, man, that's out of here, man. Like, I'm going to pay you, but you're not going to tell me who can be in my car. Like, come on now. Like, she's something else. But I had saw a post on Instagram or Facebook or something, and it said, now that I get older, I really think what did what's that kid's name from that movie? Macaulay Culkin's character from Home Alone. What did his dad do to be able to afford that big old nice house and pay for a family of 9 to go to Paris? Like, I want to know what do y'all think he did? Did him and his wife have like a fans only account or something, or what were they doing? Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, it would have been a little early for that. And the question wasn't if your sister would take you to court. The question is, would she extort you for money because she had blackmail evidence against you? That's a different conversation.
From the picture Pena painted. That's very hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it.
You think she makes a leap to extortion because she holds him to maybe a higher standard than she should?
Mm-hmm. Or, this, by the way, unenforceable contract. Don't worry about it,
Yeah.
Pena.
Well, it's happened like a decade ago, it seems like.
But, she goes, well, I saw you had someone in your car with you. And now you're not giving me my money back. I'm putting on the ski mask. I'm getting this money.
Well, I will give Pogba's brother and his group a little credit for being a little bit more sophisticated. They didn't come with guns. They just, hey, would that be considered white collar crime to blackmail someone?
I feel like that's giving it too much credit.
Probably.
Because a lot of people blackmail people. I wouldn't call them white collar.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. But Pena, I hope you and your sister have a wonderful Christmas and no one extorts the other. As far as the Kevin McAllister theory, that's not unique. You start to look at how big that house was, and they were able to take multiple trips to great locations, Paris being the first one. And then I think the family was supposed to be in New York or something. And then was that how the second one went down?
No, I think, weren't they going to Miami? And Macaulay Culkin ended up in New York.
He got on the wrong plane.
Yeah, something like
that. Whatever. I would say a lot of people are leaning towards the dad being a guy who handles mob money.
Yeah,
he's
Chicago
their accountant for the mob. Oh, that's a theory out there why Kevin McAllister had that giant ass house. Now it was in the 90s, so money went further than as opposed to what it is for someone to have that type of house now. But yeah, Pena, the thought that Kevin McAllister's dad was on the up and up and simply made his money by good old fashioned hard work.
I mean, he
it's
could have
something
been
a lot
CEO.
of us can't buy.
He could have been I don't know why we have to go.
Because we're all everyone's an awful person. We got to assume
dirty.
Yeah.
He could just made his money the honorable way as a CEO.
Yeah, that's honorable. So honorable. Getting big bonuses for doing absolutely nothing while everyone else gets fired. So honorable. And we know how some people in this country react to CEOs. If that wasn't the story over the last month or so.
That could have been Kevin McAllister's dad.
It's different times, Sean. We didn't shoot CEOs back then. We just forgave them for leaving their kid at home.
Yeah, I was
going
to
say,
did he just left his child and then the robbers attacked a child? Got into a guerrilla warfare situation with the child.
Well, look who came out ahead on that one. According to Google's AI, Kevin McAllister's dad Peter was simply a successful businessman.
Now that's shady.
Yeah, because we don't know what his job was. He was just a successful businessman. What does that mean?
I've had some successes in business.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you mean, Mr. McAllister?
Mr. Escobar was a successful businessman.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
1989 was a good year for me.
Yeah.
What was that? What?
So Home Alone book reveals the jobs of McAllister parents. Peter McAllister is a prominent businessman, or maybe even a day trader. See, there's too ambiguity. What do you mean, or maybe? Tell me what he did. What did he do?
Okay, I'm now I understand why people immediately went to nefarious.
And Kate McAllister, the mom, is a fashion designer. That's that's why she had all the mannequins in the house.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes,
and 2 incomes.
Yes, so 2-income home from 2 very successful people.
Although that's a lot of kids for two working.
Yeah, that's a lot of kids.
Like, and fashion designer, successful businessman.
Yeah, who was giving up their?
They probably had a nanny too.
Yeah, which
just doing the math.
Apparently, no one was giving up the dream and raising the kids, so the kids run amok. Well, you can tell.
Yeah.
You look at those kids. I mean, they weren't.
Kevin is supposed to be at least the best, like the most, I guess, the best of the kids.
Yes,
the most well behaved of the kids. The one who's just trying to get by, and he sets a grown man's hair on fire.
Gotta protect your home.
I'm saying, like, the other kids. Oh my god,
what would they have done if Kevin's the normal one? We don't know, but all we know is the McAllisters had 2 high-paying jobs, and that's why they could do all the things they did, including leaving their kid in their Chicago home.
I think it was Michael Jordan's bookie, because he had a Michael Jordan cutout in the home.
Do bookies make enough? Well, if you're Michael Jordan's bookie, yeah, I guess, considering who we're talking about, maybe he did make enough.
Although, actually, I'm pretty sure we know who Michael Jordan's bookie was. Or it was the guy who played golf with a bunch, and he looked at a central casting for shady business guy who, why is that guy golfing with Michael Jordan? He had like a mustache and sunglasses.
See, yeah, I don't think McAllister would be a book yet. If he was doing something nefarious, I do think it would be handling mob money. But I don't think he would be taking bets. I think he would be cleaning their money. He'd be their forensic accountant, making sure things looked on the up and up to, let the business keep running. And, like a Jason Bateman type from Ozark. That type of guy.
And his son's the Jason Bateman type from
Carry
On?
No. If you remember Jason Bateman's kid in Ozark, that kid didn't mind firing off shotguns at people. So it's the 2020s McAllister is what I call him.
Ozark. This is basically just Home Alone.
If we think about it. Oh,
it's a retelling of Home Alone.
I'm like Charlie from Always Sunny, just making all the connections. Yeah, that's what it is. Thanks, Pena, for the call. I could have talked about Derek Stingley winning AFC Player of the Week, but this was better.
A Christmas tie-in. We haven't done any,
we haven't done the Christmas bit stuff.
And I'm just gonna take a guess that we won't.
It didn't really cross my mind. Like, what's your favorite Christmas movie? Or
is Die Hard a Christmas movie, Dale?
I don't have any energy to fight it, so sure.
Okay.
If people think it's a Christmas movie, it can be a Christmas movie.
So Iron Man 3 is also a Christmas movie?
Oh, if you want it to be, I'll tell you right now, my favorite Christmas movie is Bad Santa.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, I know Love Actually apparently is very problematic now.
Oh, it is?
When people start to break down what actually happened in that movie, people are like, what are we doing here? But in 2004, I don't even know when the movie came out, but it came out around that time period. It was lovely, but now the millennials have gotten hold of it and are like,
wait a second.
Hold on. What are you doing showing up outside my house with signs? That's weird. And Gen Z certainly ain't having it. So, Bad Santa, you got one since now we're doing it before we go?
Probably either Elf or Grinch, Jim Carrey, Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
Yeah, I don't really care for the kids movies. Like I didn't watch kids Christmas movies when I was a kid. The one we always watched was the one that showed up on NBC every year. It's a Wonderful Life. That's the one that always got watched.
I've never seen that.
You would be someone who apparently never turned to NBC randomly around Christmas time because it's always on.
No. You know what? You got me.
Yeah.
Never did.
Sorry. Prosecution rests. He's admitted to the crime.
Of never turning on NBC.
Never turning it on.
Unless, I turn on, the only time I turn on NBC is at 6:45 every Sunday night. Or not every Sunday night. Sunday night for 4 months.
I'm not too surprised by that. And I would say that kind of fits me too. I mean, what am I watching NBC for? If there's a show I actually care about on NBC, it'll be streaming at some point. I don't have Peacock, but if there's an NBC show I care about, I will just watch it on demand. I'm not going to watch it as it runs.
I don't think I knew that Law and Order SVU was, or any of the Law and Orders were a NBC show. I just assumed that they're a USA show because they're on USA 24/7.
No, I get it. If you,
I just in my head, I was like, yeah, it's a USA show.
Yeah, watching first run network shows is not really a thing for me anymore. I can't remember the last time I sat down and go, it's 8:30, time to watch this. It's not how I operate.
Yeah, ever since Young Sheldon ended, there hasn't been.
Understood.
I just had to see how they tie it all in,
I'm glad
the multiverse.
The
Sheldonverse.
The Sheldonverse is what we're.
I guess the Big Bang Theory.
It's
universe
actually the Big Bang Theory verse, or whatever they want to call it.
The Big Bang Theory universe is just this universe that we're living in right now.
One that no longer has Kraven the Hunter as a potential vehicle for Aaron Taylor Johnson to become a big Marvel star, and
I'm happy for Aaron Taylor Johnson that he doesn't have to make another one of these movies.
Good for him. And he's in Nosferatu. No, he's not in Nosferatu, but he's in what? There's a popular movie now I'm forgetting. Oh, he's in 28 Years Later. He's going to be in that. So that has some cachet.
Good for him. Can still pay rent. It's nice to know.
I wasn't actually worried about it, but I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad he doesn't have to. He's actually more likely to be extorted than have to deal with paying rent at this point in his life.
Oh, then watch out for your brothers, Aaron Taylor.
Whoever they may be. All right. Stingley, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Hollywood Brown, back with the Chiefs. They plan to activate him so the Chiefs get another weapon. Patrick Mahomes is on track to play, so they go from a 3-point underdog to a 3-point favorite in the game. And that's where we are. The Texans will see the Chiefs at relative full strength. We'll see if Patrick Mahomes is limping around out there. But I wasn't surprised that he was going to play. He always limps around late in the season. That's what he does. That's who he is. But the Texans are going to see him, so they'll have to deal with a Super Bowl champion who will have their starting quarterback in a big game as far as narratives. The Texans beating the Chiefs would be great for the profile, would be great for how we feel about them. But as far as actual consequences this season, I don't see much in it, whether you win or lose. You would just like to feel good on a Saturday night or Saturday afternoon because your team wins. Chris, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in, you can. The number is 713-780-3776. Sean and I are going to be out at Republic Boot Company tomorrow. And then, of course, on Monday, it is the Christmas party. So come out and join us at either location. We welcome you. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Dream Shake agrees. The double banger segment ain't exactly great. It's not a segment per se. It's just an occurrence during a segment, and he isn't wrong. It's not great if you're in your car. For some reason, he has a picture of NBA Live 2000, which I guess is Michael Jordan's first appearance in that franchise. He has the actual CD case. Remember when things are in little CD cases for your video games? Maybe you don't, Sean. You might.
I remember.
You might.
I remember. Come on.
Tim Duncan's on the cover of this.
I talked about NBA Live or NBA 2K11 earlier to the show.
He goes, "Hey, how dare you?
Yeah.
I'm not as young as you say I am."
I had that on the Xbox 360.
Yeah, you would remember. Now I'm just.
I don't know the last time I got one.
Yeah,
but,
now just download it. Just download the games. It's the easiest way to do things. So the whole stand in front of a GameStop at midnight for a game, long gone.
The only physical ones I have are because they would get discounted. Like
Yeah.
this is like 7 years ago or something. They would get discounted the physical ones on like Amazon or whatever. But in the PlayStation store, they just won't be discounted for the digital version. So I just order it on Amazon and have it show up 2 days later for like half the price.
And with it being the Christmas season, it doesn't really hit the same. I can't imagine it hits the same for kids like it did for us, where it's Christmas Day morning. You go to the tree, you unwrap your Madden whatever,
Yeah.
or whatever the game is you want, as opposed to now where you just get dad to verify the credit card information and have it downloaded, or mom do it, whoever's doing it, and it's, hey, this is going to take about 20 minutes, then I can play. Like, do parents?
That's tough.
Do parents do that? Do they wait till like Christmas morning to buy the game, or do they, like, if it's a Christmas thing, do they? All right, I gotta go to the PlayStation store and buy the game Christmas morning.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
I wonder if you're a parent and you have to buy video games for your kids,
Because
how do you do it?
They're probably going to be playing on the PlayStation the night before, so they would see it download,
Yeah.
or they would see it pop up.
Yeah, I wonder if you're still under. Let's make sure you don't play with any of your toys until Christmas morning. Are you waiting until like 7 a.m. when everyone's up, or at least your kids up, to buy the game, download it, and let them start? I wonder how that works for parents. I ain't ever gonna find out. Just putting it out there. Let's get to, we got a couple calls. Let's get to Chris first. He wants to talk about Bad Santa.
Hey, Dale, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, great show, man. Hey, first, you actually brought up a great topic about video games, man. Back in the day, my favorite Madden I unwrapped as a kid because I'm a Packers fan was the Brett Favre edition. I still got that wrapped up, actually. I never, ever touched it.
Wow.
Just because I'm like a weird collector, so I'll say that.
I get it.
But back to the Christmas movies, man. Yes, Bad Santa is the number one spot for any Christmas movie as an adult. I don't care what you say, as you agree. Number two, me being a Marine, Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, okay.
Is my number two spot. And then my number three spot would have to be Die Hard.
You know, I don't know how many people beyond because of your background would put Full Metal Jacket there. It doesn't ring Christmas movie, but
it does because he actually does sing Happy Birthday to Jesus. They do celebrate. They do celebrate Christmas at boot camp. And me being a Marine, I have spent many horrible Christmases in the Marine Corps. But you know what? They were the best ones. Because you know what? If I suffer, we all suffered. We all suffered together. And you know what? That's what made Christmas that much better. Because once you got off, you know what you did? You drank. That's what made Christmas that much better.
Chris, however you celebrate Christmas, and this is for Chris and anyone else, do you? They did sing Happy Birthday to Jesus. I just don't know, beyond you and your Marine Corps buddies would put it there, but I'm not fighting it.
I mean, Die Hard doesn't have the traditional Christmas spirit. It's an action movie where there's a terrorism plot. Like,
look,
but you know what though?
Yeah.
You know what though about Bruce Willis? Bruce Willis of all action stars, which to me, Bruce Willis is the greatest action star of all time because he is the common man's action star. He's not Schwarzenegger. He's not Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's not
Stallone. He is the average-looking man
that
still kicks butt.
You can't beat that.
Yeah, I'm not
He
fighting.
beats all the terrorists.
I agree, man.
As an average looking man.
I think that was the appeal, that he did not look like some juiced up dude who wasn't like the rest of us. He got it done. Wow, it's unique. It's pretty unique that Hollywood went with the balding everyman to be their action hero. It's not what they would do today. But they did it, and Bruce Willis was very, very, very good at it. Look, I like Die Hard. I don't think of it as a Christmas movie, but I don't fight anyone. Full Metal Jacket is one I'm gonna start asking people about what they think. Thanks, Chris, for calling in. But of course, you agree with me with Bad Santa. It's the best one. If you're an adult, lock in on Bad Santa.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a run this weekend or something.
Yeah.
Maybe not this
And maybe not this week. We've got CFP stuff in the NFL, but during the week,
yeah.
And RIP to the greatness that is Bernie Mac. Shout out to Bernie Mac. We got, thanks, Chris. Appreciate you calling in. Bad Santa, another one for me and for you. Mike, you actually want to talk about sports. Yucky. Mike, you want to talk Chiefs Texans? What's up?
First of all, if you were a kid back in the day, at least when I was growing up, and you got like Madden or something on Christmas, you were a total nerd because everyone else got it like when it first came out. So you're like 3 or 4 months behind. Everyone's already been playing for months. And so you were like, everyone was just like, your parents are cheap or you're a nerd. Bad Santa is a pretty good movie. I guess before I get to my Texas question, like, what do you think about all these weird, like, I don't know if you grew up like going to church or whatever, but like these weird, like little, like demon movies coming out now for Christmas, like Dear Satan, which is AKA Dear Santa, or like Nosferatu, or Krampus came out a couple years ago. Are you a fan of like horror movies during Christmas time?
I like horror movies, but I don't watch Christmas theme horror movies. They don't appeal to me. Krampus, I'm probably never gonna watch. I'm not even really a giant holiday movie person, except for the ones I really love. So, Halloween, the Halloween stuff, it's got to be great. I'm just not going to go on a marathon of watching Halloween movies. So, no, I don't like the demon Christmas movies. If I'm going to go with one, it'll be a Bad Santa or a more traditional one. And like Jack Black has one out called Dear Santa. He looks like he's got like demon horns on or something. I'm not exactly sure. I guess he's Satan. He's playing Satan. I'm out. I'm not watching Jack Black be in a Christmas movie while he plays Satan.
Yeah, I also another like deep cut was I dated this girl one time and she said that her favorite Christmas movie was Edward Scissorhands, and I thought that was so weird. But anyways, back to my football question. If the Texans pull it out this weekend, and let's say that Patrick Mahomes looks decently healthy and he's not hobbling around where everyone can say that, you know, they won just because he was hurt or whatever. If it is like a decent game, which it probably won't be because the Texans are trash, but let's just say it's a decent game. Like, will the talk about them now being like they float around being a playoff team to like an actual contender pushing for something? Do you think that gives steam more to like the Texans, or is it still like a mystery on what's going to happen with them, like going into the playoffs, depending on where their seeding is and who they play, like first round? And then my last thing is it true that like like I know that this is a separate thing, but the Rockets are so bad at shooting right now. Is it true that they're so desperate for like an accurate shooter that they're willing to give Luigi Mangiani a 10-day contract if he's acquitted?
It is not true. Thank you, Mike. I said you heard me say, "Here we go." You knew it was coming. The lead up, you knew.
I had no idea.
I think Mike has done this before. Maybe not about the Rockets, but he will get through his regular call, and then he will have a joke. I knew, Mike. I see you. I see you working.
I was like, is he going to bring up Zach LaVine?
No, I knew it wasn't going to be anything where it's an actual basketball player. It was going to be in that line, and he did it. The answer is it's not true. As far as the narrative surrounding the Texans, if they win this game, I'm glad you kind of gave the caveats of how it went. Context will matter, because if it's a close one where the Chiefs finally don't pull it out, the Chiefs finally got. They finally didn't win a game where they maybe didn't deserve it and they are in it. Finally, their luck ran out. It'll matter about how the Texans play. Look, there'll be people in this town who, no matter how it goes, will tell you that this stamps the Texans as a real contender. When we've seen the Chiefs play good teams close, play bad teams close, it doesn't matter. The Chiefs play close games. So I don't think a close win over the Chiefs means that much. The luck has to run out for them, and maybe the Texans are just a team who will have the luck flip their way. If they go out there and kick the Chiefs' ass, then we're having a different conversation about what they can be in. And certainly that is still only a one-game scenario. I would still take the Chiefs in a playoff game in Arrowhead against the Texans if it came down to that. But the way they play will kind of lead how people talk about them. Now, I mentioned earlier that I don't think what happens means that much as far as the entire view of the Texans, unless it is a beatdown. Then you can start to look at, oh, did we run the football? Did that offensive line that they put together coalesce? Was CJ accurate and Sean can play Shred 'em Shroud on Monday? Actually, Sean won't even be here. You will be at Nick's, or will you be back here?
I'll be at Nick's place.
Okay, so Sean won't be able to play. We'll inform whoever's filling in for him to play it. Will that be something we can play? Because CJ lights up the Chiefs' defense, which is a good one. Like you said, how it goes down matters. And we will see on Saturday afternoon how it goes down. Texans, Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes will play. Hollywood Brown appears to be on track to play. Joe Mixon looks like he's going to go. He was limited yesterday, but he was out there practicing. So we will see starting at noon on Saturday. Okay, we got a couple more segments here to go before we wrap it up. We'll get into some CFP talk, more so about what we find most compelling about these matchups. Maybe we'll get more into what we actually think will happen tomorrow, but we haven't talked a lot about them. And I do like storylines, and I do like where the games are being played and who's playing in them. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Art wants a culture war for Christmas. He wants traditional white Jesus versus, I guess, my mom's version of black Jesus. And then he wants Mexican Jesus just to sit and watch. I don't know. Would that be marketable? What do you want, like a superhero battle? I don't know how that works.
Yeah. I'm trying to ground it into a relatable story.
Yeah, we'd have to. I don't know. Maybe Jack Black can play the evil Santa, evil Jesus. I don't know. I didn't know he was. I didn't know until we had Chris call in or Mike call in about it, and I was like, wait a minute.
I saw the trailer for it. Probably won't give it a spin.
No,
I'll say
unlikely. Paramount Plus if you want to watch it.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks like Jack Black doing Jack Black stuff, but I'm just the premise. Just run that by me one more time, because I think it's like the kid writes a letter to Santa, but he misspells it and sends it to Satan,
and it winds up in Satan's
and
mailbox.
so now like Satan gives him 3 wishes or something. I don't know.
All this after you turned on your longtime Tenacious D music partner, all just to make movies like Dear Santa.
I mean, he probably already made it when he turned on Kyle Gass, but
yeah, you're probably right. Probably was well into production before he did it, but still, all that to promote and get away with being able to promote Dear Santa, turning on Kyle Gass. Well done. This is what you're doing.
You're too good.
You
for
ruined
Tenacious D?
You ruined what a 3-decade-long relationship with your good buddy, and this is what comes out of it. You get to promote Dear Santa without having to worry about being canceled by a certain part of the country. Come on, at least do a passion project, not a money grab. If you're gonna crush Kyle Gass,
maybe he was like, hey, listen, this Minecraft thing, it's gonna be big. Can't have any distractions.
Yeah, he's in collect them checks territory right now.
He's in
Minecraft, Dear Santa,
adult in a kids movie. That is his lane.
Well, isn't that his best kids movie? I mean, his best movie when he played an adult in a kids movie. School of Rock,
and Kung Fu Panda. He lives in this lane. Jumanji.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
Can he ever act around adults, or at least with adult theme subject matter?
Shallow Hal.
Yes,
25 years ago.
That was very adult. Yes.
Tropic Thunder. He was in Tropic Thunder. Mm-hmm. He really should do more Tropic Thunder type roles, where he just plays like an insane cokehead actor.
Yeah, that's the Jack Black I loved. What happened to that?
I want
guy?
the old Jack Black.
Yeah, not the new one. I don't want the one who's trying to make me. I actually don't want the one who's trying to make me dance. I want the one who was insane and took on serious roles. Okay, CFP, Sean. Let's remove Texas and Clemson from the equation because it's not fair to the conversation. What game are you most looking forward to?
I mean, obviously, Ohio State, Tennessee is the most, I guess, like traditionally compelling matchup. Like it's 2 evenly matched teams. The favorite is coming in at a all-time vibes low, and you have a Tennessee team who has some strengths that should really play well against the weaknesses of Ohio State. So that is like the traditional kind of like I'm if I were to suggest to someone who doesn't watch college football, like what game should I watch this weekend? I would suggest that one. For myself though, SMU Penn State.
Why SMU Penn State?
It's very interesting because they're 2 teams that I feel like are so like volatile with what you can get. And if the teams that showed up in the ACC and Big Ten title game show up, Penn State's going to smoke
them. Yeah.
Because that's the best Penn State's ever looked. And SMU tricked off the entire first quarter.
They look like a team who
The moment was too
weren't
big
ready
for
to
him.
meet that moment. Yeah.
Yes. And so I wonder if you're going to get the more settled in SMU that we saw for the last 3 quarters of the Clemson game. And are we going to see Penn State perform at a level we really haven't seen Penn State perform at? Because they do lose close to good teams, but normally it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look in the way that when Drew Adler says he's coming back for another year at a week and a half after the game, people aren't like, "Are you sure, dude? Because you keep playing like that, you might leave the draft." It looks more like the Ohio State game where uh they're getting nothing on offense
Yeah, I
and they
think-
lose 17-13.
Yeah, and the announcement timing is weird. Other than I don't want any distraction. So if you light it up, you go on a 3-game run, you're
Yeah.
still coming back.
If you
What are we
exactly.
talking about? Or however many games he's in, you're still going to come back to Penn State if you shoot up draft boards. Okay, sure.
If you have this, even if you you'd have to smoke SMU, but then you play Georgia and you have like the CJ Stroud versus Georgia game. You have 3 CJ Stroud versus Georgia games. Like, dude, you should leave.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
You're gonna be a first round pick if you do that.
So,
but I just think it's interesting because I can talk myself into a lot of different outcomes with that, where it's like I could see Penn State smoking them. I can see a low scoring grind out win for either side. I can also see SMU coming in there, probably not blowing them out, but coming out swinging and kind of, I don't know, dictating how the game gets played.
So you approach that with a very serious football breakdown.
Well, also the other
me,
stuff.
If we're going about why I'm interested in these games, is because I want to look at Ryan Day's face if things go poorly early. I care less about the game itself. I don't have any real feelings about Tennessee or Ohio State. I care more about the anxiety and it ever building on Ryan Day's face if things are going poorly early. The grumbling from the crowd, Ryan Day knowing this is bad. What are we going to do? Every play is like him living or dying. I want that Urban Meyer effect that we've been missing. Remember when Urban Meyer felt like he was going to nearly pass out and he had to leave the game because
I remember
the game of
2018,
football.
yes.
Remember he was sitting very sadly in that golf cart after losing the Big Ten title game? What game did he lose? Was it the Big Ten?
That was the Big Ten title game. I want to say like 2015.
And he was sadly eating Papa John's in that golf cart?
Or actually, it might have been like 2013.
Yeah. This is what I'm looking for. The game itself, obviously, that means Tennessee is playing well, or at least Ohio State's playing poorly. I need that. I need Ryan Day cam. I need to watch him react to everything that's going wrong for Ohio State and him hearing the fans, him knowing Chip Kelly is screwing him over and maybe doing an end around to take that job from him. I need it all. Okay. But seriously, I hate Ohio State with the passion beyond the Ryan Day thing. I will never root for them to win anything. I ain't going to be singing Rocky Top, but I might be humming it throughout the game. That's what I'm looking for as far as a football thing. But the non-football stuff, Ryan Day, come on. That's the compelling part of that game.
Yeah, Ryan Day Pack Watch is gonna be fun. It is the only game this weekend where you go, I'm not sure how much of a home field advantage this is gonna be. Not just because of the invasion of Tennessee Volunteers that's being reported, which I don't know. I don't know how much, like, is it gonna be 70-30? Like, that's probably the max that I can see.
Yeah, how many Tennessee fans will actually be in that building?
Exactly.
Despite the reporting about how many tickets they bought from the secondary market.
Yes, and there's the fact that, like what you mentioned, like they start with 2 straight 3-and-outs, or
give me a couple punts.
They don't score on the first
fail
3
on the
drives.
Third down, maybe miss a field goal. Even if you do get a first down or two, I need the anxiety to build on his face as Tennessee's defense is harassing. And you look at Will Howard and like, ooh, this is the Will Howard we saw against Michigan. What is this?
I do see a hard time for Tennessee to like run away with it unless you get full Ohio State quit on there.
I agree.
Just because like the way Nico Iamaleava has played so far, like he has not. Their offense, you think back 2 years ago with Hendon Hooker, how they were throwing the ball all over the place, deep shots and stuff. That's not really what they do. They still throw the deep shots.
They don't connect on them.
They don't complete them. Either Nico overthrows them or the guys drop them. But they're more of a run up the middle with Samson kind of team, and that's running straight into the Ohio State defense. That's like the teeth of the defense is that front seven. So I have a hard time seeing it being like some fireworky, high flying game. That and it's going to be 20 degrees, and
Yeah,
I just have to assume Nico has never played in weather like that.
it's a night game in Columbus. We're talking about potential snow showers. It'll be nasty weather. That's the other appeal. These teams who don't deal with that type of weather going up north. I had hoped it would be a Dabo joint, but he's going to Texas, and it's going to be mild and okay, mild in Austin.
Maybe
it'll be mild in Austin. That's not what I was looking for Dabo. I needed him somewhere very cold. Just didn't play out that way. Thanks, Texas, for losing in the SEC.
I mean, it would have been Georgia.
Maybe
it would have been Georgia as
or
the 5 seed.
Maybe.
Or maybe
they would have had Penn State at the 5.
Yeah, it would have been Penn State.
Yeah. So thanks, Texas, for ruining my dream.
Auburn.
I'm actually out here hoping you guys win an SEC title, and you give me that. And now I got Dabo in mild temperatures. I needed him to be
wintry mixed Dabo.
Yeah, he doesn't have a beard, but I needed like the cold to be frozen on his nose, and I'm not getting any of that mucus. But we're not getting any of that because Texas can't close the deal. Gunnar Stockton, of all people, winning a game. What are we doing?
I know.
The problem is you shouldn't have hurt Carson Beck. You probably would have won the game.
That was the issue.
Yeah. Hey, look at us hitting the quarterback and putting him out of the game, and it cost us.
He did like 3 straight interceptions.
Shout out to Texas early for not taking advantage of the opportunity. Could have been like 14-0. We wouldn't even have to be worried about this right now. It happens. And you know what? I guess you feel very confident about Quinn Ewers against Clemson.
You know who could have used an extra 10 days off? Quinn Ewers.
Very true.
Or at least I could have used another 10 days off.
From Quinn Ewers.
One less game.
Having to depend on Quinn Ewers to come through.
I just don't want. That is the biggest thing with the bye. Like I get now they have to beat a Clemson team that was not going to make the playoff under any circumstances.
Yeah. So it's not exactly.
And Arizona State in a dome.
Yeah. It's not exactly a tough run.
But just the fact that, not that they have to play an extra game and like there's always a chance you lose a game. It's that I have to sit there and have my emotions played with for 4 hours in the middle of a Saturday.
Particularly when you know you should win this game and maybe
the next 2 games, if they play 2 games, will not be enjoyable in any way. Like I'm not going to come in here being like, yeah, baby, we won. I mean, I wouldn't do that on Saturday anyway. But I guess we had the Monday show. But like no matter what, I just have to be like, okay,
we should have won that game.
Now the playoffs start in the Final Four.
Yeah. And you're in a position where you're supposed to win. You just have to hope your quarterback doesn't put you in a position where you're miserable in the fourth quarter, hoping you pull it out.
I think I'm going to be miserable.
There's a real shot that's going to happen. And we're talking a lot about the games. You can hear them starting tomorrow at 6:30. Indiana, Notre Dame, which is fun because we talked about it earlier. They never play each other, and the committee, although they're not the NCAA, they did something the NCAA tournament committee would do. They put 2 in-state teams against each other who never play. So that starts our CFP coverage here on ESPN 97.5 at 6:30. And then starting on Saturday at 11, we're going to have all 3 games. So if you're out and about doing the Christmas shopping because you made the horrible mistake of waiting until the weekend before, it happens. Everyone procrastinates. You can drive around, go to wherever you need to go to get what you need and get back in the car, or, carry the phone. The app works too if you want to be someone who has your headphones in. Trust me, I have earbuds in when I'm shopping. Who am I talking to? You can do that too. So we have all the games for you throughout the weekend. Julian, you want to talk about, I guess that's Saquon Barkley. We can get to you now. What's up, Julian?
How you doing, gentlemen?
What's up?
I've been busy today. I get in the vehicle, and XM is on Fox Sports, and they're falling over themselves about Saquon Barkley and the record, how if it can be broken, it needs to be broken. And this is bigger than just Saquon. This is bigger than the Philadelphia Eagles. This is for the NFL. Dude, he's getting an extra game. I mean, it's impressive what he's doing, no doubt. But I don't care about no rushing record when you have an extra game. It means nothing to me. And I feel like we should have an asterisk. NFL should have an asterisk for all these records that are being broken with 17 games. And then y'all, they're probably going to have an 18th game within the next 5 years, right? I mean, let's just be real. The NFL's greedy. They want the money. And they're the only league that has yet to feel any kind of decrease in viewers. But especially if they go to 18, who gives a hell? Oh, my bad.
Watch it.
Here's about a rushing record.
I don't care about.
Yeah,
I don't feel.
one,
I don't care about records one way or the other. I don't feel strongly about them mattering or saying they don't. But at this point, should the asterisk be next to 16? Because it was a 14 game schedule. So how far does this go? Do we go modern era records? I'm not sure, because as games become more lucrative to have, there will be more regular season games played. So
yeah,
you can have this argument about 17 or 18. We could have the argument about 16.
OJ did it in 14.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So who actually has the record? Do you go, are all records to be about average per game? Like, what if Saquon is averaging more yards per game than, I guess, Eric Dickerson is the league currently the record holder?
If you're trying to erase OJ Simpson from history.
Well, certain people have,
which
and want to.
Julian isn't. Julian is standing up for
OJ
Simpson.
I don't know if he was standing up for OJ or Eric Dickerson or just Eagle hate. I'm not sure what that was about. You always have to look a little deeper. That might just be Eagle hate coming from the 49er fan.
That's Christian McCaffrey's record.
Yeah. Although I did, honestly, I did look to see if Christian McCaffrey was in line for it, to see why he was so angry about it, just to make sure. There's always some bias in everything that we do, but
it's Isaac Garindo's number.
Well, he might put up 150 against the Dolphins on Sunday. We'll see. Look, as I said, 14, 16, 17, 18, whatever it gets to, there could be an asterisk against any record. I do think part of it should be per game. That might be I guess certainly endurance of playing a lot of games means something to records. But if we're talking about the most productive running back season, put it at a minimum of 15 games and go, how many yards did you rush for per game? And if you have the record there, maybe you're the most prolific rusher in the NFL, since number of games continues to change. All right, we're done for the day. We got one more show before the big Christmas party on Monday. We'll be out at Republic Boot Company tomorrow from 7 to 12. Sean will be out there with me. You can join us as well. So since we are done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Gallant George are up next.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Thursday, December 19th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Yesterday, the Houston Astros nearly had Nolan Arenado. At least we found out. But Nolan Arenado invoked a no-trade clause to block a deal that would have sent him here. I don't know what this part of the story means in a story first reported by Brian McTaggart of MLB.com. But a source said there were still ongoing talks between the clubs, though another source indicated that the Astros aren't holding out much hope that a deal will get done. It's definitely not close.
Yeah, and then Katie Wu from The Athletic, she is the Cardinals beat reporter. She followed that up with that Arenado doesn't want to make a decision this early in the offseason.
Oh, great. Smoke signals?
But like, we're, I don't know, what are we going to be, 55 days away from spring training? That's not that far from the offseason being over, essentially. So it's weird. To see that he's not on the Astros are not on the list. They get down to the 1 yard line, and then he just comes in and says, "Nope, not doing it." Honestly, I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Yeah,
some people are dancing in the streets that Nolan Avocado decided to invoke the no trade clause.
I think some people are really looking at him statistically and making large leaps about his fall off and trying to compare it to Jose Abreu. I think there is a PTSD for Astros fans.
Well, I'm not going to lie, Joe. If you take a look at some of those numbers, my God, it is quite the jump off. And you go to, there's this advanced baseball stats website that I went to, the same one that had Jose Abreu's numbers. And his, since 2022 to this past season, you take a look at the average exit velocity, his barrel percentage, and his hard hit percentage. We are talking massive drop-offs to the 9th percentile, 6th percentile, and 12th percentile overall.
Yeah.
Those are not good. So I totally relate to everybody with the Jose Abreu panics. They are merited because that's exactly what we saw with Jose Abreu.
Yeah, and it's a valid concern. Like I find it hard to believe the Astros would do this twice and it would go that badly twice. But it's you never know. It definitely could. I didn't want Nolan Arenado anyways.
34 at the beginning of April.
Yes. I think there's money you can spend elsewhere instead of bringing in Nolan Arenado and trading some kind of prospect, whatever it is. Obviously, it's not going to be a big name. So I'm fine with this deal not happening. And frankly, I don't really want to see the Astros to continue to pursue it. That if he changes his mind this offseason and it's I'll go to the Astros. Because what changed? That there are all these teams he's reportedly willing to waive his no trade clause to, and he's holding out hope for one of those teams, I guess, to trade for him.
Maybe.
And that's what he's waiting for, really?
I'm wondering who's interested in him, though, because I don't see why anyone would be interested in him. Why would you trade for this? That's what I'm asking. Now, I think Nolan Arenado, he could easily say, hey, why would anyone want to go to the Astros right now? And I think that actually would be a fair counterpoint. But who would want to trade for that? I wouldn't. He's a great fielder, and he's somebody that you would think is at least not going to strike out a lot. But you're going to be paying, with the deal that the Astros were going to get, you would have been paying him $40 to $45 million over 3 years because the Cardinals were willing to pay a lot of his salary. Is every one of those teams that they're going to make a deal with potentially going to say no to that salary? We're talking $20 million a year for a guy who I feel like is on the verge of being a just average to below average hitter at the plate.
Yes. And now, look, if he's average, it's still better than what Jose Abreu was, because Jose Abreu was one of the worst hitters of all time.
But we can't all of a sudden act if the floor has been lowered so low by Jose Abreu that things that are slightly above the floor are acceptable. Where, just because we got a bad X does not mean that we should settle for anything that's less than what we want.
Yeah, well, and what we want is Alex Bregman. That's what the people want.
Just bring him back. Just get this over with. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it already.
Doesn't it feel like this is the end, though? I know, the reports then were followed up immediately after this. They're still not dead on Alex Bregman. It's still possible. But why are you trading for Nolan Arenado if you're still in on Alex Bregman? besides the fact that you're telling people it's over. Like, I don't know how there's any belief that like this could now pivot into Bregman being back. Like, were they going to panic? Well, if they were panicking, why wouldn't they already have just done it? So maybe this does put them in a conversation, Jim Crane and Dana Brown, of, well, if we can't get Arenado and we thought that the declining numbers were not real, even though we know that the Astros hitting staff is the opposite of the pitching staff, like they're not fixing the problems of the Houston Astros lineup. We saw that last year where they're having to have offseason meetings about totally changing their approach once again to what they're going to do in the regular season this year because of how poor the playoffs went, because of how poor runners in scoring position went this last season. I just don't know how this ends with Bregman being an Astro. If that was the plan, then why would Arenado be an Astro? Because he should be. He should be a Houston Astro right now. He told you no. So.
I wonder what their other options are at this point, too.
Well, Isaac Paredes is a third baseman. So I think you have to just start. You can't look at third base anymore. I think it's Arenado or Bregman, it feels like, is at third base next year, or Paredes. It's one of those three guys. And I would say, like, if we were going to put our own betting numbers on it, I would say Paredes is the heavy favorite to be the opening day third baseman for the Houston Astros. Isn't that why you acquired him? Like, I know he could play first base.
I want him to have been acquired to play first base.
Yeah.
And again, how I feel about the Kyle Tucker trade is entirely based on what happens to Alex Bregman. Even if Paredes hits the ball to exactly where the Crawford boxes are, and if that pitcher, you can do something with him, and this prospect, like I don't even want to remember their names yet until I know what's going on with Alex Bregman, to be perfectly honest. And this idea that, per Jeff Passan, which we saw today, the Astros are unwilling to go past 6 years for Bregman is bizarre. I don't understand the holdup over 6 years. If it takes 7, why is 7 out of bounds? What's the difference between 6 and 7? 6 and 7 years from now, the Astros will stink probably. Let's be honest. And 6 to 7 years from now, what's wrong with having Bregman 1 year longer? Don't you actually want to have somebody that people like on the team? This isn't like Carlos Lee days, where there was no one of consequence on those Astros teams. Eventually, this team is going to stink.
Yep.
It's just how every single sports franchise works. What's wrong with having Alex Bregman for an extra year? Now, maybe Bregman takes issue with being here for 6 to 7 years or something like that. But I see no reason for the Astros to say, "Oh God, 7 years." Like are they people who are degenerate gamblers and they know that 7's a bad number? Like I don't understand why you would look at 7 and draw this hard line there. Because clearly that's where they do. Just take a look at their whole history. They are just terrified of giving somebody a contract that's a year longer than 6. Why? Why? That it would be one thing if it's 10 and we're never in on it. Fine, that makes total sense. But 7 instead of 6. What's the harm when it's Alex Bregman you're talking about?
They just firmly believe that anything after 7 is a disaster, or after 6 is a disaster. And if you look at the graphic that we kind of referenced yesterday of the biggest contracts given out by every Major League Baseball team, if you look through it, you will see it's probably like 50-50 of what these deals end up being if they go past 7 years. Like I would say, obviously, like the first one you see is Chris Davis. That is a disaster of a contract for the Baltimore Orioles. Wander Franco is kind of a weird exception because he's most likely going to jail for being a pedophile for the Tampa Bay Rays, but that contract's a disaster. Chris Bryant's a disaster. The end of Miguel Cabrera is a disaster. But to your point, what did the Detroit Tigers get? They got the end of Miguel Cabrera, in which he's chasing for these major records. But Steven Strasburg, Robinson Cano, like all these moves, for the most part, are disasters. And the Astros have just made a decision business-wise that they don't want to do it. They don't believe in anything over 7 years. They're going to be steadfast in that. And you either fall in line or you're out.
They didn't even give Altuve 6 years. They gave him 5. In the last deal, at least.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a free agent at age 40. And okay, maybe he retires, but what if he doesn't? Again, I'm just asking why they don't decide to give out 7 or 6 with Altuve. It's bizarre that they have this rule that they stick to when the people that probably created most of the rules that they follow aren't even here anymore, right? I'm assuming Jeff Luhnow created some of these rules. He's gone. Now it's just Jim Crane. What's 6 to 7 years? What's the difference if you're Jim Crane when it comes to keeping an Alex Bregman? The answer is there's none. There really isn't. Bring him back. Let's get this thing over with so that we can go into this year and lie to ourselves that the Astros actually have a chance to win the World Series. Because guess what? They do.
Especially because when you look at the deals that they've given out or the players they've acquired, like let's go back to Jose Abreu. While yes, Jose Abreu was technically only on a 3-year contract when the Astros acquired him, he still was 35, 36, 37 of those deals. So what is the difference of giving Alex Bregman a 7-year contract? He's going to be the same age when it ends as Jose Abreu was. So you're literally going through the same age groups. Like you're not Altuve, give me 40 when it ends. You're not avoiding that age drop off. It just seems like they're really worried about, like, if it plummets, having to buy out multiple years of a deal. Like if that's what they're afraid of, or they're unwilling to pay a terrible baseball player for 3 years. They'll only do a Jose Abreu for a year and a half.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, is that they're not against bringing in 36-year-olds. Because if it was, we don't want 36, we do not want a player over 35 on our roster. If that was the rule, that would make more sense than we don't want to sign guys to more than 6 years. Because this is the same organization that was like, sign us up for 3 years of late 30s Jose Abreu. 2 years ago, they made that decision.
Oh, here's one better. Let's trade a bunch of prospects to bring back a guy that we already had, Justin Verlander, who's 40.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't want to sign him to a contract, but if someone else signs him to the contract, then we'll give up prospects so they eat some of it, and we still have a 40-year-old pitcher on our team.
And that's the same exact thing with this Arenado versus Bregman thing. Is like they're eating some of the contract for Arenado, so like it's a lesser deal. I guess is Jim Crane just terrified to be on the other side?
34-year-old who's not good anymore.
Like, yeah, is Crane terrified to be on the other side of this, having to trade Alex Bregman away in 3 years?
But he shouldn't.
To eat part of the contract? Like, is that what this is? Because like it's illogical to not go past 6 or 7 years, but then to constantly bring in dinosaurs who are washed.
Yes, like I don't want to be basically I don't want to be in on the Alex Bregman business when he starts to deteriorate as a player. So to fill our gap at third base now, I'm going to get a guy who is currently deteriorating as a third baseman who isn't as good as Alex Bregman. Like that was the solution. That's what the plan was. The 6-year thing is such a weird thing that they draw.
This is how it's just so difficult to trust Dana Brown, because you feel Dana Brown is a puppet, that anyone post Jeff Luhnow is simply a puppet. A smart general manager, I don't think, would be trying to make a move for Nolan Arenado, and a smart general manager would say, why are we married to a 6 to 7 year limit on contracts? Why can we not take it over the edge? A couple of comments here from the 832. My guess is the rule is 5 years. They're willing to go to 6 in extreme situations. It's still dumb. One texter says, I don't want Bregman for another 7 years. Hell, I don't even want him for 5. Well, then you're crazy, because there's no other option at third base. This is a deal that you're making because you have no other choice. That's why I want Bregman back. But also, I feel like with him gone, the clubhouse loses a lot. You're not getting that back with some import.
No. And like, any option you have in free agency right now is old. Like Paul Goldschmidt trading for Nolan Arenado, Pete Alonso, Christian Walker. All these guys are over 32 years old. The whole thing, it makes no sense. I don't know how that what we're talking about is a real thing. How they don't want to pay guys, but they're just willing to hand out money as long as the other team eats some of it for a player. Like, I don't know if it's Jim Crane, because it's not Dana Brown's fault. Like, this is decisions. This process has gone through 3 iterations of a front office. It's gone through James Glick, the Skull and Bones Society,
Skull and Bones Letterman Jacket Society, yes,
and then Dana Brown. Like they 3 different versions of this organization have been willing to make this move. It was Jim Crane who, part of the reason why he didn't like James Click was because he wanted him to go get Starling Marte. Maybe he's just this is fitting for today's topics. Maybe he plays a lot of MLB The Show, and he likes Nolan Arenado in the game, and he likes, he likes Jose Abreu in the game, and he likes Justin Verlander in the he just likes the name brand of some of these guys. Like maybe that's it for Jim Crane, where it's like if he's going to lose his guy, he's going to replace him with someone of great recognition.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I refuse to call him by his actual name. I'm going to keep calling him Nolan Avocado.
I'm just suggesting.
Yeah, it's just I want a guy I've heard of. That seems to be the common through line is I want a guy Jim Crane, have seen on TV before.
Does a guy who was best with the Colorado Rockies count? Does a guy who played for the Oakland A's, does he count as a real person? No, he doesn't. Nolan Avocado never should have been a possibility. And I'm glad that he did the no-trade clause. I'm glad. Don't want him. I'm a little concerned about why he would pull the no-trade clause because this is a better situation. But, hey, here we are. Here we are.
Maybe it's not. Maybe what you're saying, maybe it's not a better situation. Like, maybe people don't view Houston that way.
I watched. He's with Colorado, right?
No, he's with the Cardinals.
Oh, he's with the Cardinals?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was with Colorado.
Again, I don't know who he is. I don't care. He's not good. What are we doing? Bregman's fine. Give him 7 years. This is so stupid.
It is really funny if it's like everything is fine. It's just give him the same contract for an extra year. Then front load it. Make the 7th year worth very little money. You can do that.
I doubt it's that, though. I bet he wants a full salary for the 7th year.
Yeah.
Scott Boras' client. And they did the handshake agreement with the Altuve deal where clearly Scott Boras is going to want to have his back scratched by the Astros in exchange for how favorably that went for the Astros.
And he should, because
so give him a little scratch. What's wrong with the scratch? It's like a dog that's like sitting in the corner. Poor little Scott Boras. Just give him a scratch. Give him his scratch.
Oh, well, he if he's an actual dog, he'd be just sitting by Steve Cohen, who basically drowned him in treats a couple weeks ago with the Juan Soto contract.
Yeah. Here you go, boy.
Yeah. Just every time Steve Cohen walks in, he jumps up on his lap.
Of all the impressions you do, Paul, you do a good dog. Oh man, I can't believe that this is what the Astros are doing. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I just don't get it.
I do. I mean, listen, none of these organizations are 100% brilliant. They all have their own little intricacies. We can all be thankful that, for example, Jim Crane is nowhere close to complete boob Woody Johnson. I'm glad that's all out in the open. I saw that today. All of the layers of it and
are incredible.
I sat back and I just started thinking about how miserable Jake Asman must be. And listen, I like Jake. I really do. But I hate the Jets with a passion. And like, you live in New York. You have 2 options for a team. And you pick the team that's run by this dumbass who's saying like, well, what's his Madden rating? I don't know if we should make this trade. And who's letting an actual son named Brick influence team decisions and give team speeches after the Jets beat the Texans, which actually effing happened. I'm trying to get it, but Jake is the only person that follows him. I've requested following Brick Johnson. I've requested following him. Let's see, 2 times, and
so he rejected you the first time.
I think he rejected me already. Jake has lovingly sent me a text. Get bricked up, baby. No, Jake, I need you to send me the speech.
No, yeah.
So at the very least, when we're mad at Jim Crane for saying like, "Oh, 7's too much for Alex Bregman," even though we were willing to go 6, we can say, okay, well, at least we don't have this little Lucky Sperm Club grandson. At least we don't have this little bastard roaming around the halls, effing everything up for our god awful organization already. Like, it is important to realize things could be worse, especially at Christmas time.
That's true. I mean, now the owner of the Texans did, play video games with one of the quarterbacks.
I have no issue with that. That's fine.
But Cal's older now.
Cal's
he
an
grew out
everyman.
of it. He grew out of it.
No, stop with that.
What? No.
No, I am not allowing for Cal slander. This comes from you being with Joel Blank on the Killer Bees. Joel always going after Cal. Cal McNair pulled Hannah McNair. Huh. Point cow.
Agreed.
Point cow.
Hannah came after the video games. Brick just needs his Hannah. And he'll be fine.
Brick apparently plays tennis at Harvard.
Oh, he's that young?
Yeah, he's like 19, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. No, he was a teenager when Woody Johnson went to England. Thankfully, we're not at war with England. Woody Johnson thought he was going to be made the ambassador to the UK again in this amazing report, and then they nominated somebody else, and he's really upset about it. and he still makes everybody call him Mr. Ambassador, and he hasn't been the ambassador to the United Kingdom for like 4 years.
Are we going to have to call Tillman Mr. Ambassador?
It depends on who Tillman is as a person. I hope that we don't. Some people are really into the idea of titles. I believe, seeing as we live in the United States of America, that even the idea of saying Mr. in front of somebody's name is too much, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think once you're out of like high school, like with like your teachers, we don't need to be a Mr. anymore.
Excuse me, Mrs. Weldon. Yeah, I feel the same as you.
If I have an intern ever call me Mr. George, fired.
No, you have to make that happen. This is why I can never be in management or in leadership.
I'm gonna tell the next intern class, only refer to him as Mr. Gallant. He's very,
Well, the power will go to my head when you do that. I'll take advantage of that. I'll make him wash my car or something.
This Woody Johnson story just made me think, and how much we're talking Astros, something I have never considered. Does Jim Crane have a son that's going to run this team?
Yes, because he fired Reed
20
Ryan.
years?
He fired Reed Ryan. Jared Kane replaced Reed Ryan.
Yes. So
it's a huge part.
Jared Crane?
Crane. Okay. Sorry, yes. I believe it's Jared.
It's like,
yes, Jared Crane.
Yes.
Jared.
SVP.
Okay. I thought you said Jared for a second. Kane. Okay.
Yeah, I said Kane.
Would have been funny if you had you have to earn the R in our last.
I like that. That'd be that. I'd be back in on Jim Crane.
You have to kill a small business through. You
have to play boar on the floor
through acquisition. Yeah.
Jim Crane also lives in Katy, Texas, as well as has that's not well written Wikipedia, apartments in Hong Kong and Moscow.
Huh.
That's just a sentence in his personal
I bet
life.
if he sold one of those, he could afford an extra year of Alex Bregman.
Probably. I imagine they're nice apartments.
They're probably really nice. And they're, Moscow?
Yeah, or
have you seen Zillow in Moscow?
Ask your friends in Moscow.
I was like,
for the last
the Kremlin can't just like pay for Alex Bregman? If we just have a Russian logo instead of the...
I would gladly take rubles. I don't care. Oh, there's a war with Ukraine. F Ukraine. I want Alex Bregman back. Sorry, my priorities are with the things that matter, not with the dying and starving people.
Their City Connect jerseys are in Russian.
I mean, the Rockets did it for China for how many years?
You know what? What just to get that 7th year with Alex Bregman?
Yeah.
Who are we?
Would you trade a communist party being part of the Astros organization for a 7th year of Alex Bregman?
Serious?
Yes.
Of course.
I'm in.
Anyway, it is Gallant George. We're being very, very serious on this program. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Did the Texans just talk trash to Patrick Mahomes? And do I actually like it? Stick around.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans play the Chiefs on Saturday, games at noon. Tim Settles, a Texans defensive lineman who, after the Texans beat the Dolphins on Sunday, said the Texans have the best defensive line in the NFL, among a bunch of other braggadocious things. I love him. He gives me a kick. I think he is one of the few Houston Texans who, after a game, is willing to say exactly what is on his mind and then actually has the ability to back it up. Because for the most part, the Texans are going to give you cliches. They're going to, which again, not judging. You don't want to have egg on your face when things go poorly. But that does lend itself to situations like Tim Settle may have walked into, because this is Tim Settle talking about Patrick Mahomes and his hobbled ankle before Saturday's matchup.
I hope he's mobile enough because we coming in Arrowhead.
You guys plan to get after that?
Yeah, for sure. Pat better make a good decision. I ain't making no threats. I'm making promises.
I got you.
I ain't making no threats. I'm making promises. Damn.
I like him. He like it's a very like subtle trash talk. Like he's not boisterous. He's just like, yeah, we're gonna break your ankle, dude.
He's not saying Patrick Mahomes sucks. Like he's not going, I think we have the better quarterback. No, he is going, we're gonna get after you, dude.
Yeah. Like if you can't run, you're in trouble. I like it a lot.
You saw if he should have been like, you saw what we did to Trevor Lawrence, right? You saw what we did to Great Bose, right?
Right. The funny thing is, after the game too, he said so many interesting things in that post-game scrum that he did. We're the best defensive line in the NFL. But he also basically said, like, you shouldn't be watching football if you thought that was awful. Among other things. I got to get the actual quote. I have it on my phone somewhere. Do not chop it up, because all of a sudden I got the chills. And the next thing I knew, I had tonsillitis.
Just because of Tim Settle. Not because of Tim Settle. You didn't get the chills.
I thought it was from Tim Settle. I also thought it was from a hangover, because many people came up to me and said, "Oh, Paul, you were out partying."
Yeah,
you
told me that yesterday.
That kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. Now, especially that I realized that I was actually sick, is that people think so, I guess,
worried
little of me and my own personal responsibility taking.
Yeah,
that I was showing up to the game hungover and or drunk.
If Paul looks like he's in bad shape, it's like, what'd you do, Paul? What'd you do?
Right.
What bars were you at last night?
It's never, I'm actually sick and just doing my job the best I can.
Yeah.
It's, Paul, you're drunk, huh? And that hurt my feelings.
Especially because like you've driven back from like bachelor parties. I think you've told us,
and I've made it
to kick off on time.
And then I asked CJ Stroud the question where he said, "Stand on business," while my head was ringing and my voice was gone.
This has been an all-time fine for Nick Caserio. Like
Tim Settle, yes.
Yeah, he only has had one season in which he has the most tackles he's ever had in a season already, and through 11 games. He's matched his career high in sacks through 11 games. He hadn't had 5 sacks in a season since 2020. He's only getting 1 sack each year the last 2 years. So he really has just been, I would imagine, much more than they anticipated for him to like the impact he's made. And I'm sure some of that's like Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter on the outside helping him. But he's been a great find as a player and maybe a better soundbite.
He's been their best soundbite this year.
Yeah, by far. It's not even close.
But is this stupid? You're doing this before a Chiefs game against Patrick Mahomes.
No, because he's really just saying, like, make good business decisions.
It's still Patrick Mahomes.
That's true.
I mean, look, as someone who grew up a Patriots fan, whenever someone said anything about the Patriots or Tom Brady, Brady would pick on that person. There was a game back in 2007 between the Patriots and Steelers where Anthony Smith, Syracuse grad, ashamed by association, but he said, like, oh yeah, what they're doing isn't special, and they targeted him on post routes to Randy Moss all game. It was mean. Patrick Mahomes is someone who I think is that petty when someone talks trash. Remember, there was that Raider player who made fun of him during the offseason, compared his voice to Kermit the Frog, which it does sound like. You got to be real careful when you're doing stuff like this. I liked Tim Settle. I like what he's doing. I don't think he should have done this.
I think I'm okay with it because of the position he plays. Like if it was, Lassiter, who's been really good this year, maybe I'd feel different, or Kalen Bullock.
No, it's every position on the field, Joe.
What are they going to run? They're going to run Pacheco at him?
We're talking about the best quarterback of this specific era. No, you don't do this. You just don't.
Yeah, he's just saying, like, hey, we're going to get you, man. We're going to get you down.
Well, what if you don't?
Well, they got Will Levis down 8 times and they still lost. Like,
yeah, that's the Titans,
they could sack Patrick Mahomes 5 times and still lose.
That's right, exactly.
But then Tim Settle's still right. He just said,
no,
we're going to get you.
No, because
he's not. Now, if you have to win now. It doesn't matter. Even if they sack him 8 times and you lose, it's still like, well, actually, Patrick Mahomes got him.
Because then Patrick Mahomes gets up at the press conference and I don't know if he would do this, but certain guys would go, they have this defensive tackle, I don't even know his name, talking mess.
Travis Kelce will 100% say that.
Yeah, you open I do realize you open yourself up to this, but I like this. He didn't say anything that's like regrettable. It's just who he said it to makes you not feel great. But I think overall, that's the proper energy to come into a game with a hobbled quarterback is, hey, be careful, dude. We're coming for you.
I'm also fine with this. I think you have to win. You're right. You're both right. It's fun. It's a good thing to say. It's entertaining. They have to win. They have to win now.
Do you feel like they're less likely to win after saying that? Because I do.
No, I don't.
I do.
No,
I would have picked them today.
The Chiefs aren't the Patriots. Come on.
It's not bulletin board material enough. Like it's not blasphemous enough to really honestly, Patrick Mahomes probably doesn't even know this was said.
He's on so many painkillers he can't even.
I would have picked them in the pick 6. The Texans. I would until this. I would have. Can't do it now. I actually was going to. This takes the air out of my sails a little bit. You can't spit in Superman's face. Like, what are you thinking?
That guy threw a bottle at him in the trailer and ended up fine.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the ground bleeding before he whistles for his dog. Like,
soft boy.
Superman gets his ass kicked in this movie. It's okay. It happens.
Oh, in the movie trailer that came out. Yeah.
Looks great.
Lots of different characters from the DC universe that I saw.
Yeah.
That I feel very nerdy for recognizing. And a dog. I'm not gonna lie, kind of out because of the dog.
No.
Thank you.
Kind of out.
Really?
I had the same. Starting with the dog being so dog forward. I'm like, we get it, dude.
What is it, Ben? Jesus.
His name is Crypto.
Cool, dude.
Don't hate on
Is it going to be on game day?
Probably.
Look, Ben won mascot of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
That also happened while I was out.
He's a dead dog.
I forgot.
He's not a mascot. Honestly, that award demeans him. He's a dead pet. Mascot. Good
normally
God.
I've been like, I don't want to be associated with some of your Ben takes.
See a mascot for
this one?
For
I'm
Kirk
with
Herbstreit's ego.
Yeah.
Good God.
This one I'm with. Should not have won mascot of the year.
Okay.
Also, stupid award in general.
So, for those who don't know, this sidebar started because the new Superman movie trailer was released today, and the fellas just made reference to it. No, you do not go after Superman. Tim Settle should not have said these things. I appreciate that he did. I appreciate that he speaks every single week. I just feel like no matter how confident you are, this is the week where you bite your tongue.
I don't know.
I'm cool with him saying this to literally any other quarterback. You don't do it
Josh
this
Allen?
week. Yes. Look at what happened to Josh Allen. Clearly it worked.
The field got him.
That is true.
Any other no one has made Josh Allen, who is probably going to be MVP this year, look worse than the Houston Texans. So there is a chance that they can do that on Sunday. I like this defense. I really do. I think it's championship caliber. DVOA says they are number 1. The offense just has to pull its head out of its ass. However, Tim, this is not about whether or not you get to Patrick Mahomes. Now it is about whether or not you beat Patrick Mahomes. And I do not expect the Houston Texans to beat Patrick Mahomes if they're talking trash about Patrick Mahomes before the game. And again, trash is subjective, but you think that these guys who are, let's be honest, bored with winning all the time, aren't looking for any little motivational toy that they can play with this week? It's a Saturday game. They've won the AFC West. Like the season's, they're really just waiting for the playoffs.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes is out here, like he's taking care of his guys to make sure that Tim Settle doesn't kill him this weekend. You see what he bought his offensive lineman?
What do you buy him?
A Rolex, Oakley's, a Yeti cooler, something, Lucius boots, and then recovery boots.
Oh,
recovery boots.
Yeah, recovery boots.
Maybe those are for the plane or something.
Yeah, they look like hockey pads.
All right,
hockey pants.
Pants.
I think I've seen those. Yeah, they like wrap around the leg.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
yeah.
they're probably, after.
Yeah, and they're cowboy boots. That's what the other one was called.
Okay.
So,
see, that's a lot.
Yeah, he's trying to say, hey guys, look, if Tim Settle doesn't kill me this weekend, like, think what else you're gonna get for Christmas.
What's that?
I don't know, cars.
Well, he needs to get him another gift. Christmas already passed.
Christmas hasn't passed yet. Christmas will be after their game.
But
he already gave him the gifts.
Gave him the gifts.
Yeah, but if
also
more
this
gifts?
is very early to give him gifts.
Yeah, Tim Settle's threatening him, so like you gotta maybe take more care of your guys.
No, he takes care of it early. I just watched Jingle All the Way last night.
Did you really?
Take care of your gifts early? That's the message of that movie. I am getting it all done tonight. It is done. I'm out by tonight. I already feel like I procrastinated too long. It is all done tonight. I'm the master procrastinator, and that is what Jingle All the Way is about. Yes, it's fun. It's about being there for your kids, but more than anything, it's about get the gift early.
I also feel like you procrastinate. Christmas is in 6 days.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Amazon. I'm good.
That's what we did. We ordered Christmas gifts like a week ago, and we got told like 2 of them are coming in January.
Well,
I was like, what?
You put in the order. You just show them to your family. You're like, I put in the order.
I'll just give them a parlay or something.
A parlay?
That's going viral on Twitter right now.
What?
It was like someone had like
a white elephant.
A white elephant gift, like $20 limit. So they did a $20 parlay that cashes out for like $10,000.
Oh, that's fun.
Like that's what like
It's not. No, it's a worthless gift. It's not actually $20.
I think we should get that like for each other.
Okay.
Like, yeah. But Tim Settle talking trash. Paul's a soft boy.
Look at middle management Joe's. Paul, I need a gift from you now.
Paul's a soft boy. He doesn't like trash talk.
Now you're not getting a card. John well, though.
Yeah, right.
Well,
What's more likely to happen? The Texans beat the Chiefs, or Paul gives Christmas cards to us?
Oh, no. Paul will give us Christmas cards, Joe.
We didn't get last year's.
What month will it be?
We never got last year's.
The cards are on the table.
I got the year before, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a me thing.
Might be.
I don't know.
Especially with you, like, let's buy each other parlays. No, sorry,
What?
I'm good. I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm not buying you.
What if it hits?
Then I would want the money.
I know. I feel like you give some of that parlay, and like if it hits,
that's what
you're just like oh.
It's like buying someone lottery tickets.
Exactly.
I'd be like, you do have to give me, like, if you win the jackpot, like
it's the implication.
I would want the peak a little bit. Come on.
You do have to a little bit.
So the implication is give me some of that. Anyway, we'll see how that works for Tim Settle and the Houston Texans. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text, and you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, whenever you feel like the three owners in town are not doing what they need to do, just remember, you could always be stuck with Jets owner Woody Johnson. An incredible report that includes a Texans nugget among many hilarious nuggets detailing the Jets' ineptitude. Next, stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This is one of my favorite pieces of sports journalism in a very long time, largely due to the fact that it comes at the expense of a sports franchise that I despise, the New York Jets. But the catchy nugget that has everyone's attention in this athletic piece about the dysfunction of the 2024 New York Jets has to do with how Jerry Jeudy and his Madden NFL football ratings led to Jets owner Woody Johnson canceling a trade that would have sent Jeudy to the Jets before this season.
That's incredible.
It's insane.
Like why? Like how can you let a Madden rating have any say in what your organization is doing?
Well, here's how. So there was a meeting where Joe Douglas told Woody Johnson, Joe Douglas was the general manager of the Jets at the time, that they were interested in trading for Jerry Jeudy. And he had been having some conversations already with Broncos GM George Paton. Woody Johnson took out his phone, started typing, and from the sound of things, he may or may not have talked to his teenage sons and saw that the overall rating for Jerry Jeudy in Madden was not particularly high. And this is not the only time that Madden ratings and the two sons of Woody Johnson may have played a role in decision-making by the New York Jets.
This is why we can't just let these owners hand the organizations to their kids. There's got to be like a secondary vetting process. Like, and we should be able to, they should be able to kick owners out of the league. Like, I guess we need it for the entertainment value. So like maybe it's okay as the Jets, but this is why not everyone just because you have money should get an NFL team.
I don't know.
You're texting your children.
I think the Jets are in perfect hands, honestly. I feel like they're in the hands that they deserve to be.
Could you imagine if this story was about the Texans?
Oh, it would suck.
Like I couldn't even imagine like having to be on New York sports radio today and like discussing, because like the anger that they must feel. Like this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
This is the kind of story that allows you to divorce yourself entirely from a sports franchise.
I think so too.
Because you can't do anything about this. You're just stuck with this dumbass who's running the show.
Yeah, like you give me a hard time, fairly, I think, about the teams that I watch. Like I got tagged in a tweet today from Junior Bronco on Twitter about like how bad it is in Chicago, how every single team is below 500 this year. And it's terrible. But none of them that I root for have this. Like this is a real reason to give up actual fandom. To be like, I can't support this team. You did not trade for a wide receiver who just went for 1,000 yards because your 19-year-old and probably like 16-year-old said that, his Madden rating's low.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't support that team.
This is from the word of Joe Douglas. He told the Broncos Johnson didn't want to make the trade because the owner felt his player rating in Madden wasn't high enough. Like this is from the Broncos, essentially, from the sound of this story. This is a guy who gets mad when he's not called Mr. Ambassador. He was the ambassador for the United States to the United Kingdom. By the way, the Diplomat show on Netflix. Cruised through 2 seasons of it. I talked about that yesterday.
I think I'm gonna watch it.
It's fantastic. Lots of twists and turns that you don't see coming. And you actually, the characters are, you like them. You grow, they all have personalities and they're not kind of one note. Okay. But he wants to be called Mr. Ambassador, and he's not an ambassador anymore. So he still wants to be called Mr. Ambassador as if he is an ambassador. I really think anyone who wants to go by a title is an extreme douche. It's the kind of thing like Dr. Jill Biden. Really?
Yeah.
You got a degree.
See, I think
hey, congratulations. Yeah. Are you operating on people? Oh, you're not? Okay. Then kindly F off.
Like this is gonna be an unpopular take, but like
hit me.
It should only be doctors or doctors. I know there's a doctorate. It should have a different title. It's confusing. The only person that should keep their title forever is the president. I feel like once you're the president, like you're the president. Like
Nah, once you're out, you're out. You're a human being, just like me, just like you.
But they still get Secret Service protections. Like that's why I feel like it's a little different.
Yeah, that's fine. To me, you're just another person.
Yeah, that's true. Their opinions don't really matter that often.
I mean, under the United States of America, you're supposed to be a citizen representative that also happens to control the military and maybe has a little bit more power than the average citizen. But like, I don't feel like I should have to call you by any title.
Yeah.
Like that. Sorry, like you aren't a king. We fought for independence in 1776. Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm going too
You're
far
fine.
down a rabbit hole here.
No, but like I love the idea that like if someone like wouldn't you rather be known as like like if you're a formal title, if you're Woody Johnson, wouldn't you rather someone just say Jets owner Woody Johnson? Like anytime like someone says hello to you,
Call
like
them Woodsters. Hey,
like,
Woodsters.
I'm the Jets owner. You say that before you say my name. Why is ambassador so important to him?
I don't know.
I'd rather be the Jets owner.
Virginia Buttonweed is pointing out that you get to keep ambassador title as a government official always, congressman, senator, and in the TV show, The Diplomat, that does hold true. I don't think you should have that. I don't. I think he was, honestly, I'm surprised we're not at war with the United Kingdom given the way he runs the New York Jets. But hey, more fun tidbits from this story. Apparently, there was a trade that involved Zach Wilson to the Broncos last April. Denver just wanted the final pick of the draft in exchange for Zach Wilson. Woody Johnson stepped in and said, no, we want to keep the last pick of the draft so we can draft Mr. Irrelevant because there's always some fanfare attached to Mr. Irrelevant being drafted. So we're going to trade you the 256th pick back. It's a difference of one pick. It ultimately doesn't matter, but they wanted to keep pick 257 just so that they could draft Mr. Irrelevant and have people talk about Mr. Irrelevant being drafted.
That's awesome. I love this move. Of all the dumb things he's done, this one's hilarious.
I kind of had to hand it to him on that one.
Yeah. Like I actually like don't hate this one.
That guy
Like they
didn't
go
make
up
the
there
team.
with a Jets jersey. Jalen Key of Alabama.
Oh wow, big school.
Yeah.
He didn't make the team.
Oh.
Wow. Who the Broncos draft?
He
Please don't say someone who has a high Madden rating.
He still plays for the Broncos.
Oh, okay. Now I'm out.
Yeah, I do feel like you have to hit the pick.
Yeah.
More on Woody Johnson from this amazing piece in The Athletic. It just gets better and better. His kids sound like a-holes. And again, spoiled rich kids. Do they know any better? But when Woody Johnson left for the UK in 2017, his sons, Brick and Jack, were 11 and 9. Jack's a normal name. Why Brick the first name? Brick's a name you give a dog, but that's fine. It's okay. When he returned, they were teenagers. Last year, Johnson started including his sons in some meetings at the team facility. For some Jets employees, the sons' increasing involvement clarified their father's propensity for sharing posts from X and articles from various outlets with this organization's top decision makers. So Woody would cite things that Brick or Jack read online. I'm wondering if also Woody perhaps cited any moments from the Jake Asman show. And I would bet, given the exchange that I had with Jake, who did not give up the video of Brick Johnson emphatically handing Garrett Wilson a game ball and a profanity-laced exclamation, I'm guessing that they've talked and that perhaps Brick watches Jake. We'll get back to that and the speech a little bit later. Joe Douglas said this to people close to him before the season, quote, I answer to a teenager, end quote.
Oh, Joe, I'm so sorry. How do you not quit this job, though?
That's a great question, but
Like,
it's money. It's a lot of money.
1 of 32.
I know, but like,
Yeah.
you go into like a job interview, like you call up like whatever team has an open. Hey guys, I know things look bad for the Jets, but just so you know, because continued in the story, when they wanted to sign someone, his sons looked at a player's awareness rating
This is what I'm
in
about to
Madden,
get to, yeah.
and we're like, hey, don't sign him. I think people would say, you know what, Joe Douglas, not your fault, dude. We'll give you another shot.
You say all these things, though, to people on the outside, and who would believe you? Because these are all bat bleep insane.
That's a good point.
I mean,
Good counter.
because yes, one of the Johnson brothers said that John Simpson's lackluster awareness rating in Madden meant that they shouldn't sign him. By the way, like the people who do Madden ratings are idiots, like total idiots. There's been a bunch of like stories done about like all the effort that they put in. Get out of here. A load of crap. They're just human beings who look at a bunch of things online and they try their best. But do you know that if you have any online access, the ratings adjust as the year goes along? Yeah, that's to give them some plausible deniability because for the most part, they're going to screw it up. And you're going to have a lot of guys who end up missing. But an awareness rating for one player, do you think the Madden ratings know how well this guy pay attention? Like, what are you talking
It's also,
about?
it wasn't he an offensive lineman?
Yeah, he's a guard.
So, like, do you trust a
teenager?
No,
Of
do you trust the
course.
Madden rating of offensive lineman and not just a overall rating for offensive lineman off of Madden? Like a specific awareness rating? Like what?
Yeah, it's not like it was like his pass block rating.
No,
It was his
it's just
awareness rating.
It's just one of the numbers. And honestly, awareness is one of the numbers that they can just like manipulate just to get the overall that they want.
Correct.
That you can just turn it up or turn it down depending on what you want.
Awareness has the highest correlation with your overall rating in the game.
Yeah.
It's the biggest one.
Huh? I actually didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a dumb one because if you control the player, like
It doesn't matter. Like if your quarterback has low awareness, it does not matter because
Really
you're
doesn't
playing
at
as the quarterback.
Yeah.
Exactly. So here is the crown jewel of this piece because it involves the Houston Texans. This year on Halloween night, the Jets registered their first victory since Robert Saleh's firing 4 weeks earlier. It was a significant moment for a struggling team. Aaron Rodgers walked into an energized locker room with a game ball in hand, and it was expected he'd give the ball to head coach Jeff Ulbrich, a customary gesture when a coach gets his first NFL win. But before Rodgers could speak, Brick Johnson took another game ball and awarded it to wide receiver Garrett Wilson in a profanity-laced exclamation, which the owner's son later posted to Instagram. Woody Johnson then gave Ulbrich the ball Rodgers had been holding. Multiple players said the energy felt drained out of the room. Quote, it was the most awkward, cringeworthy, brutal experience, one player said. Unbelievable. He ruined any chance they had of saving their season. He just stepped in there and apparently gave a speech, probably because Garrett Wilson was on his fantasy team.
Yeah.
And just hands him the game ball. And then he posted it to Instagram.
No wonder Garrett Wilson, there's reports that he's going to demand a trade this offseason.
Yeah,
no wonder.
I would want out.
We need this. I need this video.
I do too. I need it more than anything, more than life itself.
I kind of like this because know what this reminds me of is when in history or you watch like a show that takes place a long time ago when like there's a boy king and like things go wrong and a whole bunch of adults like Joe Douglas have to listen to a 13-year-old Joffrey.
Yeah, this
Baratheon.
is very Joffrey.
Like but it's a low stakes version of that because it's the Jets and who cares if the Jets have stunk for my entire life. So
this is essentially putting Ned Stark's head on a spike and making Sansa see it by taking the game ball away from the coach.
This is the luckily our country can't be run by Nepo failed children. Like you at least do have to get elected. You at least have to get elected.
For now.
Yes. But we still get a taste of it in something that's low stakes. It's high stakes if you're a Jets fan. I don't care about you. It's low stakes for the rest of us. We can go, haha. Isn't that a funny predicament they find themselves in?
It makes you appreciate what you have. Anyway, it is Gallant George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. What's going on with the Astros and Alex Bregman? The latest next. Nolan Arenado would not waive the no trade provision of his contract for a trade that would have sent him from the St. Louis Cardinals to the Houston Astros. We found that out after yesterday's show. Also, when it comes to Alex Bregman, the latest we have today from Jeff Passan is that the Astros are unwilling to give him a deal worth more than longer than 6 years. And I guess $200 million total is what he is looking for. Same usual suspects are sniffing around: Yankees, Mets,
Red Sox,
Blue Jays, and Tigers are still the same five.
Yeah, it does feel like the
Phillies,
market.
I have not heard about recently. I thought the Phillies were in, but haven't seen anything recently on that.
Yeah, I think we'd have to see an Alec Bohm trade for the Phillies first. And then I think they could go after Bregman. I don't think they would do one without the other. But yeah, it does feel like the market for Alex is just not there right now. Like that it's just whether it's just now the markets in baseball is just kind of all died off right now. Like we're kind of at this pause point in the offseason, it feels like, where we're even seeing guys like Corbin Burns we're waiting for. I kind of wonder if this, Roki Sasaki kid that's coming over for Japan, if we're waiting on, him to be officially posted in early January, if that's holding up summer free agency, but that shouldn't have a direct correlation to Alex Bregman. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The Blue Jays are always connected to these teams, but it feels like they're never really in it. The Yankees have made moves. I don't know how you feel about the Red Sox at this point. Like if they're really in this thing,
who cares?
I just feel like if there was a real market, like he would be on a team. I don't know. It just feels strange to me. Like everyone's like, there's 5 teams. He's just sitting there. The Astros still have a chance. Like we're talking about years and money.
And I wonder if they still have a chance because he's giving them a chance.
Yeah, like maybe I'm like, hey, you know what? That's not a terrible approach. Like we have seen, we see teams do this all the time where it's, hey, you go test your market and you come back to us once you get your deal and give us a chance.
I think this is more Bregman. Bregman is asking for a lot. And if the Astros match, he'll say yes right away. Like this is a terrible approach by the Astros if that's what they're doing. Go see what you're worth. No, bring him back. You don't have alternatives. What are you doing? Put Paredes at first base. What are we talking about?
It's almost like they just don't want to be the bad guy, though. I mean, we're waiting until after Christmas.
They're going to be the bad guy if he's gone. They will try to paint it as, oh, well, you're just asking for too much. No, come on. This is ridiculous.
But the problem is it's not too much. We all kind of caught on now.
It's not too much. It's only too much because you gave Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero ridiculous deals. That's the only reason it's too much.
I mean, he's not going to get more than Carlos Correa, I don't think. Who got, what, $200 million?
Something like
$230 million?
He agreed to 3 different contracts, so
yeah,
I forgot what the last number was. But yeah, so it was less than $300 million.
Yeah, I don't think that Alex is going to pass that. So to me, this whole thing, we're waiting. Passan said, like, we're waiting until after Christmas. So we'll be talking about this when we get back, I guess. But the market's not moving. But to me, still, the trying to trade for Nolan Arenado just means that they don't expect Alex Bregman to be back.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That's for sure.
And it's the wrong decision.
Correa, 6 years, $200 million. That's not out of the realm of possibility that Bregman gets that from someone else, not from the Astros.
But he also did get a contract before that, too, remember?
Yes. He got a 3-year, $100 million before.
Yeah.
Seems like he wants the 7.
Gosh, even if, like, from Alex's perspective, like, does it really matter? Like, I mean, it's his life, it's his money, it's his contract, but, like, is it just something that he has in mind where he's like, I want to play for 7 more years?
Well, no, it's more, if I agree to a 6-year contract, I'm not going to, or a 6-year contract versus 7-year contract, it's at however old he's going to be in 7 years, he's not going to be able to get $35 million a year 7 years from now. And he can lock that in right now. He can't agree to a contract that big when he's a washed up player. When he's Nolan Arenado washed, he can't get that contract then. So he has to get it now.
Are you surprised by some of the text response that we're getting that people are just kind of like, like it doesn't seem to be the.
Yes, because they don't get the urgency that's attached to this. Like, look, you have to bring him back. You just have to. You do not have an alternative option. Don't give me this Isaac Paredes. Don't give me that. I don't. I don't want him at third. First, sure. The Astros supposedly don't even view him as a third baseman. That's what we learned leading up to this trade. So bring back the, I don't know, still competent fielder who clearly has extra to add to the table in addition to his bat, just because of the incredible amount of baseball knowledge he has. Why do you not want that in the clubhouse? What third baseman is giving you any inkling of that? In addition to just having been here for a long time and knowing how things are supposed to go. No one. That's the answer.
Mm-hmm. And not even just third baseman. Like, you can't get a first baseman to replace that, or an outfielder, and have the lesser of you being the third.
Yeah,
like
you can't get anyone. And your outfield blows, and you need to figure that out.
Yeah.
But, like, you're trading for Nolan Avocado, okay? The guy's not good anymore. His numbers from 2 years ago to where they are now has shown a decline in things that should have you concerned. Like, you were concerned about Jose Abreu before he signed. Like, these are the things that you're trying to do when you should be trying to bring Bregman back and trying to bring anyone into what is easily baseball's worst outfield.
Do you think there's any chance that, like, or do you believe that Alex Bregman will have the same drop off that Arenado's facing, and that's why they just don't want to be committed to it for 7 years? Like, they think it's going to happen sooner than Arenado's full drop off? Like, that's really the only explanation to me of why you'd be, besides it just being a little bit of a cheaper contract, because the Rockies and Cardinals would both be paying for part of Arenado's contract, is like, maybe the Astros think that these slow starts are going to continue to get worse and that he's not going to rebound. And that does seem like what some of the texters are saying, is like, he starts slow, he is getting worse, but like, he still can be so good during a season. I think that's the value. It's not just the value in the clubhouse. It's the value of when he gets out of his slow start, he's still one of the best third basemen in baseball. So I would bring him back. I don't think it's even really a conversation. I cannot believe that, Willie Adames got 7 years, $182 million from the San Francisco Giants. I firmly believe that the Houston Astros should just match that contract and just call it a day. 6 years, 156 to 7 years, 182 should not be a big enough jump for this organization to not sign Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It just shouldn't be.
I'm with you, and I'm annoyed by this whole process. And I had a dumb tweet about it last night where I was ripping the many people who have been adding reports and context.
Yeah.
Can confirm via sources. Alex Bregman's market is heating up, but it's on the back burner and has the lid on, which technically means it's still receiving some heat, even though the heat is more simmerish than boilish. For one MLB source, it's giving Dutch oven. I put that out there last night.
I saw it.
Some people got mad.
Why?
I think they thought it was a real report.
No.
That's exactly what I intended for it to seem like. Because I do have a blue check mark. I'm going to have to do a little more of this.
Yeah, and it's like not like it's not that much more stupid than the reports we get or the confirmation from random people on Twitter confirming what MLB reporters, what real MLB reporters say. Like an hour later, you're like, thanks for the confirmation, dude. Like, now we can finally run with the story now that you confirmed it.
Oh, I trust you so much more now. You've been able to confirm the same story that I already got and didn't really care about how I got it.
Honestly, I don't even need like Jeff Passan and Ken Rosenthal to do it. If Ken Rosenthal breaks a trade, I don't need confirmed from Jeff Passan. Like, I don't need it at any level, let alone the level that Alex Bregman's getting to.
They all seem to think you do. It's specifically in baseball more than any of the others.
Yeah.
I will say baseball also has like the very old man, or not old man, but like the gentleman's agreement of they're really on it for like if Rosenthal breaks something and then Passan confirms it, he'll then go, Rosenthal had it first.
Yeah.
Where like in the NBA, like Shams and Woj would just act like the other didn't exist whenever they would report things. But that is the one thing. And I wonder if it is because MLB reporting, we've talked about this before, is like so scattershot where you have like not the most respected guys, but the second most respected guys. There's a like 45% chance that they get something horrifically wrong every offseason. Shout out to John Heyman.
That is very true.
I know it's unbelievable. Or what was it? Was it unbelievable?
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
But did you see then like the reaction when Soto walked into his press conference? Like he gave Scott Boras, like he was like waiting for them to turn the corner as Scott Boras and Juan Soto walked in.
Yeah.
And he had this like big smile on his face.
And like
it was
Soto
like-
gave him like a pat on the back.
Yeah. I was like, you're not disproving what you're being accused of here, buddy.
Can't believe it.
For those who don't remember, John Heyman's baseball writer who was on WFAN and hung up angrily because it was implied that Scott Boras basically spoon feeds him all of his reports, which is something I've actually been blocked by him on Twitter for suggesting. And then, yes, at an introductory press conference, it's like Juan Soto gave him a love tap on the gut.
Yeah.
As he was walking up to do his press conference.
It was
afterwards.
incredible.
Things I learned about Dutch ovens last night. Did you know that they used to be called gypsy pots? Probably was problematic.
So it got canceled.
No. Yeah, I'm assuming yes. I don't know. I actually don't know, but I saw last night while I was looking for like different kinds of pots, pans to talk about. I was like, oh, the Dutch oven. I mean, this is the one everyone talks about. When gave my wife the old Dutch oven the other day. You know, people make that joke all the time.
I would never do that.
What?
I like to live.
Oh, it would be that bad?
I don't know. Like I just feel like if like I was gonna
Wife's
get
not a fan of poo-poo humor?
like getting like stabbed in my sleep. Like I feel like that'd be like
Wow,
the
damn.
reason.
Damn. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Stabbed in your sleep.
I don't know.
Prank. But then again, I mean, as you shared with us, that Twin Peaks a couple of weeks ago.
We're all
yeah.
good now.
You're good? Okay.
Car's not, but
Car's not good.
it was fixed and then it's unfixed again, apparently.
Oh, why is it unfixed? What happened?
The lights came back on. The same problem started happening again.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah. So now it's been refixed. But I still am not sure it's fixed.
Thank you, John.
believe it.
There's John Heyman.
Thanks, John.
He couldn't even believe it.
That's how he's storming. That's how Joe's storming out of Jiffy Lube.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
Uh,
Lights are back on.
Is that what you did yesterday or Monday at the pharmacy?
What?
Just yell, I can't believe it.
No, I yelled F. I yelled F very loud while looking up in the air. And then I said, very sorry. Very sorry. This has been a brutal day because of the place that I go to. That I need to find a new one for next year. But the problem is it's like it's late in the year. You have to stick with the primary care provider that you have if you want to get anything done at all before the end of the year. That's sort of how it works.
Yeah, you're kind of SOL.
Yeah. I'm feeling mostly better.
That's good.
That's good.
Mostly
Yeah.
better.
There's another big eyebrowed human being who is frustrated with the healthcare industry. recently.
I am not that guy.
Okay,
am
I
not
just didn't know how
Luigi.
frustrated you were.
I am not Luigi, the United Healthcare killer. I am not that guy. I will never be that guy, even if I am frustrated with the process with which I got my antibiotics about 8 hours later than I should have. You know?
Can confirm Paul Gallant is not Luigi.
Yeah, he's definitely not.
Luigi can't grow this beard.
No.
Yeah, he does not look like he can.
Italians can't grow facial hair. Everyone knows this.
Yeah.
Like oh, Mario. Oh, you think that's real? No. Just tape that on. What are you talking about? Luigi, same thing. No. They can't grow a beard. What? What's wrong? Anyone disagreeing with what I'm saying? Italians, they can't.
I don't know. I don't know.
Ever
enough
seen
about
have you watched The Sopranos?
No.
Anyone have a beard?
I'm really thinking about it.
Oh, interesting. All those pictures of the Romans back in the day. Did they have any beards? No? Oh,
I feel
wow.
like Tony had to have a beard at some point.
I'm
right?
totally talking out of my ass right now, but I
don't know. Like I'm kind of like
I'm struggling.
I'm confident enough where
I know like
exactly.
Christopher Maldasauce, like
Ooh.
Christopher didn't have one.
He got nothing.
Big P didn't have one.
Got nothing.
Yeah. The Corleones didn't really have any.
Yeah.
Maybe a thin
It's like
mustache.
it's only a stash.
Yeah.
They're just not gifted like we
Yeah.
French Canadians.
Like the only Italians I can think of like with like facial hair are fictional characters like Batman.
Yeah, Salvatore Maroni.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like not real. It's like not real Italians.
Like caricatures. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think you're onto something here, Paul.
From the 409, Granato has a beard sometimes, but he's not full Italian.
That's the Greek talking. And
Yeah.
Greeks.
Yeah.
Plenty of statues of them have beards.
Greeks are very bearded. Very, very bearded. So now you've learned something today. How about that? For the 409, Paul, you barely even know baseball. But I do know the Astros need to bring back Alex Bregman. Boom.
Got him.
Drop mic. And everyone should feel the same way. It is ridiculous. The amount of people that are like, yeah, he's been declining. Yeah, great. You're going to decline even more if you move on from him. You do not have an interior option. Maybe you will eventually have one magically sprout in your system. It does not look like that'll happen.
No, they told us that, literally.
From the 832, at what point does it just become or look greedy on a player's part? Exactly when the organization tries to make it that, which is what they will do. Trust me, says this texter. I know from the organization side, it can come off as cheap by not paying for players or signing them. A year or two difference here or there for a few million there. It's all life-changing money no matter what. So what's the big deal? Great question. I think all of us who will never get this kind of money in our lives would agree here. But it is different when you have that leverage, and this is probably the last time you're ever going to get paid. I understand it from Bregman's perspective, and I think the organization should understand it too. And it's weird to draw a 6-year line in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think players look greedy by this. I mean, sometimes they're wrong because like they end up having to wait till February and they're getting these 3-year opt-out contracts, and leading to Scott Boras being, named on the leader of the washed list. But I don't think they're greedy. It's how baseball works. Like it's an open market. You're going to get paid, and they want to get every dime they can out of it, because the way, like, maybe I would feel differently if baseball wasn't such a screwed up system to where when these guys come up to the bigs, they're locked into mostly terrible contracts for 6 years. They're really hard to get out of it. If you do get out of it, you get taken advantage of typically. I mean, like, what was Alex Bregman's first contract with the Astros? $100 million? Like, it's not a lot of money compared to what other guys are getting. You outperform those contracts. You can't get raises during those contracts. So when you hit free agency, you want to get paid once. So, like, I don't think it looks bad on the players. I think the baseball paying system is fundamentally broken, and that's why things like this happen, because the Astros won't pay them a certain amount of money.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, ever heard Aaron Rodgers on ayahuasca? As you will next. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. It's a Thursday. You know what happens on Thursday. What? I can sing still. My tonsils are back. On Thursday, when you bet, it's risk-free. You lose, you get your money back. That's how it works in mybookie.ag with the promo code BET975. Thursday night football, and what quarter will Al Michaels check out? Well, I think this game, you could argue, he's actually going to be with us the whole way through. The Broncos heading to L.A. to take on the Chargers, who are 2.5-point favorites. The over-under on this game has gone down a point since yesterday at 42. I still feel like 41 is a good over-under to hit. Risk-free at mybookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975, whether you are a first-time subscriber or you are a returning subscriber, you're going to get some awesome bonuses. And, you take a look at that line right there, over-under. 41 for two teams that have pretty good defenses and probably aren't going to score that many points just with the way the Chargers play, even though they have Justin Herbert. I like the under there. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. In case you were hoping that Patrick Mahomes would not play for the Chiefs on Sunday, Andy Reid has ruined your Christmas early. He just stumped a big lump of coal in your face, in your ear holes, and in your nostrils because Patrick Mahomes officially will start Saturday at noon against the Texans. Also, Hollywood Brown, Chiefs wide receiver who has yet to play a down for Kansas City, also expected to play. So there you go.
Good.
The line is now Chiefs by 3.5.
Okay, so it just keeps moving.
Yep.
Probably get to 4 by Sunday then.
I would imagine so.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather them play Mahomes than Carson Wentz.
We talked about this yesterday. I
yeah.
feel the same way. We will not feel any differently about a Texans win over the Chiefs, about the Texans after we win over the Chiefs, if Mahomes isn't there.
Yeah.
If he's there, we'll be like,
It's almost like what do I have to watch for if Mahomes isn't playing?
I feel the same way.
Like it's like if they win or lose, it's the
Texans
same.
offense taking a step forward against a good defense,
Yeah.
maybe, but that's really it.
But yeah, you lose to Carson Wentz. Like I guess we could feel badly about the defense. But yeah, I'd rather Mahomes be out there. Especially considering like what else is on at the exact same time, college football playoff games on Saturday as this game is happening. If it's gonna pull my attention away from that, Mahomes better be on the field. So I'm glad he is.
Have you watched, Joe, any of the new Aaron Rodgers documentary on Netflix?
No.
You
Why
say
would I
that's-
watch?
You say that so disgustedly.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
I don't like him.
You're not fascinated with him?
Not really.
I mean, you are a National Football League fan.
I am.
Why is it that you wouldn't want to watch Aaron Rodgers?
I hate him.
You hate him still? Like he's not a Packer anymore.
No, he's not. But it's just it never really goes away. It just kind of lingers forever.
I mean, he only won one Super Bowl. Does that take some of the pain away?
No, it does. It does help that in my lifetime, the Packers have had 2 top 5 quarterbacks, mostly in the NFL at all times, and they have 2 Super Bowls to show for it. But that's all I really have.
What is his record specifically against the Chicago Bears?
But what I do know is that, both Rex Grossman and Aaron Rodgers have been to the same amount of Super Bowls.
There we go. Aaron Rodgers is 24-5 against the Bears in his career.
Honestly,
5 seems high.
I actually thought it was a little bit closer than that. That makes me feel worse. I thought they won more games than that. Yeah, so no, I haven't watched. No, I'm not going to watch.
Well, I think you're missing out because on episode 2, they show Aaron Rodgers high on the ayahuasca.
Butterfly is just another term for the caterpillar. It's really the caterpillar the entire time. And caterpillar opens his wings and just cannot fucking believe this is my life now. I get to fly around. I get to smell flowers and eat flowers. To live like that, living your wildest dreams every single day.
That is a very funny clip. Like
He makes a good point.
he really
A butterfly is a caterpillar, and it must be pretty crazy to just go to sleep one day and be like, "Whoa, this is my life."
Yeah, I got wings now.
I mean,
he's
not wrong.
He's not wrong at all. And honestly, like now, like this is kind of what I've imagined ayahuasca did. Like this is what I thought the non-disgusting parts of it would result in.
Yeah, there does involve a lot of pooping and puking, and no one tells you about that.
Yeah, and Netflix, from what it sounds like, cut that part out because if Aaron Rodgers is throwing up on Netflix, I definitely would have seen the clip.
Yes, probably said, "Hey, let's
start with the butterfly.
Let us
stuff.
Evacuate in privacy.
Mhm.
Thank you for our spiritual well-being."
That's why. Please do not film me while I'm still in my cocoon, throwing up and pooping myself.
But it's a very fun clip, and it made me a little more interested in watching it.
It made me a little more interested in watching it.
But I kind of want to see I need to see 2 more clips. Like I need to see a little bit more.
Okay.
I need it to be all ayahuasca. I just want to.
That would be too much.
Honestly, no. Like if it was just like Aaron Rodgers takes on ayahuasca, I would probably watch that.
No, I wouldn't. I could handle a little bit of this. He does sound like a stereotypical person smoking pot.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder if he was cognizant of the fact that there's cameras in the room And he started saying the kind of things that people would expect to hear when you're baked.
Yes, I will say I have had different versions of this conversation with people in mini dorm rooms in apartments in college of just like, if you think about it, this and this is the same thing.
What's the first deep conversation you had while smoking pot?
Huh.
I know what mine was.
What was yours?
I've got this feeling in my heart. Am I having a heart attack? And then I panicked because I thought I was having a heart attack.
I just remember like forgetting time.
Damn, dude.
Like all of a sudden it was like 3 hours later and I was really confused.
Someone clearly listened to the entire Dark Side of the Moon album.
No,
by
I
Pink
just we were
Floyd, man.
driving
And,
around.
Wizard of Oz.
I wasn't driving. Mom and Dad, if you're listening.
Oh, God.
I just all of a sudden it was like 9 o'clock at night,
Someone
and I was
else
like,
was.
"Yeah."
They're gonna find out who. Tell his parents.
I bet you they
You
know.
narc.
I bet you they know. I bet you my parents will look at my group of friends from college and be like, "It was this one.
Oh yeah.
He's the guilty party."
Your parents always know. Like,
Yeah.
there's one person who's the worst of the
bad
group,
influence.
and he'll
Yeah.
get blamed for everything.
Yeah.
Sean, how about you?
I remember. I mean, this is like very like just staring at the sky and being like, it's crazy that we're just like a person on a planet, and there's like so many of them out there,
Yo,
and
that's
just
so
like
true.
I just whoa. There's
I've done that one.
It's so far away.
Yeah.
Even like the stars you can see are so far away.
That yacht week in Croatia, I was having a deep conversation about Mars with somebody.
Oh, really?
I don't know what it was because people told me about it the next day. They're like, you were up there. I think it was like macking on someone. And they were like, you were talking about Mars.
Your game was Mars
for a while, man. Like,
that's funny.
Long to the point where, hey, take the next step.
Looking for
buddy.
the exit.
Take the step. No, just, just stop talking and get to Sheboygan. Anyway, the 10-minute drill continues. Brian Callahan is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. And don't ever accuse the Tennessee Titans of being soft.
You respond to that idea?
I mean, you really want to get me going today? Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think that's complete and total bullshit, if you want my honest opinion. These guys are tough fuckers, man. They go after it every day. They play hard as hell. And there's at no point have we ever put on tape at any point this season that this is a soft football team. Like, I can't even wrap my mind around how that would even be a conversation. I mean, just because we don't win games doesn't mean we're soft. These guys play their ass off. They play hard. They play physical. You can ask any team that plays against us that when they come off the field, they know they played us. Yeah, that makes me relatively angry that would be some presumption. That means you just don't watch. You don't do anything about it, that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're looking at. So I won't stand for. I'm not going to stand for anybody calling this football team soft. I think that's bullshit. So if there's opinions out there that feel that way, then they don't know anything about NFL football. So I'd like you to walk in there and call one of these guys soft and see what happens. This is not a soft football team at all, mentally or physically. And I think one of the things mentally that's really been impressive about the team is that the way that they keep fighting through the way that this season has gone. They've not shown at any point that they're not up to the task. They come out every day and work. They have. I mean, you're gonna really get me going now. I mean, these guys come out here and they do everything possible to win games. And if there's any assumption anywhere that's outside of this building, again, we don't focus on all those things, but there's no possible explanation to say that this team is soft any way, shape, or form, mentally or physically. And the way that they go about their work it's insulting to me, to them, to everyone that works here. So I'm not that no chance ever in hell would I ever admit that to be the case, and neither would anybody in this locker room. So you can kind of shove that one right up your ass, to be honest. So
I agree with Brian Callahan.
That's a great ending to that rant.
I agree with Brian Callahan in that, look, you can't call them soft. You can call them untalented. You could say they're not well coached, but I wouldn't call the Titans soft after what they did to the Texans a couple of weeks ago.
No, I always hate this kind of question because the reporter, like, some say you're soft when, like, really, like, he's just being like, just say what you're saying, buddy. I think you're soft. That's what you're supposed to say. Like that's what you feel at least. But you're saying some say you're soft. So I like the tangent.
This is why I'm hesitant to call people soft. I mean, we do soft boys.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty hesitant to call people soft because you are calling out someone's manliness. Like being called soft to me is worse than being called like a gay slur, in my opinion. And I get gay slurs thrown at me all the time.
I think like most like athletes and everything would agree to that. Like they would rather like be called a lot of other things than be called like a soft football player. It's not something you want your football team to be associated with in any way, shape, or form.
It does seem like, though, this is the kind of reaction you do when you know you're getting canned. Because you told the reporter to shove the question up his ass.
Yeah. He's not.
He also, the funniest part is that he goes for over a minute and then that's when the long pause and he's like, "You're really going to get me started." I'm like, oh, wait, you already started,
already
buddy. Like you're in the middle of it now. You already dropped you're just not watching this bleep if you think we're soft, which I do agree. If you want to give the Titans anything, they are a tough team.
They're tough. Jeffrey Simmons is a good defensive tackle. Will Levis has gotten his ass clobbered all year long and hangs in there for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think the Jags game he got popped and left the game. Halftime, came back out there. Like,
and then he got benched.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. Is that I do not question their toughness at all.
I don't either.
I do question their ability to play winning football.
I agree with that.
I do think there are a lot of people like who like oddly correlate losing to softness in football. Like I don't think like there's really. I mean, the Levis play is the perfect example. I mean, Josh Hines Allen planted him into the ground on the last play of the half, and then he was back out there. And like he looked like he was like crippled for a minute.
Yeah, he was
on the ground,
folded up.
Yeah, he was in so much pain. He's back out there.
Maybe if there's anyone on the Titans, if you want to throw a dart at it, and going back to those comments by Jeffrey Simmons we played on this show before, where he's talking about how like Will Levis is getting hit all the time and like he's sick of seeing it. Maybe you could say the offensive linemen aren't as protective of Levis as they are, and maybe they need to be a little bit more like violent in their defense,
like the Jags,
quarterbacks, right?
With the Lawrence thing.
Yeah, I mean, like to their credit, like they're a terrible football team, but they stood up in that moment. Didn't lead to a win, but it's an engaged football team. Maybe that's why Doug Peterson still isn't fired, which is honestly still baffling to me. But I do imagine Callahan's going to be out after this year. Like this,
I think so too.
You can't do this, even if it is entertaining. And I mean, I think what sucks for Callahan is he's going to regret going back how he tried to stop for a second. He should have just gone all in. Honestly, he should have just done 30 seconds of like calling us soft. Like shove that question up your ass.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Vrabel would have said that.
No
one would have asked him that question though. That's the problem. That's
it felt like it was I guess like the frustration boiling over where like if you ask him the same question like week 6, you probably get that. You get the shorter version of it, but him going on for 2 minutes about how insulting it is that they're soft, that seems like it's a frustration of like, hey, I know we're not winning games, but we're definitely not soft. And that's what he's trying to convey there.
Well, hopefully if he does get fired, the Texans can hire his dad.
Bill Callahan.
To hire Bill Callahan as the offensive
coach?
line coach.
Super Bowl coach.
I would
Bill
take
Callahan.
it.
Honestly, could he just like
AFC champion, right?
He's an AFC
maybe like if
champion,
Gerard
too.
Johnson leaves to go somewhere else, like just bring in Bill and Brian, quarterback coach and offensive line coach. Just saying.
Sure. I mean, I'm not.
get
I wouldn't be upset. I honestly, if I was the Titans, I might have hired Brian Callahan just to have Bill Callahan as on his staff.
I think like, I lean towards he's going to get fired too. It still wouldn't totally shock me if they didn't because it's just not what the Titans normally do. But the way the season's playing out, I just feels like it's very on the table.
We'll see what happens. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. That's the 10-minute drill. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776. Whether it's about Nolan Arenado saying no to the Astros, the Texans game against the Chiefs on Saturday. The Chiefs are 3.5-point favorites. Mahomes is going to play per Andy Reid. You can jump in on that too. Plus, there's this really annoying sports world story that's taking place, and I'm curious if either of you guys have any interest in it. It is fascinating, but it's also the worst. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Do we want to talk about Travis Hunter's girlfriend?
I just want to hear your thoughts on it first.
So
I said something yesterday that I think I got in trouble for off the air. I was with a bunch of ladies.
Humble brag.
Nice.
At a Christmas party thing I was at, and I said she's a B, and but then a couple of them agreed with me, and like I kind of felt like okay.
You come in hot a lot, and then if someone pushes back,
you
sometimes realize, I came in very hot.
I stood my ground pretty strong on this one. I was like, she seems like a B, and then I was like, oh, Joe. And then they kind of agreed, so I felt okay.
Here's what I think. I think they're stupid, idiot young people that are way too online and have no idea what to do with all of the fame that they have. One of them is actually talented and does something that is going to make him a lot of money someday. And the other one is there at a very convenient time. I'm not going to make any reaches based off of, she didn't get up quickly enough for him when he got the Heisman Trophy, like some people are. I'm not going to watch her 8-minute state of the relationship. I don't care. I really don't. And I'm not going to then continue to monitor what's the latest that's been going on with Travis Hunter and his girlfriend, whose name I have to look up. Don't even know it. Don't even care. Because I don't want to really give her that much publicity out of it. It does have the telltale marks of a person who's been on a reality TV show that's for dating that perhaps wants to get on the show, not to actually find love, but to build their brand and become something big after the fact. There are certainly telltale signs there. I'm not going to paint with a broad brush, though. And I feel like people are painting with a broad brush based off of a video clip of her at the Heisman Trophy presentation and another video clip of her where he's out taking pictures with basically person after person after person, and she's just sitting on a couch there kind of sulking. Well, if I were in my teens or early 20s and I were stuck in that setting, I would hate it too.
I think that's the one where, like, I think she looks actually, like, really bad. When she says, what do you want me to do? Just sit here? Like, well, you chose to come to the event, and he's getting paid to take photos with people. Like, I don't know what else you expect to, like, occur.
You can still hate it.
Yeah, you can still hate it, but, like, it's also kind of bad to be... Because it looks bad that they're bickering while this is happening. Like, he's interacting with fans, and they're, like, kind of chirping at each other as it's going on. Like, that's a bad look for both parties involved, honestly. Like, Travis has to do a better job of, like, not letting... Like, that's a bad experience for fans. People are going to be upset with that. Like, they're not going to be happy, and just it leads to this kind of, like, drama around here. But it doesn't look great for her. I also don't really care about the standing thing. It's kind of weird to me that she didn't stand.
But the two things that have gotten people to hyper focus on her and then essentially like see if there's any skeletons in her closet, I think they're ridiculous. And okay, maybe you did find some skeletons in her closet or whatever. I don't think they're that big of a deal. I truly don't.
Yeah, it's like two things that are both like she just had like back-to-back losses, like PR losses for the only time that people have paid attention to her is like these two, and it's like she does not come off well in either of these 10-second clips.
And guess what? She's famous by association now, and she's going to figure out whether or not she likes that. And
yeah.
To this point, I bet she hates it. I don't blame her, but she's going to have to get used to it. And honestly, what you should do, ignore all this stuff. If you ignore it, nothing ever comes of it. Putting out an 8-minute video, which is the State of the Union, where you're like saying everything and perhaps saying too much, that's not helping you out. I look, they're both defending themselves. They have every right to. I feel it's interesting that people have jumped on this the way that they have during a time of year where there are other sports to talk about.
Isn't this like one of the not most interesting parts of the NFL draft? But aren't you like a little curious now? Like what happens when he gets picked?
No,
like
no.
no,
I don't even want to watch the draft. You guys all know my stance on the draft. I hate the draft.
Like
I
this
don't
has
wanna
like
watch.
this has like CeeDee Lamb stealing the phone vibes of like on draft night.
Hmm.
I'm like maybe something will happen.
Do they make it to draft night?
Do they make it to draft
You
night?
can actually bet on them breaking up.
That's really
it's,
sad.
It's plus 338 that he'll dump her.
Not bad odds. Lifetime? Do I have forever?
Yeah, is there a time limit here?
Like, am I just fading them?
It's got to be within the next like week. Like, there's no way. Like, those are crazy odds.
The last thing I would say, and this is more to Travis than to her, is more, if she's the one, make sure she's the one. You're very young. You're going to have an unbelievable amount of opportunities as a highly paid professional athlete over the course of your life. And sure, you might meet somebody who truly is the one at this moment in time. You might feel that way, but things do change and you are young and everyone gets divorced. I say that as a product of a family that's divorced, who's had multiple best friends get divorced. Like weddings that I've gone to, 3 in the last 5 years, divorces. This is something that happens a lot. You got to be prepared for it. If you want to protect that bag, if you will, just know what you're getting into. That is not to say that she's a gold digger like a lot of people are accusing because of these 2 videos. I think that's over the top.
Yeah, you don't know that.
It also is like a little bit of a classic look at kind of the new like athlete stuff where Travis Hunter, and I think she appears on this a lot. Travis Hunter has like a podcast or a stream all the time. So he like when you let people in your relationship like this, like you let the world in on this, and then you get in a super high spotlight point where you literally win the Heisman Trophy, but the problem is you let all these people, all these strangers in on your relationship, and instead of talking about how awesome Travis Hunter is and how incredible, historic of a season he got, the story is about his not famous girlfriend or his previously not famous girlfriend. And it's like, that's what happens when like you're a streamer. Like he's not like that is something that happens to streamers and celebrities, internet celebrities like that, not the guy who probably should be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but I think it's gonna start being like that more though, because
they seem miserable.
Yeah,
I would advise against it. Like Paul's advice about like marriage in general. My advice in general is don't be a streamer if you're going to make hundreds of $1 million being an athlete. You don't have to let people in your life if you don't want to.
Yeah, I think these guys just feel like that they do for some reason. Like we're seeing that
you already won the lottery. You don't need to also be a streamer.
But like we're seeing like the new version of like the Gen X athlete is very different. And like I think kind of it started last year with Caleb Williams, and
is this Gen Z or Gen X?
Gen Z, whatever. It's Gen Z, whatever.
Gen X might get angry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Gen X is like
Gen X listens to us.
My bad, X. My bad, Xers. Gen Zers like Caleb Williams, now Travis Hunter, was just like, so they're a little different. And so some of the stuff, like it's the way we talk about them, the things that become bigger stories like this, they're all gonna be just like a little bit different now going forward.
But like I agree with you that it is just like a generation thing, but it is something where like I look at it and like even like Micah Parsons, it's like, do you know how much less of a headache you would have if you didn't have to do a weekly podcast? Like,
but they all do it.
How many times? It seems like every week there's something where people are pissed off about either what he says on a podcast, he has to clarify what he says, or the fact that he has like an Eagles player on the podcast and he's yucking it up with them, and both fan bases are like, "F you guys." Like, it's just like you're not making yourself more likable by doing this.
There's nothing wrong with doing an off-season podcast, getting back to it in the off-season, and doing all the reps that you could do for when you eventually perhaps transition into something like this after the career is done. And I would say focus on one thing at a time. But a lot of guys don't want to do that.
But that's what JJ Redick did. His was an off-season podcast.
Yeah, it was an off-season podcast his last like 2 years in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's not 21-year-old Travis Hunter and his girlfriend having a stream together.
But they have been raised to want to do that because they have been given the device of the devil.
It's like all these people are depressed.
No, I know, but like
you
you
want
guys,
to do
like,
this.
But like there's like you see like there's like videos of like
I'm depressed and I do it. Like, come on.
these people
There's
are
like
depressed
videos of
or
like kids like being
getting
asked like what they
law
want to do when they grow up, and they say they want to be YouTube streamers.
Yeah, they do.
Like it's a
But
totally different.
I get them because they're not a two-way athlete. Like,
Yeah,
they're not a great corner and a great receiver. Like he should not want to do
Yeah,
that.
but like,
You already
who is
got
the kid from the 76ers? Jared McCain?
Jared McCain.
Does he look happier making his weird dancing TikToks or playing basketball for the 76ers? I think he's happier on TikTok.
I've never heard of him, so I'm guessing the latter.
He might be rookie of the year this year until he got hurt.
Yeah,
like,
he got hurt.
He's playing pretty good, but like he's a TikTok star. Like, and it seems like he cares about that more than basketball. We live in a weird world now.
Juju Smith-Schuster cared more about the stupid dance that he did to the awful Corvette song before games than he cared about football, it seems like at times.
To his credit, though, when his NFL career started falling apart, you know what we haven't heard a lot of recently? Juju Smith-Schuster's TikToks.
It's true.
Like he kind of cut that out when the main job, your main source of income, becomes in danger, and you're taking 1-year deals for the last 3 years.
But I mean, there is sometimes I feel like we overstate how much these off the field side ventures have as an impact on these guys' careers. But like, you can't say there's none at all.
No, and it's more like it is like Travis Hunter was talking about how his girlfriend's been like depressed this week and is like drinking all day. And it's like,
why is he telling people
that is what I'm telling you to stop. I'm not saying just focus on football. I'm saying don't do this. Like I
she
should
had
not know.
vodka for breakfast. It was ridiculous, and she puked all over the floor.
There's no reason I should know this personal information about Travis Hunter. I didn't even listen to the thing. I just saw the caption. Don't do that. That's my advice. Don't do that. Don't do what you're doing.
Yeah, they share too much.
Someone had a great tweet. Like I didn't know what LeBron James's wife sounded like until 3 years ago. Like I didn't know what her voice was until 3 years ago.
They all want a piece. They all want a piece of that cheddar because these companies are just paying stupid money for just relevant people to do these things. But I can't wait to the next episode where Travis Hunter's talking about his girlfriend like having cereal with rum and eggnog, instead of milk.
How she ruined
sounds pretty good.
How she ruined Christmas.
Yeah, that would be awesome. No, it wouldn't. My bad. I'm rooting for a great relationship. But see, everyone wants to see the car crash, and you're helping them out with that. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George. Stay put. Third and final hour of Gallant George on this Thursday, December 19th of 2024. It's our last show of the week.
It's your last show of 2024.
That's true. I will be stopping by the Christmas party.
Oh, yeah?
On Monday for a little bit, yes. But this is my last show of the year.
You're going to miss us?
I've had a hard-working week. Probably not.
Honestly, I don't blame you.
I mean, listen, I love you guys.
Uh-huh.
Don't get me wrong.
Uh-huh.
But I'm gonna be in like Mexico for a wedding.
Yeah, you're gonna be enjoying yourself,
and I'm gonna be at NRG Stadium on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that I don't get what you're doing, but like
just doing the Lord's work.
Maybe I'll see you on Christmas.
Yeah,
I haven't decided yet.
You don't work on Christmas Day. You have a child.
My wife tells me we're gonna do, like we'll be done by like 10 o'clock.
Like, do not leave your family on Christmas Day. What are you talking about? I'm mad at the NFL for having a game on Christmas, and as an act of protest, I'm going to cover it.
I mean, there's like it's not impossible for the Texans to be on Christmas again next year.
I'm gonna cover it, but guess what? I'm mailing it in.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Are you gonna wear like an ugly Christmas sweater?
Probably.
Yeah, makes sense.
The Jesus one.
Oh yeah, the Jesus and Santa one. Where
Yeah.
we're drinking eggnog.
At the very least, can you wear it to the Christmas party? I think that's my favorite one.
Yeah.
Of all my sweaters, it's my favorite.
That one and the snowman. The snowman one's also.
The snowman one's funny, but I don't know.
I don't think the McNairs would love the snowman one.
They definitely would. Maybe I should wear that one.
Yeah, just wear
it as protest.
As a protest to the NFL holding a game.
Like, what's gonna happen? They're gonna send you home?
I don't know. What if they? I don't want to get our credentials revoked for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, even though I'm the only person who's used them in 2 years.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're okay.
Okay. Anyway, Patrick Mahomes is starting on Sunday for the Kansas City Chiefs. That is something we learned officially about an hour ago. Andy Reid said it's going to happen. And we'll see if Hollywood Brown is out there for the Chiefs as well. They have DeAndre Hopkins. They have a lot of names on the Chiefs.
They just ruled out, per Adam Schefter, literally 20 seconds ago, their left tackle, DJ Humphries, out for Saturday.
Okay, well, maybe Tim Settle has a point. For those who forget, Tim Settle, Texans defensive tackle, had this to say yesterday about the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes' ankle.
I hope he's mobile enough because we coming in Arrowhead.
You guys plan to get after that?
Yeah, for sure. Pat better make a good decision. I ain't making no threats. I'm making promises.
I got you.
I ain't making no threats. I'm making promises.
Making guarantees. It's not a guarantee. There is a difference. He didn't guarantee a win.
No.
He just promised he's going to get after it. That they're coming.
And I do believe that, but I feel like if you're the Chiefs, you can turn that into trash.
He didn't even promise to say they're getting there. Like, he didn't say, like, I promise we're going to sack you.
Promise.
He said we're coming.
A promise is close to a guarantee, and I understand that there's no victory nearby, but if I'm the Chiefs, the audacity of Tim Settle, who I would imagine, even though he's having a very good year, I imagine no one in Kansas City has ever heard of. It's quite audacious, some would say.
Well, I'll tell you, I had never heard of him when he got signed by the Texans. Or like when he made like his first impact play, I was like, who's this guy? But they'll be okay.
Why will they be okay?
Because the Chiefs' offense sucks.
Okay.
The Chiefs' offense is not
So
good.
so say it right now. Say the Texans are going to win.
I didn't say that.
See, well then you're full of crap.
No, the Chiefs' offense is not good.
They'll be fine. Well,
the
that
Texans,
means they'll win.
But here's the thing: the Texans' offense also not good. That's the problem.
So this is going to be just a kicker battle.
I mean, I bet on the under.
You bet on the under? Okay.
Yeah. I think the Chiefs win this game.
Tim Settle promised to get after Patrick Mahomes. Joe George, Texans will be fine.
They'll be fine.
In a high-pitched voice.
Yeah.
At first.
I feel like my voice is finally starting to go a little bit.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just feel it.
Oh no.
It's like feel it.
Have I given you the tonsillitis?
No.
Oh wait, you don't have tonsils.
Yeah, I don't have tonsils. I don't know if that means I still can't get some version of it though. I'm not a doctor, so.
I'm not either. My sister is.
Yeah.
So if you get sick, blame her.
So
Even
when
though
you
she
get
has not
sick-
talked to me about any of this.
I say when you get sick, is that like, do you call her for everything?
Yeah, I was like, "Can you give me a prescription so I don't have to go to the doctors because I don't want to waste multiple hours?" And she was like, "Nope, sorry, out of state, can't do it."
Wait, but if she was in state, she could just write you a prescription.
100%.
Wow.
So we need,
Theoretically.
So we need doctor friends.
That's what I'm learning.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I have a couple of doctor friends in town.
Well, they didn't help you out Monday.
No, but they're not. They don't specialize in that. I think
Ah.
you have to specialize. I think in the specific thing. I think.
Gotcha.
Because generally, you're getting prescriptions as a pharmacy from a specific group of doctors, and you can look them up. So I don't think it's any doctor can write any prescription. Because if that were the case, then damn, you would have some ridiculous
There'd be some
powers.
problems.
Right. And also, I mean, it is definitely a thing that, like, you ask too much, like, the doctor's going to be like, what the hell, dude? Like,
Yeah.
stop. Anyway.
But they'll be fine. It'll be a competitive game.
Number one defense in DVOA.
Yeah.
Paul, doesn't matter.
Listen, you can't say they will be fine. You could say they'll do well.
They'll do well.
But this is just dumb. Like, this is...
I don't think fine and do well are that different.
This is... You just don't do this when you're playing the Chiefs, just like you didn't do this when you played the Patriots. They are great at finding ways to motivate themselves. When you're this good and you've been this good for a while, you get bored. This refocuses you. For better or for worse, Tim Settle, who I appreciate, he speaks his mind. This was not a smart move.
Now, what if it works, though? What if they win?
If it works, then
does he have to
good
talk
God.
trash about Lamar Jackson then? Or Derrick Henry next
I would
week?
want him to.
Yeah, you got to double down.
I would want him to for the Ravens, honestly. If he was doing it for the Ravens, I'd be like, yeah. It would make less sense
because they've never beat them.
The Texans have lost them like 58-10 the last two times they've played them. It would make less sense. But I'd be totally fine with him talking trash to the Ravens. Because it would be like so crazy.
I think it makes way more sense now because Tim Settle wasn't here last year, but
I'm not saying because we brought up how we think that at the very least the Texans pass rush should be good and they should get some sacks on Patrick Mahomes. I don't want this to happen, but if Patrick Mahomes gets hurt, is Tim Settle right? If Tim Settle injures Patrick Mahomes, can he go? I warned you,
dude.
I said be ready, but Texans still lose by a field goal.
He'll get suspended for like 4 games if that happens.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like the Texans definitely are under the microscope with this. I had someone.
Oh, after the Kalen Bullock thing, yeah.
I had someone text me being like, "What the hell are the Texans doing?"
I think that's where where Tim Settle probably shouldn't have said what he's.
I agree. I was about to go there.
Yeah, like Aziz, Bullock, and then Settle says this. Like, you hit Mahomes late at all. Like, I almost could guarantee you the Texans will have one 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness or late hit out of bounds on Patrick Mahomes.
Not gonna lie though, would be kind of fun if they like just get called for a bunch of unnecessary roughness against the Chiefs, assuming it doesn't bite them in the ass. But
I mean, it would.
With this team,
it would. You keep giving Patrick Mahomes 15 yards.
Yeah,
it would.
That's honestly like the best offense.
Unless you rough them enough, you know.
Yeah, but even then, you got Carson coming in.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, almost 2017 MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Reid said he believes.
Didn't he say like he 100% should be a starter?
Yeah,
next
he did,
year?
And he just got Carson Wentz paid.
I disagree with you, Andy Reid. I do not think he should be a starter next year. But I know less about Carson Wentz than Andy Reid does. But last I saw him, wasn't impressed.
I used to be a huge Carson Wentz stan.
Really?
No more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He was nearly the MVP
because it was because of 17. I was married to the idea of what he was in 17. I didn't really think about the whole like, oh, the locker room stopped liking him after the
I was more
forcing on everybody else.
I was more, especially the second year. So they win the Super Bowl, whatever. That I'm still like they should definitely start Wentz. But then once like that next year, and it was obvious that the rest of the Eagles just liked Nick Foles more. That's when I was like, something's off. Something's off here where this guy shouldn't be this good, but also the rest of his team, like the players, are so ready to move on.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, let's move on from this to the Pick 6. It's coming up next. We pick the 6 best games of the college football playoff and NFL weekend. Stick around.
Athletic, oathletic.com, and you find them as well on Athletic on Instagram. 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer. They have everything you need for your daily workout, but also your rest and recovery with the sauna, steam room, and the endless pool. Whatever your goals are for 2025, Athletic is the place to work on them. Don't wait till 2025 to get started either. Don't wait till January when everybody's in the gym. Get in there now. You got a couple weeks left. Look, hey, if you want to hook up a friend for a Christmas membership, for a membership for 2025, that's a great Christmas gift as well. Check them out at oathletic.com.
Yes, indeed. It is the Pick Six. How did we do last week? I'm assuming not very well.
You both went 2-4. I went 4-0.
4-0.
I'm 10-0 in the last 2 weeks.
I'm gonna put an asterisk by your 4-0.
You can look at the timestamps on Friday.
I don't want to. I'm just gonna
on
put
Saturday or Sunday. It was Sunday when I texted you guys.
So yeah, I'm gonna put an asterisk next to it. 4-0.
Yep,
4-0.
To be fair, I would have gone 4-2
in the last 10.
I almost counted. I almost just put 4-2 because I would have taken the Rockets with you guys, and I would have taken Army over Navy. But I didn't have to make those picks. So
yeah, if it gets close, we might have to have you like pick
revisit
or pick some over unders just to get. So we're all at the same number.
I'll pick 8. I'll pick 8 games this week.
Not this week.
Okay.
Interesting. So what are the standings?
I'm in first place at 44 and 44. Sean's at 43 and 46, and then you're at 41 and 49.
Yeah, I'm gonna call shenanigans on this the rest of the year. This
What?
is perfect. This works out perfect for me. Oh, I'm so thankful.
Paul's been redeemed by shenanigans.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna float conspiracy theories. 4-0, and you weren't with us, huh? Interesting.
I mean, I was 6-0
Just overnight. Just all these wins come in overnight.
6-0. I mean, I don't remember you going 6-0, but I also just did not look at that.
Yeah, I make these picks, and then I'm like, I hope Joe wrote them down.
No, I wrote it down as we go.
Same. Actually, yesterday or last week, halfway through the segment, I was like, oh wait, I need to start writing things down because Joe isn't here.
this is one of those things where, like, hey, we've let Joe keep the records, and now
now we're seeing it.
Now it comes full circle.
Yeah, I waited all year to start getting good at this.
Yeah,
Dude,
you could have just taken a couple wins every week.
Yeah,
and we
I went
would've
like 1-5, like 3 weeks in a row.
Master
Yeah.
showman. You wait till the very end.
Yeah.
Just getting hot. Sorry.
All right, so lots of good college football playoff games. Friday night, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish are 7-point favorites against the Indiana Hoosiers in South Bend.
Notre Dame, straight up. I'll take it. They're going to win by 10 points at least.
I sense a little bias.
Yeah, of course, but they're going to run all over them. So
Will there be more Indiana fans than Notre Dame fans there?
I don't think so.
Well, it's in Indiana.
Well, so's Notre Dame.
Right, but I mean, Notre Dame is more of a national brand, and I would assume that there are more Indiana grads than there are Notre Dame grads, and this is the biggest game Indiana has ever played, ever.
That's true.
I actually feel like
Has
they're...
it-
I'm curious about the home field dynamic. Yes, this is the biggest
That's
game Indiana's
interesting.
ever
No,
played.
that's interesting. I guess you're right. Yeah. I could see it like a lot of Indiana fans there.
If I were an Indiana fan, I would spend all of my money to go to this game because it's also against Notre Dame too.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I mean, obviously, it's South Bend. I'm sure that there are going to be a good amount of Notre Dame fans there. This is just something I'm curious about.
No, but
I don't
like-
think it's going to affect the outcome of the game.
No, but like logically, if Indiana loses this game, this might be the biggest game in the history of Indiana football.
Yeah, I think just
Like-
the fact that it's happening is...
for the rest of the
Yeah.
season, it's gonna even if their season ends tomorrow night, it's the biggest game. And
Yeah.
then if they win, the next game's the biggest game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think beating Notre Dame in the college football playoff would be the biggest win for Indiana football ever.
Yeah.
That's not unreasonable.
Unless they beat Georgia.
Even if they beat Georgia, I think this will be the win that is always held over Notre Dame fans' heads in the state of Indiana. I so badly want to pick Indiana in this game.
Do it.
But that is crazy talk. Like Indiana, there's just a big asterisk next to them and everything that they have done this year. It has been fun, but Notre Dame has the horses. Indiana does not.
Yeah, the worst part about Indiana's resume isn't the fact that they beat up on nobodies, because actually beating up on these teams, like, that is something. Like, just to avalanche on teams like they did all season. But the two hardest games of their season were a close win against Michigan and a not close loss against Ohio State. And those are the only times that they played any teams that have anywhere near the level of talent that Notre Dame does. So give me Notre Dame.
All right.
Okay, then we move to Saturday. SMU, Penn State. The Nittany Lions are 8.5-point favorites on SMU.
God, that's a big number.
I saw the Ringers College Football Playoff prediction, and they have Penn State going all the way to the end. And I'm sorry. I think that big game James is going to poop his pants in this one. I don't respect the Big Ten. I really don't. Never will. And I've always found Penn State to be fraudulent. I think their fans are whiny babies, especially that one who pulled a switchblade on me back in 2009. Go F yourself. I'm from Philly. But, well, follow through then, pussy. I'm taking SMU to cover the 8.5-point spread. I will be rooting very hard for SMU to win this game 59-0. F Penn State, Joe Paterno, suck it. You're dead.
I'm going to go Penn State. I don't love it. I'm going to go Penn State. I think James Franklin doesn't poop the bed till next week. I'll give him one win in the college football playoff.
Okay.
I just want to take SMU. I just want to.
That's why I'm taking the cover.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I understand.
If both teams played like they did in their championship games, Penn State smokes these guys because SMU can't fool around and go down 20 points in the first quarter.
Do you think they'll
like
fool
they did.
around the next time up, though? I almost feel like that's going to make sure they don't fool around this time.
And it felt like specifically how they were screwing up. It felt like they knew what a big spot they're in.
Yeah.
It might
now
be a little bit, whoa.
Yeah, now it's your second time in that spot. So I do think that you get a better effort from SMU. It's honestly more of a Penn State thing. Like what Penn State is going to show up? The Penn State that we always see in big games for their entire history, or the ones that showed up in Indianapolis at the Big Ten championship game that one time. So that's enough for me to go SMU here and to cover. I don't know if I'd pick them to win.
Okay. Up next, Texas 12-point favorites against Clemson. This is a very big line.
So disrespectful to Dabo Swinney.
I'm taking Clemson plus 12 to cover. I saw Ryan Russillo pick Clemson to win outright. I'm not going to go that far, but that's a huge number. And Clemson's got a lot of talent. They have a good quarterback. Quinn Ewers hasn't played great, while the defense is really good. They beat Texas A&M 17-7, and they outplayed them the whole game, but they didn't win by 12 points. So.
I'm with you here.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for Texas to cover the big line all year, and it feels like it hasn't happened. I think it might have happened once, but 12 is a lot. And Clemson looked a lot better than I thought they would in the ACC title. I know that obviously they let SMU back into it at the very end.
Yeah.
But then that kicker, like a kicker you actually trust, unlike Texas's kicker, nails that one at the gun.
Yeah. Trust me. I hope someone offers them a Lambo at the game. Just hey, how about next semester?
Come to our school.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. His haircut is the worst part about him.
Yeah.
If you suck, you have to cut your hair.
Yeah.
I'm consistent on that. I do view this a lot like the Texas A&M game, just like Clemson is probably just about as good as A&M, because let's not forget, this team was not going to be in the playoff unless they beat SMU. This isn't actually the 12th best team in the country. They are closer to 15, 17 range, 20 maybe, which is where A&M is right around there. So it does become a thing of do you think that Texas shoots themselves in the foot like they keep doing? And that way, because they cover 17 if they don't throw a pick six to A&M in that game. So they are their own worst enemies. I don't think that Clemson's going to be able to score a lot unless they get help from the Texas offense. Give me Texas. Texas to cover. They can win by 2 touchdowns.
Oh, wow.
When's the last time you picked Texas?
This is the first time you picked them
Yeah.
to cover, I think.
Probably the first Georgia game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
actually Kentucky. I probably picked them to cover
week
Kentucky.
8, so week 9 of the college football season, they were favored by 18.5 is the last time you picked Texas.
Oh,
Whoever
wow.
that was. That might have been Kentucky.
Or Florida.
Yeah.
Picking the 6 best games of the weekend, then picking them against the spread continues here on Gallant and George. The last college football game on Saturday. Tennessee, 7.5-point dogs at the Horseshoe, Ohio State. Now, there has been rumors about Ohio State being a little panicky about being able to maintain a home field advantage. I think Tennessee's on the border of Ohio. Is it?
I think there's Kentucky in between.
Okay, but this is drivable.
It is. I looked it up the other day. I think it's like a 7+ hour drive.
Okay, so you could 100% buy box office tickets if they're trying to do you can't buy out of this specific area code deal. And I gotta say, how can Ohio State be more than a touchdown favorite after that just pants poopage against a bad Michigan team? I think it's so disrespectful to Tennessee, who I cannot stand. But 7.5 is nuts. I think Tennessee at least covers. I don't know how this game plays out because I also feel like Tennessee chokes in big spots a lot. But 7.5 is ridiculous. This team lost to a really bad Michigan team, and it felt like they were completely impotent the whole way through on offense. Their quarterback, Howard, hard pass.
Yeah, Dan Orlovsky did this interview with I think it was with McAfee, where he kind of was alluding that Vrabel's already been promised the Ohio State job. He didn't say it directly, but it was very insinuated. I think Ryan Day's coaching for his job this weekend, and I'm gonna take Ohio State. I don't like it. I don't want to, but I'm gonna take Ohio State for this one.
That is a fascinating dynamic about whether or not he'll still be employed.
Yeah.
After this game. It's definitely on the wall.
It's on the table. If they lose, it's
if he loses, it's over.
I don't disagree. I part of me thinks that they would pause a little bit, but Yeah, if you lose to Michigan and then you lose to a Tennessee team that's probably on the same level as you, Ohio State fans will never feel that.
Yeah.
And they'll be mad about the quarterback that left.
Ohio State is better than Tennessee. Like Ohio State this year is better than what Tennessee has been.
Okay.
Now you throw in all the extracurriculars, all the things off the field, all the pressure. This is the one the one situation where I'm like, actually, I think if I'm Ohio State, I'd prefer to play on the road. Like I would not want to play in front of my own fans after what they did last time, which is lose to Michigan at home.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be so tense for Ohio State the first time they go 3 and out. Like if they God forbid they don't score on their first drive, and it's gonna be terrible. I think it's gonna be a low scoring game. I don't think either of these teams is that much better than each other, especially when you take into fact Tennessee has a good D line. The weakness for Ohio State, which you saw against Michigan, is their offensive line. Give me Tennessee to cover, just basically purely on vibes. If the vibes were neutral for Ohio State, I'd pick Ohio State. But the fact it's like so miserable, and they're worried about how many Tennessee fans are going to be there. Like, this has a chance to be like very bad.
I agree.
I really feel like this game ends in a blowout.
Yeah, or they can win, or they can smoke them.
I just feel like Ohio State or Tennessee wins in a blowout.
Yeah,
like I'm picking Ohio State, but like if you guys like if we end up seeing like Tennessee win by 3 touchdowns,
you wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be shocked. I just feel like this game is the most volatile because of everything going on.
With you there. The Sunday NFL action is not good.
It's very bad.
Maybe Eagles Commanders is probably the best game. Maybe Seahawks Vikings, which does not have a line because I think everyone's trying to figure out if Geno Smith's going to play in that game. It's a rough Sunday. But Saturday's pretty hot. The second game, 3:30, the Pittsburgh Steelers are 6-point dogs on the road against the Baltimore Ravens. Keep in mind, the Steelers, they have been taking care of business against the Ravens of late.
Mm-hmm.
They've won 8 of 9.
George Pickens was just ruled out.
I saw that. I got that notification for fantasy football. They've won a lot over Baltimore. I feel like Lamar Jackson has to eventually get this monkey off of his back because it's a very weird one. But the 6-point spread to overcome it is too much. I think Pittsburgh covers.
I think last time we did this game, I picked Baltimore, and I hated picking Baltimore because of what they keep doing, but it's Baltimore.
And I brought up that dumb Russell Wilson record against
Baltimore. I'm taking Baltimore. Like I don't want to. I don't want to take Pittsburgh either. But I'm not a Russell Wilson believer, so I'm going with the Ravens.
Yeah, this just feels like a close game. So I'll take the points, but I also don't feel great about this. I guess intellectually I'd be like, no, Baltimore is like better than Pittsburgh. Like if we're talking about them in the playoffs, like I think Baltimore can go farther than Pittsburgh in the playoffs. But if we're talking about a game where they're playing against each other for some weird reason, I'm just like, I think this is going to be a messy, ugly game. And Tomlin has enough to at least make things hard for Lamar, and that you're going to get a game that comes down to probably Chris Boswell and Justin Tucker.
You can't let the Steelers clinch the AFC North with a sweep of you in your house.
Yeah, you can't.
I mean, you can't, but I don't know. This Ravens team lost to the Raiders.
They did.
Like
they did.
This team is not like some.
It's Lamar. It's the Lamar Jackson show.
Yeah. So the
6-point line is crazy. I think Baltimore's going to win, but I think Pittsburgh covers.
I did think it was going to be a little bit lower than this. Actually, I was surprised it was 6.5.
What was your ruling, Sean?
Oh, I Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Okay.
Yeah.
You too.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Okay. All right. The big game. Saturday. 2-time defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. They host the Houston Texans and are 3.5-point favorites. Do any of you have the balls to pick our beloved Houston Texans? I do not, because of Tim Settle. If Tim Settle had not said what he said, I swear I was going to pick him. For those who did not catch Tim Settle, this is Tim Settle, who believes the Texans have the best pass rush in the NFL, the best defensive line in the NFL, talking about what he plans to do to Patrick Mahomes on Saturday.
I hope he's mobile enough because we coming in Arrowhead.
You guys plan to get after that?
Yeah, for sure. Pat better make a good decision. I ain't making no threats. I'm making promises.
I got you.
Okay, we haven't mentioned it yet. The I got you there at the end is
Greg
very
Bailey.
funny to me. I'm doing
ABC
it.
13.
I'm doing it. I'm taking the Texans. Give me the Texans plus 3.5.
All right.
There's been multiple, like the
Big Balls Joe.
The Chiefs have beat the Bengals by a point. They won 2 games 19-17. Like they went 3 weeks in a row. They beat the Panthers 30-27, the Raiders 19-17, the Chargers 19-17. They won last week by 2 touchdowns, but Jameis Winston got beat. They beat the Denver Broncos 16-14. Like 4 of their last 5 wins have been by less than 3 points. So 3 points or less. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the Texans plus 3.5. I think the Chiefs win by a field goal, and we win on the hook.
Texans swarm.
Swarm.
It's been so long.
Texans cover.
Yeah.
They've been so not swarmy. We haven't said Texas swarm.
It's been a
so
while.
long.
I know that's the true. Like, how much do we believe in this team? The fact we haven't said swarm in 3 weeks, that's bad.
I am not picking them to cover. I'm picking Kansas City to straight up 3.5. Sean, did you say Texans cover because you want the Texans? You have the Texans covered?
That's a big half point for Chiefs 3.5.
It is a big half point,
that is
right.
a big. I want to get greedy and can we get a 4? Can we refresh my bookie right now? See if we can get a 4.
It would be nice.
But I think that. I mean, that's the game that both these teams play every single week. Is they play to their competition. The Chiefs probably even more guilty of it than the Texans because we feel like the Texans are just a couple notches down from the Chiefs, and they play close games every week. The Chiefs should not play close games with a lot of teams that they are in absolute struggles with. So I think that this Texans defense and the Chiefs defense can keep this game close. I expect it to be low scoring. I expect it to come down to a kicker one way or the other. Give me the Texans.
Ooh, indeed.
They're going to lose by 30 now.
They're going to lose by 3. They're going to lose by 3. Or 4.
Tiny
Actually, no.
Fairbairn
What they're
field
going to do, they're going to
They're
lose
going to
by 4.
They're going to lose
They're gonna
24-20.
lose by 4.
They're going to
Not
lose
gonna
24-20.
They don't cover.
Like they're going to
Remember
lose.
what we always say. They
Yeah.
don't cover.
They covered last week.
That's true.
Did they? Oh, yeah. They did.
Yeah, it was
They
3.
won by 8. Yeah.
It's true. They tried not to.
They really did their
scored
best.
20 points.
Yeah.
Defense saved their ass a couple of times there because the Dolphins they were knocking on the door. Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah,
said,
that first Stingley pick. Yeah.
no more though. All right, we'll do a little garbage time. Some final thoughts on the Texans and Chiefs as well. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. So, I know a lot of people get frustrated with what, one, D'Amico Ryan says, and two, what CJ Stroud says, and three, what every other Houston Texan not named Tim Settle says. Maybe this week, some people are feeling a little bit differently, like I am right now. But I wonder if we got different tones from D'Amico, like this from Dan Campbell. And Sean, this is Dan Campbell from earlier in the week on a radio interview. And in this interview, he talks about a loss. And the way that he talks about the loss, it's so much better than the way D'Amico talks about losses. Couldn't we just get this once, D'Amico?
You get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us. And well, everything's good, life's good, you know. But you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your molded bread, you know. And it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are. And we'll do that. And so we got a bad taste in our mouth. We got kicked around the other day. We lost a few guys, and you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here, and we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be happy about it. We come out of the game with 50 yards of total offense and we win by 1, you're going to see smiles on my face. I promise you. All right? If it's the other way defensively, we give up 700 yards and we win by 1 point, you're going to see a smile from my ear to ear. All right? I can promise you. So we're going to find a way and we're going to get it done.
That is exactly the same stuff that D'Amico Ryans has been saying after every win and after every loss. It is just an entirely different packaging.
Yeah, it's a way more fun packaging of saying it.
And look, D'Amico, be yourself. But if D'Amico was talking like that, saying, oh, we all get sick of eating filet.
Yeah.
That is sort of where we're at. And I think a lot of people have said, oh, well, there's a lot of Astros fans who are now Texans fans, and it's not coming easy, and you're annoyed that it's not coming easy. But that would be a lot better than saying, hey, focus on the positives, because that's what D'Amico's been doing a lot of.
Yeah, it was just, the reality is, whatever he said about moldy bread, like we've all been there. I've never been there, for the record. I don't think I've ever ate moldy bread before.
I've had moldy cheese. That's why I don't eat cheese anymore.
Yeah, but isn't cheese always moldy?
It is. That's what made me never eat it anymore, was when I found out that cheese was mold. So this was the moldiest mold.
Gotcha.
That's why I don't like cheese.
And you just can't get out of your head?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's more of a mental block than it is
it's mold. It's disgusting. It's the fermented.
But cheese is so good.
It's the fermented milk that comes out of a cow's boob. Like it's moldy milk. Ugh, disgusting.
I had to throw out some old cheese yesterday.
Yeah, pungent.
Didn't get to it fast enough. But now I know, Paul, you have been grossed out by it.
Thank you.
Should have brought it in for a Christmas gift.
No, ew. That's not a gift. That's a punishment.
Yeah,
and I would have called HR. Another quote, or just moment, that if you saw this from Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud, you'd feel pretty good. Did you see Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor get into it at the end of the win that the Bengals had over the Titans on Sunday?
Yeah.
Where Burrow at one point said effing embarrassing, and apparently Taylor was trying to tell him to be happy with the win. It would be nice to have that between Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud. Stroud's pouting, and Slowick's like, hey, appreciate the win. Or Stroud's happy, and Slowick's like, we could have done more, bro. I don't know why Slowick says bro now. But
I don't know, but I think it's like when your quarterback and head coach or offensive coordinator have this level of exchange, it definitely means people are getting fired. Like this is when you're on this different of a page between your quarterback, like CJ and Bobby. I really feel like we don't even see them interact that much on the sidelines. Also, would CJ ever yell at anyone on the sideline? Like, how bad would things have to get? Because things are pretty bad.
Yeah, he seems like a guy who kind of like throws his head back and just goes like, "Oh my god!" Like he like kind of yells at himself or like yells at like just the situation. But yeah, you're right. He doesn't have like a lot of actual like confrontations with anyone on the field. Maybe that's just not his style. Maybe it's just a thing where he just doesn't want to do that on the sideline and he'll do it in the locker room or at practice or something. But that is interesting. Like I cannot even imagine CJ Stroud in the Joe Burrow, like behaving like Joe Burrow behaved in that clip.
I think he could use a little bit of it though.
Yeah, for sure.
Like he'll never do like the Peyton Manning like call the bleeping plays when he's yelling at Jeff Saturday. Like a great clip. Like I don't think CJ has that in his bag.
No, I don't think he can. I don't think he gets there. Like I don't know if it's a personality thing or just like a leadership style thing, or maybe it's just because it's his second year in the league and Joe Burrow's not some giant veteran. He's not Peyton Manning, but he has been in the league for a while.
Yeah,
went to a Super Bowl his second year, so maybe it's a pelts on the wall situation.
All right, guys, time for a little garbage time. All right. It's already starting. The county is about to get begged for cash to finance the renovations of a Houston Texans stadium, if not eventually a new one. NRG Park, which is home to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, on which I am a committee member of one of the committees, and the Houston Texans require nearly $2 billion in overdue maintenance and repairs over the next 30 years to continue operating. The $2 billion price tag for upkeep is more than triple what a similar report called for in 2019. An $105 million scoreboard and an $116 million roof.
They're going to get a new stadium.
I wonder about that. Where would you build it?
I don't know, but they want to. But the city of Houston, the Houston Sports Authority, the Houston Texans, they may not publicly say it yet, but they desperately want a Super Bowl to come back. We all know they do. Like having a Super Bowl here is a landmark event. It's never coming back to NRG. There's $2 billion in things that need to be upgraded. You have new stadiums in Miami and Vegas and LA and eventually Chicago and Cleveland. Like for Houston, get another Super Bowl ever, it's going to have to be a new stadium. Like that matters. Like they want that. They want bigger, better, more like just better looking. This is the beginning of a new stadium talk. It's coming. I don't know where they put it.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude.
I don't know where they put it, but like part of me just says like just tear down NRG and play somewhere for like 2 years and then build it back up.
Just play at Rice or something.
I mean, we see it happen. Like do renovations first at Rice or TDECU, pay for that, and then play there for like 2 years while this new stadium gets built. Like
the way that they're doing it is such an FU. Like, well, $2 billion. We're going to need it. Starts like that.
How much does a new
I was just Googling
How
that.
much does a new stadium cost? It has to be around $2 billion, right? I'm sure there's one that they just built that costs like 4 or something.
I would imagine it's probably close to 5, maybe 6.
This says
maybe cheaper here.
I was gonna say like SoFi, like it's a different.
This says the U.S. Bank Stadium, Minnesota Vikings, is 7th on this list at $1.1 billion.
Okay,
they're saying Jerry World cost 1.48.
Okay, so
hold up. They're saying
that was also a decade plus ago. That was 15 years ago.
MetLife is 1.7. The newest ones. Oh, here we go. Allegiant Stadium, 1.9 billion.
So $2 billion would be the most expensive stadium in the NFL.
SoFi Stadium, 5.5 billion.
But that they did like half of that is NFL Network studios and stuff.
Yeah. There's only been one stadium across $2 billion yet, and they're saying the Texans Stadium needs $2 billion in repair.
It's not the Texans Stadium; it's NRG
Park
as
a whole.
So it's the whole area, but we're talking about $225 million nearly for the stadium itself.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's like a quarter of the price of the stadium.
Yeah, just get the new stadium then. Like, it's like if your car's broken It
Unless
costs
you really
all
love the car.
Yeah, it's going to cost all this money to replace your transmission.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
But
Or is
you
it
have-
just working? No, mine's just a sensor that's on back
wondering
order.
if that was what you were dealing with.
No, mine's just a sensor that's on back order because the car is broken.
But if you have great memories in that car, so
Yeah.
many division
Well, then you-
championships.
Then you keep the car.
28-3 was in that car.
Your
Yeah.
roof fell apart this year, guys.
Janet Jackson was in that car.
A lot more of Janet Jackson than we thought we'd see.
I mean, now I'm kind of.
That's a good point.
Now, you know what? I'm kind of pulling on my own heartstrings. A $2 billion renovation. Let's do it.
The greatest comeback in Super Bowl history. 2 Tom Brady Super Bowl victories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely got to tear it down now.
Two terrible Final Fours.
Yeah, they were pretty bad.
One of them featured Syracuse.
That's true.
Extra terrible.
They were the worst though there. Yeah, that was for sure. Anyway. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up today's show. Killer Bees are up next. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to Joe George to my right. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I'll be back. Stick around. Peace.
You're not doing the What Up H-Town?
I was just about to ask, so one of us have done that?
I don't think I have the vocal capability to do it today.
You don't have, really? You feeling a little
Nah,
under the
I think
weather?
I'm on the brink of losing my voice, actually.
That's not ideal with everyone at the station seemingly taking off.
I know. I'm a gamer, though, unless my voice is gone, at which point I have no choice.
Now that you say that, I hear it.
No,
I
it's,
didn't hear it
it's on the
earlier
brink.
when I briefly talked to you in the bullpen, but I hear it now.
I think by the end of the show, it might be gone.
So me and
I think
Joel
there's-
tomorrow?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe no blankers today if you haven't caught on already. Neither one. We're fighting it, not saying "What up, H-Town"? Hey, how we doing?
We haven't had a full show all week.
No, we haven't. Yeah,
So-
Barry filled in for
And
me
it sounds
for
like we won't
4
tomorrow
straight
either.
days.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll try. You know that I'll try. But no blankers today. Neither one of us want to do the "What up, H-Town"? Hey, how we doing? So you're just gonna have to miss out, Hive, or
It's
you
theater of
can
the
enjoy it.
imagination.
Yeah.
Everyone listening, it probably did it in their head already. So just whatever you sound like in your head, there you go. That's what it would sound like.
What we always talk about like the majority opinion of the city, like when we're talking about Texans, Astros, Rockets. What is the majority of the season? Like, what is the majority of the city think about the Texans' chances of going to the divisional round? What do they think about the Astros' chances to keep the window open? What do you think the majority of the Hive feels about the "What Up H-Town"? Hey, how we doing?
I think it's an acquired taste.
Yeah. So you think it's a majority that likes it, or do you think it's a minority
I
that
think
likes
it's
it?
something that
I like it.
Okay, okay, well, this is where I'm going with it.
I was saying I was the minority that liked it.
Sure, but this is where I'm going with it. Did you like it
I still
one?
don't think you got the joke.
Well, I guess maybe went overhead. Sorry. A few things going on here. But did you like it day one? Because that's kind of where I'm coming with. I think people with something like that, maybe I'm taking this question far too seriously, but I think when they first hear like, why are you doing that? But then when it becomes a part of the show and it's like the pattern you're used to at 3 o'clock or before at noon, I'm going to hear "What Up H-Town" every day at this time. Then I think it grows on them.
Yeah. Do you do you want the "What Up H-Town"? Hey, how we doing? 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch says that it'd be a nice change. I think he means to not do it. King of Twitch and Blankers don't really get along. Texter says, don't worry, the "What Up H-Town" intro is the lamest, cringiest opening possible. Okay, and here's another point of view. I like it. Kind of miss it since it wasn't there, Aaron, in Mid-County. So I think that it's hit or miss. I think it's kind of 50-50, quite frankly, on whether or not we like it.
I would guess that as well. Yeah.
I enjoy it. I use it at work every day, says a member of the Hive on the text line, 713-780-3776. I wonder, what do you think his job is that he's walking into his work and be like, hey, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we do? I think I just did it. I just did it by accident. I did, yeah.
It wasn't as passionate as Joel usually does.
I'm pacing myself. It's a marathon, not a sprint today.
Sure.
I listened to old Willhouse podcasts all day, so I can remember what intelligent sports talk sounded like since I'm stuck with this bad word now. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Well, I mean, taking that texture at his word, can you imagine listening to reruns of a show that has ended like over a year ago?
Yeah.
They're talking about sports from a year ago.
I like the burn, though. I do tip my cap to that. Definitely missed it today. Texture, Brandon T. Thank you for the no H-Town introduction. I think people like it. I look forward to it every day. It's a signature. Have to have it.
It feels very 50-50 from what you read there.
See, I've gotten the sense that it's 50-50. I think that this text sums it up pretty good, though. It's a signature. Have to have it. That's where I'm at. Like, it's not what I would do, but I do think it's a good signature to the show. And Blanker's been doing it forever. We're not going to take it away from
Does him doing that predate the Killer Bees? Was he doing that on The Usual Suspects?
Oh, yeah. Because I think the first day that we had a show, we didn't do it. And I think he like pulled me aside in the bathroom. He's like, hey, the people want it.
Why did he pull you aside in the bathroom? Why was that the place where you guys had to discuss this?
I don't think it was intentional. I think it was more like after a show one day. And he's like, hey, I think the people want that. I'm like, yeah, if you say so, I don't care.
So what, he ran a poll on Twitter? Do you want H-Town?
No, I think if people are just like his friends probably texting him. Remember we had the
gym
because it was funny because he brought up the Al Michaels the other day, where the Al Michaels has it in his contract where he has to have a 60 seconds to, and I was like, well, that's kind of rich there, because the "What Up H-Town" was something that you wanted to keep on. Not that I mind.
You should start wheeling in.
That's a pretty good idea. You want the 713-780-ESPN. So yeah, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? Do you want us to try to do it or not? He says, Texture says, I work in pest control. I used to send messages out at 3 every day. So I guess he would send his crew, hey, what up, H-Town? And then the message for his entire crew.
How confused would the people who aren't listeners to the show be?
Yeah. I think Blankers should take some royalties on that.
Yeah, you really should. That's a missed opportunity. If he's not cashing those, if he doesn't have it trademarked or copyrighted, that's a missed opportunity.
So I'm usually kind of traditional when it comes to radio, although what is traditional radio these days? Like with podcasts and all of
I think traditional radio is
it's kind of like traditional media, you know? Like all these journalists, A, B, and C, where it's like, traditional media is not really what it used to be. So I'm usually taking calls in the first segment. But we're going to move on from What Up H-Town in a matter of seconds. And there's Chris is on the line that wants to talk about What Up H-Town. Chris, you're in the hot. This is the first time in my life I've taken a call in the first segment of a radio show. Chris, consider yourself lucky. You're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Chris?
What up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing?
There we go. All
right.
There we go. I'm glad I took that call. Appreciate that, Chris. Now that Chris did it, we can officially start the show.
We can move on.
We can officially start the show. So Nolan Arenado came out yesterday saying no to the Astros. Now, there are a lot of stories on this that it might just be a no for now, that they could circle back to this, and Arenado later in the offseason could accept a trade to the Astros. It feels like to me that he's waiting for a team that he really wants to acquire him, maybe probably the Dodgers. So I get the sense that Arenado's waiting for another team that he really, really wants, that he's not a hard no on the Astros, that if, the Dodgers or, the Angels or whoever's on his list, that if they acquired him, okay, cool, I'm going. But it's a no for now on the Astros, but not a no for forever. Like if it's say he's waiting on the Dodgers. If the Dodgers don't make the trade, I think that Arenado, if the Astros offer is still on the table, I think that Arenado would accept it like in a month and a half.
Yeah, I could definitely see the Dodgers, Yankees throwing whatever contender with the high dollar budget you want, would like him waiting to see if he can maybe jump ship to maybe a team that he feels is closer to a title than the Astros. I could see that being the case. I also could see him just wanting to wait and see what the Astros do for their overall offseason. Like if he basically signed now and he basically ends up being the move, other than obviously the trade with Tucker and bringing Isaac Paredes, like I could see Arenado maybe having he's being traded for, so it's not buyer's remorse, but basically buyer's remorse for a guy that would have waived his no trade clause to come here. Like he's a guy that's age 34 now. We know he's on the downtrend. He probably doesn't have a whole lot of years left to compete for and contribute to a championship level team. I don't think he wants to take the risk that he waives his no trade clause, comes here, and then he gets here and goes, oh, the Astros really aren't where the other teams I would be willing to accept a trade to as far as their willingness and ability to spend to compete and win at the very highest level right now. I think he wants to kind of, like you said, wait and see how all the teams shake out, maybe get to February and then go, okay, these 3-4 teams I think have the best chance to win. Send me to one of those teams.
I think it's a greater than 0% chance he's an Astro, that he'll still be an Astro.
I would agree.
Now, I do think it's low because I do think that the Astros will move on. I think the Astros hopefully realize the error in their ways. I do think that them being interested in Arenado shows you that they might value defense than what we would value defense at. Because he's not a good offensive player anymore. Like he's very average as an offensive player, has declined. And if you expect him to continue to decline, he'll actually be a below average player as soon as next season. But his glove is still at a high level. And you can make a case that Arenado, yes, I know Bregman won a gold glove. You can make a case that Arenado is a better defender today than Alex Bregman is. So you might be downgrading offensively, but you'd be upgrading slightly defensively, and you wouldn't be paying him what you would be paying Bregman, especially long term. I think you're putting too much stock into the wanting the Astros to be a contender. I think he just wants to go home.
You think? Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't know where he's from. Is he from
Newport Beach, California?
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense then. I mean, obviously, there's no way he accepts a trade to the Angels because he's going to have the idea that he's going to compete for titles. So certainly, I would see the Dodgers as being at the top of his list now, knowing that he's from the Southern California area. But I mean, it's hard to separate the two for me because sure, the hometown aspect of it probably or almost definitely would be appealing to Arenado. But I think, look, again, he's a guy who was on the Rockies for a long time. He was now been on the Cardinals when they're not the Cardinals that were winning titles in the Pujols era, a decade ago. His clock is running out. I mean, he's 34. I think he wants to be on a team that he thinks gives him the best chance to get that ring before he's done. And not that the Astros can't win the AL West and get into the playoffs, but I think he wants to, sit back, look at the landscape, see how things shake out, and then pick out, 2 or 3, maybe 4 contenders he views as giving him the best odds to get that ring. And I don't know, depending on what the rest of the offseason looked like, that the Astros would be in that group.
Arenado, originally on his list, Chandler Rome reported that the Astros were on his original list.
Do we know when that list was? Was it this offseason?
Rome didn't say the timeline. But they weren't.
That part would be interesting.
But we do know that the Cardinals weren't shopping him until the offseason.
Okay.
So
I could just see, like, maybe he told when he got from Colorado to St. Louis, because he has no trade clause. Like, okay, these teams are on my list. Maybe that's a 2022 list when the Astros were on the top of the world, and now obviously things have changed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now that the 6 teams that's been reported that Arenado would accept a trade to are the Dodgers, the Angels. So that kind of like puts the whole contender thing.
Sure.
Yeah, that's more hometown. Trade me back to where I'm from. The Padres, the Phillies, the Mets, the Red Sox. So the last 3 are kind of just big markets, whereas the first 3 are local.
Yeah, Padres not LA, but still Southern California. Then obviously you go the complete opposite with the other coast with teams like the Phillies. So I think that does kind of narrow down what he's looking for. He's looking for a title, or he's looking to be basically in his backyard. And if you can't give him one of those 2 things, he's not going to waive his no trade clause.
Now, Mike Mitchell on Twitter yesterday sent out this scenario. We know that Crane can kind of react to things, right?
Sure.
Like he fired Hinch, he fired Luno during the sign stealing. He signed Josh Hader whenever the Kendall Graveman news came out that he got hurt. Mike on Twitter tweeted this yesterday. I thought it was a great point. Crane getting his feelings hurt by Arenado and paying Bregman $190 million feels like a live possibility right now. Like if you're just like on the Bregman train, which I'm not, if you're just on the Bregman train at all cost, #pay the man. You're Schwab. Michael Schwab would pay Alex Bregman $500 million.
He would give him a blank check.
He would give him the Shohei contract. He'd give him the Juan Soto contract, whatever it takes to keep Alex Bregman in Houston. Schwab would #pay the man, just like he wanted to do with Correa and every single free agent that's ever existed that has left the Astros. But I think Mike brings up a great point. Like if you're on the Bregman train, you want him at all cost. This might have been a scenario that increases the odds of the Astros re-signing Bregman. That Crane, who has been rash in the past, firing Jeff Luno, firing A.J. Hinch of the sign-stealing stuff, signing Josh Hader whenever Kendall Graveman got hurt. Quite frankly, the Dusty Baker signing, I think he was looking for a big name after the scandal. This would kind of be the first domino of Jim Crane reacting hastily because he was embarrassed by Arenado being like, nah, I don't want to go to Houston.
I could see the fieriness, like where the window is always open as long as I'm in charge. I could see that sort of mindset leading Jim Crane to a rash move. But it's I've seen people putting this out there, and I don't, it's such a far jump to me because unless I looked at the numbers wrong, I mean, the last reported offer that we heard, or the only reported offer we heard that was floated out there that the Astros were going to give Bregman was 6 years, 156, something like that.
They always say around 156, which is weird to me. Like McTaggart and Rome both say, yeah, the deal was 6 years around 156. Like, why are you saying around 156?
The offer had to be a firm number, right?
Yeah, like if you're going to say around, why wouldn't you be like 155? Like, Why would you say a very specific 156 instead of going up by $5 million increments? You go around 156. So what is it, like 156 and a half? Like, it's weird, but yeah, that was the latest report.
Well, and not only that, but either you have the number or you don't. Yeah. Like either your sources have told you what the number is or they haven't. So yeah, that is a weird thing. But let's just say it is the 156 over 6 years. To go, okay, Arenado, who's due, from what I looked at on Spotrac, due $52 million over the next 3 years. To go, okay, that guy who was due $52 million, who the Cardinals probably would eaten a portion of that.
Yeah.
He turned us down. So instead of paying 52, we're going to pay 156. Like that, it doesn't make sense logically. Now, maybe you could say Jim Crane's not operating logically.
But how would Graveman? I think Graveman and Hader's a good comparison to that, though. Like Graveman's on the final year of his deal. you're obviously you're counting on Graveman to be not your closer, but to be somebody you're counting on in your bullpen. He's out for the year. Go give me the best reliever on the market, Dana Brown. That's kind of how the Astros operated last year. Like, we didn't hear that they were in on Hader at all. Then we hear the news that Kendall Graveman's going to be out for the year, and then what do? They go sign the biggest name
deal
out there. So, like, this would be similar to that Kendall Graveman used last year, where it's like, okay, well, our plan B was Nolan Arenado. He embarrassed us by not accepting a trade to Houston. Okay, Dana, just go give me Alex Bregman. Go give him whatever Scott Boras wants. Like, this to me actually does increase the chances of Alex Bregman coming back to Houston. Not by much, and I still don't think he will be in Houston. But I do think it increases the chances of Bregman returning.
Unfortunately, when you put it like that, I have to agree with you. And I didn't want to.
And it's not my take. It's Mike Mitchell's take. But I think
I
it was a great take, I thought.
But it just points to the unrational nature as to which the Astros front office sometimes operates at time, which is obviously disappointing because it's not a – well, at least in these hands, because when they had their highest levels of success, it was in the hands of Luno and James Click. In these hands, it doesn't feel like a setup or a mindset or a philosophy that would lead to long-term sustained success if you're panic paying. Oh, we lose Graveman. Go give out the biggest contract to a relief pitcher in history. Oh, we lose a $52 million. Go give out $156. That's not something that's good for the long-term health of the franchise.
He's kind of a spaz sometimes, that Jim Crane. Fires Hinch and Luno instead of, like, sticking it through with them. Hires
like the Red Sox did.
Yeah, exactly. Cora suspended a year, but they kept Cora. Not only that, but then he went and signed the biggest name manager he could find at the time. And then the Graveman Hader thing to me is the closest. 1-2-4-4, the $160 million is based on $26 million a year. Yeah, we can do the math. I just don't know why they're saying around 156. Arenado would crush it playing half of his games in the juice box. I don't know. He's declined a lot.
They said the same thing about Abreu.
Yeah, I said the same thing about Mancini. Passing reported they said Fromber was a near log not to be moved, which is the dumbest decision ever. I'm definitely done with this management. Yeah, I've been brainstorming that. I know you all talked about that yesterday. We might talk about that later. There are some things that might make sense there, some things that maybe don't. And then another texter, I read somewhere that Arenado declined because he didn't want to commit this early in the offseason. I read that too. He says, not sure if true, and it aligns with waiting on another team, Aaron in Mid-County. Here's the thing with that. Let's just assume that Arenado's favorite team is the Dodgers. That's like his top destination. Right. The whole theory that he doesn't want to commit this offseason, what if he got traded to the Dodgers today? Do you think that
falls apart? Sure.
I think Arenado immediately is like, yeah, I'm in. So I don't believe the whole, like, I believe that it's true. I just believe he wants to see if other teams higher on his list make a trade for him first. Because I think if the Dodgers made a trade for him today, I think he's gone. I think he's in Los Angeles tomorrow. I think he has better success getting to L.A. than I had getting home from L.A. the other day. That quickly. Yeah, that quickly. All right.
It kind of feels like, and not that I did this, but it kind of feels like when you're trying to find a date for the prom and you start at the very top and like ask the hottest person you can think of, and wait for their answer, then you start making your way down the list to the secondary and the third and the fourth option. It kind of feels like what Arenado's doing here in a way. Like he wants to be in LA because it's his hometown area. Plus he wants to be on probably the best team in baseball who just won the World Series last year. So he's going to wait to hold out. It's not that he doesn't want to make a decision early in the offseason. He just wants to wait to find out if the Dodgers are interested. And then when he finds out they aren't interested, hypothetically, then he'll start making his way down to actually add this team in. I'm willing to go here and there, but he wants to find out from the Dodgers first.
And I'm not mad about it because I don't want Arenado, but I don't. Yeah, I think Arenado would be gone if the Dodgers made a trade for him today. All right, busy show today. We have a bunch going on. Alex Gold will be joining us in a few minutes, talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. Titus Howard, what's going on with him, moving to left guard. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, going to hand you some winners. Adam Ronis wants you to advance to your championship in your fantasy football weekend. We'll get him on to help you out. Bad Take Boulevard. It is a Thursday after all. Much, much more as well. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Alex Gold, host of Cody and Gold and that betting show on the Fan 965, host on BetQL app network as well. Alex, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with us. What's up with Pat Mahomes' ankle? Like high ankle sprain, not going to play. Texans are favorites. Oh, he's a full participant at every practice this week. Expected to play. The line has flipped. What's going on with Mahomes' ankle?
Hey, great to be on with you guys. Yeah, I mean, that's been the story the entire week, right? And definitely improved the minute Patrick Mahomes spoke on Tuesday. I think at that point, everybody here in Kansas City, and if anybody pays attention nationally, recognize that, oh, no, this guy's playing, barring some really surprising setback. He's had 6 ankle injuries now. This is the 6th one in his career. The other 5, he didn't miss a single game. And so it's not going to be the 6th time where he misses a game for it. And when he mentioned on Tuesday that this is not as severe of an ankle injury as he had a couple years ago in the playoffs against Jacksonville, I think it was pretty clear that, no, he's playing in this thing. The only reason why there was any bit of hesitation is because of the schedule that they're in the middle of right now. The 3 games in 11 days, they're going to play the Texans Saturday, and then they got to flip around and play the Steelers on Wednesday. But no, he's playing in this thing on Saturday.
Alex, I'm curious to hear your take, the local take from Kansas City on this, because it feels like from the outside, looking at the Chiefs, like maybe Patrick Mahomes has super ankles and he recovers like Wolverine and he's completely fine. But it feels like the Chiefs, being that they just went on the road last year, beat the Bills in Buffalo in the playoffs, beat the Ravens in Baltimore in the playoffs. Like from the outside of it, I view it as, do they really have to go all out for the number 1 seed? Like I'd err on the side of caution with Patrick Mahomes' ankle, but you get the sense that the number 1 seed for them is so important that they might put Patrick Mahomes out there if he's not 100%.
So fans are definitely split here. I mean, you can talk to some fans that say, hey, sit them for this game on Saturday, sit them for the game against the Steelers even. That's definitely part of the fan base. And there's others that are obviously on the side of, hey, no, he should fully be out there, the number 1 seed. You got to have it. I would have been fine if this was a more severe ankle injury, which has turned out not to be, for them not to play him on Saturday with the thought of, hey, you get him right maybe for the Steelers game, a couple extra days for that Wednesday game versus playing the Texans. And then to me, the concern is more Sunday, Monday of next week. What's that ankle feeling like going to the Steelers game? It's why I think if they already get the number 1 seed, to me, they have to have this one against Houston. I mean, mathematically, they could go 2-1 the rest of the way, and the Bills win out, and the Chiefs are still the 1 seed. It gets really dicey if the Chiefs lose on Saturday to Houston, then a quick turnaround against Pittsburgh. Unless you think Buffalo slips up, the Chiefs have to win the next 2 on the road at Pittsburgh, and then they'd have 10 days to get ready for a Broncos team that maybe is playing for something, maybe he's not playing for something. I do think the number 1 seed is crucial, though, and a lot of it has to do with where their bye week was. You know, and I know people in Houston might say, this sounds like a lot of whining from some Chiefs players who have been talking about the bye week, but they had a bye week 6. The other teams that are doing the same 3-game and 10 or 11-day stretch, some of them, like Baltimore, had a week 14 bye. You guys obviously had, a week 14 bye, if I'm not mistaken,
Correct.
as well. The Chiefs had a week 6 bye. And so that's been the complaint. Chris Jones, the Chiefs All-Pro, future Hall of Fame lineman, said, hey, look, you're going to do the 10-game, 3-game and 10-day thing. That's fine, but you got to, and especially around Christmas, this late in the year, you got to have a bye week that's later than week 6. I think there's a point there. I know people outside of KC aren't going to, care, but that's been a topic of conversation here for sure.
No, I think it is. I think it's a fair point. I feel like the NFL scheduling is awful, quite frankly. It's such a violent sport. You have the physical rigors that it takes to bounce back, and you're asking any team to play 3 games in 11 days. Whether their bye is week 14 or week 6, I think it's criminally unfair either way. But yes, more of a case if it is in week 6. Alex, I'm on record as saying that I think the best result for the Houston Texans is if they break Pat Mahomes' leg on Saturday. I think it increases. I say it tongue in cheek, kind of, because I do think it increases the Texans' chances of winning the AFC outright. Because I think that the path goes through Kansas City. When I look at Andy Reid, I consider him the best offensive mind in NFL history. How much longer does he do this?
So that's been a huge national conversation, I would say, more than local. You know, we've joked Mike Florio is not someone that fans in Kansas City are all that fond of because every Super Bowl run, yeah, there you go. Every Super Bowl run, you know, he comes up with a column talking about Andy retiring and, you know, could they bring in Bill Belichick? That was the thing this past Super Bowl. We were out in Las Vegas. And, guys, he's younger than Belichick, who's still coaching at North Carolina. I think what happens, and I understand to a certain extent, people look at Andy Reid physically and they say, hey, that's the guy that's not healthy. And I think people forget that he is in his 60s. He's not even 70 yet. He's younger than Bill Belichick. He was younger than Pete Carroll when he was still coaching as well, and yet everybody's been waiting for Andy to retire. To answer your question directly, yeah, I think it's another 4 or 5 years. You don't pass up the opportunity, if you can stay healthy, to coach Patrick Mahomes. I mean, coach, you wait your entire life to have an opportunity to coach a guy that could end up being the greatest quarterback of all time, depending on how the rest of his career goes. You just don't walk away from that. So nobody here is worried that it's ending anytime soon in terms of his coaching tenure. Especially this past offseason, they re-upped on a new deal. I believe, you know, the numbers aren't public, but there's been some reporting that maybe he's making $20 million a year. I mean, tell me why you'd walk away from Mahomes and that kind of money if you're Andy, as long as you physically can do it.
You know, you talking about that, Alex, makes me – I pulled up the all-time winningest coaches in NFL history because I hadn't really thought about Andy Reid's chances of passing Don Shula. If he sticks around, he's got a legit chance to be the winningest coach in NFL. He's at 271, Don Shula at 328. Belichick 302 can't land an NFL job. I mean, Reid could be the all-time winningest coach by the time he retires if he wanted to.
No question. I mean, the minute Bill Belichick got that North Carolina job, that was kind of our conversation here in Kansas City. It's like, okay, so I mean, unless we think Belichick's going to coach at UNC for 2 years and somehow get invited back into the NFL world, he's not racking up any more NFL wins. And so I'm with you. I think he's got a real chance to do it. And it'll be interesting how people talk about Belichick, who right now is clearly the greatest NFL coach, in my opinion, of all time. But the narrative on him has really shifted, fair or not. You know, I mean, at the end of his NFL tenure, it's always been about what he did in the final few years there in New England. And, hey, Brady went to Tampa, of course, and wins a ring. You've got that kind of shadow over him, and people will look at what he was prior to Brady. Whereas for Andy Reid, yeah, he didn't win a ring without Patrick Mahomes, but he went with a Donovan McNabb to a Super Bowl and obviously multiple NFC title games there, and he was able to have a lot of success. He comes to Kansas City even before Mahomes. He still turned Alex Smith into a pretty darn good quarterback. They started this kind of run of division titles that they're on. There's a chance they catch the Patriots on that divisional winning streak. I think Andy probably has to close the gap a little bit, Super Bowl ring-wise, to Belichick for there to be a true, honest conversation. I don't think he can just end up with 3 rings and say, you know, because Belichick ended up with 7 or 8, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I think it's tough
6.
unless Andy closes the gap.
Yeah, certainly. Alex Gold joining us, host of Cody and Gold in that betting show on 96.5 The Fan. Moving to someone else that feels like every year, the last couple years, people are trying to guess when they retire and hang it up. Travis Kelce. I'm curious what the local talk is, because you look at it just on the stat page. His yards per reception, his yards per game going down 3 straight years. We saw last year his usage kind of go down when Rashee Rice broke out, and then suddenly in the playoffs he broke out and looked like the Travis Kelce we'd remembered. Do the locals view him as slipping and getting close to retirement, or is this more of a case of he's an older player, they're just saving him for the playoffs?
I think it was trending in that direction last year. As you mentioned, you know, he was hurt last year going into week 1 against the Lions. Remember, he didn't play, and that was an injury that lingered for much of the year. And then what happened, he decided to sit out week 18. He was, I believe, 16 yards short of another 1,000-yard season. And he said, no, let me get my body right. And then in the playoffs, he looked like the Hall of Fame tight end again. He was a big reason why they went on a run, obviously, and won another ring and went back-to-back. This year, he's actually been healthy. I think it's pretty clear, though, when he has the ball, the yards after the catch are absolutely down. He looks, you know, slower. He looks older in that realm. But I would say some of the numbers this year, I think we do have to look at what Patrick Mahomes has been. And there's reasons for that, too. The offensive line has been a real problem for them. Patrick Mahomes, you know, in a lot of categories is not anywhere near where he's been in the past. And certainly our average depth of target is way down. He hasn't been as sharp. Even last week in a win against Cleveland, they had a chance to connect on some deeper passes. Mahomes is overthrowing guys. So Mahomes in his own right is not playing as well. I think that's hurt some of Kelsey's number this year. But if the Chiefs were to go in three-peat and be the first team to do that, I really do think Kelsey could call it quits. To go out on top like that, first team to three-peat, all the off-the-field opportunities, I think it's realer than ever. But he did, for those that don't know, in Houston, I mean, he did sign kind of a restructured 2-year contract to get his money kind of in line, and he's got a lot of money on the table to stay in the league too. But I think winning a title could change his thought of not coming back.
He's got a lot of money on the table if he gets married too. Probably more money. Probably more money. Alex, really appreciate the time. Great stuff. Good luck to the Chiefs the rest of the way, unless they meet up with the Texans later in the postseason.
Yeah, definitely could happen. Hey, thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
Alex Gold. Good stuff from Cody and Gold. Alex Gold of Cody and Gold and That Betting Show on the Fan 965. All right, Titus Howard, member of the Houston Texans. I'm triggered with the reaction towards Titus Howard moving to left guard. What everybody's talking about with Titus making the selfless move of moving to left guard, D'Amico talking about the selflessness of Titus Howard. I don't like the coddling that I'm hearing. That's next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Titus Howard played left guard the other day. Played well. Look, he played well. I thought he played really well left guard. I think he's played pretty good at right tackle. The Texans' offensive line has not been good this year. Titus Howard's not one of the problems. Titus Howard's been an above-average player. Is he overpaid as a right tackle? Yeah, you could say he's overpaid. But I always think that those two things are different conversations. Overpaid, caliber of the player. I think that Titus Howard's a solid to good right tackle. I do think he's overpaid. I think he's a solid to good left guard, too. I do think his better position's right tackle, but I don't think it's a major drop-off.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, certainly with the options, the other options they've had at left guard season, he's kind of a welcomed addition to that spot. I mean, after going through the Green brothers, Kenyon and Kendrick, and whatever else Juice Scruggs at left guard, even if Titus Howard is, let's use Madden ratings, goes from an 89 to an 82, that 82 is still a lot better than what you had at left guard previously.
Yeah. And look, I thought that Blake Fisher was good too. Like I thought that the offensive line played well against the offense.
Fisher got beat bad once, and I saw I noticed it live, and I saw your posting of it on X later. But other than that, I said X.
I cringe when I hear that.
Oh, you cringe because I said X instead of saying Twitter. Mm-hmm. But other than that, really bad. He just got burned off the edge.
He did.
But other than that, he played pretty well.
Yeah, I thought that the offensive line was fine. But my issue with what has transpired since then is all this coddling and love and giving Titus Howard these flowers for moving 3 spots over on the offensive line. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Monday thanking Titus Howard for his tremendous deed to the organization.
First, I'd like to thank Titus. He should get some love for being unselfishly moving over inside to the left guard position.
He said, before he would answer the offensive line question, he said, first, I have to give Titus Howard credit for moving over to the left side. All right, so that was DeMeco on Monday. Here was DeMeco again on Tuesday about Titus Howard.
And for Titus moving inside, first off, is thankful to him for making that move and transition.
We're acting like Titus Howard cured cancer or something. Like, why are we giving so much thanks to Titus? And look, I understand what DeMeco is doing. I'm not even blaming DeMeco here. I know that I'm being critical of all the flowers that Titus Howard is getting because he made the selfless act of moving to left guard. What DeMeco Ryans is doing here is making sure he's getting the best out of Titus Howard. So
100%.
I totally understand what DeMeco Ryans is doing by being so thankful to Titus Howard. So my criticism isn't towards DeMeco. My criticism is that Titus Howard's so weak-minded that he has to be thanked all the time for making this sacrificial move to left guard. Do you know how much money Titus Howard is getting paid?
Is it $15 million?
It's like the APY is close to $19 million.
Okay.
The escalators, whatever.
Contract earlier. I thought it was about 15.
And maybe this is part of the bonuses and NFL contracts. You're confusing. The APY is listed at 18.66. Repeating, of course. So he's making somewhere between $15 and $20 million this year. You're thanking him so much because Titus Howard needs to be thanked. Somebody who has in his Twitter bio that he's a tackle only. Dude's making somewhere between $15 to $20 million, and he has to be thanked for this selfless act. I think it's incredibly soft.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but my initial thought when this was being brought up was exactly what you just said. I think this is DeMeco. I think this was a Bear Bryant thing. Like, some players need a kick in the ass, some players need a pat on the back. I think DeMeco knows what type of guy Titus Howard is on that scale,
no doubt,
and is playing to that. He knows that Titus Howard, because of the right tackle only thing, although that seems like that may have been overblown, but let's say that it's not. He knows that Titus Howard, tackle's important to him. He knows that he maybe needs the pat on the back more than other players and is playing to that. I think that's smart coaching. And the other part of it I think is smart is if you believe, like I do, and I think you and Joel do as well, that Titus Howard probably is having his last season in Houston this year, that he might be a guy that's either cap casualty or traded. If there is a trade market, I think it's smart for DeMeco, at least publicly, to make sure he's flowery about Titus Howard, to make sure he preserves whatever trade market there is for Titus Howard in the offseason. So I get, like, why do you need a pat on the back for moving 3 spots down? But I think this is actually smart coaching from DeMeco.
No, I think so too. Like, my criticism is not towards DeMeco here. I do think he's playing the mind games, and I do think he's playing the psychology here, getting the most. And that's what a coach has to do. The coach has to get the most out of a player. And I think by giving Titus his flowers publicly, you make the poor baby feel good that he's moving over 3 positions, making $15 to $20 million, but can't handle a position move unless the head coach is saying nice things about the poor baby. Are you kidding me? If you pay me $15 to $20 million, I'd mop these floors and wouldn't say a word. Like, we're acting like Titus Howard pulled over and helped a mom who's crying and has a flat tire and needs help fixing the spare. Like, the dude is getting paid handsomely to play football and block. block. Like and it's more of a criticism to Titus, but like, oh, it's such a selfless deed. No, he's not taking his back off of his shirt and giving it to somebody else. He's getting paid a lot of money to play football.
Yeah, there's certainly I agree with the aspect of they're paying you X amount of dollars to play for the team. You play what position they tell you to.
Yeah.
The only spot I will kind of, in a tiny way, sympathize with Titus is if Titus thinks, man, I am terrible at left guard. Now, we don't believe that to be true. But if he thinks, man, I am terrible at left guard, then I could see a player not wanting to put on tape terrible play for future teams that might decide to sign him after this contract is over. So I get it on a very small level, but mostly,
please give me loyalty to the team.
I know, but mostly just play the position we tell you to. We're paying you somewhere between $15 and $20 million per year.
Drives me nuts. He's so selfless. Oh, what a selfless act, Titus Howard. He's going to, the food bank on Thanksgiving and passing out turkeys to the homeless. He's going to visit children at St. Jude's on Christmas. No, he's playing left guard. He's playing left guard.
Not all heroes wear capes, Jeremy.
My goodness.
And not all heroes play right tackle. Some heroes play left guard.
What are the heroic moments in sports, of good deeds? Like Ted Williams was famous for going to children's hospitals, but he wouldn't let anybody talk about it, and no one talked about it until he died because he threatened that he would never go back if they talked about it.
I didn't know that.
And he had a reputation of being a bad boy and not liking anybody and being very crass and rude. He would go to children's hospitals all the time, but threatened that if they talked about it, he would never go back. Like, wasn't it George Springer that helped somebody fix a tire? All of these make-a-wishes that these athletes do, like, those are selfless acts. Asking a right tackle to play left guard for a game or two? Oh, my goodness. I hope this is the last year of Titus Howard in Houston. And I think he's been good. It wears me out. Titus Howard wears me out. All right, 713-780. And here was Titus Howard, by the way. He made the selfless act of playing left guard. He had the selfless act of playing left guard. The most heroic thing we've ever seen from a Houston athlete, moving from right tackle to left guard. Here was Titus Howard quickly the other day talking about how he's a better tackle.
No, I'm a tackle.
There you
I
go.
like playing tackle.
He's a tackle.
If I can play guard and help us win, I'm going to do that.
So selfless that you have to let everybody know days later that you're a tackle. My goodness. 2024 ESPN 97.5 Christmas party right around the corner. Join us at Nick's Place on December 23rd for all the partying and games. From John and Lance with the Killer Bees, come hang out with us and get the Christmas week started right. And we want you to get your football started right this week, your football betting. We want you to win money. And because we want you to win money, we're going to have Lee Sterling on from Paramount Sports. Going to give you some winners, some free winners next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian McDonald in for Blankers today, but Lee Sterling is here. Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, giving you winners, making you money. It is bowl season after all. Lee, before we get into the games, quick question about bowl games in today's state of college football. How are these games to handicap now with the opt-outs and the transfer portal?
Well, let me just give you a little window into what's going on here with my company. It used to take us literally hour and a half, 2 hours to look up all the injuries heading into the bowl season. And then you got to obviously stay up on it probably 20, 30 minutes a day. We spent 9.5 hours to 3 of my employees just looking up and figuring out who's in the portal and who's going to be in the starting lineup. So just shows you, and that's obviously not even half the teams in college football. So it gets tougher and tougher. And we used to, back in the day, probably play 70, 75% of the game. This year we'll probably only release a little less than half selections, whether it's a side or a total on a game.
Yeah, that's why you're the best in the business, because nobody else is doing that. No one else is doing all that stuff, Lee. You're doing the grunt work. Let's start with Arkansas, Texas Tech. Pick them here. Red Raiders and the Hogs. How do you see this one going?
So this Texas Tech team, the key to them being successful is running on first down or getting at least 5 yards. When they've done that in games, they only lost one game. So I just think that the matchup here against the Hogs, who have lost not 5, not 8, 10 starters to the portal, is just a crazy number. Texas Tech has lost a few, but not half of the impact players that Arkansas has here. This is going to be a high-scoring game, and games like this, tackling is optional. I like Texas Tech. I think the wrong team's favorite. I think they win this game here 48-40.
All right, Lee Sterling, let's take it here to a team that we have on these airwaves on ESPN 97.5, the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies in the Las Vegas Bowl, a 3-point favorite against USC. How do you see this playing out?
You know, I think they made the mistake of going with the wrong quarterback. I think Connor Wegman would have been the guy more long-term. I'm not sure whether he was not 100% when he came back or, you know, they made the decision they wanted to go with a dual-threat quarterback. His confidence also might have taken a hit, but I don't think they found the right quarterback. USC, it looks like they have. They've finally regained some footing here, but it's another game. I think you got to look at a total here. Why do I say that? Because, I mean, there's just so many guys. I'm hearing that both of these camps, believe it or not, have not had their ones scrimmage in either way. So if that's the case, I think we're going to be looking at a high-scoring game. Total here, 52. I think we might see both teams score 35, 40 points. Let's go over the 52 total points. Texas A&M and USC.
Love what you had to say about Wegman. I really like that. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HRP guest line. Texas, a 12-point favorite over the ACC champion Clemson Tigers. Too big a number, or is it too small, Lee?
So I just don't trust Quinn Ewers. He has not been the same since he came back. And numbers, I mean, kind of bore that out here. Texas's offense, 106th in red zone scoring percentage. I think this Clemson defense here, the game plan is going to be just keep everything in front of them, then shrink the field in the red zone. Something that a lot of people are not taking into account here also in this game. Cade Klubnik thrown for 33 touchdown passes, number 3 in the country. Where is he from? Austin Westlake. You don't think he's going to be fired up for this game here? Also, his true freshman receivers, T.J. Moore and Brian Westco, gotten better as the season progressed here. I think this number is way too high. Texas might escape 20-16. I think you grab the 12 points in Clemson and run straight to the bank.
I'm fine with that. Survive and advance for my Longhorns. Let's take it to the NFL right now, Lee. And a big game for the AFC North. Baltimore just one game behind Pittsburgh, still very much alive to be able to get a home round or home playoff game if they are able to beat Pittsburgh and then leap them in the standings. Favored by 6, Baltimore is against Pittsburgh. How do you see this one playing out?
As good as the Ravens have been since Lamar Jackson came into the league as a starter in 2019, the Steelers have been a problem for them. Pittsburgh has won 8 of the last 10 against Baltimore, covering 7 of those games. Lamar Jackson
He's in the midst of having another incredible season that has him firmly in MVP here consideration. Yet the Steelers continue to have his number. Baltimore's 2-5 in Jackson starts against Pittsburgh. He has a 5-touchdown, 8-interception ratio in games played against the Steelers. Just a 66 passer rating last month. In the first game, he completed only 16 of 33 passes, and you think it's he just had an off game. Nope. The next game after those games, playing after he played the Steelers, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions here. So the road may lead the Ravens to finally getting revenge, but this game I think is going to be a field goal game either way. And the Steelers, they did lose to the Eagles last week. It was the Steelers' first loss in 6 games as an underdog here. How about this? The favorite, 4-13 the last 17 when the Steelers and the Ravens match up, and 1-16 is the favorite against the spread. The last 17 games here, I like Pittsburgh. Wrong team favored, 24-20.
I
Straight
love
up.
it. I love it when you do that, Lee. It really excites me. I love it when you do that. All right, the line movement on the Texans-Chiefs has been weird this week, and it's been because of Mahomes. Oh, it's a high ankle sprain. Oh, it's not. So the line is completely flipped. Chiefs are 3-point favorites at home at Arrowhead against Houston, where they have not lost a game this year. Do you have good news for the Houston fans, Lee?
Well, I will say this. I think Kansas City, with them being the underdog, I think you would have seen a better effort from their team. I think they're relaxed now. They're thinking, we got our leader. But let's still look at facts. He's probably only about 80-85%. We've seen him, limp around and play. But with the pressure that Houston can bring, 45 sacks, number 2 in the NFL, 4th in fewest yards allowed, 19 takeaways, and Derek Stingley playing at a very high level right now. He's going to be able to take away whatever receiver they want to take away, and then they can roll the coverage the other way. Here's another crazy thing. The Browns last week pressured Mahomes on 54% of his dropback passes, the highest rate Mahomes has faced since 2020. Mahomes had the lowest completion percentage of his career against the Browns and the second lowest pass per attempt at 4.2 yards per attempt here. Another wrong team favorite. We're going with the Houston Texans. Wow. They finally knock off KC at home, 27-23.
Man, Lee's setting up a wonderful Saturday for me with the Texans and the Longhorns both winning. Lee, for people who want to get involved, obviously it's always a December to remember over at Paramount Sports. You guys are always handing out winners, and you got to play in the Chargers Broncos huge AFC West showdown tomorrow night, or tonight actually.
Yep.
How do you see this, or how can people get involved and get this pick?
Well, here's what I want to do. I really appreciate everyone listening to the segment this year and also going to the website, ParamountSports.com. My way of saying thank you, if you go to the website, ParamountSports.com, use the code word FREE for tonight and or tomorrow night's release on the big Notre Dame, Indiana, the Battle of Indiana. I'm going to give it to you for free. So go to the website. Never done this before. Use code word FREE. As soon as you put that in at checkout, a window's going to pop open with a selection for tonight and tomorrow. Just want to do that. I appreciate everyone listening in each and every week. Love the feedback, and hopefully we win for you. And if we do, you possibly want to join us for the Double Down December special through December 31st for $197, or through the Super Bowl mid-February, just $297. One place, ParamountSports.com. And I want to wish both you guys and your families and your staff and all the listeners out there happy, healthy, and a safe holiday season.
You too, Lee. We really appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you and yours, and I'm sure we'll talk again very soon.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com. Take advantage of those free plays. Take advantage of the website, too, ParamountSports.com. I have an admission to make, guys. You probably think I'm not easy to please, which is true. You'd be right. But there is an admission I have to make about this Houston Texans team. There is something that I love. Yes, I use the L word. There's something I love about this team. I'll tell you what it is next. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian filling in for Blankers today. Texter, have the Bees done a favorite Christmas movie bit yet? We've not. Maybe we'll do that Monday.
I thought we did a draft in years past, but not this holiday season.
I'll be honest. I'm going to sound like a bit of a Scrooge, which par for the course.
I think people have accused you of that before.
Christmas movies are overrated.
Oh,
Christmas movies, generally speaking, are very mid.
Actually, I completely
They're
agree
very
with that
mid.
like my favorite quote unquote Christmas movie is the one that everyone argues about whether or not it's
Die
actually
Hard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there are a few Christmas movies I like Christmas Vacation's funny.
Yeah, those are okay.
I mean, and there's a few others that I've enjoyed. Honestly, the ones that are kind of not the traditional ones. I don't know if you saw this. I don't think it'd be up in your wheelhouse, but the guy that plays Hopper on Stranger Things, David Harbour, that
Never
actor,
saw
he was in a
Stranger
movie.
Things.
Huh?
Never watched Stranger Things.
Okay, that's another conversation. But he was in a movie called Violent Night a few years ago. It was very much what if it was kind of what if Santa was Jason Statham and he avenged people.
Here we go with Jason Statham again.
I was just using the reference so you would understand what type of movie this, but it was very good. I enjoyed it.
Very good. What did you say the movie was called?
You're gonna okay.
I'm gonna Rotten Tomato
Of course, go ahead. Violent Night.
Violent Night?
Violent Night. Yes, instead of Silent Night, that's the pun.
Violent Night.
Violent
Rotten
Night,
Tomatoes.
David Harbour.
You said it was a great movie?
Very good.
Is that what you said? Did you say very good or did you say great?
Very good.
Okay.
I will die on the hill of very good.
Okay. I do remember seeing the billboard on this. I haven't watched it, but I remember the.
Yeah, he's got the
picture,
candy cane. It's like shaved into a shiv. Yeah.
Now the tomato meter is not bad. 74%. The popcorn meter, which is the fan vote, is 88%. So Rotten Tomato actually backs you up on this one. Backs you up on this one.
One for B-Mac.
And yeah, I'll watch a Christmas movie from time to time, like with the kids, and I'll put on a happy face, but. They're not great movies.
Yeah, I don't go out of my usually we'll put on Home Alone in the background while we're decorating, or something like that. But it's not something I want to go out of my way to watch.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I feel about it.
Yeah, same thing. All right, there is something that I do love about this Houston Texans team. I'm not going to be a Grinch here. I'm going to give you my honest opinion on something that I really, really like. 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776, the HR&P guest line. I've fallen in love with this Houston Texans defense. I really do love the Texans defense. People, well, you're overcritical. No, I think that I'm cynical. I don't think that I'm critical. The Texans defense, number one in defensive DVOA, and we haven't seen it at its best, and we might not even see it at its best. If you think that Jalen Petrie, whenever he's on the field, the defense is better off for it, which I do. I think the team's better with Jalen Petrie as the nickel and Jimmy Ward playing over Eric Murray, but I don't think it's like this crazy gap between the two. And I think Jimmy Ward's been very good in the nickel. Christian Harris, it blew me away how good Christian Harris was after not playing football for like 330 days. It's like he didn't miss a beat.
He played too.
He played like 80% of the snaps, and he played great.
It was like he never left.
Like I thought we were going to see
rust.
him. I know. Like it's like he's been playing all year. It blew me away. Like it kind of makes the calf injury more suspicious. Actually, like it's more sus now than ever before. Because
does it make you wonder how long he's been ready for?
Yeah, because I was listening to, I think it was Caserio. Like they do that thing with Vandermeer and Harris each week because Caserio loves to talk. Which he called into Jim Rome.
I know. We got to play that audio at some point.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Rack him.
He's kind of odd. But anyways.
He's a clone.
He calls it, thanks for the vine, Romy. It's so weird. Caserio just calling in talk shows.
Most successful clone of all time.
It is pretty funny.
Yeah.
But he does that weekly thing, the weekly show. And I think it was he that said it. It might have been D'Amico, but I'm pretty sure it was Caserio. Where they're like, yeah, Harris has been ready for a little while now. What?
Yeah, I don't.
What?
What
do you mean?
Understand.
Yeah, like
because I was suspicious with the calf injury, not because I thought he's been ready for a few weeks, but because maybe there's been a setback along this time because a calf injury suffered in July, you wouldn't think would hold someone out until December unless there was a setback. But apparently it's the exact opposite of that. We were still right to be suspicious, but how well he played and how often he played with that snap percentage you mentioned. And what Caserio said leads you to believe that maybe he could have played 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Like, what would be the point of holding him out?
Yeah, no, well, I think that I'm okay with holding him out, actually. Like, I think it's weird. It is sus, but I'm okay making sure that he's completely
like the
right.
Dusty Baker thing?
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, if he gets re-injured and it's re-aggravated, you lose him for the year.
Sure.
He's done at this point of the season. So I'm actually okay holding him back an extra week or two. But it seemed like they had this timeline for 2 months. Remember when Jonathan Alexander reported that they expect Christian Harris back after the bye? And it's like, he's got this weird calf injury that got re-aggravated by walking at training camp one day, yet 2 months out, they're able to identify that he's going to return in week 15. Like, it was weird how precise that estimation was and the timeline was, and then he comes back and he's like he never missed a beat.
It does support what Caserio said, though. Like, the only way, like you said, this is how far out was it? Like 6 weeks ago, something like that?
Whenever Alexander reported it? Probably a month and a half. Yeah.
So let's say the only way with this mysterious calf injury that's been going on since July that you could precisely to the day in 6 weeks from now he's going to be ready and he's damn near basically 100%. The only way you could do that is if he was pretty much already ready to go.
Yeah, he was like a week out.
Because if it was still dicey, like he's still like sore, he's still not, be able to sprint 100%. All these things are still going on with him. You wouldn't be able to pinpoint it.
Yeah. But it is kind of odd. Like,
so
okay,
has he been ready for 6 weeks?
Maybe 4.
Yeah,
maybe 4. But it is kind of weird. They're like, okay, we're just going to hold him back. But yeah, I love this defense. And I cannot wait to see Azeez Al-Shire and Christian Harris share the field at the same time. And I've seen a lot of people saying, well, they're going to go to 3 linebackers because Henry To'o has been – no, they're not. They're not going to – they might do it a little bit more, but they're not going to change their base defense from a nickel to a 4-3. Like, they're playing nickel, what would you say, 98% of the time?
Yeah, I haven't
Maybe it drops to 95%.
Just naked eye, I would say it's definitely north of 90. I could see them doing it based on situation in the game, obviously, or maybe opponent
matters for sure.
Like if you're facing Pittsburgh in the playoffs and you're worried about them wanting to establish it with Najee, you're facing obviously Derrick Henry on Christmas Day. Maybe you put the third linebacker in. But against most teams, I don't know why they would go away from what has made them successful and also go away from what the league has been. Now, maybe as the league starts to shift back to more of a running game because teams can't seem to crack the too high mystery that quarterbacks had cracked for years, but all of a sudden the quarterbacks now can't do it. Maybe as the league maybe shifts back to more of a running style or more run heavy, then that comes back into the fold, the 3 linebackers. But for this season, I don't see a reason to change it.
No, I don't think that Henry To'o has been so good that the Houston Texans will bat an eye playing Christian Harris and Azeez Al-Shire together in a nickel. And I think that Jimmy Ward's been as good enough as a nickel that they're not going to be banging the table for Henry To'o to be on the field because I think it hurts you in coverage. I think it hurts you a lot in coverage.
Yeah, because if you put Henry To'o out there as a third linebacker, what is the opposing team going to do?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to match by trying to get an extra receiver out there and attack them.
But I love the defense. Like, to me, they have the best pass rushing duo in the NFL. I think that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are the best pass rushing duo in the NFL. I have no problem saying that. I think they have one of the top defensive lines in the NFL. I like what they're getting in the interior. I like Foley a lot. I hope that Foley can get healthy because Foley is really good against the run. But the rotation they have there has been really good. Mario Edwards has been good. Settle has been good. They're getting a lot from this Tungan. Like, he's been really, really good as well. I love the defensive line. I love the prospects of Harris and Azeez Al-Shire. Derek Stingley's been the best corner in football. If he hadn't been the best corner, he's been top 2, top 3. He's top 2, and he ain't number 2. That's what the kids are saying.
I don't know if corners don't often get it. Off the top of my head, I can only really think of Darrelle Revis, but he's someone I think should be at least be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year.
I wonder if he'll get votes. I think he'll get votes,
but I don't think there's any. He usually goes to the
and I really don't
top
care.
sack guy,
but I want him to be. What I really want for him. And I usually don't care about individual award. I couldn't care less about individual award. I root for the team, not for the player. But I'm really hoping that Derek Stingley gets all-pro first team.
Yeah,
that's what I'm rooting for Derek Stingley.
Well,
and I think
especially since all what we've heard with Stingley sauce, for him to get the recognition of you're one of the best. Or it's 2 or 3 corners that get named. I can't remember, but either way, your best two
should be 3 in today's.
I think it's
league.
3, yeah. But if you're named one of the 2 or 3 best corners in the entire league, I think that would certainly be kind of just the validation that of the type of season, or really season and a half, because he was great down in the second half last season as well once he returned from the hamstring injury. But that sort of validation, I think, would mean something.
It's yeah, and Caserio got a lot of grief too whenever he drafted Stingley over Sauce, and Stingley's injuries didn't help matters in his rookie year, and Sauce was great right away. But am I wrong for being bullish on this defense? Number one in defensive DVOA. I really think that their defense can beat any team in the NFL. I really do. Like, would it shock me if the Houston Texans went into Arrowhead and won a 17-13 game? No, it wouldn't. That's how much I love this defense. Would it, like, Lamar gives you some problems because Lamar's so good. But you talk about, like, who's going to win the MVP? Josh Allen. What did Josh Allen do against this defense? 9 for 30. Yeah. What did Jared Goff do against this 5 interceptions?
5 times.
Look,
Five times.
I don't think that Tua's in the same conversation as, like, Lamar and Allen and Mahomes. Maybe he's on the same tier as Goff. I wouldn't put him on the same tier as Goff. But he's an above-average quarterback in the NFL. He looked like a bum. He looked like a bum against the Texans defense. I think that the Texans defense is legit. I love the Texans defense. They're number one in defensive DVOA, and I think that their defense can carry them to winning against any team in the NFL. Now, can they win 3 games against the playoff caliber teams? That's where you need some offensive
feels like
help.
more of an offensive question. Yeah, I do think the Texans defense could keep them in the games or win games against any team in the league, because we've seen it, like you said. They beat the Bills. They didn't on the scoreboard dominate the Dolphins, but the Dolphins offense really felt like they never got it going. And then they obviously, you could say, should have beat the Lions if not for the collapse and the offensive inefficiencies in the second half. So those, I mean, against those offenses, they dominated.
Yeah.
The 3 of the more higher powered offenses in the league. And but like the main, I mean, beyond the eye test, one of the main stats I always look at, because I don't like using points allowed if you're for judging a defensive performance, because they could be it doesn't tell the story of, oh, are they giving up a touchdown after a turnover, gave the other team the ball 20, or they happen to drive 80 yards. So I usually look at just yards allowed per play on a per. Yeah. I mean, when you're on the field, that play, how many yards you're giving up, Texans are ranked 3rd, only behind the Eagles and the Broncos. So they're right there with the best defense in the league. I mean, they're going to have an advantage pretty much every week. Hunter and Will Anderson versus whatever tackles they face. We heard Alex Gold earlier saying the Chiefs' offensive line struggled. Advantage Texans. And Derek Stingley every week. And we've seen how well he's played against some of the top receivers in the game. Pretty much every week, Derek Stingley will have an advantage on who he's guarding. You start there where the defensive line and your top corner are the advantage and their matchups. I don't see how you could say they couldn't beat any team in the league.
They're talented. Like, this defense is legit. This defense has some serious talent on it. I'm in love with the defense. I really am. And I think D'Amico's a good defensive mind. Like, he's doing some things that, like, he doesn't out scheme people. He had Danielle Hunter lining up in the middle with an overloaded right side of the line. He had Danico Autry in a wide. Danico Autry, like, we're sleeping on Danico Autry. Like, the strip sack that Will Anderson had the other. Danico Autry put his hand in the neck of the right guard and drove him back into Tua. Like, this defense is nasty, man. 9780 Harris is on the injury report for the ankle. Did not practice today. I just looked it up. He is on the injury report with the ankle.
Well,
that's why they held him back for 2 to 3 weeks, because he's made of glass. Come on, Harris, you got to stay healthy here. Keith from LA, I got receipts. I told you guys that Stingley will be a Jalen Ramsey shutdown corner in Brenham. You said he wouldn't. I don't remember saying that, but I was a Sauce guy over a Stingley guy. I
wasn't here when that pick got made, so I couldn't verify his what he said. But
I didn't dislike the Stingley pick. I preferred Sauce over Stingley.
I preferred because of availability. Like, it's just like if you, because I think most people, even people who like Stingley, would have told you, okay, even though I like Stingley more, Sauce is 98% of Stingley. In that case, give me the guy that doesn't have the injury concern. Mm-hmm. So I was pro Sauce, but I mean, obviously happy with how it turned out.
And I was right after a year, and that's when the count stopped. The count stopped right there. All right,
stopping the count.
Yeah, okay. But Stingley's better than Sauce right now. I have no problem saying that. 713-780-ESPN. Adam Ronis, host of the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, the Dub Club. He wants you to win fantasy football this week, and a lot of stakes are on the line if you're playing fantasy football this week. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian in for Blankers today as we go out to the HR&P guest line. Adam Ronis joining us now. Adam Ronis, of course, from Fantasy Life on SiriusXM, also runs the Dub Club where he's been crushing it. More on that in a little bit. Adam, thanks for the time as always on this beautiful Thursday evening in Houston. News today on Isaac Guerrero. Not going to play, according to reports. What are you doing with that 49er backfield? It seems like Patrick Taylor would be the next man up. Shout out to Tascasita High School. He's here from the Houston area. What are you doing? Is there anybody worth playing in that 49er backfield?
Ideally, you don't want to go there if you don't have to. We're talking the semifinals of the playoffs for most fantasy leagues. So hopefully you have better options at this point. There might have been some people who were relying on Guerrero. He was a big waiver wire pickup once we knew that Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason were out for the season. So this is just unfortunate. The 49ers have had just no luck with the backfield this year. So I would think he is going to be the lead guy there. They do have Israel Abanikanda, who they recently brought in, Keyshawn Vaughn. So I would think Taylor gets most of the touches. And they could rely on so might see Deebo Samuel on the ground a little bit. We know he's been a major disappointment this year, but maybe he gets 4 to 6 carries on the ground. But ideally, I would like to go in a different direction, and hopefully people have better options than Patrick Taylor this week.
Adam Ronis from the Fantasy Life on SiriusXM joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, a couple of teams have now changed quarterbacks. I'm curious your thoughts on the impact on some of their weapons, some of their wide receivers and running backs. The Browns switching from Jameis Winston to DTR, and of course the bigger news that the Falcons finally bitching Kirk Cousins and going to the 8th overall pick, Michael Penix Jr. What are the impacts here on guys like Jerry Jeudy, Drake London, and other players on the Browns and Falcons?
Yeah, it's a significant negative impact for the Browns, which is unfortunate. We just have seen DTR in his career 51.4% completion percentage, 3.7 yards per pass attempt, 1 touchdown, and 7 interceptions. He can run a little bit, but it is a major problem for this offense. Jerry Jeudy went from basically a must start with the way he had the rapport with Jameis Winston to it's dicey this week. To me, he's more in that wide receiver range outside the top 25. Because once you get in that range, we have a lot of question marks with receivers, whether it's their quarterback, the offense, or their play or lack of involvement in the offense. But he's not a must-start this week. I mean, David Njoku, we'll see if he goes. He didn't practice again with the hamstring issue, but it's a major downgrade for the Cleveland wide receivers. We just have not been able to see DTR be competent at all for his pass receivers. I don't think it's as bad for the Falcons with Penix at quarterback. We have no idea how he's going to perform. We know how good he was in college, and he threw the ball up, and he's got a big arm. Atlanta's in a situation where they're at home against the Giants, an awful defense where I don't think it'll be as bad as last week where they were hiding Kirk Cousins, where he only had 17 pass attempts. But they have the ability to lean on Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. But I think they might give Penix a shot to take some chances downfield. So I'm fine with Drake London. I haven't downgraded him. Darnell Mooney's the tricky one. He had a great rapport with Kirk Cousins. But he can get the ball downfield to Mooney. I mean, Mooney can make a 32-yard catch and, a couple other catches, maybe find the end zone. So I don't think it's as bad. And I'm not starting Kyle Pitts, but maybe this will give him some life because Kyle Pitts has kind of been non-existent. But Kirk Cousins has been brutal now for weeks. I mean, the last 5 games, 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions. So it's not surprising they made the change.
Adam, you mess around with best ball at all, season-long best ball?
Yeah, I definitely do. I mean, that's, to me, the best way to get prepared for the season is to do those best ball drafts. And it is a little bit of a different strategy compared to season long where you can make waiver wire moves. But, people love drafting. And if we could draft every day, certainly people would. The reason why people scale it back is like, well, in-season moves, like I don't want to have 15 leagues. I mean, I do, but I'm saying the average person, I don't want to have all these leagues where I have to make waiver wire pickups, set my lineup, and then all the injuries, and you got Thursday and then Thursday night football, and now this week we have Saturday, we got next week we got Wednesday. So yeah, I think best ball is a great way if you love to draft to just draft some teams and let it ride for the season.
What have you learned this year in best ball now that you've had the regular season and could potentially be in the semifinals if you've had some teams advance? Has this season taught you anything when it comes to best ball?
Well, this was a season where you needed to go running back heavy, and I typically don't. I like to get one running back early and load up on wide receivers, and that strategy has worked for me almost every year. This year, obviously, it failed because that means you didn't have Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, all these running backs who stayed healthy for the most part. Now, it's starting to change now, and I even said this on my radio show a few weeks ago. Again, just because the running backs haven't really got hurt mostly, it doesn't mean it's not going to change, and it has changed. We've seen a lot of running backs go down. So I still think that I'm probably going to play it the same because what happens is there's going to be an overcorrection when basketball season starts. Everyone's going to take these running backs and push them all up. Like Saquon Barkley might be a number one pick next year. I wouldn't take him number one. A year older, a lot of wear and tear. I would still go with a guy like a Jamar Chase. Obviously, we'll see where he lands. But, this was the year that you needed to have some of those stud running backs. And I generally went wide receiver heavy. And guys like Rashee Rice, Chris Olave, Chris Godwin, and all those guys got hurt and ruined the season.
Adam, let's stick with one of the names you mentioned there when talking about stud running backs, because he had a very bizarre week last week, and that's Saquon Barkley, who's been the best running back in the league this year, but ended up seeing Kenneth Gainwell get a lot of work in the Eagles' last game with Saquon Barkley leaving for an injury, which I still don't think we have an answer on. It was undisclosed. Barkley said he was, quote, dealing with a little something. I don't see him on the injury report right now, so I assume he's a full go. But what is your nervousness level right now with Saquon Barkley and what we saw last week?
A little bit, because he did say that he was dealing with a little something and didn't divulge the details. He was on the sideline for it, but he did finish the game. It was a tough matchup. He still had 21 touches. So, Gainwell got some involvement. But you got to remember, in that game, the Steelers only ran 41 plays. The Eagles took the ball with a little over 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Steelers never got it back. So that's a little misleading as far as, the Gainwell touches, because Barkley still had 21, and they're still pushing for that rushing record as well. So I think if you have Barkley, you're fine here, unless we hear something further about an injury.
One more question for you, sticking with the Eagles. The last time the Commanders faced the Eagles, that Eagles defense really dominated. Jaden Daniels had his week saved with a late touchdown right at the very end of the game, but Terry McLaurin, I believe, only had one or two catches total for the game, and he's obviously been fantastic. 2 touchdown catches last week against the Saints. If you're a team relying on Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, are you starting them with full confidence, or are you maybe looking to see if you have another option, considering how lopsided it was for those guys in their last matchup?
Now I'm going to start them. I understand the Philadelphia defense is one you don't want to face right now. They've been lights out, but that game was in Philadelphia. Jaden Daniels wasn't 100% that game. He didn't run that much. He only had 18 rushing yards. So I'm going to play them. I mean, the problem is if you're looking at Jaden Daniels, you want to bench him. What quarterback are you going to? Because right now, to me, there's like 6 quarterbacks you feel really good about that you're locking in. After that, you have major question marks. So you're really going to sit there and say, do I start Jaden Daniels or Brock Purdy or Aaron Rodgers or Tua? I mean, you got to go with Jaden Daniels, even in the tough matchup. We know he can run. And McLaurin, the same thing. I understand they have the great corners, but again, what receiver are you benching him for? Now, if you have, St. Brown, Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, sure. Yeah, Brian Thomas. Okay, Cortland Sutton. But once you get down further, a lot of these wide receivers have issues. So I understand there's trepidation about the matchup, but am I going to downgrade them a little bit? Yeah, but for the most part, if I have those guys, I'm going to start them.
Adam Ronis joining us on the HR&P guest line. The Dub Club, almost 28 units up with the NBA and NFL. What do you got going on this week, Adam?
Yeah, so 142 and 102 for plus 27.66 units between NBA and NFL. So massive NBA slate tonight with 13 games. So got some there. And, of course, busy weekend in the NFL. Game tonight, 2 on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We got Wednesday on Christmas, Thursday. So, a lot of bets ahead, so get in now and get some extra money to buy gifts for the family.
Yeah, take advantage of that. The Dub Club with Adam Ronis. You can follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis. Adam, good luck in the semifinals, and have a Merry Christmas.
Definitely. Happy holidays to you guys as well.
Appreciate it. It's Adam Ronis from Fantasy Life, also runs the Dub Club. Follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis. Does a great job, too. He has been killing it on the Dub Club. All right, Bad Take Boulevard. It is Thursday. It is around 4:30. Like Bregman's contract offers around $156 million. What is making Bad Take Boulevard this week? What are you putting on the Boulevard? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Oh, a lot of bad takes this week. Lots of bad takes. This might take us the next half hour. 713. We'll see how it goes.
We'll
see how it goes.
See where the day takes us.
See where it takes us. 713-780-3776 if you want to nominate any others for their bad takes onto Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-3776. I feel bad doing this one to start. Maybe
because
we
he's
should
not
save
here
it.
to defend himself?
Yeah, Blankers was at the top of the list. Maybe we'll just do it twice. We'll do it next week so he can defend himself
so you
again.
can say it to his face.
Yeah, so we can say it. Yeah,
Look
I
him
believe,
dead in the eye.
Yeah, I believe in. I don't think you should talk behind people's back.
Oh, of course not.
Never talk behind. If you're not willing to say something to their face, never say it behind their back. Now, what I think is my best quality is I have no problem telling you things to your face that I would say behind your back. You might want to punch me, but that's never stopped me.
Depends on the perspective of who in that situation. Yes, maybe not the person you're saying it to, but
anyways, Blankers said that the Texans were going to lose their next 3 games and make Week 18 important.
Like, yeah, with everything on the line. Yeah.
And
I don't necessarily – I think this is more take lock than it was bad take.
Take lock.
Yeah, like kind of, sometimes, and I think Blankers was doing it in this case, sometimes people feel like if they give a take that's hot or turns out to be wrong, they feel like they lock themselves into trying to defend said bad take. And because Blankers was so dead set on the schedule is gonna hold them back and they're only gonna win 9 games. I mean, if they won against Miami, that was gonna get them to nine games. So in order to defend that take, he had to say they were going to lose 3 games in a row, which would have started with Miami. So, and then to put him in a position where that take from the preseason was correct.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Possibly. But at the same time, he also said that the Texans were going to lose their next 3 games and then make week 18 for all of the marbles. And literally that week, the Texans clinched the AFC South with 3 weeks remaining.
Yeah.
So that's going to land on Bad Take Boulevard. Sorry,
you
Blankers.
just made the
We'll
list.
do it again next week. That way Blankers has a chance to defend himself. Next up on the list, J.J. Watt. He was on McAfee the other day, and he just kind of dropped in the fact that Jack Easterby gave the team a pep talk the night before a divisional round game.
Speaking of team meetings, got up and spoke in front of the team before a divisional playoff game, the night before a game.
Who? Easterby? Jack Easterby?
Did they ask him to?
Who'd you lose to?
Nobody asked him to. What are you talking about?
You can just pop up.
Jack, listen, not his fault. He was promoted from FCA guy to president, coach, general manager of an NFL team in 2 years.
No.
Not his fault. Obviously, he's going to take the opportunity. What was his message? Was it? Because we saw him speak. And he was.
Were you guys receptive? You guys were receptive?
I don't want to go too deep into that.
Is that what started you and Bill O'Brien's fist fight?
No. I didn't fist fight Bill O'Brien.
The last part was not really relevant to the Jack Easterby part, but it was just funny. So you had to play.
It's funny how at first he just says no. And then he's like, I didn't fist fight Bill O'Brien.
They're funny on that show. But Jack Easterby. Now, if only somebody was telling you very early in the days that Jack Easterby was getting way too much power in an organization for a team chaplain. If only that somebody didn't get reprimanded for having that take on the flagship. Can't imagine who that somebody was.
This feels like a setup for a pat on the back.
Yeah, I can't imagine who was reprimanded for blasting Jack Easterby for having too much control way before anybody else was. But I went and I looked up the timeline of like when Jack Easterby could say this.
There's only one game it could be.
Only one game it could be.
The Chiefs, 2019.
So I actually think that Jack Easterby's motivational speech actually worked. I think it just ran out because the Texans, they were up 24-0. They should have asked Jack Easterby to speak after the first quarter. Like Jack Easterby's motivational speech fired up the troops so much that they led 24-0 at Arrowhead. Jack Easterby should have been on the sidelines firing up the team. I actually think it worked.
It just has an expiration date on it of 1 quarter?
The expiration date was the end of the first.
How good can a motivational speech be if it expires after 1 of the 4 quarters?
It was 24-0 at Arrowhead, Brian. I would say it was a pretty darn good motivational
so you're saying
speech.
If Jack Easterby went up and cut another promo on the team on the sideline before the second quarter, Bill O'Brien wouldn't have tried that fake punt?
Yeah, and they would have hosted an AFC championship
against the Titans.
See, the problem here was, the bad take here
is
that Jack Easterby didn't give more motivational speeches.
That's definitely the takeaway.
Could you imagine the audacity of the chaplain going up the night before the game? Not like, I mean, leading them in prayer, we understand that makes sense. But firing up the team. We actually have an ESPN 97.5 exclusive. We had a hot mic in the room, and we know exactly what Jack Easterby said to the Texans the night before they were up 24-0 at Arrowhead.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
How could that not fire you up? How could that not fire you up to take a 24-point lead at Arrowhead with a chance to go to the AFC champion? He should have been red fishing, blue fishing in the middle of the first quarter.
It just, it feels like even though we've had plenty of time to reflect on the Jack Easterby era, it's still hard sometimes to describe in words how embarrassing this franchise was for a few years. And wrapped up, and inside of that shell of the era of Jack Easterby was 24-0 at Arrowhead in the divisional round of the playoffs, before they blew it. But it's amazing how good they were capable of being while also being maybe the biggest laughingstock in the league.
It's probably because they were inherited with a good roster.
Oh, 100%. And then obviously Bill O'Brien drove it into the ground over the course of a couple years.
Which is why I don't think that we're appreciating the back-to-back division titles enough, that it got driven to the ground by that mess. And, like, you're on a good trajectory as an NFL organization. All right, moving on from Jack Easterby and his great motivational tactics that had the Texans up by 24 at Arrowhead.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue
How
fish.
does that not fire you up? I'm ready to run through a wall, Brian. You play that to me, I'm ready to attack the day. I'm going to set that to my alarm clock in the morning, and I'm going to attack the day because of Jack Easterby.
No, actually, I've got something new for you. I think something's going to fire you up even more than red fish, blue fish.
Never quit.
See, now we don't need Jack Easterby more because now we have Cal to tell us to.
Never quit.
And we wonder why the organization's never been to an AFC championship. Red fish, blue fish, never quit. Doug Gottlieb. I love this, by the way. I love the story of Doug Gottlieb being a head coach at Green Bay and hosting a radio show. I could do it. Here is Doug Gottlieb talking about his opponent, Michigan Tech, earlier in the day before they played them.
Part of the reason I want to play better teams is like, it's 2 degrees outside, snowing. Like, I don't really like the idea of nobody you coming in here and like, I always thought, like, what do we learn playing a game where we win by 20? But there's a methodology to it. And I'm going to have to adjust moving forward.
They lost that game to nobody you 72-70. They lost by 2 to nobody you.
To nobody you. Doug Gottlieb is certainly someone I think that I root against. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people have been worn out by Doug Gottlieb over the years.
I actually want him to win enough to keep the job.
That's fair for the comedy of it.
For the content, the comedy.
I'm fine with that take, but yeah, to have the comeuppance that quick for him to blast nobody you, we gained nothing out of beating them by 20, only to lose to them is hysterical.
There were some fact checkers saying that he wasn't talking about Michigan Tech when he said this, just to be fair, if you wanted to go back and to listen to that. But it certainly sounded like he was talking about Michigan Tech. He also didn't do his radio show the next day. I don't know the timeline of that.
Because he couldn't take calls?
I don't look. Maybe he already had the day off. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not working every single show, right?
I'm not entirely sure.
I can't imagine he would.
I listened to like the opening segment of the guy filling in for Gottlieb, and it made it sound like Doug was already going to miss the show prior to them losing.
Ahead?
Yeah,
okay.
I think it was just coincidence, but boy, it's not a good look.
Maybe bet on their opponents when you know he's going to be off the next day. Maybe that's a tell for future betting markets.
But it is very entertaining though that a guy is a head coach and a radio show host at the same exact time. Like, there's no way that's going to work.
That's never been done before, has it?
Can't.
I can't imagine. I'm trying to think of who's ever even been close, but I can't think of someone.
There's no way it could be successful. No way. Because
not both, right?
It takes
you're going to have to half-ass one of them.
Like, you can't, like, in my opinion, you can't be a head coach at the collegiate level and not dedicate like 16 to 18 hours of your day to it.
Right.
I really don't. Like, the best head coaches in college athletics, especially like the D1 level and a very high level, they're committing 16 to 18 hours, whether it's waking up early to go to the early practices, whether it's DMing prospective student athletes, whether it's trying to keep your own player practices, games, travel, recruiting. How are you having a side job?
Yeah, and being able to watch games and look up top. Now, maybe he's got a producer that's basically handing him a script and saying, go. That might be the answer to this.
That's taking away 3 hours of your day.
It's still, at minimum, if you're doing, if this is basically Travis Rogers back in the day pulling the strings for Jim Rome, at minimum, it's taking away still 3 hours from your day.
I was, Gottlieb had me on his show one time, talking to U of H, whatever. He butchered my name. I can't remember what he said. I wish I had the audio.
Did he say Branham?
I think it was worse. I think it was worse.
I can see that mistake.
I can't remember how he said it, but I remember he butchered it.
Brenham? Did he say Brenham?
No, I can't remember. It was weird. It was unique. It was the only time that I've ever had it butchered that way, but I can't remember. I wish I would have saved the audio.
Jeremiah Brenham.
Peter Strager, he makes the list. You just made the list. Football. He had his AFC playoff teams at the start of the year. His number 1 seed in the AFC, Jets, Jets. Doesn't stop there for Strager. He had the Chiefs second. Okay, no big deal there. Ravens 3, that's fine. His 4 seed in the AFC South, champion, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Eesh.
Yeah, so his top
Took
four.
it to the limit.
Brutal. His wild card teams weren't bad. Bills, they're going to be in the playoffs, and he actually was ahead of the Broncos and the Chargers.
Yeah.
So his wild cards weren't bad. It's just Jets, the number one seed in the AFC, and then the Jaguars to win the AFC South. Schrager, you make the list. Speaking of the Jaguars, you familiar with this UCF Jaguar guy?
I wasn't until I pulled the clip. No.
I remember him whenever he found fame at the end of last season. He's kind of like that Colts guy that this is our team or whatever he says.
Go Colts!
He's like that guy for the Jags.
So
He's not
in the video, he's not singing. He normally sings?
No, he's not. I would say he's more of their face of like their online community. I think it's the way to describe it, right?
Twitter, hashtag Jack's Twitter.
Yeah, like Stressens might be the face of Texans,
Sure.
Twitter. Schwab is
I
certainly
don't know
the
if I'd
face of
want to be the
Astros
face
Twitter.
of
No.
Jaguars Twitter. That sounds
Or
like a very
any-
depressing title.
Yeah, right. But like the Colts guy has become like the face of Colts
Yeah,
social media.
Sure.
I would say that UCF Jaguar has become the face of like Jacksonville Jaguar social media. He had this to say last year or late last year. Season wasn't even over. This was 2023 when it looked like Jacksonville was going to cruise to
When
an
they were
AFC
8-3,
South,
yeah.
8-3, cruise to an AFC South championship. This was UCF Jaguar on November 22nd, 2023.
Texans fans, I tried to tell you guys. The Jaguars run the AFC South, okay? This is our division. Trevor Lawrence is better than C.J. Stroud. Better luck in 2024. Have fun competing with Indianapolis for second in the AFC South.
Yikes.
Duval.
Dumb.
I feel like someone's IQ goes down 15 points whenever they shout Duval. Like instantly I think you're 15 IQ points dumber than you were before you said Duval.
What is the that's
Maybe
the
the
county
same
they're
thing
in?
with Skull. Like anytime I see these dumb
Skull,
fan
at least
chants,
Skull's traditional. Though,
I know,
like
but-
Jacksonville was an expansion team not that long ago.
just when someone ends their sentence, like they can't put the period or the exclamation point on the end of the sentence. The only way they could think to end their thought is to do the dumb fan chant. Like I instantly think you're about 15 IQ points dumber.
How often do you say hook 'em in a Texas game?
Not often.
Okay.
I don't end every sentence with it.
The Duval one's weird to me too, because like, how did that become the chant? You just that is the county, right?
Yeah, it's the
They're
name
in
of the
Duval
county that
Like,
Jacksonville's
why
in.
are you like? What other professional teams chant their county?
Harris.
Yeah,
I mean, it's dumb.
it's weird to me that you're chanting the county.
I don't get it. But look, I'm not a Florida man, so maybe I can't put myself in their shoes.
I think you answered it.
Yeah, that's
why do they do
Florida
that?
Man.
Florida. Hashtag Florida. So he sent this little tweet or whatever, November 26th.
Uh-huh.
This was after they beat the Texans.
Yeah, they're 8-3, and then
They went
How'd the rest of the play go?
1-5 the rest of the way. Their record this year is 3-11. So since he sent that tweet, they're 4-16.
Sounds right.
Let me quote tweet that.
Yeah, so I don't know if I mean, I guess you could say he's a bad luck charm. I mean,
it's a massive jinx.
I mean, obviously the Colts, despite the singing of this Colts fan, haven't exactly had a banner year. They're most likely. I don't know if they've officially been eliminated from wild card contention.
Jags?
No,
Oh,
no,
Colts.
the Colts. I was just trying to piece together all these fan leaders of their communities.
I
And
think they
the
have been.
success record. I know they've been obviously eliminated from the AFC South, but I didn't know if they were technically. I know realistically they're out completely. I mean that's obvious, but I didn't know mathematically
No, they
if they were
haven't.
completely out.
They're not mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think so because they're at 6 wins and there's not enough teams at 10 wins or more to actually mathematically eliminate them. But yeah, I mean their season's over.
Let me ask you a question off the air real quick.
Off the air?
Yeah, the Colt fan, he's not special needs, is he? I'd feel really bad if we were making fun of him the entire year. And we found out later he was
I think
special needs.
I think he's just exuberant and
I don't
excitable.
think he's special needs.
No, I don't think he is.
Because if I picked up on that he was, I wouldn't have touched it.
I would agree. I would hope. Yeah, I would hope we would not.
And we both they passed the test for both of us.
There was a test for that.
They did give him Super Bowl tickets though. Like it's weird to me that the Colts gave him Super Bowl tickets.
Is it kind of like we're like
that's what threw my scent off.
Oh, because you thought maybe he was because he got like a charity tickets or something.
Yeah, like why would you give like he's probably not much of a social media influencer. Like,
I don't know.
why would you give him Super Bowl tickets?
They did that thing a few years ago with like the best fan of every team. Like
Maybe
Debbie the
that's what it
Texan
is.
was like the Texans one. So maybe it might have been a case where he was voted the best Colts fan and then
That's
got to go to
probably
the game.
Because I don't think that he is. But whenever they gave him the Super Bowl tickets, it made me second guess myself.
Sure, red flag went up. Yeah.
So we can still make fun of him.
Yeah, we can still make fun of him.
Good. That's what I really wanted to know. We can still make fun of him. A rando on Twitter. A few more of these. I told you it was going to be a very long Bad Take Boulevard today. Some random on Twitter said that the Texans are going to make the playoffs on December 4th. So 2 weeks prior to the Texans actually making the playoffs and clinching the AFC South. With 3 weeks to go, he makes the list. WW3.
You just made the list.
You make the list because the Texans did make the playoffs. Jason McIntyre wonders if the Giants will cut Daniel Jones this offseason. This was recent, by the way.
So I was asking an executive in the league, you're Mike Vrabel, and I think he's the number one candidate if the Giants let go of Brian Daboll. Would you lean into the Giants' history and their revenue flow, the Jets roster, or the Bears quarterback?
Okay, I hate to answer a question with a question, but what is Aaron Rodgers doing? Is he returning to the Jets or not?
Yeah, he'll return for another year.
Okay. And we're cutting in New York for the Giants. We're cutting the quarterback Daniel Jones. So
yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
And like you said, this is recent. In the way you know it's recent, even if you didn't see the timestamps, is they have like the snowflakes and the Christmas decorations up. So this was obviously within the last week or so.
That show gets the most obvious facts wrong.
Yeah.
Like Stephen A. Smith gets some criticism.
Like what quarterbacks are live. You remember that last year from Cowherd?
with Haskins.
Yeah.
Yes. Like Stephen A. Smith gets criticized for like getting some facts wrong, which, I mean, fair to have fun with the guy. We all get facts wrong. It's fair to make fun of people whenever they get their facts wrong. And if they're so sensitive that they get annoyed by that, that's on them. But usually Stephen A. Smith's facts are like kind of mundane, kind of trivial, kind of middle of the pack.
Sure.
This show, Colin Cowherd and Jason McIntyre, they get the most obvious facts wrong on a more consistent basis.
Yeah. And McIntyre, I honestly don't understand the appeal of having him on. Like I don't know what he's famous for other than starting the
I don't either.
Like he started the big lead. Like that's what was his introduction into sports media. But okay, you started a website that covers sports and some pop culture in news and TV. But why does that mean you're like a weekly guest host with Colin Cowherd, one of the biggest shows in the nation? Like especially when you clearly aren't paying attention to the NFL. Daniel Jones was cut, 4 weeks ago?
It's like a Viking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. And you're asking, well, are the Giants going to cut? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Colin Cowherd, he shouldn't bet anymore, and he shouldn't hand it. Actually, he should, and we should just fade them all.
Chiefs and Browns. I have the Browns +4, and keep your eye on a possible upset. Steelers and Eagles. I'm taking Pittsburgh +5.5. They held that great Browns offense to 14 points last week. I think it goes down to the end. I will take the Eagles to win narrowly again. 5.5, way too many points. Take Tomlin and the Steelers here to cover. Bills and Lions. The more I went and looked at this, Jared Goff's last 5 games, I'm going to take Detroit to win a great game and cover 33-28.
And cover.
Buccaneers and Chargers. I really like the Chargers. Tampa Bay's all beat up. The Chargers coming off a 2-point loss to the Chiefs. Had them beat. I'm going to take the Chargers to win it 28-23. Coach, defense, quarterback, home field edge.
Whiff.
So he does like a burning 5 picks. Yeah. If you didn't catch it, he did get one right. He got the Packers right on Monday night. But 1 for 4 in his overall record this year, 23, 39, and 1 on those picks. So I like your idea of let's take his picks and just fade them.
He was like Jose Abreu's an Astro. And then there was a reply to a James Palmer tweet. James Palmer tweeted the expectations that Mahomes is going to try to give it a go Saturday, play, blah, 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 blah. And there was a commenter saying he knows if Wentz plays and does good, he'll be exposed as a product of Andy Reid and the system quarterback he is. Now, this guy was a Bills fan.
That's exactly, which I don't know if it makes it worse or better, but it does make it expected.
Yeah. But
still ends up on the list.
You just made the list.
I would be curious to see what Wentz looks like with Reid, though.
I think Wentz would be better with Reid than he was previous stops for sure, but that doesn't mean Patrick Mahomes is a system QB.
It's so weird that Wentz was an injury away from winning an MVP.
He absolutely was going to win MVP that year for sure. And obviously the team went on to win the Super Bowl. So he might have not only ended up with an MVP, but a ring too.
Crazy. All right.
Well, he got a ring, but as the starter.
Last one. Steve Phillips, Major League Baseball, MLB Network. He was on with somebody talking about the Astros' next steps, and who cares about like what he said about the next steps? But Steve Phillips, I don't think he knows geography.
The Astros, a perennial winner with no state income tax, expresses interest. It's not that far from St. Louis geographically.
What? I Googled this to see how far it is.
Yeah, what, you got the mileage?
787 miles from our station to St. Louis. It would take you about 13 hours to get there if you left right now.
Yeah, see, I guess it's
that's not close to me.
No, it's not. Like to me, like I guess it's all about perspective. Like it's not cross country, but to me, close, like being nearby means I could drive there in an afternoon. Like I would willing to get up and go drive there to and not even think about taking a flight. St. Louis falls beyond where I just would get up and drive without even the thought of taking a flight. Like I would drive to Dallas. Like if I was going to a game in Dallas, I wouldn't even think about flying. I would drive. That to me falls within, it's close. Not St. Louis.
Yeah. That's a bad one there, Steve Phillips. You made the list.
You just made the list.
All right, now we just talked about Easterby. Now that we've been reminded about Jack Easterby, what's the worst era of Houston sports? What is the worst era that you've lived through in Houston sports? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holla, U of H class of 1990, Chris Fisher, all the fine people at HR&P have been protecting the interest of businesses for 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. You need a little bit of help, they're going to help you. You need a lot of help, they're going to help you. Anything in between, they're going to work with you to customize a plan that fits your business to a T. HR&P is going to create that plan for you and your business needs. Also, we talk about their customer service, second to none. Their customer service is elite. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can vouch for that customer service. We use HR&P here at Gal Media. Very thankful that we do, by the way. And anytime I have a question, always a quick response, always very easy to understand. They're helping me out. I love them. So if you're an employer, take care of your employees by getting HR&P in their life too. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
ESPN 97.5 is your home for every single college football playoff game, thanks to ESPN Radio. That's us. Pre-game for Notre Dame and Indiana starts at 6:30 on Friday, and then Saturday the broadcast begins at 11 a.m. as we air the next three games, which includes Texas and Clemson. I was waiting for Brian to say hook 'em again,
no, I'm not,
like
I'm
Jag
not
fans say,
Duval.
Duval.
No, not going to catch me doing that.
Mentioned Easterby earlier. What's the worst era of Houston sports? 713-780-3776. First, though, Texture Bow is Blankers out because of Lance's eye infection contagious? I didn't know Lance had an eye infection.
Has an eye infection?
Yeah, it makes me a little worried. I was
No,
unaware
he was
of that.
planned to be out today. I only know that because I was made known that he needed the remote equipment back from the Soccer Matters a holiday show on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I think it was I'm not worried that he was so sick that he had to stay home and do the show. It was planned, but I didn't know about an eye infection.
Sounds like a Doug Gottlieb. Didn't do the show the next day because he was mad that they lost to Nobody You.
Calling him soft?
Yeah, no, I didn't call him soft. He did the show, didn't he?
Okay, yeah, he did the show. I thought the idea.
It just sounds like an excuse.
Okay, all right.
To do it remotely. Red Bull is the Texans' best fan. It is in the Fan Hall of Fame. Put some respect on it. I don't know who Red Bull is.
I don't know who. I know the guy that was in the commercials. I forget his name now. The guy that dresses up like Ultimate Warrior.
I think he's just called the Ultimate Fan.
Is he called the Ultimate Fan? I know Debbie the Texan.
Yeah, and it's Sketch.
In Sketch.
What's
sure.
up, brother? He got into some
he got into some other things. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's true there, but I know the rumors. I'm aware of the rumors. Just tuning in, headed from work. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually missed your voice, Branham. What's so surprising about that? All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's the worst era of Houston sports? Hearing Watt talk about Easterby giving a pep talk the night before the game, unwarranted, made us think about this. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jalen, what is the worst era that you've had to live through as a Houston sports fan?
Definitely 2014 through 2016, I would say just the changing quarterbacks. We had Ryan Fitzpatrick, Ryan Mallett, Case Keenum, from Hoyer to Brock Osweiler.
All right. So 14 through 16 for the Texans. I shook Case Keenum's hand yesterday, by the way. I haven't watched it since. So 14 through 16.
I wish I knew you were kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm half kidding. I did shake Case's hand yesterday. I have watched it since. Appreciate the call, Jalen. Thanks for listening to the high. So 14 through 16. The pushback that I would have there, though, you didn't have a single losing season, and you made the playoffs twice in those 3 years.
Yeah. I'm trying to. Because 14 they went 9-7, 15 9-7 made the playoffs, and then 16 I think was 10 wins.
9-7 again.
Was it 9-7 again? But yeah, no losing records, and you made the playoffs in all 3 years. Like the Texans have such. Oh, this is going to feel like I'm really being Debbie Downer. But the Texans have such a long history, rich history of losing that I can't pick out a 3-year window where they literally didn't have a losing record.
Yeah,
and call it the worst era of Houston Texans football.
You could go as far to argue that might have been the golden era of Houston.
No, don't do that. Not with Bill O'Brien. Okay, I'm gonna hit the drop.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did.
I would have loved Bill O'Brien if he was not the head coach of my team, and not from I'm rooting for him point of view, just from the entertainment.
I agree.
Point of view.
If you didn't have your emotional or your emotions tied upon his success and his handling of the franchise, then yes, he would be entertaining from afar.
Yeah,
but up close, not so great.
I need him to get another NFL head coaching job so we can get sound bites like this. No, I don't.
I think he's going to ride Boston College out.
Unless he gets to the playoff of Boston College, something ridiculous.
Yeah, something to raise his profile, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get another NFL job. I think it'd be fair for him to. I think that he probably is deserving of another NFL head coaching job. He wasn't a bad NFL head coach.
With strict guidelines in place of you're not having any hand upon the roster moves, the general manager type stuff, of course. But as a coach, even though he was, maybe calling him mid is too harsh, but like overall he felt mid. But I mean, you made the playoffs 4 times in 6 seasons
with 4 quarterbacks too.
Yeah,
and like he was quarterback coach for Brady. He also had Deshaun Watson playing a high level of football, who's been a bum outside of Bill O'Brien.
Yep.
Like you can make a case for O'Brien over some other candidates. Not to I'm not banging the drum at all for Bill O'Brien. But yeah, if I'm going Texans specifically, I think that I would have to go with the aftermath of O'Brien, Easterby, into David Culley, and into Lovie Smith. Like that period of time to me is the worst in franchise history.
Especially since it also includes Jack Easterby. It's the perfect storm of just nonsense and buffoonery that led to the Texans having to basically just take 2 seasons off and check in 2 years later after they finally had some draft picks back from all the the cap clear from all the buffoonery of Bill O'Brien as GM.
Buffoonery.
As a GM, he was a buffoon.
No doubt. He was quite possibly the worst general manager in NFL history. And then Cal McNair thought it was a good idea to make the team chaplain, the general manager that was in charge of everything in the organization, including contract negotiations. That guy was negotiating contracts. It is unreal. You were right. But I think if you were even to timestamp it, and we're talking specifically Texans here, we'll talk about the other teams in a minute. I think that you could timestamp it from the second quarter on in the divisional round against Kansas City, because you're up 24-0. Second quarter on is like the beginning of it. That's the start of that time frame of the worst time frame in Houston Texans history. Second quarter, Kansas City, Houston divisional round. Because then you trade DeAndre Hopkins for a second rounder and David Johnson. Then you fall off and become a 4-12 team and fire Bill O'Brien right away at the beginning of the year. Then you go 4-12 with David Culley, or 4-13 actually. Then you go 3-13-1 with Lovie Smith. And then I think it ends the moment you hire DeMeco Ryans.
I would agree with that timestamp for sure. I'm trying to think of what else would fall into that era of despair that would come close. I mean, the Texans obviously took a long time to even make the playoffs. First season, 2002, they don't make the playoffs in 2011.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of losing seasons or some 8-8 mediocrity in between 2002 and 2011 when they finally got to the postseason. Like, I guess I'm trying to think of it as like what I'd rather live through again.
From the Texans, I don't think you can pick one, because you talk about the early days of the Texans franchise history. Like, to me, you get a honeymoon stage whenever you get an NFL
Not 10
team.
seasons, though.
Yeah,
10
seasons is long, sure. But the NFL also kind of screwed you, because the expansion teams prior to that had success kind of right away. So they kind of gave it to the Texans. I think they gave it to the Browns,
well, they
too.
changed the rules on
I think the Browns were the first one, because the Jags and the Panthers had success like in year 2.
Yeah, they're both in their conference title games in year 2.
So then I think the Browns were the next expansion
in
team.
99.
And then I think they really gave them the business. And then they kept the business given to the Texans. But to me, you're like, and plus as an expansion team, I think that you understand that this is going to be a process. Like, this is going to be a while. You might be right that 10 years is too long, but I don't think that it stacks up to the other timeline we mentioned with the buffoonery of O'Brien into Easterby, into Culley, into Smith.
I definitely think the height of the despair was higher from the like you said, from the second quarter of the Chiefs game through when DeMeco Ryans was hired. I think that those feelings and that bad time was more intense, more severe. But I still kind of look at it like what I'd rather live through again. I can handle 3 years of just the worst possible product over 10 seasons of never ever amounting to anything, I think.
Yeah, I guess I was more okay with it early on. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst time frames, worst eras in Houston sports history? 713-780-ESPN. A little back and forth there with the Texans. Where do the Astros come in? Where's their worst era? What about the Rockets? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Worst era in Houston sports history, 713-780-3776. I think Brian and I differ a little bit on the Texans era. So would you say first 10 years is the low watermark for the Texans franchise for you?
I think that's the one. Like, it depends on what you like. I think
it's relative.
Yeah, because I think there's two different ways to look. Like, what would you rather live through again, or like be willing to live through again, or what was like the lowest moment? I do agree. Like the Easterby second quarter of the Chiefs game through when D'Amico hired was the lowest moment. But because of how different it is in the amount of time, 3 years versus 10, I would live through that again before the first 10 years.
Okay, fair enough. I think the low water mark was the start of the second quarter, or whatever that was, from the Texans-Chiefs game until the moment they hired D'Amico. It's why I'm happy of the trajectory of the organization. It's why I'm pleased that the Texans won the AFC South, and I'm a little bit baffled by the fact that the fan base feels a little sour on winning back-to-back AFC South championships. 713-780-ESPN. Some text on this first one, the 25-cent Tuesday night games at the Juice Box. I don't really remember that, but I wasn't going to the Juice Box during those times. I don't think anybody was going to the Juice Box. Probably talking about the 100 loss years.
Yeah, I went a few times, but just because I had a press credential and I was working.
Look at the big press credential on Brian.
On. Yeah, it's someone else in the media. Okay. But yeah, at the time I was when I was at a different radio group. My shift ended at noon, so whenever they would have the day games at 1, it was easy just to go over and literally you could walk in with your press credential and sit anywhere because all the seats were available. But all the best seats in the house were available. But yeah, I'm curious where you would put. I mean, is that definitely feels probably the worst of the Astros era?
Yeah, in my lifetime it is.
But because I think I'm trying to remember the timeline of when we knew where they were headed as far as like what the process was. But because you knew what the process was, I feel like I was able to deal with at least the second half of that 3-4 year window pretty well because you knew where they were headed.
Yeah, the Miguel Tejada, Carlos Lee, Pudge Rodriguez Astros were not fun.
Well, Lee signed in 2007 though, so that's before that, like the 11 through 14 where they were
sure. No, but I'm talking about the precursor of what became the 11 through 14 was kind of like, okay, we're going to intentionally tank and rebuild our farm, whereas the Carlos Lee, Pudge Rodriguez, Miguel Tejada, Woody Williams
Aubrey
Astros
Huff
were a bunch of bad contracts or over the hill players, and Drayton wasn't spending on the farm system at all, where it's like, okay, like this is not a winning organization anymore. And I'm pretty sure we knew that Drayton McClain was also going to sell the team.
Yeah, fairly.
Or we heard the tea leaves on it,
by
or
2010,
whatever.
I think we knew he was.
Like, I didn't love that era of Astro baseball because you went from being a World Series contender to being a team that you hoped could win 87 games and sneak into the playoffs, but you knew you had no chance to win it all while completely depleting your farm and giving you no prospect for the future.
Yeah.
So, like, I didn't love that era of Astro baseball.
And if we're separating like 2007 to 2011 and then 11 through 14, I would, even though the losses were greater on the 2011 through 2014 side, I would actually side on those 2007 through 11 Astros as the worst era because of exactly what you described. Like, it was so easy to see the car wreck coming from, 1,000 miles away. Like, okay, Carlos Lee still had some pretty good seasons here, but like you said, Miguel Tejada, Woody Williams, Carlos Lee, Aubrey Huff, who was the second baseman that had the unfortunate medical diagnosis?
Kaz Matsui.
Like, you could see all these things coming from 1,000 miles away. Like, you're just putting Band-Aids on gunshot wounds.
Yep.
You're not replacing what you lost, and at the same time, as you said, you're depleting the farm system. And it obviously directly caused 2011 through 2014. So I would put that 2007 to like 2011 era as like my worst time as a Houston Astros
I think
fan.
it's fair because I'd rather be rebuilding and working to something as opposed to being as opposed to being in purgatory.
Exactly.
So I'm with you on that. Texter says the entire David Carr era. I think that's fine. Last one in the building, first one to leave, old David Carr. 01 through 17. Just talking in general, 01 through 17, all through those years, the Big Three didn't win a championship. It was sad being a Houston fan for me. Some hope, but came up short. I think it's fair. It took you can even go window, though. You can even go 96 through 17 because the Rockets won the second.
Unless you're including the comments.
Yeah.
Which I'm not.
Yeah. Texter says the Matt Schaub pick 6 fiasco. That was weird because the Texans were really good. You still had high hopes from them, and then all of a sudden, hitting a wall, Matt Schaub just became a different player.
Yeah, because that pick fest started during a season where they went 12-4, their highest watermark so far as a franchise. So, and it's also a very short very short amount of time from the time that pick fest started to the moment he was, basically yanked. So, I don't think it's the worst arrow, but it's certainly based upon expectation to then what actually happened felt really, really bad. Because you could see okay, all the the offensive line that was so good in 2011 was starting to leave. Some guys were aging out. You kind of see the team starting to wither a little bit, and it felt pretty bad watching it happen.
Yeah, it didn't feel great. Texter Bo, the 84-97 Oilers. I knew it'd be short time to get the Oilers there. What Bud Adams did to the city criminal, says Texter Bo. The Oilers had some fun teams in the early 90s. When Warren Moon was throwing for all those yards, Ernest Givens was doing his thing, Haywood Jeffries. I love the Oilers. Webster Slaughter. I grew up on the Oilers. I love the Oilers. And they were good. They were a good team in the early 90s. They were disappointing, but they were good.
They're just marred by the ending every single time. You're right. They had a run. I'm trying to think of what I could compare it to. Maybe it's the James Harden Rockets or something where they had some really, maybe people would argue Harden wasn't fun because of his style of play, but they had some seasons where they felt like a really good team. And then obviously you blow it in Buffalo. And the next year, you start off poorly, you run off 11 straight wins or whatever it was. And then you lose in your very first playoff game to old ass Joe Montana with the Kansas City Chiefs. At home. So I think, and then obviously 2 years later, they're gone and they're in Tennessee. So I think that era is tough to remember fondly, despite how well they play, especially on offense, because the endings of those seasons were so catastrophic.
Yeah, totally agree. Chiefs game until D'Amico and CJ, early years at least, was somewhat understandable being an expansion team. I'm a U of H guy, go Cougs. So for me, it's John Jenkins through Dana Dimmel. Rest in peace. Dana Dimmel passed away recently. That was a tough time in U of H football.
What years are we talking about?
So John Jenkins was after Part D. Part D left the Cougars to go be the head coach of the Oilers.
Right.
And
early
then John
90s.
Jenkins was the OC, took over. So early 90s. And then Dimmel was the last coach, I think, before Bryles.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Bryles, Art Bryles had the two best rebuilding jobs in college football that I think existed. What he did at Houston, I think he inherited Houston after Dana Dimmel went winless 2 years prior. I think they won something like 2 games in 2 years. I think they went winless Dana Dimmel second to last year, maybe his last year, and then 2 or 3 wins in his final year. And then Art Bryles took over the program that was dormant and got them to a conference championship, won a conference championship, and then went to Baylor when Baylor was a laughingstock of the Big 12 and made Baylor a national championship contender. What Bryles did at Houston and Baylor are two of the more remarkable jobs that we've seen in college football in the last 30 years.
Yeah, no, it's tough to argue against that. Like you said, I didn't have all the details about where Houston was going into Bryles' tenure, but Baylor was obviously coming off of being a poor team for a number of years, and obviously it didn't end well there for him. But what he did on the field between that was amazing. And then obviously Houston continued that with Kevin Sumlin and went on after that. But Bryles certainly gets most of the credit.
Yeah, he was a good coach. Ran into some trouble, but was a really good coach. Also says are the Alvin Brooks through all the coaches for U of H basketball up until Kevin Sampson, especially Clyde Drexler. I've heard
Tom Penders had a year, right?
Penders was like a perennial 20-game winner, but never a tournament team. He actually made the tournament the year he got fired. They ran through the Conference USA tournament and didn't save his job.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what year that was because there was was it 2011 or 12 that they made the tournament that one year out of nowhere? Is that the year you're referring to? There was
it would have been before. I think it was 08.
Was it 08? Okay, I was trying to remember the year that it was, but obviously between Phi Slam and JAMA in the early 80s to that one-off NCAA appearance and then back to obviously not playing well until Kelvin Sampson arrived in town. There was a lot of down years there. for the Cougars on the basketball side.
2010. 2010, Pinder's
okay.
final year. Like Pinder's was solid. 18 wins, 21 wins, 18 wins, 24 wins, 21 wins, 19 wins, but only the one NCAA tournament. And they weren't a tournament team, but they won their conference tournament.
Yeah, in part because obviously the conference they were in at the time, obviously not in the Big 12 at the time. So because usually when you hear 20 wins, that's good enough to get you in the tournament. But at that time, Conference USA was pretty much a one-bid league, and Cincinnati was winning most of those. So.
Well, Memphis.
Oh, in Memphis too, yeah.
They had
for
Cal
time.
back then too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's a good call with that one. 70s Astrodome was cold. Ball wouldn't travel. No home runs. It's always. I mean, the Dome was notorious for being a pitcher's park. The Bill O'Brien era. The Bill O'Brien era. I didn't really hate the Bill O'Brien era. See, they won games with Bill O'Brien. They won division titles with Bill O'Brien. They got to the playoffs with Bill O'Brien. But I never trusted Bill O'Brien.
100%. It was kind of a situation where, and I haven't been in this situation often, really, I think only twice. And that was with Bill O'Brien with Tom Herman. Tom Herman with the Longhorns, that is. I'm not even talking about the Cougars run. Where I didn't want, I disliked the coach to a point where I didn't want the team to be successful because I wanted him gone. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what the Bill O'Brien era felt like. I didn't like the way he was handling himself as the general manager. And so even though I wanted the team to succeed, I kind of had to root against them a little bit because I didn't see the future as far as the long-term success with Bill O'Brien. Like you felt like there was a ceiling there with Bill O'Brien. They're always going to be the 9-10 win team, maybe win one game, but then get bounced. That was never going to change under Bill O'Brien. So if he was still obviously in place and going 9-7 and winning divisions, he wasn't going to get fired. So you had to have the catastrophic, obviously, ending of the 2019 season followed by the bad start to 2020 to finally get him gone.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
If you believe the rumors that maybe J.J. Watt helped in that.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Because, it's hard to go from Bill O'Brien's resume to being fired in 4 games if there weren't some other reasons why.
Yeah, the rumor, and I've heard Lance and John and Lance talk about this, the rumor was that basically J.J. Watt shared that the team didn't want to play for O'Brien. That got shared with Easterby, funny enough, and then Easterby encouraged the players to go to the owner, and the change got made. And then Easterby was gone however many months later.
Steelers stopped Oilers twice. The Renfro touchdown catch, no call. That one gets talked about. I want to go back and watch that game. I'm going to go back and find that game because the final score is not indicative that it was that tight of a game. Now, I need to watch how that game played out.
I guess I have to, because you and I weren't alive when that happened. So I at some degree, I feel like I have to defer to the people who watched it. But when I look at the box score, not only did they lose by multiple scores, but the Renfro catch wouldn't even have put them ahead. It would have just tied the game. So I always hear that if the Renfro non-catch was called correctly, Oilers go to the Super Bowl. It would have tied the game. It's a tough argument for me. Obviously, again, not having watched it, I wasn't live yet, but having not watched the game and just looking at the play-by-play and the box score, if the catch is made, you just tie it. I can't leap to the point of saying they would have got to the Super Bowl if they had been called correctly.
Yeah, I've been telling myself I'm going to watch that game. Maybe I'll do it on.
Is that available on YouTube?
I'm gonna look for it. I'm sure it exists.
I'm sure the catch at least is there, but I was curious if the full game would be there.
Louisville MacArthur state championship game like in '93 exists on YouTube. Certainly Oilers Steelers.
All right, I'll look for
AFC championship game in the late 70s.
77?
I thought it was 79.
Okay.
I could be getting my day. I'm not good with dates.
I know they played twice in the AFC title game.
Yeah,
so
back-to-back years. But I don't remember the exact. Somewhere in that timeline. Late 70s. King of Twitch says when the Oilers left, he hates the Texans, so that's not a surprise there. Jay on Twitter says the Hunsaker Astros. No chance. Jerry Hunsaker was the second greatest general manager in Houston Astro history behind Jeff Luhnow. I love Jerry Hunsaker.
Yeah, it was. To me, the worst general manager was and I know Tim Pepura was on a part of a team that went to a World Series.
My vote would be Bagwell.
Okay, well, that's fair. With people who actually had the title, though, to me, it's kind of a Tim Pepura, Ed Wade tie because they oversaw that period we were talking about earlier, the 2007. Now, a lot of that might have been at the direction of Drayton McClain trying to hang on to the fading glory of that roster. but still, they oversaw an era of baseball that led to the necessary tearing down and losing 100 games 3 straight years in a row. So I would give it to Purpura and Wade.
Yeah, I was kind of tongue in cheek with Bagwell. What annoyed me with Purpura is he did nothing. He would do nothing. Like, he didn't make a move.
Yeah,
like, what was he doing?
During a time where, in the time where they were going to obviously an NLCS and then a World Series, no less.
Yeah, it was so weird. Like, he just inherited the team and then
Other
did nothing
than
with it.
Clemens and Pettit basically knocking on your door and saying, "Hey, we want to play for you." That was it.
Yeah, I loved Hunsaker, though. Hunsaker, to me, was actually ahead of his time. I thought he was a really good general manager. Actually went to Tampa Bay to be their advisor for a while, and then went with the Tampa Bay when they left with to go to the Dodgers.
Right.
He was the Dodger advisor forever. In fact, I think he was working with the Dodgers when the Astros beat them in the World Series.
Was he still working?
Yeah, because I remember him doing.
I
remember him being a guest on like the MLB Network during that time, and they said he was a special advisor for Friedman.
Yeah, this is the first for me. I haven't heard the Jerry Hunsaker hate before.
No,
I
never.
thought he was always pretty well regarded.
No, I put Jay on Bad Take Boulevard.
Okay,
I've never heard
I've
that.
never
either.
heard that hate before.
And maybe he's confusing him with Purpura.
Maybe so.
Maybe he's confusing him with Purpura. What's the worst Rocket one for you?
This one was tough. I mean, because I think there's 2 contenders for me, and this is obviously going to my time watching it, which started in the 90s, and they were obviously very good for most of the 90s. Good to great, obviously. But I would either go with the Steven Silas era, those couple of years where you could just tell that, I mean, between that and letting Kevin Porter Jr. seemingly run the team, it just was an awful era of Rockets basketball. And then the Francis Mobley years, just because it felt like every trip down the court was ISO, and we were just letting these 2 guys like dictate what style of offense we were going to run. And they did end up making 1 playoff appearance and losing in 4 games to the Lakers back when that was still a best of 5. But overall, the Francis Mobley era obviously didn't pay off in the win-loss column because they only made the 1 playoff trip, and it was just unappealing basketball to watch.
Yeah, I actually liked the Francis Mobley. I know they didn't. Yeah,
that was fun to watch.
I loved Francis. I loved Francis, and I liked Mobley.
I
really
Mobley
did.
more than Francis.
Looking back at it, I don't disagree with you, but in the moment, as like kind of young, I actually really liked Francis and Mobley.
I just couldn't stand the ISO ball, which is kind of, which is obviously maybe arguably ahead of its time because you get a lot of ISO balls.
I think I would hate it now. Like if I was my age then, I would not have liked their brand of ball. But being the age I was, and like I liked Francis, I actually was a fan of that team. Now they never did anything.
Yeah,
they got to like the first round of the playoffs once,
and then lost in 4.
The Killer Bee is getting shut down by the Atlanta Braves every year in the playoffs. See, the Astros were really good during that time, though, so it's hard to say that's the worst.
I know, they had a 102 win season during that stretch.
Do you know the play that haunted my childhood, basically, or my teenage years when it comes to sports?
No, what?
The Walt Weiss diving play up the middle, robbing Tony Eusebio of a walk-off base hit. I think there was bases loaded, nobody out, and Eusebio, I don't remember if he was the first, second, or third out. I can't remember because they actually got the out of the plate. But Eusebio hit a rocket up the middle, and Walt Weiss makes this once-in-a-lifetime diving stab and then throws a strike to the plate to get the run to the plate. The Tony Eusebio robbery of Walt Weiss, the worst play in Houston sports history for me.
Yeah, I was going to go with the Jeff Blum 14th inning home run.
That was bad.
That one was bad. That one was really
NC
bad.
State over
now, they were
Houston,
already down 2-0 at that point, but if you win that game, then certainly feel like you're back in it with Royo on the mound the next day. Obviously, Royo didn't win the next game, but in the moment, you would have felt like you're back in it.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. Willa Bits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be good. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Branham Pet Peeves.
What an enormous spin. It won't be at the Blankers rant for the ages. Maybe it'll come tomorrow, though, after he hears the What Up H-Town talk.
That or we put them on Bad Take Boulevard.
We put them on Bad Take Boulevard, yeah. We might have a rant coming tomorrow. Random pet peeves. Couple of these. And if you have some pet peeves, 713-780-ESPN. We always do. New ones always pop up. My latest and greatest pet peeve, this is similar to the airplane thing. Whenever you land and the people in the back race to the front, it's like, where are you going, man? Like, come on. Like, row 1 through 34. Let's go single file here.
Sure.
People do the same thing at the elevator. People not waiting in line for an elevator drives me nuts. Like, if you have a 6 elevator, 3 elevator, whatever the number is, like, there should be a line. If you're there first, you get priority to the elevator. But what you see is people will walk into, like, the elevator lobby. They'll cut the line and then just quickly jump into the elevator. It drives me nuts. We live in a society. I cannot stand that.
See, I was curious where you're going with this elevator thing, but you're right. Like, people, like every other thing I could think of off the top of my head, like if someone walks up and sees a group of people waiting, they'll line up behind like we would normally do. But for some reason, especially when you're like, I saw this a lot when we would go to Le Berge doing the bullpen on the weekends, where they have not just the one elevator, but like a group of 6 elevators. And so people would just queue up in like a group or a circle. They wouldn't actually line up. And so whenever an elevator door would open, instead of being a line and next one up, whoever happens to be standing close to that elevator, regardless if they were there first or last, would then jump into the elevator.
It's a free-for-all.
It is.
And I look, if I want to accomplish one thing in my life, it's this. I want to make elevator etiquette great again.
Sights a little higher, Jeremy.
Like, people do these charitable acts, right? Like they go,
like Titus Howard,
like Titus Howard
guard.
moving from right tackle to left guard. These charitable acts that people are so thankful for. My charitable act is to make sure that there is elevator etiquette into the next generation of America. That's what I want to do.
See, the thing I was curious which one you're going with here, because the other thing I can't stand about elevators, like if I am on the elevator, right, and the door opens and for a new floor someone's about to come on, they don't wait to see, most of the time, they don't wait to see if you're getting off the elevator before they barge in. So you take a step forward and all of a sudden they're like, nudging by you with their shoulder bumping into you. Like, if you're the person on the outside waiting to get in, you have to give a pause to see if someone is coming off. You let them get off, and then you get on. But people, partly, I guess, because their head's down, looking at their phone or whatever, not paying attention, the second the elevator door opens, regardless if someone's already on there or not, they just barge in and then make you try to, like, wiggle and, like, squeeze by them to get off the elevator before it closes.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
B. Hanny's saying that elevator etiquette is a thing. Elevator etiquette is a thing. If I ever own a building, and I never will because it sounds like way too much work, but if I ever own like a building or a casino or whatever, maybe I get fired from radio and I have to go work for Tillman at the Golden Nugget, I'm going to make an elevator line. Like, wait here. This is the front of the line. Line up in a single file line. Wait for the elevator, please. It drives me nuts. Everybody just congregates, or they guess which elevator's next. People have been waiting for 5 to 10 minutes. Somebody walks right up, races to the elevator. They sneak in. They're jerks. If you're that person, you're a jerk, and you need to reevaluate your life. You need to look yourself in the mirror, ask yourself, am I that person that Branham's talking about right now? And if you are, you need to reevaluate some things. B. Hannon says elevator etiquette is a thing. Let people get off the elevator before you get on. That's the point you were saying. Also, you should let the ladies off the elevator before you get off the elevator. If you're on the same floor. It's a little different if you're not on the same floor.
I've grown up thinking that.
You should. You were raised right.
I know. But I've just been enlightened to the other side of this, and I guess it depends on if you're giving off creepy vibes or not. But I've heard that sometimes ladies prefer that you go ahead and get off first because they don't know if they're standing in the elevator with someone who is not a creepy stalker or someone who is.
Brian, you can't live your life wondering if you're a creepy stalker.
I know I'm not a creepy stalker, but I'm trying to put, like, if I get
but you're trying to give off the message that you're not a creepy stalker.
Like,
you can't walk through life that way.
If I get off first, like I'm in my own world, I'm doing my own thing, I have no interest in following you, then they feel safer. Maybe that's something more as a guy who's like 6'3" and too many pounds.
It looks creepy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm
but
kidding.
No, like if they're on the elevator, not naming names of people who have worked here, but someone who's like 5'5", maybe they view that person as no threat. But someone the size of me, I just, maybe for their own peace of mind, I don't mind being, maybe putting aside traditional like chivalry.
No, I think you need chivalry. I think you need the chivalry.
I think there's a gray area there.
No, just let the ladies off the elevator first and give them a comfortable distance.
Okay.
Give them a comfortable distance.
I'm hanging back and trying to hold the door open so they can get now it look even weirder.
No,
if I'm
you have to be a
back
gentleman,
and holding the door open and letting them get distance.
No, you let the door open if you're on the same floor. You put your hand where the
Sure.
elevator after you. You let them walk off and you just kind of look at your phone, walk slowly to your room.
Yeah, but that also sounds like someone who was like trying to play off the fact that they're following them would try to play off the way
You're way too much into your head on this
Maybe
one.
so.
You can't be walking around life wondering if a woman thinks you're a creepy stalker. Be a gentleman. Maybe they're going to think you're a creepy stalker, but that's on them. That's not on you.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried if I feel like I am. I don't want them to be not at ease, I guess.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I think you just got to be a gentleman.
Yeah,
always
maybe
be just always be a gentleman. Never think in your mind, am I being a creepy stalker?
I think in my mind though, I'm being a gentleman by putting them at ease.
I know what you're saying, but I think it's the wrong way. B. Hannon saying, are you talking about the red weasel?
No names.
Texter did not the elevator thing, but I cannot stand when people don't wave. Thank you after you intentionally let them in while driving. I agree on that one.
That, or if you're holding the, one thing that I hate that, like if you're coming through and you see someone coming through a door to business or something, and not even necessarily if it's a woman, but just in general, you see someone's about to come right behind you. You don't obviously close the door. You just hold it open. Hey, here you go. Some people will just blow right by you and never even acknowledge that you did them, a favor, a kindness to hold the door for them.
Yeah.
That drives me crazy.
Yeah, you just, common courtesy.
Yeah, just a little nod or a hand wave,
just an
a
acknowledgement.
simple thank you.
We live in a society.
Just acknowledge me.
I agree with Brian. Women told me that before. Well, you guys are creepy stalkers. Put a smile on your face. Make yourself not look intimidating or like a creepy stalker.
I don't know if I can. Look, I know people who know
Little
me
smile,
know that.
Little small talk.
I think
you're
it's
fine.
different for large human beings, which I fall into that category. Like there's going to be a natural. Now it feels like I'm going to pump myself up, but I think there's a natural intimidation. Like this is a huge person. I just trying to hey, I no interest. You go ahead, or I'll get out.
But you look like a jerk if you walk out in front of a woman.
I think it depends on the woman.
I disagree.
I do think there are people who would. You're right. There would be women who would view me as a jerk for not letting them get out first.
Depends on the woman. Define the woman that gets upset that you let her off the elevator.
The woman who is worried or has experiences with people following her and has that on her mind.
How would you know that woman,
Brian?
I
don't. That's why I just do it every time.
Okay. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks attempted to bounce from yesterday's big sell-off, and Dow, while it managed to break a 10-day losing streak, the longest since 1974, it did so only barely. At the end of the day, the Dow was up 15 points after being up more than 300, ending the day at 42,342. The S&P ended in negative territory, down another 5 points at 58.67. NASDAQ down almost 20 points to 19,372. Stronger than expected economic data, upward revisions to GDP, better jobless claims, and a rebound in home sales seem to push long-term interest rates up higher, and more disappointment over the Fed reducing the number of interest rate cuts expected next year also weighed on market sentiment as the yield in the 10-year note climbed to 4.57%. The dollar firmed while oil and gold both fell as commodity prices came under further pressure with that stronger dollar. Late in the day, it appears House Republicans have come to an agreement to avert a government shutdown, but that didn't do much to buoy the market in today's trade.
Someone said merging is one of their pet peeves. People, like, it's a zipper. Merging is a zipper. Two lanes are both entitled to that same one. There's a lot of times people are like in the lane that best. No, it's a zipper, Brian. Are you kidding me? 1-1-1-1-1-1. It's a zipper. That's how you merge.
I'm mostly with you, but like, there's a situation like if I should leave it. I have this issue every night leaving the station, going down. South. West Alabama, getting back to the 610 feeder that curves around to 50. Yeah, roll tide to 59. But there's a part there that is two lanes down to one. My problem with it is, if you're trying to take that method, there's always someone like there'll be two sides of it, and one side's got 3 cars and one side's got 6 cars. If you're not the jerk and sit in the middle, people that were there 5 minutes after you will just keep passing you, and it drives me crazy.
You have a truck. You can lead the situation. I'll get into that open lane and just stay there and take my spot as the zipper.
Sitting in the middle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I thought you were against sitting in the middle, though.
Of a merge lane?
Yeah.
2 lanes into one?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're on the same page then.
Yeah, I will be the leader. I will instigate the zipper.
I cannot stand if the way it stacks up is not even, and then people that come in like a couple minutes after me are zipping in front of me. No. I'm going to get in the middle and block all that nonsense.
I will get over in that lane and not let anybody by. Now, the problem 100%. Is the people behind you don't understand what you're doing, and they try to get by you.
I know.
What are you thinking? Come on.
It drives me crazy.
Cecil, I always let women leave the elevator before me to be a gentleman. He says other things that we can't read on the air. I totally get what BMAC is saying, also being 6'3" and a lot of pounds. I get what BMAC is saying, too. I think that the gentleman should be the prevailing thought. thoughts here, not being a creepy
I would like
psycho.
to be, but I just don't think we have that luxury now.
Hypothetical situation, what if you and your wife and your kids are in the elevator and then there's a single woman who's in the back of the elevator? I would, if I'm in a stroller, I would just leave because, I mean, stroller takes priority
with my
there.
wife and kids lessons is the alert that I'm not a threat at that moment.
True. I'll let my wife and kids get off. I'll let the woman get off, and I'll trail from behind.
In that case, I think it's fine to go ahead and be the gentleman and let all the women get off because you're viewed as not a threat in that moment.
Couldn't agree more. All right, car wrecks of the day. What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to go with Doug Gottlieb.
That's a good call.
I guess that was, I don't know if that was technically in the last 24 hours, but Doug Gottlieb name dropping Nowhere University and then losing to
by 2.
Yeah, Nowhere University is just, that's got to be car wreck.
Lost to him by 2. Josh from Seabrook says the Jets, Woody Johnson cutting the dude for like his Madden rating. That can't be real. I saw that too. Is that real?
I don't know
really
if
hope
it's
that's
real,
not
but
real. It sounds like something Cal McNair would do back in his glory days. NRG Park, $2 billion in maintenance costs. Just build a new stadium, people.
It's coming.
All right,
it's definitely coming.
What's winning?
I'm going to go Gottlieb.
All right, Gottlieb, you're the winner. He's not winning. He's on a 7-game losing streak. He needs to win something.
He needs to win
Congrats,
something.
Doug. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work running today's show and being my co-host. I'm Brandon Blankers. We'll be back tomorrow. ESPN National the rest of the way tonight. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.